Chapter 1. Wutong Village. In the Great Xia Kingdom, located in Yongnan County, the landscape is characterized by rolling hills and vast, majestic mountains. Wutong Mountain had no name until several centuries ago, when a group of villagers settled at its foot and planted a Wutong tree. It was then that this once desolate area gradually transformed, blossoming with fields and inhabited by people. At this moment, a fierce chase was unfolding at the entrance of Wutong Village. Wang Ergu, you wretched scoundrel, where's my picture book? You borrowed it a month ago and still haven't returned it. A boy around 13 or 14 wielded a wooden sword, aiming strikes at the boy in front of him. Brother Fu, please let me explain, just hear me out. The wooden sword ultimately came to rest against the boy's neck. Fine, keep your excuses coming and listening, Wang Fu declared, looking down with a furrowed brow at Wang Ergu, who was beneath him. If you fail to satisfy me, he'll make sure to thrash you thoroughly. Brother Fu, you know my father's as stubborn as a mule, always supervising my studies. The other day, I accidentally let my little brother see the picture book, and he discovered it, confiscating it right away. Wang Tong lamented, his face a picture of despair. What did you say, Wang Ergu? Return my picture book. Seeing Wang Fu raise his wooden sword, Wang Tong's words tumbled out rapidly, his voice rising. I searched for days in my father's room, but I couldn't find it. I don't know where he hid it. Brother Fu, please calm down. Wait, Brother Fu. I have a treasure that can serve as compensation for your picture book. Slap. Ah. The wooden sword cracked like a whip against Wang Tong's backside. The picture book was a birthday gift from my father, who brought it back from the market. What could you possibly offer in exchange? Ah. Wang Fu, now angry, demanded of Wang Tong, if it weren't for you begging me so shamelessly, I wouldn't have lent it to you in the first place. You actually lost it? Wah. Wang Tong began to cry, utterly aggrieved. What could I do? My father took it away. If you have the guts, go ask him for it back. Why hit me? Why, it hurts so much. I told you I'd find something to compensate you. Yet you still hit me. How unreasonable. Wang Fu's grip on the wooden sword trembled, and he lowered his voice. What do you have? If it satisfies me, I might let the matter of the lost picture book slide. Stop crying. You promised not to lie. Wang Tong wiped his tears, still sniffling. I want to see if you lying would make me a little dog, wouldn't it? Wang Fu plopped down beside Wang Tong, brushing the dirt off his clothes. Here, this is what I call a treasure. Wang Tong finally produced a dark object from his bosom. I found it in the ditch behind my house, but I don't know where it came from. Wang Fu took it in hand. It was a small, dark, fist-sized tripod. The tripod had 3 legs and 2 ears, entirely uniform in color, adorned with strange engravings. It felt uneven to the touch, and its material was indeterminate, resembling stone, yet akin to iron, though it weighed no more than wood. Inside the tripod was old, crumbling earth, appearing filthy and possibly buried for an extensive time. What do you think? It's a treasure, right? I smashed it with a rock, and it didn't even flinch, Wang Tong said, wiping his nose and pouting. A treasure? You think this shabby object is a treasure? It's utterly useless, Wang Fu scoffed, unable to see how such a thing could be deemed valuable. But I have nothing else. You can't expect me to sneak home and steal money to buy you another picture book. My father would beat me to death. Wang Tong shrank back, shaking his head. I don't want to steal money from home. Enough already. Look at you. Acting so cowardly. Wang Fu tucked the tripod into his bosom. And the picture book? Forget it, I've already finished reading it. It's a pity, though, as it was a gift from my father for my 14th birthday. Alas, Brother Fu, Wang Tong felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that feeling all too well his own father had given him gifts, albeit a mere windmill, which he cherished and kept safe from everyone. Enough with the sentimentality. Is your backside all right? Wang Fu stood up, brushing off the dirt from his rear, extending a hand to Wang Tong. Wang Tong paused for a moment, then broke into a joyful smile, grasping Wang Fu's hand and rising him fine. My skin is tough. My father hits much harder than you, Brother Fu. Ha, silly boy. Wang Fu couldn't help but laugh. Let's go home, it's time for lunch. Wang Tong's family had strict rules, and if he returned late, Wang Fu couldn't help but worry that this foolish child would receive a beating from his father. The two parted ways beneath the Wutong tree. Wang Fu's home was situated in the western part of Wutong Village, where the family had inherited the craft of stone masonry. His father, Wang Hong, had perfectly mastered this skill, earning a reputation for his exquisite stone carvings that reached several neighboring villages, and even affluent families from towns far away sought his expertise. Due to his father's exceptional craftsmanship, the Wang family enjoyed a relatively comfortable life, free from worries about food and clothing. In Wutong village, they were held in high esteem, with people referring to Wang Hong as Master Wang upon seeing him. Having traveled extensively, Wang Hong understood that Wutong village was a small corner of the world, and he did not wish for his two sons to be confined to such a modest existence. Thus, while other children began working the fields at an early age, he had already sent Wang Fu to school to study writing and literature. Even his youngest son, Wang Yao, just 6 years old, had been enrolled in the same school. Wang Fu had been studying in school for 6 years. With ample reading came a wealth of ideas, often leading him to ponder peculiar thoughts. He had devoured every book in the teacher's collection, and many stories had broadened his horizons, especially those of celestial beings soaring through the skies, vanquishing demons and supernatural creatures. That wooden sword was a request he made to his father, inspired by the awe he felt for the sword immortals in those tales. In his spare time, he would regale his peers with these stories, and the village children idolized him, calling him Brother Fu with reverence, including the chubby boy from the village chief's family. Wang Fu relished this admiration. Upon returning home, he found his father in the courtyard, studying a blueprint, occasionally jotting down notes with a charcoal pencil. Wang Fu had grown accustomed to this sight. His father must have taken on a new commission and was calculating the materials needed for stonework. Back already? Where have you been loafing about? You should be setting a good example for your younger brother instead of neglecting your studies, Wang Hong remarked, glancing at Wang Fu. Brother. A small child dashed out, leaping into Wang Fu's arms. Wang Fu quickly lifted the chubby Wang Yao, grinning as if wielding a treasured sword. Father, I've finished all the books at school. There's nothing left to read. Besides, my brother is still young. What's the rush? Finished already? Anyone can boast, Wang Hong replied skeptically. I'm not boasting. You know I'm clever. Just ask the teacher at school if you don't believe me. Wang Fu teased his younger brother, pinching his round cheeks, which sent Wang Yao into fits of giggles. Wang Hong paused, lifting his gaze to examine his son closely before finally speaking. All right then, if that's the case, I'll send you to the big town for further studies next year. The teachers there are better, and there are more books. When you're old enough, you can take the imperial examination and strive to become an official, breaking free from this small place. The big town? Wang Fu's eyes lit up. Chapter 2. The Immortal. Further studies? Fu is only 14. Are you really going to let him go to the big town alone? I'm not at ease with that. Wang Fu's mother placed a dish on the dining table, wiping her hands on her apron. Fu, call your brother to eat. Don't mind your father. She was exceedingly affectionate towards her two sons, managing the household despite not possessing her husband's skills, allowing him to focus on his work without worry. Just a woman's perspective, Wang Hong muttered under his breath, only to be overheard by his wife. If that's the case, then don't eat anything my woman prepares. How could I? Wang Hong replied, forcing a smile. Wang Fu set his brother on a stool and began to serve rice. His mother lovingly placed meat on Wang Fu's plate, while also caring for Wang Yao. Fu, eat more, you're growing. Thank you. Mother, you should eat too, Wang Fu replied, helping his mother and father with their meals. Fu, you must study hard. The village chief mentioned recently that something significant is about to happen, something about a distinguished figure visiting our village, related to the village children. There may be an imperial edict for selecting outstanding scholars to study in the city, so you must seize this opportunity, Wang Hong said, glancing at his wife. If it is indeed for studying in the city, the court will take care of everything much better than the big town. Dear wife, we have lived our entire lives in this small mountain village. We cannot allow our children to follow in our footsteps. I know it's not that I'm unaware. I'm just worried that Fu will struggle alone outside, not eat well, not sleep well, and be bullied, his mother sighed. Father, mother, this is a matter that is still far off, Wang Fu chuckled, serving meat to his younger brother. Thank you, brother. As the family chatted, a sudden loud knocking echoed from outside the courtyard, rapid and insistent. Wang Hong, Is Wang Hong at home? Who is it? The courtyard door isn't bolted. That sounds like the village chief, Wang Fuss mother said, setting down her bowl and chopsticks to head for the door. That I shall go. Father stepped outside first. The courtyard gate swung open, and indeed, it was the village chief. Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? Hurry, bring your son Wang Fu with you. The village chief gasped, leaning against the doorframe. Father was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with uncontainable joy. But has someone from the court arrived? The court? What court? Why, the father Wang Hong was almost beside himself with excitement, but before he could finish, the village chief urged him again. What court are you talking about? Come with me quickly, and bring your eldest son. It's not someone from a court, it's an immortal. An immortal has come to our village. Immortal? An immortal? Father Wang Hong stood in stunned silence. Wang Fu, who had been attentively watching the courtyard door, upon hearing the word immortal, dashed over, clutching his younger brother. Grandpa Zhou, his eyes sparkled, as a torrent of tales about immortals flooded his mind. Is it really true that there are immortals? The village chief's home stood at the eastern end of the village, right next to the century-old phoenix tree at the village entrance. Wang Fu trailed behind the village chief and his father, listening to their murmured conversation, his father's face alight with unrestrained excitement. Wang Fu didn't pay close attention. He was lost in fantasies of the stories from the books in the classroom. Soon, they beheld the full grandeur of the phoenix tree. The colossal tree cast a vast shadow, under which gathered a number of villagers, each accompanied by their children, joyfully discussing the event. Upon seeing the village chief arrive, they all rushed forward. Chief, where is the immortal? Will the immortal take my child to the immortal gate? Is it far? Will he be able to return home often? Chief. All right, everyone quiet down. The village chief soothed the crowd. The immortal will be here shortly, but before that, I must share something important with you all. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the village chief. Standing on the platform beneath the phoenix tree, he addressed the gathered villagers and children. Over 100 years ago, an ancestor from our Wang Fu village saved an elder of the Falling Feather sect, who promised to accept the children of our village into the sect to learn the ways of the immortals. However, to learn these ways, one must possess innate talent. The immortals cannot always keep watch over us. Thus, the rule of 3 opportunities was established. Including that elder from over a century ago, the immortals of the Falling Feather sect have visited us twice before, but not a single child met their requirements. Today is our 3rd and final chance. If no child possesses the required talent this time, the Falling Feather sect will abandon our village. Our village migrated here during a time of hardship several centuries ago, and our numbers are few. I believe this generation has the most children, so I notified the immortal. Everyone must seize this opportunity. If even one of our children becomes an immortal, it will bring great honor to our families, and the court will send high officials to reward us. So that's how it is. The villagers exclaimed with excitement, realizing the connection their village had with the immortals. Now that you mention it, I vaguely recall someone descending from the heavens when I was a child, remarked a villager in his 50s. Haha, old Lee, that was many years ago. How could you possibly remember that? Someone teased nearby. I have a good memory. I truly remember seeing an immortal in white descending from the sky when our phoenix tree was not nearly as grand. Old Lee insisted earnestly. Then he looked up at the sky and exclaimed, Look, it's just like that. The crowd turned to see. High above, a streak of light cut through the sky, resembling a shooting star. And as it grew larger, the villagers with keen eyesight discerned it was a persona figure standing on a small boat. Wow, there really is an immortal. Whoosh! In an instant, a figure clad in pure white descended beneath the phoenix tree. It was a woman. She appeared to be around 20 years old. Her attire as white as snow, her hair as dark as ink, her figure graceful, and her skin as smooth as congealed fat. With delicate willow brows and almond-shaped eyes, her beautiful face was like a polished egg, and a beam of sunlight filtered through the leaves of the phoenix tree, illuminating her shoulder, making her resemble a celestial beauty descending to earth. The villagers of Wang Fu had never beheld such beauty. Both men and women stood transfixed, until the woman spoke. Which of you is the village chief of Wang Fu? Her tone was indifferent, yet it carried a melodious quality reminiscent of a lark. I am. The village chief hurriedly bowed. We welcome your divine presence, immortal. Yet, a force halted the village chief from bowing, intensifying his reverence. Once, our elder Zhu from the Falling Feather sect found himself in peril here, and was fortunate to be saved by your ancestor. Although Elder Zhu has since passed, our sect has always remembered the promise made to you. However, this is the third time if no one possesses spiritual roots this time. The bond between Wang Fu village and our Falling Feather sect will come to an end, the woman said gently. Rest assured, immortal, I understand. This is the token passed down from our ancestors to connect with the immortal sect. I shall return it now, the village chief said, producing a jade tablet wrapped in silk from his bosom and cautiously extending it. The woman nodded, her delicate hand beckoning, and the jade tablet floated into her grasp. With that, let the children of your village aged between 8 and 16 come forth, she instructed. Everyone is here. They have all been summoned. The village chief hurriedly organized everyone into a line, while the accompanying parents and family members stood to the side, including the esteemed old scholar from the school. They encouraged their own children. Big boy, keep it up. Xiaorong, make your father proud. Take care of your younger brother. Go for it, Xiaofu. Chapter 3, Soaring High Soon. The eligible children from the village lined up neatly. Upon seeing this, the woman gracefully waved her hand, and a finely crafted table appeared out of thin air. To the astonishment of the crowd, she retrieved a fist-sized, milky white stone and placed it on the table. Let us begin. Place your hand on the stone and count to 5. If the stone glows, it signifies that you possess a spiritual root and have the potential for cultivation. You may then follow me to the Liu sect. You, step forward. The first child in line approached and placed his hand on the stone as instructed. This is my little Hua. Go for it, exclaimed the child's mother, waving her hands excitedly. The village chief quickly intervened, urging her to restrain her enthusiasm. Quiet, everyone. Do not disturb the celestial being. The mother promptly covered her mouth, silencing herself, though her anxious eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Unfortunately, after counting to 5, the stone remained unchanged. Not qualified. Next. The woman spoke calmly, as if she had anticipated this outcome. The child, referred to as Xiao Hua, stood frozen in place, tears welling in his eyes, until the village chief swiftly guided him back to his mother. Mother, Xiao Hua's tears spilled over. It's all right, Xiao Hua, my dear. We won't pursue the celestial arts. We will stay in the village. Tonight, I will prepare your favorite braised pork. His mother comforted him, masking her disappointment for her child's sake. One by one, the children underwent the test, yet none succeeded. The stone remained utterly still, showing no signs of change. Xiao Hua had long ceased crying, witnessing the others share his fate. He felt no shame. Look, it's glowing. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment echoed from somewhere. Everyone turned to see the milky white stone shimmering with a radiant light. The crowd held their breath, fixated on the child standing before the table. The white-clad woman appeared somewhat surprised, tilting her head to observe the boy before speaking. What is your name? Return, celestial being. I am called Wang Feng, the boy stammered, biting his finger, filled with trepidation, yet lacking excitement. Haha, isn't that my useless little rascal? A scruffy middle-aged man laughed heartily. Little brother, he actually succeeded. Wang Tong, standing beside the middle-aged man, stared in astonishment. Wang Feng qualified. The woman nodded, gesturing for him to stand beside her. Wang Feng, however, shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, I do not wish to pursue immortality. My ambition lies in achieving scholarly success and becoming a high-ranking official. The young woman was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. It was a rare occurrence to encounter a child with spiritual roots who would reject the path of immortality. Could it truly be that someone would turn their back on such an opportunity? As he spoke, Wang Feng dashed towards his father, provoking a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. Meanwhile, Wang Fu, trailing behind in the procession, understood that his younger brother Wang Tong harbored his own aspirations, genuinely desiring to ascend to a position of power. As for the tales of celestial beings that Wang Feng had once recounted, he dismissed them with disdain, exhibiting a clear preference for the authority of the court over the allure of immortality. You little rascal, if you dare to return, I shall break your legs. Wang Feng's father shouted, promptly removing his shoe and hurling it at his son, who was retreating back. Wang Feng paused for a brief moment, but then turned back and ran. Wang Feng's father could no longer contain his frustration. He strode over with several decisive steps, seized Wang Feng's arm and delivered a resounding slap to his backside, the sound echoing sharply, causing Wang Tong's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Wang was filled with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, accompanied by a profound sense of envy. He had not achieved success, yet his unwilling disciple had triumphed. A true testament to the whims of fate. Ultimately, Wang Feng succumbed to the oppressive might of his father, standing nearby the white-clad woman, tearfully lamenting his predicament. Even the typically aloof white-clad woman found herself bemused by the scene before her. She had previously tested the spiritual roots of mortals. Yet this particular tableau of a small child was a novel experience that piqued her interest. She shook her head, nearly losing her celestial composure. In Wutong village, nearly 30 eligible children had already departed, leaving only a few lingering at the end of the line. "Little fatty, do you think we can succeed?" Wang Fu inquired, anxiety knotting his stomach as he gazed at the dwindling number of participants ahead. "Brother Fu, we must have confidence," replied the village chief's portly son, whose generous spirit assured him that as long as one dares to dream, success would inevitably follow. Wang Fu smiled bitterly. Soon, it was Xiaopong's turn. Next would be Wang Fu himself. He watched as Xiaopeng placed his chubby hand upon the pristine stone, his palms damp with nervous sweat. Buzz! The stone illuminated. It glowed. It shone brightly. The villagers, their eyes fixated, were the first to notice. "Congratulations, village chief. Your family is destined to produce an immortal." Recognizing the pudgy figure before the table, they hastened to offer their felicitations to the village chief. The chief laughed heartily, yet inwardly he exhaled a weighty sigh. Having previously witnessed the Wang family's second son pass the test, he had been anxiously tense. If his own grandson were to fail, he feared his position as village chief might be at stake when the officials from the court arrived. "Fu Ge, see? I told you to have confidence." Xiaopeng turned his head, beaming at Wang Fu. "Name?" Upon hearing the voice of the enchanting immortal maiden, Xiaopeng quickly turned back. "Zhou Ping." Qualified. Stand beside me." The appearance of the second child with spiritual roots evoked less astonishment from the woman. Those possessing spiritual roots were a rarity. She had encountered not a single child with such roots in the mundane county, yet had seen several emerge in a small mountain village. The presence of spiritual roots seemed to have some correlation with lineage and geography. Next, Wang Fu took a deep breath, placing his palm upon the stone, which felt cool to the touch. The 5 counts seemed to stretch on for an eternity. His heart raced with anxiety. And only after the 5th count did the white stone finally emit a faint glow, truly delicate in its luminosity. How was this to be interpreted? Wang Fu gazed nervously at the enchanting figure before him, one he had never encountered in such exquisite form. Once it shone, it was time to proceed. Wang Fu felt that this sound was the most melodious in Wudong village, surpassing even that of the entire county and the world. Thank you, immortal," he exclaimed, quickly standing beside the chubby boy, his heart racing incessantly. "Brother Fu, how do you feel?" Zhou Ping inquired with a beaming smile. "I feel splendid." Wang Fu yearned to shout his exhilaration to the heavens, aware that from this moment forth, he too had the opportunity to emulate the tales of immortals from the books he studied, vanquishing demons and soaring through the skies. Not far away, Wang Fu's father was equally ecstatic, unable to contain his joy. "Master Wang, congratulations." He laughed heartily. Moments later, the test concluded. Apart from the trio of Wang Fu, no one else could make the stone on the table illuminate. The villagers turned to the relatives of the 3 children, showering them with compliments. The old scholar from the academy also basked in praise, for all the children of the village were his pupils. With a smile and a stroke of his beard, he remarked, "I was the one who named these 3 children, each name imbued with profound meaning." What did the old master say? It is said, "The great rock rises with the wind, soaring 90,000 miles. Indeed, my son, Zhou Qi, unfortunately, was not chosen by the immortal. No need to fret. If one cannot become an immortal, one can still hold an official position and seek wealth and glory." Chapter 4. Departure on the Other Side. The white-clad fairy collected the table and the stone, turning her gaze toward Wang Fu and his companions. Her indifferent voice resonated. "You 3 shall return to bid farewell to your families, and after half an hour, come here to join me at Luoyu's sect." Upon hearing this, Wang Fu and the others hurriedly took their families and dashed home, for time was of the essence. After half an hour, they arrived back, and his mother inquired about the situation. "How is it? Is there truly an immortal?" "Indeed there is. Our Fuer has been chosen and is about to embark on a journey to a celestial sect known as Liuzong for cultivation." Wang Hong, the father, shared this joyous news with his wife. "Liuzong? Cultivation? So soon?" A sense of foreboding washed over the mother. Oh dear, quickly prepare Fuer. The immortal awaits. I will explain everything to you later, the father urged his wife. Wang Fu gently grasped his mother's hand, saying, Mother, I have been chosen by the immortals to embark on a journey to the celestial gates, where I shall cultivate my skills and vanquish demons. How long will you be gone? His mother inquired, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling the redness of sand in her eyes. For she understood that her son would soon depart from home. It shouldn't take too long. Once I have completed my training, I will soar back from the heavens and take you along to experience the skies, Wang Fu assured her, patting his chest with conviction. Just remember to eat well while you are away, and do wear warm clothing when it gets cold, she cautioned. Mother, you need not worry. I have grown up. He replied. Very well, I shall prepare a few changes of clothes for you, she said, turning away as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She hastily wiped her cheeks and retreated to gather his belongings. At that moment, his father emerged from the house, carrying a bag of roasted peanuts. Here are some of our home-cooked peanuts, Fuer. Take them with you, and remember the flavors of your homeland while you are away. Wang Fu hoisted the bundle prepared by his parents onto his back, crouched down, and affectionately ruffled his younger brother Wang Yao's hair, then gently pinched his chubby little cheeks. Brother, you must listen to our parents while I'm away. When I return, I will take you on adventures. Wang Yao nodded earnestly. Yes, I will. Father, mother, I am leaving now. Very well, if you can, do write home to let us know you are safe, his father said, patting Wang Fu's shoulder. Wang Fu nodded and turned to leave. After a brief moment, beneath the parasol tree, the three met once more. The celestial being descended from the heavens, clad in garments whiter than snow, untouched by the dust of the world. Have you conveyed your intentions to your family? You shall not return for a considerable while. Wang Fu nodded alongside the others. In that case, let us proceed. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, the woman in white caused Wang Fu to feel an unexpected lightness, as if gravity had momentarily forsaken him, leaving him disoriented. Upon opening his eyes again, he was greeted by an endless expanse of azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. They found themselves aboard a small boat, nearly 10 feet in length. Gliding toward the boundless horizon, there was an eerie silence on the boat, as though an invisible barrier protected them from the winds, while their vision remained unobstructed. Compelled by curiosity, Wang Fu glanced downward. The village of Wutong appeared to diminish in size, and he could faintly discern his own home, where his father, mother, and younger brother were gazing in the direction of the sky. Father, mother, wait for my return. Wang Fu felt a sudden pang of sorrow, the emotions of leaving home finally overwhelming him at that moment. Little did he know that this departure would mean a complete farewell to his once comfortable life. After a considerable time, hunger began to gnaw at him. He cautiously touched the roasted peanuts in his bundle and furtively glanced at the immortal standing at the bow of the small boat, ultimately restraining himself from taking them out. The boat began to slow down. Have we arrived, immortal? Wang Fu could not help but inquire. Peering over the side of the boat to gaze at the endless mountains that stretched far and wide, desolate and devoid of human presence. Before he could receive a response from the immortal, the boat suddenly swayed violently. A buzzing sound, unexpected and jarring, echoed above the sprawling mountains. As a crimson barrier descended from the sky like an enormous bowl, enveloping an area of 30 yards in the blink of an eye, the small boat, caught in the grip of the barrier's pressure, was compelled to lower its altitude and swiftly landed atop an unfamiliar peak. What is happening? The three children stammered, gripped by fear, their fingers turning white as they clutched the boat's edge. This apocalyptic scene was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Having lived in a sheltered village, the overwhelming force made their hearts race, rendering them nearly speechless. Get down, the woman in white barked coldly. Wang Fu and the others quickly crouched low, wishing to meld into the bottom of the boat. Fortunately, with the immortal present, they found some solace. Despite the terror etched on their faces, the woman in white turned her attention away from the three, her brow furrowing as she stood at the front of the boat, her garments billowing around her. Suddenly, her voice rang out, echoing in all directions. Who dares to disturb us? Reveal yourself. Ha ha ha, Yunning Shuang. Did you think we would wait forever? A middle-aged man emerged, wielding a folding fan. Following him, three more figures appeared, all clad in black and red robes. Distinct in appearance, surrounding the boat from four directions. Yunning Shuang, instead of hiding away in the Luoyu sect, you dared to come out? Do you not know the worth of your head? One of the four, the only woman, licked her lips, her long fingers tracing circles in the air. A fiery long spear spiraling around her, a flicker of flame dancing like a sprite, yet she paled in comparison to her own alluring beauty. I see. You are the pests from the Liuhua sect, Yun Ningxuang replied with a cold smirk. How does this little girl possess such a sharp tongue? She seems far from the rumored icy demeanor, a hunchbacked old man, leaning on a cane and carrying a basket. Spoke in a voice that sent chills down Wang Fu and his companion's spines, rendering them breathless. I see demeanor? I see a wanton woman instead. A burly man from the north openly scrutinized Yu Ningxuang's figure, his gaze unabashed. Wanton woman? Can she compare to Flame Princess? Oh, there is no contest, ha ha ha. She certainly cannot. The men I have ridden could line up from the east to the west of the Daxia kingdom. Yet this Yu Ningxuang is a dream companion for countless cultivators, stirring the hearts of many men at night, a feat I can only envy. The seductive woman displayed a pitiful facade. Enough of this noise. Yu Ningxuang extended her delicate hand, a snow-white longsword materializing before her. A blade of sword energy ripping through the air, instantly reaching the enchanting woman. Since you have set an ambush, why engage in verbal sparring? If you wish to fight, then let us do so. My heart shall not waver in the slightest. The enchanting woman flipped her palm, summoning a small round shield that expanded into a large circular barrier. The sword energy struck it, causing the shield to tremble slightly before dissipating completely. Truly a sword cultivator. The enchanting woman shook her numb hand in frustration. Since we cannot find a flaw, we shall overpower her. Let's set up the encirclement. I refuse to believe she can contend with 4 of us within this 100-meter radius. Chapter 5. Ambushed in an instant, the 4 launched their attack. The enchanting woman formed a spell with her hand, the fiery long spear transforming into a length of several feet. Go, extreme fire spike. The spear turned into a streak of light, trailing flames as it hurtled towards Yun Ningxuang. Simultaneously, the other 3 employed their techniques. The middle-aged man with the folding fan waved it towards Yun Ningxuang, conjuring a scorching gale. The hunchbacked elder tapped the basket before him, revealing a wooden puppet within. The puppet, receiving its command, soared into the air, claws bared and ready to pounce. The burly man wielded a large knife, his spiritual energy surging, enveloped in flames, unleashing a fiery blade of energy. Yun Ningxuang's expression remained calm. With a light leap, she left the boat. Her white figure darted like a nimble rabbit, evading the extreme fire spike's assault. A sharp sword energy shot straight at the enchanting woman, forcing her to defend herself and temporarily abandon the extreme fire spike. An iron bridge crossed over the incoming fiery blade, and the snow-white longsword was hurled forth, transforming into a streak of white light that swiftly reached the burly man. Despite his frantic retreat and attempts to block with his large knife, the sword's speed was overwhelming, piercing through his chest and unleashing a wave of pain that echoed through his limbs. A superb magical artifact. The exclamation erupted from the burly man's lips, as if to alert his companions. However, the middle-aged man with the folding fan barely registered the sound when he saw the white figure tear through the scorching gale. Icy hands reaching for his throat. He hastily retreated to evade the fatal strike, simultaneously swinging his long knife across to counter. Yu Ningxuang moved with the wind, advancing with an unusual rhythm, her hand striking the long knife with a resounding thud. With her other hand retreating, she seized the middle-aged man's shoulder. Aha, caught you. The middle-aged man's face turned pale with terror. Crack. The sound of shattering bones intermingled with the burly man's anguished scream, resonating through the air. Help me. Crack, crack, crack. The puppet finally arrived. The middle-aged man felt a glimmer of hope, but in the next moment, Yun Ningxuang executed a counterspell. A colossal golden hand appeared out of nowhere, crushing the puppet into the ground, scattering its pieces and draining its spiritual energy, rendering it motionless. Not far away, the hunchbacked elder spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, filled with resentment. After all, it is not true puppet technique. A severed head soared into the sky. The remaining 3 widened their eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished by Yun Ningxuang's formidable strength. How is it possible for her to be so powerful? She cannot possibly be at the 12th level of chi refinement. The enchanting woman gazed at the dismembered remains of her companion, unable to suppress her sorrow. The 4 had taken on a mission from their sect, expecting that with their combined strength at the 12th level of chi refinement, subduing a similarly ranked Yu Ningxuang would be effortless. They had even gone to great lengths to rent a set of trapping flags to prevent her escape. Regardless of the circumstances, they must capture her. Once she reached the foundation establishment stage, her power would undoubtedly increase, making it exponentially more difficult to eliminate her. They would become mere prey at her mercy. The enchanting woman hastily commanded, though my strength may not be the greatest among us, the others will heed my decisions. You, old fool and rough brute, quickly unleash your best techniques. Otherwise, we shall share the same fate as the paper scholar. Flame Princess, I have a method, but it requires time to execute. You two must protect me. The hunchbacked elder spoke in a low voice, stripped of the arrogance he once possessed. Old ghost, if you possess any spells, now is the time to unleash them. Should you succeed, I shall grant you another chance to slumber. The enchanting woman's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She understood that although the old man was merely at the chi refinement stage, decades of cultivation must have endowed him with some hidden techniques. Watch closely. The hunchbacked elder discarded his basket and planted his cane before him. With hands forming intricate seals, tendrils of inky spiritual energy erupted from his limbs, writhing like venomous serpents as they burrowed into his back. His stooped figure began to swell, as if something malevolent were striving to break free. An aura of wickedness permeating the air. Unholy practices. Yin Ningxuang summoned her long sword back to her hand and charged at the hunchbacked elder, sensing that whatever was gestating behind him posed a significant threat. Suddenly, a massive blade descended from above, blocking her path. The burly man, missing an arm, muttered incantations. Flames like blood dancing upon his weapon. Die. The exquisite longsword, a superb artifact, cleaved to the inferno, allowing Yun Ningxuang to slip past. Her palm, aglow with golden radiance, pressed against the man's crown, causing him to bleed profusely from all 7 orifices. Yun Ningxuang, cease at once, or I shall end the lives of these 3 children. At some point, the alluring woman had circled to the side of the small boat, disregarding her status as a cultivator as she held Wang Fu and his companions hostage. 3 serpents of spiritual fire hovered before them, and Wang Fu felt an unbearable heat enveloping him, harboring a deep-seated loathing for the enchantress. Wang Feng buried his head in the boat, trembling uncontrollably, muttering, I want to go home. I want to go home. Zhou Ping fared little better, his corpulent frame quaking as he collapsed at the boat's edge, an unpleasant odor wafting from his trousers. Do you truly believe that by holding 3 mere mortals hostage, I will simply surrender? How laughable. With a flick of her wrist, Yun Ningxuang released her grip, and the burly man crumpled to the ground, utterly lifeless. She dusted off her jade-white hand, now devoid of golden light, and gazed intently at the enchanting woman. If you genuinely intend to yield, I shall spare these children. Otherwise, they shall perish before my very eyes, leaving indelible cracks in your pristine heart of Tao. The enchanting woman screamed in fury. Dare you wager? I do not gamble. Yun Ningxuang replied, shaking her head as she thrust her exquisite sword into the ground. A glimmer of delight crossed the alluring woman's face. Truly worthy of the title Fairy Ningxuang. Yet, unbeknownst to her, within the boat lay an inconspicuous 3-inch silver needle, imperceptibly trembling before it began to levitate with a gentle, swaying motion. Wang Fu inadvertently caught sight of a silver needle. Having perused numerous tales of celestial heroes, he immediately surmised that it belonged to a beautiful fairy. Hey, you foul woman. Release me. Wang Fu shouted at the enchanting lady. You little imp, what did you call me? The alluring woman retorted coldly. I called you ugly, reeking of filth. Akin to the stinking bugs in my family's latrine, Wang Fu exclaimed with astonishing boldness, prompting even Wang Feng and Zhou Ping to look over in disbelief. Good heavens. Isn't this akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, hastening one's demise? You insolent brat. The enchanting woman, infuriated, threatened, I shall end your life. With a swift motion of her hand, a fiery serpent rushed toward Wang Fu. In that instant, the 3-inch silver needle from the small boat shot forth, piercing the back of the enchanting woman's head in the blink of an eye. Her pupils constricted as vitality drained from her, and before she could utter a word, the needle emerged from her forehead, extinguishing her life. Indeed, as the books say, villains perish from their loquacity. Wang Fu mused, recalling the tales from his studies, only to be jolted by a searing pain in his chest. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Celestial being, save me. Upon the enchanting woman's death, the fire serpent spiraled out of control, and a plume of poisonous flames descended upon Wang Fu, instantly scorching through his clothing and burrowing into his flesh like a parasitic worm. The toxic fire surged unabated into Wang Fu's body. Celestial being, save me. A cool, delicate hand settled upon Wang Fu's back. It was Yun Ningxuang. Cease your wailing. I can hear you, she said. A wave of icy energy flowed into Wang Fu, alleviating the burning sensation in his chest, yet the intense heat remained. The fire poison has entered your body, and as a mere mortal, your survival is a testament to your luck. Do not move recklessly. Your body is too frail to withstand a surge of spiritual energy. We must extract the fire poison gradually. Yun Ningxuang felt somewhat helpless. Yet she had a favorable impression of this Wang Fu. He had not cowered in the face of the fiery demoness threat and had rendered considerable assistance. Were it not for his bold insults, her concealed artifact aboard the small boat would not have been so easily obtained. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked elder's concealed entity finally emerged from its shell. A swirl of black mist coalesced into a being that was neither human nor ghost. While the puppet elder vanished from sight, that old fool thought he could enslave me, only to become my sustenance. A shrill voice echoed through the formation, sending chills down the spine. To her surprise, it was a ghostly puppet, the elder from the Fiery Flame sect, who had spent his days manipulating puppets, had ultimately reaped what he sowed. Yinning Shuang sneered. Celestial being, is that a ghost? It's coming closer. Zhou Peng trembled in fear. What fresh blood food. Perfect for my sustenance. This old man's bones are too tough to chew, the ghostly puppet cackled, its malevolent aura intensifying as it transformed into a towering ghostly figure, looming ominously. But it is merely a newborn ghost. With a flick of her finger, Yinning Shuang launched a golden orb that swiftly morphed into a protective barrier, shielding a radius of 10 feet. The ghostly puppet's wicked hand struck against the barrier, creating ripples but failing to breach it, frightening Zhou Ping and Wang Feng in the process. Celestial being, what shall we do now? Yunning Shuang remained silent, her delicate hand gesturing as a golden talisman slowly materialized. The talisman bore no intricate symbols. Instead, it featured a tangible golden sword. The talisman floated before her while she used one hand to extract the fire poison from Wang Fu and the other to form a seal, channeling spiritual energy into the talisman, multitasking with precision. Outside the barrier, the ghostly puppet continued its frenzied assault, and the fissures on the barrier multiplied, clearly indicating it would soon be breached. Fortunately, the luminescence of the golden sword on the talisman grew increasingly radiant, and in the next moment, a 3-foot golden sword broke free, soaring into the air. Such a waste of my talisman's power. Yunning Shuang formed her fingers into the shape of a sword and pointed from afar. The barrier dissipated, and the golden sword pierced through the clouds, instantly transforming into a colossal 3-foot blade that obliterated the ghostly puppet beneath its formidable sword energy. The momentum of the 3-foot golden sword did not wane, soaring skyward. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattering glass echoed as a protective dome, akin to a vast bowl, crumbled under the might of the golden sword. The enemy formation, painstakingly rented by the 4 from the Fiery Flame sect, was torn asunder in an instant. For small flags emerged from the void, shattering and losing their spiritual power. The small boat ascended once more, soaring toward the horizon. After a considerable time, the mountain range ahead rose sharply, and the boat's speed diminished. Before them lay an endless expanse of majestic mountains, shrouded in layers of mist, with glimpses of pavilions, towers, and wildlife peeking through. Celestial being, have we arrived? Zhou Ping rubbed his drowsy eyes, having dozed off after the earlier fright. Indeed, we have reached the Falling Feather Mountain range, where our Falling Feather sect resides. The woman in white executed a spell, causing the mist to part and reveal a path just wide enough for the small boat to traverse. As soon as the boat entered, the mist swiftly closed behind them, obscuring their view in an instant. Once we enter the sect, do not refer to me as Celestial Being anymore. My name is Yunning Shuang. From now on, you may address me as Sister Yun. But everyone in our village calls me that. Wang Feng tilted his head in confusion. Yunning Shuang shook her head. The common folk speak without restraint, but once you enter the Celestial Gate, such terms are inappropriate. Only those who ascend to become celestial beings may be called celestial beings. We are merely cultivators seeking the path. The 3 nodded, albeit with a hint of bewilderment. Moments later, the small boat finally emerged from the thick mist, revealing a scene reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the world. Crystal clear waters, melodious birds, cascading waterfalls, and vibrant clouds. Perhaps this was the realm of the immortals. A towering peak pierced the heavens, dominating their view, its ridges and valleys entwined with swirling mists, revealing winding paths spiraling toward the clouds. The mountains, dark as iron, stood solemn and majestic, the setting sun casting a red hue that resembled a painted scroll. Ancient buildings were carved into the mountains, with streams meandering around them and birds soaring overhead. Looking up, at the peak, amidst the wispy clouds, stood a grand, ebony hall, exuding an air of ancient might, as if a colossal beast from antiquity had yielded to its presence. Amidst the clouds clinging to the mountains, thick chains spanned in all directions, extending toward a distant, massive shadow of a mountain. Was there another such towering range hidden there? This was the Falling Feather sect, a singular peak that could rightfully be deemed an otherworldly sanctuary. One of the 6 major cultivation sects of the Great Xian Nation, it boasted formidable strength. Although not the most powerful, it was a revered haven that countless wandering cultivators aspired to enter. As they descended, Yin Ningxuang took Wang Fu's hand in one of hers, while with a gentle wave of the other, the small boat swiftly shrank, vanishing into the pouch at her waist. Well, the fire poison within you has been largely eradicated. Yin Ningxuang released Wang Fu's hand. Thank you, Sister Yun, Wang Fu replied, reluctant to part, for he had never held the hand of any woman besides his mother, let alone one as ethereal as a fairy. Just then, 3 figures floated down from the mountain peak. Haha, Sister Yin, you've returned at last. How was your journey? As a voice echoed, Wang Fu felt a chilling gaze sweep over him. A young man clad in a long robe adorned with blue brocade descended, his feet resting upon a massive golden leaf, which shrank instantaneously and vanished into a brocade pouch at his waist. A mere visit to an ordinary mountain village is such a trivial matter. I believe it unnecessary for junior Sister Yun to undertake this personally. It could easily be entrusted to others. It is with Zhao Shidi's diligence that I am here. As Uncle Zhu has an old acquaintance with our master, hence the instruction for me to act. Yin Ningxuang nodded calmly, her voice as frigid as an everlasting glacier, leaving Wang Fu and his companions somewhat astonished. So it was indeed Uncle He's directive. The robed youth chuckled, his gaze fixated on Yin Ningxuang without faltering. He seemed poised to speak further, yet was interrupted by a middle-aged man standing nearby. Enough. I can sense that junior Sister Yun's aura is somewhat disordered. Did you encounter any troubles on your journey? This man, stroking his beard and standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an aura of ethereal grace, in stark contrast to the young man. Yes, I encountered a few pests and dealt with them effortlessly, Yin Ningxuang replied with a nod. Pests? The pest of the fire sect? Not wishing to elaborate, she refrained from continuing on the subject. The fire sect? What a coincidence! Observing Yin Ningxuang's reluctance to delve deeper, the middle-aged man seemed to recall something and chose not to pursue the matter further, turning his attention to Wang Fu and his companions. These 3 must be the youths of Wutong village, each possessing spiritual roots? Yin Ningxuang slightly inclined her head, her voice remaining as frigid as before. Indeed. Master instructed to bring back anyone with spiritual roots, so I did not conduct specific tests on the types of roots. I will leave the subsequent matters to Senior Brother Wu. Please proceed according to the established protocols and report back to my master afterward. Will we report directly to Uncle He? The middle-aged man inquired casually. Is junior sister preparing for foundation building? Upon seeing Yin Ningxuang nod, he was taken aback. This girl has only been in the sect for a few years and is already preparing for foundation building. She truly lives up to the genius title, having been sought after by the Golden Pill Elder as a direct disciple. Is junior sister about to challenge foundation building? I wonder if the foundation building pills are sufficient. I have 2 that master bestowed upon me. The robed youth offered his assistance eagerly. Wang Fu, who had been observing the dynamics, noted the young man's apparent interest in Yin Ningxuang, sensing a one-sided affection. He surmised that the hostility directed towards him stemmed from witnessing Yin Ningxuang holding his hand, despite being merely 14 years of age. However, Yin Ningxuang paid him no heed, instead turning to Wang Fu and his companions, her voice cutting through the air with an icy clarity. You 3 shall continue with the sex assessment. Afterward, Senior Brother will arrange your training. We understand. Thank you. Junior Sister Yun. Farewell, Junior Sister. Wang Fu and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Ningxuang slightly inclined her head and gracefully leaped onto the summoned small boat, vanishing within moments, leaving only a lingering fragrance in her wake. Chapter 7. The Hall of Affairs. The 3 gazed eagerly at the middle-aged man referred to as Wu Shixiang by Yin Ningxuang, while the robed youth and another individual were momentarily disregarded, for they discerned the superior status of the middle-aged man. Come, follow me, the middle-aged man instructed, striding forward. The trio promptly trailed behind. However, the plump Zhou Ping could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Wu Shixiang, where are we going? The middle-aged man halted. But before he could respond, the robed youth interjected sharply, silence. How dare you address Wu Shixiang so casually? You are nothing but rustic villagers, devoid of any decorum. Zhou Peng trembled in fright, his corpulent frame quaking, and his legs felt weak. Wang Fu hastily supported the chubby fellow to prevent him from collapsing. Yet, the robed youth was not inclined to relent easily. A cold snort emanated from him, echoing like thunder in the ears of the 3, particularly affecting Wang Fu, who felt a sudden constriction in his chest, nearly gasping for breath. Humph! Wang Fulian collapsed onto the ground. While Wang Fu and Zhou Peng were not in a much better state, the 3 of them entangled in a pitiful heap. They had just entered the sect and had yet to commence their training, thus exhibiting no fault. Fortunately, the middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. Remember, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Our falling feather sect adheres to the same principle. Entry into the sect is not determined by seniority, but solely by one's cultivation prowess. He introduced himself. I am Wu Jianong. You should address me as Shu. This is my disciple, Wei Ming, who is of your generation. As for Zhao Zilan and your escort, junior sister Yun, they are direct disciples of the Golden Core Elder. It is best to regard each accordingly. The middle-aged man gestured towards the two individuals beside him. Yes, sure Shu Wu. Wang Fu and his companions were filled with trepidation, losing the previous sense of ease and comfort. After a brief moment, they arrived at a grand hall, the Hall of Affairs. One by one, they placed their hands upon the spirit testing tablet. Wu Jianyang pointed towards a towering stone monument within the hall, indicating that Wang Fu and his companions should approach. The three exchanged glances. Zhou Ping, still haunted by his earlier fears, tugged at Wang Fu's sleeve. With a silent sigh, Wang Fu extended his palm and pressed it against the spirit testing tablet. In just a breath or two, a radiant golden light gradually emerged on the surface of the stone, followed by hues of green, blue, red, and yellow, all evenly distributed across the monument. Upon witnessing the five-colored glow, Zhao Zilan couldn't help but scoff, exclaiming that he had expected something more impressive than the most inferior mixed elemental roots. It was to be expected, though. In a remote village, having any elemental roots at all was fortunate. One could hardly hope for anything more, as it was merely a formality. Wang Fu gazed at the five hues upon the stone tablet, acutely aware of the derisive laughter nearby, fully cognizant of his own lackluster talents. Zhao Shidi, do temper your demeanor. Elder Zhu of Wutong village has previously rendered great service to our sect, Wu Jianong remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Wang Fu harbored a deep-seated resentment, careful not to reveal his feelings. Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed from beyond the palace. Ha ha ha, Brother Wu, one cannot speak so lightly. My falling feather sect is a respectable cultivation sect within the Great Xia Kingdom. To accept a disciple with mixed elemental roots would be beneath our dignity. Should we not be allowed to express this? A middle-aged man, barely 5 feet tall and round-bellied, strolled forward. Dressed in resplendent robes, his greased, twirled mustache gleamed, and his prominent gold-capped front tooth shone brightly. As he approached, he stroked his mustache and jovially made way for himself, saying, I just returned from the mundane world, bringing back 3 lads with spiritual roots. What a coincidence to find Brother Wu also testing roots. Behind him stood 3 boys, each around 10 years old. Brother Jean, you have quite the fortune, bringing back 3 promising prospects for our sect. Congratulations. Wu Jianyang nodded in acknowledgement before introducing Wang Fu and the others. This is Master Jean Xiangue, he is your Uncle Jean. The trio bowed respectfully, already nicknaming the diminutive middle-aged man Big Golden Tooth in their minds. Oh, please. Big Golden Tooth dismissed them with a wave. Since we fortuitously meet to test roots, how about Brother Wu and I engage in a friendly wager? Wu Jianyang hesitated, knowing the man's reputation was less than stellar. Ah, come now, Brother Wu. Big Golden Tooth raised his voice. If after years of cultivation, you consider yourself merely modest, what does that make us, your juniors? I heard you recently acquired a 500-year-old flame pattern herb. You know my cultivation is fire-based, since you have no need for it. Why not gamble? Big Golden Tooth grinned widely, revealing his shining teeth. I happen to possess a 600-year-old wood attribute spirit herb. What spirit herb? Wu Jianyang's interest was piqued. His cultivation was wood-based. Hiki, the azure light grass. Wu Jianyang pondered briefly and then nodded. Since you are so generous, I, Wu, cannot decline. Brother, that's the spirit. Big Golden Tooth waved his hand, calling out to the 3 boys, Lu Yang, you go first. One of the boys stepped forward, head slightly raised in pride. His extravagant attire indeed giving him the air to be proud, especially compared to Wang Fu and his companions, clad in rough cloth. The spirit testing stone emitted a radiant glow of red, yellow, and green. Not bad. You have medium-level roots in fire, earth, and wood. Big Golden Tooth declared confidently, ha ha ha. Brother Wu, I concede. Wu Jianyang remained impassive, concealing his emotions, yet Wang Fu felt a faint malice directed towards him. Ah, what a stroke of misfortune, he lamented inwardly. Chao Jiang, Zhang Sun, you two go ahead. Big Golden Tooth gestured for the other 2 affluent boys to test their roots. Brother Wu, I'll let these 2 boys go first. Is that all right? Not a problem. Since we are wagering, the final result is what matters, Wu Jianyang replied with calm composure. Moments later, both tests concluded, revealing medium-level roots of gold, yellow, and green, and blue, red, and yellow, respectively. To their disappointment, none possessed superior roots. Big Golden Tooth feigned regret, though it was clear to all present that he was pleased. Medium roots surpass over half of the cultivators. Not to mention, within the Falling Feather sect, those with superior roots are exceedingly rare. You too, go test as well, Wu Jianong instructed, his demeanor unchanged. Zhou Ping glanced at Wang Feng, who appeared even more timid than himself, sighed, realizing he would bear the brunt of this situation, forgetting that he had previously encouraged Wang Fu to take the lead. With a plump hand pressed against the cold stone tablet, brilliant light erupted forth, gold and blue luminescence radiated magnificently. Gold and earth dual roots. Wu Jianyang's eyes lit up with excitement. Indeed, a remarkable combination, as earth nurtures gold, a premium among superior roots. Zhou Ping felt a mix of confusion but recognized Wu's delight. Understanding his own roots must be commendable. Congratulations, congratulations. May I ask your name, young disciple? Zhao Zilan approached with a broad smile. Zhou Ping. Congratulations, brother Zhou. With dual nurturing roots, your cultivation of gold-based techniques will yield great results. Perhaps even leading you to become a sword cultivator. Zhao Zilan, who had previously expressed disdain, now acknowledged Zhou's superior talent. Realizing that this stout figure might attract the attention of some Golden Core elder, potentially becoming a cherished disciple. As for previous grievances, they were now inconsequential. All right. Let us proceed. Wu Jianong beamed, gesturing for Wang Feng to continue, casting a glance at Big Golden Tooth, whose countenance was a stark contrast to his own joy. Wang Feng nodded slightly, cautiously placing his hand upon the stone tablet. A resonant hum echoed as the spirit measuring tablet instantaneously emanated a radiant light. A brilliant azure glow that filled the eyes of all present. Humph. Upon witnessing this, the big-toothed man, without waiting for the brilliance to fade, whisked away his sleeve, leaving behind a foot-tall azure spirit herb suspended in the air. Even the three youths he had brought along did not dare to take it, evidently having lost the wager. Their anger palpable. Take your time, junior brother Jean, Wu Jiayan chuckled heartily, beckoning with his hand as the azure herb floated into his grasp. This was a unique spirit root of superior quality, the azure glow indicative of a wind spirit root among the extraordinary. Zhao Zilan swallowed hard. An extraordinary spirit root was only slightly inferior to a heavenly spirit root. With the appropriate cultivation methods, its cultivation speed could even rival that of certain heavenly spirit roots. Our Luoyu sect's fourth extraordinary spirit root. Haha, my dear junior brother, I truly extend my heartfelt congratulations. Wang Fubi was filled with disdain. The spiritual root assessment had concluded. Within the hall, Wu Jianyang gazed at the 6 young men. According to the rules of our Luoyu sect, those with inferior or intermediate spiritual roots may become outer disciples, cultivating on the outer peaks until they reach the 10th level of qi refinement to ascend to the inner sect. His gaze fixated on the 3 youths brought by the Golden Tooth. Wei Ming, take these 3 to report to the outer sect. The taciturn youth beside Wu Jianyang nodded and promptly led the 3 away from the administrative hall. Wang Feng and Zhou Ping. You possess superior spiritual roots and may directly enter the inner sect for training. Please accompany me shortly to pay respects to the sect master. Wu Jianyang had not mentioned that the spiritual roots of the 2 might attract the elder's favor, potentially leading to their acceptance as direct disciples. As for you, Wu Jianyang turned his attention to Wang Fu. With a mixed spiritual root of the 5 elements, you must start as a servant disciple. If you can break through to the 4th level of qi refinement within 10 years, you may also become a formal disciple. The servant disciple Wang Fu fell silent. Although he had just arrived at the Luoyu sect, he understood that the term servant signified the lowest status within the sect. His fists clenched tightly. The thought of spiritual roots stirred a profound sense of resentment, causing his fingertips to turn pale. Senior Brother Wu, I recall that our Liu sect has a method to allow disciples with inadequate qualifications to bypass the usual requirements and become formal disciples, does it not? Zhao Zilan remarked with a smirk, his chin resting on his hand as he looked down at Wang Fu, his eyes slightly narrowed, concealing his thoughts. Wang Fu raised his gaze towards him, then turned to Wu Jianyang. Wu Jianyang furrowed his brow. Indeed, there is a way. Master Wu, what method is that? Wang Fu seemed to have grasped a lifeline. He had come to cultivate immortality, not to serve as a menial laborer. Our Falling Feather sect boasts 3 main peaks. And behind one of them, the Falling Sunset Peak, lies a 1,000-step stone staircase. If one can reach the end of this staircase within 12 hours, they shall be exempt from menial duties and become an official disciple, even earning the chance to meet the elders and become a direct disciple. Wu Jianyang explained. But this path, Zhao Zilan, with his arms crossed over his chest, interrupted Wu Jianyang. Brother Wu, I perceive that this lad is reluctant to accept defeat. There is no need for so many words. Why not indulge him and allow him to ascend the 1,000-step stone staircase? If he truly succeeds, it would be a win-win situation. Having his words interrupted, Wu Jianyang felt a twinge of displeasure. However, Zhao Zilan was a favored disciple of the Golden Core Elder, leaving Wu Jianyang reluctant to create conflict. Nonetheless, he did not refrain from conveying the necessary warnings. The 1,000-step stone staircase is composed entirely of uneven and treacherous steps, winding steeply up the sheer cliffside, with a precipice looming beside it. Should one lose their footing and fall, they would undoubtedly meet a gruesome demise. Have you fully considered this? Wang Fu gritted his teeth and respectfully said, Please, Master Uncle, grant me this chance. He could never resign himself to becoming a mere servant. He aspired to be a true disciple of the sect, to cultivate and seek enlightenment. He was well aware that Zhao Zilan harbored ill intentions, merely hoping that he would plummet from the precipice and meet his demise. Yet, he was resolute. He would not be deterred. Beside him, Zhou Peng displayed a worried expression. Then let us proceed, Wu Jianyang suggested. Observing the situation, he chose not to say more, for it is often futile to counsel one intent on self-destruction. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Fu suddenly felt the world spin around him. A fierce wind howled, obscuring his vision until, after a moment, a towering cliff loomed before him, reaching into the clouds. Behind the falling sunset peak lay the 1,000 cliff steps, a stone staircase embedded within the majestic cliff, leading into the depths of the clouds. This path had existed for centuries, established by the previous master of Falling Sunset Peak to provide a glimmer of hope for disciples lacking in innate talent. That master once proclaimed that while aptitude for cultivation is vital, perseverance is equally crucial. If one could ascend to the summit without relying on external aids, even those with lesser talents could be granted the status of a formal disciple. Wu Jianyang gazed at the seemingly endless staircase. Over the years, only one individual had managed to ascend to the pinnacle in a single day and night, despite being an ordinary mortal. Consider this carefully, should you fall from the cliff. You will undoubtedly be shattered beyond recognition, he warned, fixing his gaze upon Wang Fu. I have made up my mind. I will reach the summit. Wang Fu declared with unwavering conviction. I must become a formal disciple. With that, he took determined steps towards the staircase. Such a good-hearted disposition, Wu Jianyang mused, shaking his head slightly before turning to Zhao Zilan. Since this matter was instigated by you, it falls upon your shoulders to handle it. Of course, Zhao Zilan replied, a mocking smile gracing his face as he watched Wang Fu's retreating figure. Wu Jianyang frowned slightly at the sight. Zhao, remember, he hails from Wutong village. While it may be acceptable for junior sister Yun to return empty-handed, she has now brought 2 exceptionally gifted disciples to the sect. You must think this through. Huh. Brother Wu thinks too highly of the matter. I have no desire to harm a mere mortal, Zhao Zilan retorted dismissively. Let us hope that is the case. With a wave of his hand, Wu Jianyang whisked away the anxious Wang Feng and Zhou Peng, transforming them into a streak of light that vanished from sight. After all, he is but an insignificant ant. With a mere flick of my hand, I could reduce him to a pitiful state. Why would I bother to take his life? Zhao Zilan scoffed as he gazed upon the 1,000 cliff steps, which delved deep into the clouds. Chapter 9. The bone-cutting trials. The steps of the 1,000 cliff steps were uneven and steep, flanked by a sheer, smooth cliff on one side and an unfathomable abyss on the other. A moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall. Wang Fu even glimpsed the stark white bones lying upon the tenacious branches that grew defiantly from the precipice. After traversing less than half a day, he felt as though his legs were encased in lead. Each step was an arduous endeavor, his garments soaked with perspiration, and he gasped for breath, struggling to catch the air. Initially, from the base of the mountain, under the fading sunlight, the stone steps that led to the clouds appeared not so interminable. Yet, now, standing upon them, the path seemed endless, stretching forth into a realm of stone, shrouded in a lifeless gray, stretching infinitely before him. In the oppressive darkness of night, the stone path was eerily silent, its seemingly bottomless expanse resembling a ghastly abyss. Apart from Wang Fu, no other life could be perceived. He felt as though he had been forsaken, stumbling forward under the faint, ethereal glow of the distant stars and moon. Wang Fu gritted his teeth, acutely aware that this was his final opportunity to become an official disciple. He never anticipated that his spiritual root was only adequate for the role of a mere servant disciple. But what did a servant disciple do? Was it not merely to perform the menial and laborious tasks for the sect, engaging in activities unrelated to cultivation day in and day out? How could one possibly achieve greatness? He envied Zhou Ping and Wang Feng, who possessed extraordinary spiritual roots, akin to that of Master Wu Jianyang's, directly ascending to the inner disciples. As for him, if he could not become an inner disciple, he at least aspired to enter the outer sect. Only by becoming an official disciple of the Luoyu sect could the ambitions that burned within him, the dreams of soaring through the skies and vanquishing demons, be realized. He refused to live a life of mediocrity. He yearned to be like the immortals in stories, attaining eternal life. He wished to emulate senior sister Yunning Shuang, who, with a mere gesture, could eradicate evil and uphold justice. He did not want to become a worthless failure. In the stillness of the night, Wang Fu had already begun to crawl, using both hands and feet. His empty stomach growled audibly, but fortunately there were fried peanuts packed by his father in his bag. He grabbed a handful, munching on the peanuts while climbing the stone steps. As dawn broke, a ray of purplish sunlight fell upon the endless staircase, illuminating the bloodstains on the steps with a mesmerizing glow. After a night of relentless struggle, Wang Fu was utterly exhausted. He could scarcely feel the passage of time. With only one unwavering belief sustaining him, he must reach the end of the staircase. He must become an official disciple of the sect. Despite his hands and feet being blistered, each movement sending sharp pangs of pain through him, every additional step a torment, he persevered, climbing relentlessly, using his hands and feet, even his knees and elbows. His skin tore, and the blood-soaked stone steps became dazzling. The fabric of his shirt was drenched in blood, and his vision blurred. Yet, unbeknownst to him, within the blood-soaked garment lay a small cauldron, about the size of a half-fist, covered in blood, undergoing a miraculous transformation. This was the very cauldron that Wang Tong had compensated him with. The originally pitch-black cauldron seemed to shed its skin, revealing a lustrous bronze hue. Intricate patterns, resembling deep ravines, became distinct as the muddy filth within flowed out, unveiling a faint azure glow emanating from within the cauldron. A voice of surprise echoed through the mist. Unexpectedly, an aged figure floated down, his hair and beard completely white, his form slender, landing steadily on the steps. His murky eyes gazed upon the bloodied Wang Fu, who continued to ascend, and he sighed softly. At that very moment, the small cauldron in Wang Fu's garment transformed into a barely perceptible gleam of bronze, concealed within his chest, leaving behind a pattern resembling a tattoo of the cauldron. On the treacherous thousand cliff steps, countless bones have been ground to dust. The old man, oblivious to any anomalies, had one hand behind his back, the other lightly clasping a fist near his mouth, clearing his throat twice. He looked at Wang Fu, whose legs were a gruesome sight, and could not help but speak. Young man, though the path ahead has an end, it remains distant and unattainable for you. Why persist? Perhaps it would be better to abandon this endeavor and descend the mountain. Wang Fu's consciousness had long since blurred, yet a solitary will propelled him upward. Striving to reach the summit, to become a formal disciple, to wander freely in the world while slaying demons and vanquishing evil, this was the last thought lingering in his heart. He was utterly oblivious to the elder's words. His dazed gaze could perceive nothing beyond the endless stone steps. The elder's expression shifted ever so slightly, his murky eyes seemingly recalling something, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly, extending his bony hand to rest upon Wang Fu's head. Very well, since our paths have crossed, let us see what unfolds. In the next moment, the elder's countenance grew inscrutable. With a mixed elemental root of 5, yet possessing 8 open spiritual apertures, heaven truly played a grand joke on you. He withdrew his hand, casting a deep glance at Wang Fu. No wonder such determination. Yet how regrettable. However, every encounter is a form of destiny. I shall not hesitate to grant you this opportunity. Whether you can seize it, whether it brings you fortune or calamity, depends solely on fate. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, indeed. With that, the elder's figure gradually faded, as if he had never existed, leaving behind a barely perceptible stream of energy that silently infiltrated Wang Fu's right palm. In the depths of the mist, a robust middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This old fool exchanged 2 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs for a mere message and sought to abduct my disciple. A mere 5 elemental roots, with only a semblance of determination. He scoffed, losing interest and fading away, leaving only a murmuring voice behind. Yet, this information was indeed significant. I must prepare thoroughly. Under the blazing Sunday, noon arrived, and the scorching rays beat down upon Wang Fu, yet he remained undeterred. Numerous cultivators from the Falling Feather sect flying overhead noticed Wang Fu, but none offered sympathy. Only disdain. Oh, is someone on the Thousand Cliff steps? How tragic. utterly mangled. Yet, how foolish. This person must possess abysmal talent. Foolishly attempting to ascend the 1,000 cliff to reach us, oblivious to the peril. As the sun set and dusk approached, Wang Fu's breath had grown exceedingly faint, as if he might lose his final breath at any moment. Fortuitously, he vaguely discerned the end of the stone steps, rekindling the motivation to continue his ascent. There stood a resplendent palace, surrounded by radiant colors and ethereal clouds. Before the palace, Zhao Zilan reclined on a chair, intermittently plucking fruits from beside him. A smile graced his lips as he looked down at Wang Fu on the steps, his eyes gleaming with mockery. I never expected you to make it this far. Your perseverance is commendable, yet alas, the time has come. You are still 100 steps away from me. Zhao Zilan's tone abruptly turned fierce. Failure. Chapter 10. Shaodong Peak. As Wang Fu's trembling hand barely grazed the next stone step, a sudden sound shattered his hopes entirely. 100 steps, 100 steps. He let out a bitter laugh, a mouthful of blood spilling forth, his body swaying as he collapsed, his head burying itself into unconsciousness. Oh, truly a commoner from a small mountain village. Zhao Zilan took several strides to Wang Fu's side, producing a dark, glossy pill and roughly forcing it into Wang Fu's mouth. The connection between Wutong village and the sect, coupled with the emergence of 2 disciples with superior spiritual roots, made it difficult for Zhao Zilan to turn a blind eye to his plight. Of course, the most pressing concern was his fear of inciting Yun Ningxuang's disdain, for she was to be his destined companion. As the night deepened and the air turned chilly, Zhao Zilan departed, leaving Wang Fu to slumber upon the frigid stone steps. It was not until the following morning that Zhao Zilan reappeared. A ray of sunlight streamed down, rousing Wang Fu from his slumber. He discovered himself still sprawled upon the stone steps, relieved that, aside from a painful face and a general weakness, he bore no other injuries. Awake? Now that you are. It's time to report to the deacon's office. Zhao Zilan's cold voice rang out, and before Wang Fu could react, he felt the fabric of his back seized, propelling him into the air. A fierce wind howled around him, causing tears to stream down his face and his cheeks to sting. Close your eyes if you wish to avoid being blinded, Zhao Zilan huffed, prompting Wang Fu to quickly shut his eyes. At that moment, he longed for the little boat of senior sister Yun Ningxuang. Moments later, he sensed a deceleration in their speed and cautiously opened his eyes, only to find that they had arrived at a mountain peak, one far inferior to Laoxia Peak, barely rising above the foot of the mountain. There, atop the peak, stood an unremarkable square courtyard, with a crooked plaque above the entrance bearing the words Deacon's Office in bold strokes. Wang Fu was carelessly thrown to the ground by Zhao Zifeng, wincing in pain as he rolled several times before finally regaining his composure. He dared not meet Zhao's gaze, fearing that the anger in his eyes would betray him. Instead, he resorted to cursing and swearing in the depths of his mind. Well, this is the place for menial tasks. You may report here on your own, Zhao Zilan remarked, clapping his hands. With that, he activated his golden leaf flying artifact and vanished, seemingly unwilling to exchange another word with Wang Fu. Wang Fu silently cursed under his breath as he brushed off the dust and debris from his clothes. With a sigh, he acknowledged his failure to reach the pinnacle of Qianya Road within the stipulated time frame, rendering him unable to become a formal disciple and relegating him to the role of a mere servant disciple. Master Wu had once mentioned that as long as one could transcend the 4th stage of qi refinement within 10 years, they could ascend to the ranks of a formal disciple and enter the outer sect for cultivation. Since his attempt on the perilous stone steps of Qianya had proven unsuccessful, he resolved to pursue an alternative path. In 10 years, he refused to believe that he could not break through. After all, what did it matter if he remained a servant disciple? With enough diligence and sincerity, he was determined to forge his own destiny. Wang Fu, while continuously comforting himself, shed his blood-stained, tattered garments and donned the clean clothes prepared by his mother in his bundle. Disposing of the filthy attire, he proceeded towards the house ahead. What does that boy want? A rotund middle-aged man emerged from the dwelling, his beady eyes scrutinizing Wang Fu, visibly repulsed by his soiled visage. Excuse me. Is this the servants' quarters? Wang Fu inquired cautiously, though he had only arrived at the Luoyu sect 2 days prior. He had already discerned the prevailing rules. Might makes right. One's cultivation level determines their worth. At this juncture, he could only tread carefully to seize an opportunity. He was no fool. This is Shaodong Peak, one of the 4 servant peaks of Luoyu sect. I am Feng Dafu, the overseer of Shaodong Peak. Who are you? And what brings you here? The middle-aged man glanced at the sky where Zhao Zilan had just departed, then turned his attention back to Wang Fu. He was somewhat perplexed by the background of this disheveled youth, as it was rare for someone escorted by a senior brother with a flying artifact to arrive. My name is Wang Fu. I just joined the Luoyu sect 2 days ago and have come to report to the servant quarters today. Wang Fu said with a slight bow. Oh, you joined 2 days ago, yet you are only reporting today? Feng Dafu stroked his greasy chin, scrutinizing Wang Fu once more. Wang Fu hesitated. Noticing his indecision, Feng Dafu pressed further. Do you know who sent you here? The person who sent me? Wang Fu was taken aback. Then realized that this chubby man was judging based on connections. He had no qualms about riding on the coattails of a senior brother. Oh, you mean senior brother Zhao? Which senior brother Zhao? Feng Dafu quickly inquired. Zhao Ziluan, senior brother Zhao. He brought me here this morning. Wang Fu chuckled inwardly at the man's eagerness. Though he did not lie, he simply altered his tone to suggest a familiarity with Zhao Ziluan. Zhao Ziluan, the one who is a direct disciple of Elder Sun? Feng Dafu's eyes widened in astonishment. There should not be another by that name in Luoyu sect, Wang Fu replied. I cannot believe it is truly him. Feng Dafu, whose aptitude was rather mediocre, had only managed to become an overseer of servants due to his connections. He was privy to various matters within the sect, aware of which disciples possessed exceptional talents and which had been taken under the wing of elders. The prodigious Zhao Ziluan was firmly etched in his memory. He would not dare offend anyone associated with him, let alone this newcomer. The fact that this young man had taken 2 days to report after entering the sect suggested a potential relationship with Zhao Ziluan, one that was hard to believe could be mere coincidence. Even as a servant disciple, such a connection could yield favorable prospects within Liu's sect, regardless of one's innate talent. Hee, Feng Dafu forced a smile, leading Wang Fu into the courtyard. Junior brother, since you are new here, let me take you to register and collect your servant disciple materials. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Fu thought quickly, realizing he had successfully leveraged his connection. As for whether he would be discovered later, that was a concern for another day for now. He focused on the present. Feng Dafu guided Wang Fu into the building, all the while introducing him to Xiaodong Peak. It turned out that Luoyu sect comprised 4 major servant peaks, each situated close to one another, serving the formal disciples of the sect with various resources. Some peaks cultivated spiritual plants and grains, while others raised spiritual poultry and livestock for sustenance, or produced spiritual food for spiritual beasts and insects, and cared for low-grade spiritual herbs and medicines. In essence, the task of the servant peaks was to serve the formal disciples of the sect. Tasks at the servant peaks varied in difficulty, some were easy while others were arduous. The distribution of these tasks was entirely at the discretion of the overseer, a position of considerable authority. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu felt a sense of relief for having aligned himself with a formidable figure. Otherwise, this corpulent man would undoubtedly have assigned him exceedingly arduous tasks. Now, however, it seemed unlikely that he would be burdened unduly. Chapter 11. The Secret of the Thick Earth. After registering his information, Feng Dafu escorted Wang Fu to the storeroom, where they collected bedding and 2 sets of standard hemp garments, the designated attire for the auxiliary disciples of the Luoyu sect. Although all disciples on Xiaodong Peak were auxiliary, Wang Fu should be aware that these disciples could indeed cultivate. Should one reach the 4th level of qi refinement within 10 years, they could shed their auxiliary status and ascend to that of a formal disciple. Feng Dafu continued to lead Wang Fu through the courtyard. Arriving at the main hall at the courtyard's entrance, Brother Feng, I presume you are a formal disciple? Wang Fu contemplated offering a compliment. But upon witnessing the man's beaming nod, he realized that Feng's standing was inherently superior to his own. After all, overseeing Xiaodong Peak was no ordinary task for a mere disciple. Feng Dafu lifted the cloth from the table, revealing 3 small volumes. These are 3 foundational cultivation manuals. Originally, there were 5, but 2 newcomers arrived recently, leaving us with just these 3. Brother Wang, please take a look and choose one. Thank you for your assistance, brother. Wang Fu gazed over with a face alight with joy. This was the coveted cultivation technique that mortals could only dream of. Before him lay 3 small tomes, each inscribed with the titles Water Elemental Technique, Fire Manipulation Method, and Earth Foundation Secret. Observing Wang Fu lost in thought, Feng Dafu couldn't help but chuckle. As someone who had traversed this path before, he understood the emotions at play. Recognizing the connection between this young man and Zhao Ziluan, he sought to foster a good relationship. Unlike others to whom he casually tossed a volume, he understood the value of this moment. After all, they all possessed diverse elemental roots. Junior brother Wang, perhaps you should peruse the introductions of these 3 techniques before making a decision, as each possesses its own unique merits. Wang Fu nodded, yet he refrained from taking the spell formula. Instead, he gazed at Feng Dafu, scratching his head. Brother Feng, are you not putting me in a difficult position? How could I possibly comprehend this? Given your vast knowledge, would you kindly assist your junior in making a selection? Alternatively, feel free to choose for yourself. Feng Dafu, not wishing to attract trouble from Zhao Zilan in the future, replied, however, I can certainly provide you with some insights. The water elemental technique emphasizes a sustained flow of spiritual energy accompanied by the water arrow and water mirror spells. The fire technique, on the other hand, focuses on explosive power, featuring the fireball and fire control spells. As for the earth technique, it is comparatively easier to cultivate, especially since we reside deep within the mountains, allowing us to more readily harness the earth's spiritual essence. It too includes two spells, Earth Spike and Earth Escape. As Feng Dafu contemplated the merits of the earth technique, he couldn't help but smirk. A swifter cultivation process, you say? Wang Fu blinked, understanding that although he was a novice in the realm of cultivation, he recognized that the quicker one cultivates, the further they can go. Otherwise, why was he, with his mixed elemental roots, relegated to a mere servant disciple, while Zhou Peng and others ascended directly to formal disciples? The essence of spiritual roots, after all, boils down to the disparity in cultivation speed. Feng Dafu noted Wang Fu's expression, unfazed. Does Brother Wang indeed wish to select the earth technique? Wang Fujing was about to nod when he was interrupted by Feng Dafu. Hold on before making a choice. Allow me to finish. The cultivation speed of the thick earth technique is indeed somewhat rapid, yet it is quite limited and cannot compare to the disparities inherent in spiritual roots. Moreover, the two accompanying spells of the thick earth technique, particularly the earth escape technique, are profoundly intricate and exceedingly difficult to comprehend. In my years at the Luoyu sect, I have yet to hear of anyone successfully mastering it, which implies that those who opt for the thick earth technique will possess one less spell than others. The disciples of the miscellaneous sects rely on these two spells for their very survival. Lacking one may render them vulnerable to oppression. Observing the somewhat sinister gleam in Feng Dafu's eyes, Wang Fu understood that even among the miscellaneous disciples on this small Dongfeng peak, rivalries existed. After all, conflicts often arise even among mortals living in the same village, as evidenced by the near brawl between Uncle Li and Uncle Zhou of Wutong village over a single chicken. How much more so among cultivators wielding formidable power? Nonetheless, Wang Fu had his own aspirations. He did not wish to remain merely a miscellaneous disciple. He yearned to be as formidable as senior sister Yu Ningxuang, effortlessly vanquishing demons with a mere flick of her wrist, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Even if the cultivation speed of the thick earth technique is only marginally faster, every fraction increases the hope of success. I will still choose the thick earth technique. Haha. Feng Dafu chuckled, patting Wang Fu on the shoulder with his hefty hand, making Wang Fu feel a bit breathless. I hope that junior brother Wang can always maintain the original intention of cultivating. He could easily discern Wang Fu's thoughts. He had witnessed numerous individuals entering the realm of cultivation, all harboring immense determination and confidence, with singular focus on cultivation and the pursuit of immortality. Once, he too had been like that. Yet, reality often shatters these hopes, leaving them utterly devastated. This is a compendium of fundamental knowledge regarding cultivation, documenting some of the essential principles of the cultivation world. Like the foundational techniques, it is a standard requirement. Feng Dafu retrieved another rather hefty tome from the nearby bookshelf. Wang Fu bound it together with the bedding, while the thick earth secret was tucked close to his chest, kept intimately concealed. Feng Dafu observed Wang Fu with increasing disdain, perceiving him as a rustic figure, akin to a country bumpkin freshly emerged from a remote village. Yet, whether he was a simple peasant or a wealthy heir, as long as there was a connection to Zhao Zilan, the rest held little significance. Let us proceed to the Herb Valley. I have devised a plan for you that promises to be both effortless and gratifying. Wang Fu, carrying bedding and 2 sets of coarse linen garments, followed closely behind Feng Dafu as they descended the mountain. Their conversation was sparse, primarily because Wang Fu's attention was captivated by the scenery along the way, or rather, the sight of the industrious disciples clad in rough cloth, immersed in their labor. Upon catching sight of the two, or more specifically Feng Dafu, they would lower their heads and diligently return to their tasks, a testament to the formidable presence Feng Dafu held in their minds. Wang Fu felt an increasing sense of relief for having cleverly used a pretext to elevate his status. However, he had not uttered a falsehood. Indeed, it was Zhao Zilan who had brought him here. As for how Feng Dafu chose to speculate, that was of no concern to him. At the foot of Zidongfeng Mountain lay a low-lying valley known as Baichao Valley. Here, square patches of medicinal fields sprawled, flourishing with a variety of herbs. The brilliant sunshine illuminated the scene, casting a shimmering glow, while dewdrops, resembling glistening pearls, dangled from the leaves, swaying gently in the breeze, a sight to behold. A few wooden cottages were scattered not far from the fields, from which wisps of smoke rose into the air. This was indeed the Bai Chao Garden. Junior Brother Wang. Feel free to select an empty cottage to reside in. There should be provisions left inside. Feng Dafu indicated the nearby wooden houses and gestured towards the medicinal fields. Once settled, you will begin tending to these fields from tomorrow, clearing the weeds, as they have not been maintained for quite some time. Understood, Wang Fu nodded. The task was undoubtedly quite manageable. After Feng Dafu departed, Wang Fu chose an unoccupied cottage, tidied it up, and laid out bedding, transforming it into a shelter from the elements. Chapter 12. The mysterious small cauldron outside the cottage was a rudimentary kitchen, along with a bag of rice. Wang Fu hastily prepared a meal for himself, for since joining the Luyuzong, he had yet to enjoy a hearty meal. Were it not for the peanuts in his pack, he might have collapsed on the lengthy stone steps, perhaps even tumbling down the cliff. Now, he could officially call himself a disciple of a cultivation sect. However, Feng Dafu would eventually uncover the truth behind his pretense, and when that time came, he could only wonder how he would be held accountable. The immediate priority was to embark on his cultivation journey as swiftly as possible. Wang Fu understood that along the journey, other miscellaneous disciples had been increasingly fearful of Feng Dafu, revealing that this rotund man was not as amiable as he appeared on the surface. Should his true nature be unveiled, a tempestuous retribution would inevitably ensue. Wang Fu gently caressed the thick tome of the thick earth scripture, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. However, instead of embarking on his cultivation journey, he retrieved another substantial volume titled Comprehensive Fundamentals of Immortal Cultivation. Upon perusing its pages, he grasped the essence of cultivation and the paramount significance of spiritual roots. The initial stage of cultivation is the qi refinement realm, where one employs breathing techniques to draw the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy into the body. This energy is then refined through the meridians and ultimately converges in the dantian, giving rise to the first wisp of spiritual power, thus marking one as a true cultivator. Only those endowed with spiritual roots can perceive the existence of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, enabling them to draw it into their being. Without spiritual roots, one cannot sense this energy, rendering the notion of cultivation futile. Furthermore, the fewer the spiritual roots, the purer and less muddled they are, allowing for a swifter absorption of spiritual energy. The comprehensive fundamentals of immortal cultivation employs an evocative metaphor. The human body is likened to a large water tank, and cultivation is akin to pouring water into this tank. Once it is full, one can break through. 5 elemental pseudo-spiritual roots resemble a wooden bucket, with the speed of cultivation akin to filling the large tank with this bucket. 4 spiritual roots equate to 5 wooden buckets, 3 spiritual roots to 20 buckets, and dual spiritual roots to 50 buckets. Possessing an anomalous spiritual root that harmonizes with one's cultivation method amounts to 80 buckets, while a celestial spiritual root is akin to 100 buckets pouring simultaneously into the large tank, 100 times more efficient than the 5 elemental mixed spiritual roots. With such a disparity, it is no wonder that those with 5 elemental mixed spiritual roots can only serve as auxiliary disciples. Wang Fu smiled wryly, realizing the extent of his inadequate potential. Yet, he was not one to succumb to despair easily. Having chosen this path, he would not yield. In the face of 100-fold disparity with celestial spiritual roots, he resolved to exert 100-fold effort in his cultivation. Wang Fu continued to read on. The 13th level of qi refinement is the foundation of establishing one's path to immortality, known as the foundation establishment stage. Unlike the 13 levels of qi refinement, the foundation establishment stage is divided into 4 realms: initial, intermediate, advanced, and great perfection. However, there exists a distinction in strength among those who achieve the foundation establishment, human foundation establishment, earth foundation establishment, and heaven foundation establishment. Above the foundation establishment lies the golden core stage, which grants the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. The foundational knowledge of cultivating immortality encompasses various subjects such as magical artifacts, spiritual tools, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and formations used in crafting, all of which were briefly introduced in the comprehensive guide. Although the descriptions were rudimentary, Wang Fu's eyes were opened wide. Upon finishing the book, he was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. Eagerly, he retrieved the thick earth formula from his possession and opened the tome, revealing the methods of its cultivation. However, upon turning a few pages, he discovered that the techniques only covered the first 4 levels, limiting his practice to the 4th level of qi refinement. With only 4 levels available, it seemed that further techniques could only be obtained by becoming an official disciple. Wang Fu sighed. Indeed, if a servant disciple could not break through to the 4th level of qi refinement within 10 years, they would have to leave the sect, as the sect's techniques would inevitably be leaked. Shaking his head, Wang Fu began to memorize the thick earth formula, and once it was firmly etched in his mind, he commenced the practice of breathing techniques as prescribed. As time passed, it was not until evening that Wang Fu's stomach grumbled in protest, prompting him to conclude his meditation. However, despite feeling mentally invigorated, he regrettably noticed no physical changes. It appeared that he was indeed vastly different from those with heavenly roots. The comprehensive guide had mentioned that individuals possessing such roots could typically draw in spiritual energy within 7 days, cleansing their veins and transforming their very essence. Wang Fu shook his head, a sense of helplessness washing over him as disappointment settled in. He proceeded to wash the pot and prepare dinner, with wisps of smoke beginning to rise. After Wang Fugong finished his meal, before he could even wash the pots and dishes, a slender, dark-skinned youth approached him. "Hello. Are you new here? I live next door. I just returned from work and noticed someone in this empty house, so I came to take a look." Wang Fu nodded in acknowledgement. "I just arrived today. My name is Huang Zheng. What about you?" The lean boy smiled warmly at Wang Fu. "Wang Fu," he replied. "From now on, we shall be neighbors." Huang Zheng, the dark-skinned youth, was quite familiar and lingered with Wang Fu for a while before departing, even reminding him to take a shower and change into the attire of a junior disciple. Wang Fu inhaled deeply, only to be immediately assailed by a foul stench mingled with the metallic scent of blood. Hastily, he made his way to the stream behind the house to cleanse himself. Stripping off his garments and bathing in the refreshing waters, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness wash over him. What was this? Wang Fu discovered a pattern resembling a tripod on his chest, its surface uneven to the touch. Startled, he feared there might be an issue with his body. Yet he felt no discomfort. Why did this pattern seem so familiar? It was the very small tripod gifted to him by Wang Tong. Wang Fu finally recalled the small tripod, which he had thought lost long ago. Instead, it had transformed into a design embedded upon his chest. Having perused the compendium of foundational knowledge on cultivating immortality, Wang Fu was no longer the naive youth from Wutong village. He understood that the realm of immortality was replete with wondrous artifacts known as magical instruments, spiritual treasures, and enchanted relics, each possessing unfathomable powers. Could it be that Wang Tong's small tripod was a magical instrument? No, a magical instrument could not undergo such a metamorphosis, merging with flesh. Perhaps it was a spiritual instrument? Wang Fu's eyes sparkled with realization. In his room, he toiled for a while, and at last, the design of the small tripod on his chest began to change. It turned out that by focusing his consciousness on the tripod's image, he could perceive its entirety and summon it forth. Truly, it was a remarkable treasure. Gazing at the small tripod, now half the size of his fist, Wang Fu was filled with exhilaration. The small tripod had undergone a significant transformation. It was no longer grimy, but instead a deep azure hue. Its surface adorned with clear patterns, exuding a palpable sense of substance, far removed from its former dark and insubstantial appearance. The entire tripod appeared as a harmonious whole, its exterior and interior seamlessly unified, exuding an ancient and timeless aura that bespoke its extraordinary nature. He never imagined that Wang Tong had stumbled upon such a treasure, however. Since it had been used as collateral for his comic book, this treasure now belonged to him. Wang Fu felt no pangs of guilt. He was uncertain of the tripod's capabilities, lamenting that he had yet to cultivate spiritual energy. Otherwise, he might have been able to activate the tripod. Even if it were merely a magical instrument, it was indeed a rarity. And the fact that the tripod could merge with flesh indicated that it was far more than a simple magical instrument. Engrossed in its allure until midnight, Wang Fu intentionally allowed the small tripod to revert to its image and reintegrate into his chest. Wang Fu fell into a deep slumber, dreaming of his ascension to immortality. Chapter 13. The Marvelous Little Cauldron. The following day, Wang Fu, tasked by Feng Dafu, commenced the arduous task of clearing the weeds from the medicinal fields. The weeds in the Shifeng medicinal fields had grown quite dense, and it took Wang Fu an entire morning to remove the weeds from only the Sanfeng field. The piles of weeds accumulated outside the house were nearly as tall as a person. It seemed he would have to endure some hardship over the next few days. After lunch, Wang Fu resumed his labor, working diligently until dusk. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Are you the new kid? There were 4 of them, with one evidently leading the trio. Sensing their hostile demeanor, Wang Fu approached the situation with caution. My name is Wang Fu. May I inquire what brings you here? Esteemed seniors? The leader, with one foot perched on a stool, looked down at Wang Fu with an air of arrogance. We have come for a reason. This Baichao Valley is my territory, Zhu Zhen's domain, and now that you are here, you must heed my commands. Wang Fubin instinctively furrowed his brow, yet he still smiled amiably and clasped his hands in greeting. I did not expect it to be you, Brother Zhu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Please, do not hesitate to convey any instructions you may have. Ah, I see you are quite perceptive, more so than the lad next door. Zhu Zhen replied in a deep tone. I shall not make things difficult for you. Starting tomorrow, you are to fetch 20 buckets of water daily from the Qiling Pool in Baichao Valley to the Spirit Pool above. The 3 youths beside him wore expressions of schadenfreude. The task of fetching water from Baichao Valley had previously been their responsibility. However, ever since they had forged a favorable relationship with Zhu Zhen, the daily chore had been reassigned to others, particularly to newcomers who had yet to cultivate spiritual energy. Brother Zhu, that seems rather inappropriate. The task assigned to me by Chief Feng is not this, Wang Fubin protested. Wang Fu, of course, had no desire to squander his time fetching water. He still needed to cultivate his skills, and thus he had to confront Feng Dafu. However, the youth beside Zhu Zhen suddenly delivered a fierce kick. How dare you show such insolence? Bang! Wang Fuging had no time to react. He felt an overwhelming force, akin to a hammer striking his abdomen, propelling him several feet away. He landed heavily on a pile of grass, as if his insides had been shattered by that kick. The excruciating pain curled him into a ball, his body trembling, cold sweat pouring down, gasping for breath. It felt as though death was imminent. You dare to retort after Brother Zhu's orders? You are nothing but a worthless wretch. If we don't show you a thing or two, you might think we are here to negotiate. The youth glared menacingly at the curled-up Wang Fu. Zhu Zhen, standing nearby, exhibited an icy demeanor, devoid of any sympathy. He looked down upon Wang Fu as one would regard an insignificant insect. Remember, 20 barrels of clear spirit pond water will be monitored for delivery. If you fail to comply, well, it won't be as simple as just this kick from Zhang Hong. Wang Fu curled up in silence, his disheveled hair concealing eyes that fixed intently on the 4 individuals before him, particularly Zhu Zhen and the assailant Zhang Hong, etching their features into his memory. Rest assured, murder is strictly prohibited here, but breaking your limbs is entirely permissible. I hope you are wise enough to understand your situation. Zhu Zhen sneered. Indifferent to the affairs of the overseer, Feng. Resentment? Countless individuals bore grudges against him, yet what did it matter? Zhu Zhen departed with Zhang Hong and the others, leaving Wang Fu still coiled in the grass, convulsing and twitching. Not far away, the lean and dark-skinned youth, Huang Zheng, peered through the cracks of his dwelling. Observing the scene unfold, he traced the scar on his chest with his fingers, a smile curving his lips as muffled laughter filled the dimly lit room. That night, Wang Fu fell into a deep slumber atop the grass pile. Beneath the starry sky, a small cauldron on his chest manifested itself in subtle, almost imperceptible rays of light. Resembling drifting dust particles, infiltrated the cauldron. The vibrant green of the grass gradually faded, transforming into a dull, dry yellow. At dawn, Wang Fu was awakened by the piercing sunlight. He inhaled deeply, a fragrant aroma enveloping his senses, uplifting his spirit and invigorating his body. However, recalling the kick he received the previous evening, he cautiously probed his abdomen. No harm done. Thankfully, the pain had subsided. Wang Fu breathed a sigh of relief. But soon his eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty intensity as he gritted his teeth, fixated on Zhu Zhen and Zhang Hong. He uttered no words. Yet this hatred remained buried deep within his heart. Why had the small cauldron emerged on its own? Wang Fu suddenly noticed something prodding uncomfortably against his chest, only to realize it was the cauldron. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching before preparing to return indoors. However, upon looking down, he was taken aback. How had the grass pile withered completely? He touched the cauldron nestled against his chest, pondering the lingering fragrance. His heartbeat quickening as he dashed into his house. Extracting the cauldron from his embrace, he beheld a droplet of vibrant green liquid, suspended serenely within. It appeared to be a singular entity, akin to a droplet of water, and the delicate fragrance intensified, filling the air. Wang Fu could not suppress his instinct to swallow. Could it be that the grass pile's desiccation was the result of the cauldron's influence? Had the cauldron absorbed the essence of the grass, coalescing into this droplet of medicinal liquid? His heart raced as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Was it true that the kick had caused him no harm because he had been inhaling the scent of this green potion? If that were the case, Wang Fu contemplated the droplet within the cauldron, steeling himself before swallowing it whole. The liquid dispersed upon entry, akin to a refreshing spring coursing through his belly, followed by waves of warmth radiating from within, igniting an insatiable vigor throughout his body. Wang Fu swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, employing the breathing techniques of the thick earth decision. Gradually, the searing sensation subsided, and when Wang Fu opened his eyes once more, he felt an undeniable lightness coursing through his body, accompanied by a newfound strength. However, an unpleasant odor infiltrated his nostrils. What a foul stench! Something sticky and repugnant lingered in the air. Wang Fu then realized that he was covered in a layer of grimy substance. He hurried to fetch water and took a bath. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, signaling that it was already noon. After having lunch, Wang Fu was preparing to inquire about the whereabouts of Qingling Pond when he saw Huang Zheng emerge, his head tilted in an odd manner. "Wang Fu, are you all right? Last night I saw Zhu come here, and you seemed fine but got kicked," Huang Zheng remarked. Wang Fu rubbed his stomach and sighed. It ached all night. "But I've just begun to recover." Huang Zheng continued. I was once in a similar predicament. I refused to assist them and ended up getting beaten. Look at this scar on my chest." He pulled apart his clothing to reveal a gruesome scar, measuring a foot in length, that traversed his entire chest. Wang Fu felt a slight prickling sensation on his scalp. "What on earth is going on with Zhu?" he inquired. Alas, Zhu is the tyrant of Shaodong Peak, leveraging his formidable cultivation and colluding with several servant disciples to impose his will, particularly in Baichao Valley, where he holds absolute authority. Any new disciples are invariably assigned a plethora of arduous tasks, and any act of defiance results in a brutal beating, lamented Huang Zheng with a pained expression. "What about Chief Feng?" Huang Zheng scoffed. Chief Feng is merely a bird of a feather. It is said that Zhu hails from an extraordinary family, bestowing generous gifts upon Chief Feng annually. How could Chief Feng possibly offend such a benefactor? He turns a blind eye. As long as our plight does not encroach upon Zhu interests, in the end, it is we who suffer. Chapter 14. Spiritual Liquid. Sigh, there is little to say. Who can blame us for our lack of ability and low cultivation? Huang Zheng sighed, then continued. Wang Fu, Zhu has likely assigned you tasks as well. I advise you to refrain from any thoughts of rebellion, otherwise you will face dire consequences. Recently, a newcomer, emboldened by his innate strength, defied Zhu orders and ended up with a broken leg, sent down the mountain. Zhu and his cohorts are all at the second or third level of qi refinement. How could mere mortals contend with them? Wang Fu could deeply relate to this plight, feeling a sense of camaraderie in their shared suffering. He sighed in indignation. I have been instructed to fetch 20 buckets of water from the Qingling Pool to the Spirit Pond above Baichao Valley. But where's the Qingling Pool? I know the way. Let us go together, as I too must fulfill Zhu assignment. Huang Zheng pointed towards the southern direction, explaining that the Qingling Pool lies to the south of Baichao Valley. The water there is unlike ordinary water, imbued with spiritual energy. The spiritual herbs in Baichao Valley must be irrigated with this water to expedite their growth cycle. Having been here for over half a year, my days are consumed with completing my own tasks, along with fetching 20 buckets of water, leaving me little time for cultivation. At this rate, I cannot fathom when I will achieve success in my training. With that, Huang Zheng shook his head. Wang Fu followed Huang Zheng towards the serene Qingling Pool, engaging in conversation throughout their journey. Most of the time, it was Huang Zheng who dominated the dialogue, resembling a chatterbox, while Wang Fu occasionally interjected. Through their exchanges, Wang Fu gleaned a wealth of information about Baichao Valley, and gradually, he found a semblance of solace in this unfamiliar land. Huang Zheng's cultivation technique was a water attribute method casually tossed to him by Feng Dafu. Despite nearly 10 months of practice, he had yet to successfully channel spiritual energy into his body. When Huang Zheng learned that Wang Fu was practicing the thick earth technique, he nearly burst into laughter, repeatedly mentioning the technique's lack of a particular spell, exuding a sense of superiority. Wang Fu merely smiled in response. Qingling Pool is a rather expansive body of water, surrounded by a grove of bamboo, exuding an atmosphere of profound tranquility. The source of the pool is a magnificent waterfall cascading down from the nearby mountains. It sounds a resounding symphony of nature. The only flaw in this picturesque setting is the biting cold, which renders it scarcely distinguishable from winter. The area surrounding Qingling Pool is particularly frigid, deterring visitors from frequenting the site. Huang Zheng gestured for Wang Fu to quickly fill a wooden bucket with water from the pool's edge. Once they had filled the bucket, the two of them hoisted it onto their shoulders and set off towards the northern direction of Baichao Valley. Wang Fu had never engaged in arduous labor from a young age, let alone the strenuous task of fetching water. Fortunately, after consuming the medicinal liquid from the small cauldron in the morning, he had gained considerable strength. Otherwise, he would have been unable to endure until reaching his destination. Nevertheless, he was utterly exhausted. Along the way, he encountered several other disciples tasked with fetching water. They regarded Wang Fu, a newcomer, with expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness his potential embarrassment. Alas, Wang Fu disappointed them. Although he was significantly slower than Huang Zheng, he still made his way to the destination at a leisurely pace. There lay an artificially excavated large water pool, surrounded by lush green grass, vibrant and flourishing. Small channels extended from the pool, meandering towards the various medicinal fields in the 100-herb valley. Beside the spiritual pool stood a pavilion, where an individual reclined, basking in the sun. Upon noticing Wang Fu's approach, he cast a glance and inquired, "Are you the new arrival, Wang Fu?" Wang Fu nodded. His body had recovered remarkably. After being kicked by senior brother Zhang, he astonishingly managed to get up the very next day, which is quite uncommon. Wang Fu was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent as he numbly poured the water into the large basin before turning to leave. Such a temper. Yet, he still had to obediently fetch water. This individual scoffed, for in the entirety of Baichao Valley, everyone was compelled to adhere to Brother Zhu Zhen's directives. On the second trip, Huang Zheng no longer accompanied him. Finding Wang Fu's pace excessively slow, Wang Fu was quite pleased with himself as he returned to the crystal spring, filling the wooden bucket to the brim. After walking for a while and seeing no one around, he summoned the small cauldron and tossed it directly into the bucket. The moment Huang Zheng mentioned that the spring water was rich in spiritual energy, the idea struck him. If the cauldron could extract essence from weeds, could it not also draw from the spiritually infused waters? The only way to find out was to try. As he carried the bucket, he observed the cauldron's condition within. He noticed that the spring water was unable to enter the cauldron. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible glow seeped into it. This was promising. Wang Fu's eyes brightened, nearly bursting into laughter. He glanced around nervously, relieved to see no one was watching, and became increasingly cautious. After an anxious wait, when the bucket ceased to emit any light, Wang Fu looked around to ensure he was alone before hastily retrieving the cauldron and tossing it into another bucket. The glow reappeared. The spring was vast, and everyone was pouring water in without a second thought. Wang Fu had no fear of being discovered. He repeated this process for 10 buckets, each time collecting a drop of transparent liquid in the cauldron. Though it was Wang Fu's first experience with such labor, and his shoulders were sore and chafed, it paled in comparison to the brutal trials he faced on the cliff steps. With unwavering determination, he completed the task of 20 buckets just as the sun set. Even the person in the pavilion regarded Wang Fu with newfound respect. Upon returning to his quarters, Wang Fu eagerly consumed a drop of the spiritual liquid. Yes, he had named it so. A searing warmth enveloped him, and with rhythmic breathing, he felt his body grow increasingly powerful. Day after day, aside from clearing weeds from the medicinal fields, he ventured to the crystal spring to fetch water, utilizing the cauldron to collect a significant amount of spiritual liquid. Each night, he practiced with a drop, experiencing a steady enhancement in strength and clarity of mind. He sensed that if this continued, he would soon successfully draw energy into his body and become a cultivator. In just half a month, Wang Fu's speed in fetching water matched that of Huang Zheng, and within a month, he had completely surpassed him. The process of fetching and pouring became seamless. Had it not been for the time required for the cauldron to absorb the essence of the spring water, he could have been even quicker. Nonetheless, while Huang Zheng needed over 2 hours to complete 20 buckets, Wang Fu accomplished it in just over an hour, affording him ample time for daily practice and even to refine 2 drops of spiritual liquid. He even contemplated placing the cauldron directly into the crystal spring, but he feared being discovered. Losing such a precious item would spell his complete undoing. Wang Fu, brimming with vigor, found his neighbors seething with irritation. Huang Zheng observed how Wang Fu completed his tasks with alacrity each day, dedicating far more time to cultivation than himself. Despite having been at Baichao Valley for an extended period, he could not surpass the newly arrived Wang Fu, and envy burned fiercely within him. That night, his long-simmering jealousy finally erupted, spilling forth uncontrollably. "If you are so capable, how can 20 buckets of water be sufficient?" he sneered. Chapter 15. Wang Zheng at Dawn. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Wang Fu descended into the medicinal fields to inspect for any new weeds that required attention. Over the past month, he had meticulously cleared the weeds from his assigned 10 medicinal fields, and now his daily routine consisted merely of a cursory inspection for any new growth. The weeds he had removed were consumed by a small cauldron, which refined their essence into spiritual liquid. Should he succeed in transforming these medicinal herbs into spiritual liquid, their efficacy would undoubtedly surpass that of the waters from the clear spirit pool. Wang Fu gazed longingly at the flourishing herbs in the fields. Yet he reminded himself that each plant was subject to strict regulations. Any deviation would result in severe repercussions. Having completed his circuit without discovering any weeds, Wang Fu turned to head back. From a distance, he spotted a figure that filled him with animosity, seated before a house. He fixed his gaze on the individual, maintaining an impassive demeanor until he drew closer, at which point he concealed his resentment and approached with a feigned smile. Wang Fu, I hear you possess considerable skill. Finishing 20 buckets of water in just an hour. You certainly have a remarkable strength, Zhang Heng remarked, lounging with his legs crossed. Rhythmically tapping his fingers on the wooden table, his slightly squinted eyes fixed on Wang Fu, revealing no hint of emotion. Senior brother Zhang, you flatter me. My meager abilities pale in comparison to yours. I simply wish to finish my task promptly and enjoy some rest, Wang Fu replied, lowering his posture. He was not a fool driven by impulse. Recognizing his lack of strength compared to Zhang Heng, he chose to endure. Rest? Huh. Isn't that merely a guise to gain more time for cultivation? There's no need for pretense. However, you lot are as dim-witted as pigs. No matter how long you cultivate, you will never become true cultivators. It would be wiser to work harder and accumulate more menial credits. When the time comes to descend the mountain, you might earn a bit more silver, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Heng scoffed, his disdain for Wang Fu evident in his unreserved gaze. Wang Fu's lips twitched imperceptibly, a surge of indignation rising within him. Yet, he feigned agreement with his companion. What Brother Zhang asserts is indeed reasonable. Well then, starting today, you shall carry 50 buckets of water to the spirit pool each day. What say you? Zhang Heng fixed his gaze upon Wang Fu, his finger lifting from the wooden table, ready to deliver a kick at the slightest hint of dissent from Wang Fu. Wang Fuzhao was acutely aware of the ruthlessness of the man before him, who offered no opportunity for reprieve. With a slight bow and a gesture of respect, he assured, Rest assured, Senior Brother Zhang, 50 buckets of water shall be no less than a single one. Ah, quite perceptive, Zhang Heng replied, rising and casting a disdainful glance at Wang Fuzhao before departing with an air of arrogance. As he observed Zhang Heng's haughty retreat, Wang Fuzhao clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. He uttered no unnecessary words, instead choosing to etch each humiliation into his memory. Upon entering his room, he consumed a drop of spiritual liquid and commenced his cultivation, his mind already formulating a rather astute plan. Since he was tasked with fetching 50 buckets of water, he had ample justification to linger by the clear spirit pool for a while longer. After all, with 30 additional buckets to collect compared to others, he was entitled to a moment's respite. During this interval, he could discreetly immerse the small cauldron into the clear spirit pool. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Wang Fuzhao's meditation. Irritated, he momentarily suppressed the fiery essence of the liquid within him and opened the door, only to be greeted by a dark countenance. Seeing Huang Zheng's beaming smile, Wang Fuzhao felt an inexplicable aversion, perhaps due to Zhang Heng's earlier bullying. Junior brother Wang Fuzhao, is there something you need? He inquired, eager to dismiss him quickly. Not particularly, but I noticed senior brother Zhang Heng visiting you earlier. Has he been tormenting you once again? Huang Zheng expressed his concern. Wang Fu nodded helplessly. Huang Zheng, witnessing this, quickly interjected, this is utterly excessive. Why are they imposing upon you the burden of carrying 50 buckets of water each day, a task that is double the amount assigned to others? Coupled with your existing responsibilities, how can one possibly find the time to cultivate? At this rate, who knows how long it will take to channel energy into the body and become a practitioner? Wang Fu lifted his head and squinted at the incessant chatter of Huang Zheng. He had never mentioned that Zhang Heng had ordered him to carry 50 buckets of water each day, and he found it hard to believe that such a matter could have spread in such a short time. It was evident that Huang Zheng had long been aware of it. How could Zhang Heng have arbitrarily assigned him the task of hauling 50 buckets of water? This Huang Zheng was undoubtedly implicated. Wang Fuyue's anger swelled within him. The unrefined spiritual liquid lingering in his body felt like a raging flame in his chest, and his expression grew fierce. Huang Zheng inquired, How do you know that Zhang Heng asked me to fetch 50 barrels of water? Wang Fu demanded loudly, glaring with fury. Huang Zheng paused momentarily, his eyes darting about before he replied with a smile. It has spread outside. I only just heard about it myself. Spread already? Ah. Wang Fu scoffed. How long has it been since Zhang Heng left? Could it have disseminated in such a short time? Does he go around telling everyone? Is he foolish? Or do you think I am? Wang Fu drew close, his fists tightly clenched, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Huang Zheng could not contain his laughter. Huh. I can't believe you figured it out. Indeed, it was I who informed Zhang Heng to deal with you. Not only this time, but I also whispered to him last time. Otherwise, do you think Zhu Jin and the others would have known about the newcomers so promptly? Humph. Why should a newcomer like you be assigned such an easy task? I refuse to accept it. My family has served in the military for generations. We lack for nothing. How dare a lowly commoner like you live more comfortably than I do? Zhang Heng comes from a poor family. He desires a better life for his parents. And it all hinges on a single letter from me. Heh, what is this? Are you thinking of making a move? Heh, with that frail physique of yours? Huang Jing revealed his true colors, no longer the simple and honest man he once was. He sneered as he pinched the fabric of Wang Fu's shirt and patted his face. Am I afraid to confront Zhu Jin and his ilk? I can certainly handle you. Wang Fu observed Huang Zheng's proud demeanor. You are correct. If I cannot defeat them, how could I possibly prevail over you? With a swift motion, his fist surged forward, striking Huang Zheng squarely in the abdomen. Huang Zheng's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of excruciating pain contorting his face as he curled up and emitted a low groan. You dare to strike me? How could you possibly have the audacity to hit me? Once he regained his composure, Huang Zheng's demeanor transformed into one of fierce aggression. He assumed a stance indicative of a particular martial art, his fist propelled directly at Wang Fu's face. You lowly peasant, kneel before me. Prior to his entry into the Falling Feather sect, Huang Zheng had spent time in the military alongside his family. A mere commoner had the audacity to ambush him, and he was determined to teach Wang Fu a lesson. Having been discovered, he would ensure he was thoroughly subdued. As he watched the approaching fist, Wang Fu perceived Huang Zheng's speed as somewhat sluggish. He could see everything with utmost clarity, even the fine hairs on the fist. As if every detail was laid bare before him, he reached out his hand, and Huang Zheng's fist, as though guided by some unseen force, landed perfectly in his palm. With a swift upward motion, he pushed. Crack! The sound of bone colliding resonated sharply. Ah! A scream of agony erupted as Huang Zheng clutched his right wrist with his left hand, collapsing to the ground in pain. It felt as though his hand had been shattered, the torment radiating from the very marrow of his bones, rendering him utterly immobile. Wang Fu gazed at Huang Zheng, his voice icy as he uttered, Leave at once. Do not provoke me further, nor attempt to sabotage me. Should Zhang Heng and his companions come to bully me again, regardless of your involvement, I shall not hesitate to strike you. I cannot kill you, but the sect will not intervene if I break your limbs. Huang Zheng, filled with resentment, retreated slowly, clutching his wrist, his eyes burning with intense hatred. As he stumbled away, Wang Fu watched him disappear from sight, finally exhaling in relief. Turning back to his room, he leaned against the closed door, his heart racing uncontrollably. For the first time in his life, he had truly fought someone. He had not anticipated his strength would be so formidable. A single palm strike had injured Huang Zheng. The miraculous essence from the small cauldron was indeed extraordinary. Wang Fu clenched his powerful fist in awe, realizing that his recent display of anger had consumed a significant amount of unrefined essence, indicating that it was not solely his strength at play. He needed to expedite his cultivation and incorporate the essence into his body before Huang Zheng could preempt him, lest he seek revenge. With this thought in mind, Wang Fu resumed his training. The ensuing days were tranquil yet pressing. Seizing the opportunity presented by his tasks, Wang Fu submerged the small cauldron in the clear spirit pool daily, diligently collecting essence. As he consumed and refined it, his strength burgeoned, his senses sharpened, and his constitution improved. Finally, one moonlit night, he successfully drew the essence into his body, officially entering the first realm of qi refinement. Meanwhile, Huang Zheng, nursing his grudge from the injury inflicted by Wang Fu, perhaps fueled by his resentment and a year of hard work within the sect, also successfully drew the essence into his body, achieving the first realm of qi refinement. Wang Fu, he sneered, just wait. This time, I shall shatter your path to immortality. How dare a newcomer surpass me? Chapter 16. Spell, Earth Spike Technique. In a secluded part of Baichao Valley, with a low shout, 3 earth spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, thrusting forward with explosive force, catching Wang Fu's attention. This was the result of 7 days of training in the Earth Spike technique, According to the thick earth scripture, the ability to conjure 3 spikes instantaneously marked mastery of the technique. Wang Fu pondered whether his speed of cultivation was considered slow. He struck the solid earth spikes, feeling an unexpected surge of confidence. Compared to the difficulties of drawing the essence into his body, mastering spells was considerably swifter. He could conjure a single spike in less than a day. In the days following his tasks, he quietly trained in this uninhabited area. The consumption of energy during spell casting was immense, yet the replenishment from the essence facilitated his progress. He noted a noticeable acceleration in his cultivation speed. Though he had not yet perfected the first realm of qi refinement, he had sufficiently solidified his abilities, allowing him to cast the earth spike technique 3 times consecutively. Once more, he executed the earth spike technique, directing the 3 spikes underground. After a brief surge, they vanished into the earth, leaving no indication of their emergence except for the overturned soil. This was a routine operation, as Wang Fu wished to keep his secret training hidden from others. The group, led by Zhu Zhan in Baichao Valley, were not known for their mercy, and he needed to remain cautious in his current realm of qi refinement. Clapping his hands, Wang Fu seated himself on a nearby hillside, retrieving a drop of essence to swiftly restore his depleting energy. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. His energy had increased slightly, and at this rate, he anticipated breaking through to the second realm of qi refinement within 3 months. He touched the small cauldron etched on his chest, feeling a surge of gratitude. The earth spike technique had reached a significant level of mastery, and further breakthroughs would be challenging. It was an opportune moment to explore another spell within the thick earth scripture. As he was determined to uncover the truth behind the complexities spoken of by Feng Dafu, Wang Fu retrieved the thick earth scripture, flipping to the section detailing the earth escape technique. Although this was not his first time reviewing the technique, he had never thoroughly studied it. He recalled Feng Dafu's assertion that no one from the Falling Feather sect had ever successfully cultivated the earth escape technique. Each time he approached this part, he instinctively believed it to be unfathomably profound. Heaven encompasses the earth, the sun and moon provide light. The earth moves at my command, and I traverse freely. He murmured softly while examining the overarching principles of the earth escape technique. This is quite exaggerated. I do not seek to traverse the world, merely to cultivate successfully, to protect my life. Wang Fu attempted to cultivate his skills until the sun set and the stars emerged, yet he found no success. Enveloping himself with spiritual energy to simulate the earth's vibrations, he sought to commune with the essence of the soil. But merging with the earth proved to be no simple task. Wang Fu shook his head and made his way back to his dwelling, realizing that cultivation was indeed challenging. The earth spike technique seemed somewhat comprehensible at a glance, yet the earth escape technique was undeniably profound. However, should he succeed in his cultivation, it would undoubtedly become a vital skill for survival. Under the night sky, the surroundings of the wooden cottage were enveloped in silence, with the low hum of insects and no sign of light. At some point, thick clouds obscured the bright moon, dimming the stars in the night sky, a fitting backdrop for the phrase "a dark night with a high wind," a time for murder and arson. Wang Fu stood at the intersection, surveying the surroundings of the wooden cabin, inevitably recalling the various tales mentioned in his textbooks. He chuckled and shook his head, remarking to himself, "This is the domain of the Falling Feather sect. How could such events possibly occur?" Stepping into the house, Wang Fu extended his hands to push the door open. Just then, an unforeseen change unfolded. A chilling arrow of light shot forth, piercing through the inky darkness of the night, aimed directly at his back. Since consuming the spiritual liquid, Wang Fu's senses had sharpened considerably. Even from a distance of several paces, the frigid aura sent shivers down his spine, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. A profound sense of danger compelled him to instinctively roll forward, crashing through the door. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he caught a glimpse of a 3-foot-long water arrow emanating a ghostly cold light, hurtling into the wooden cabin. With a thunderous roar, the water arrow detonated, scattering the furniture within the cabin into splinters and debris, while the structure itself was left with a gaping hole. Wang Fu was drenched in cold sweat. Who was it that concealed themselves behind the door and shouted? Yet, in an instant, he formed a conjecture. This spell was evidently the water arrow technique. Observing its might, Wang Fu reached a conclusion. "Wang Zhen, I know it is you." As Wang Fu's voice faded, another water arrow technique was unleashed towards him, its chilling aura accompanied by a pulsating spiritual energy that made his pupils constrict. Although the power of this attack was considerably weaker than his earth spike technique, He knew he could not withstand it physically and had no choice but to roll away to evade. Lacking any defensive spells, he dared not let even a fraction of it touch him. Should he take a hit, he would be gravely injured, if not dead. It must be Huang. He never anticipated that Huang would also succeed. It made sense, considering he arrived 10 months earlier than I did. And it was reasonable for him to have broken through to the first level of qi refinement. If not for the little cauldron, I would have likely spent a year as well, Wang Fu mused quietly. He cautiously glanced outside, and through the sparse starlight, he spotted a slender shadow standing not far from the wooden cabin. At the first level of qi refinement, one could only cast the water arrow technique 3 or 4 times at most, but one would still have to guard against another spell. He wondered which technique Huang Zheng had successfully mastered. Outside the cabin, a brash voice echoed, confirming Wang Fu's suspicion. It was Huang Zheng. After breaking through to the first level of qi refinement, he did not immediately seek revenge on Wang Fu. Being a cautious individual, despite his newfound power, he was still somewhat apprehensive about Wang Fu's astonishing strength and the absence of spells to back him up. Finally, today, he had managed to master his spells, and he aimed to crush Wang Fu with overwhelming force, demonstrating the distinction between mortals and immortals. Wang Fu, are you dead? If not, crawl out here. I am now a cultivator, a lofty immortal. Come out and kneel. Hearing Huang Zheng's laughter, Wang Fu furrowed his brow and stepped out of the cabin. Oh, you're completely unharmed? Huang Zheng was taken aback upon seeing Wang Fu intact, struggling to comprehend how a mere mortal could remain unscathed in the face of such formidable magic. Are you surprised that I'm fine? It's merely an insignificant water arrow technique, Wang Fu retorted coldly, standing 3 zhang away from Huang Zheng. Still pretending even when death is imminent? What does it matter how strong you are? You are still just a mortal. Prepare to die. Huang Zheng's rage erupted, the previous humility he had shown seemingly coalescing into a fierce outburst. The force of his fury propelled him to unleash 2 spells. Water gathered, spiritual energy surged, and without warning, a thick rope of water materialized around Wang Fu, aiming to ensnare him. Simultaneously, a water arrow technique slowly coalesced before Huang Zheng, as if it consumed all his strength, his face paling in the process. This is the water binding technique. Wang Fu gazed at the swirling strands of water coalescing beside him and exclaimed in alarm, swiftly rolling to the side. His movements were remarkably swift, yet he could not escape the confines of the water binding technique. His legs were tightly ensnared, and with his current strength, it was difficult to break free in a short time. Meanwhile, the water arrow technique before Huang Zheng had finally coalesced successfully. He knelt on the ground, utterly drained. Yet a sinister grin spread across his face. Heh, there's no escaping this now. Prepare to meet your demise. The chilling water arrow shot forth, aimed directly at Wang Fu's vital points. Wang Fu could scarcely believe that Huang Zheng had the audacity to harbor murderous intent. If that was the case, he could hardly blame himself. Earth Spike Technique. Wang Fu pressed his palm seals, channeling his spiritual energy into the ground. In an instant, the soil surged, and the hardened earth spikes erupted like spring bamboo shoots. The water arrow technique was instantly shattered, transforming into a puddle that splashed onto the ground. Following this, a spike of earth pierced forth from in front of Huang Zheng, startling him into a hasty retreat. Little did he realize that another spike had emerged behind him. With a sickening sound, blood and flesh were mangled. Chapter 17. The second layer of qi refinement. Why? Huang Zheng gazed in disbelief at the earth spike protruding from his chest, blood mingling with fragments of his internal organs. Why? How can you cast spells? Because I am also a cultivator. Wang Fu managed to suppress his urge to vomit as he approached. No, it's impossible. Huang Zheng's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. Before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted, and he drew his last breath. Wang Fu gazed upon the lifeless visage of Huang Zheng, his complexion paling, and he could no longer suppress the urge to retch. He had taken a life. Having always kept his distance from the slaughter of pigs and chickens in Wutong village, he now found himself a murderer. Weakly, he sank to the ground, his heart pounding relentlessly. Though it was in self-defense, he had nonetheless killed. In the realm of Liuzong, taking a life could easily lead to the forfeiture of one's cultivation. He must not be discovered. Wang Fu steadied himself. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings. Beneath the shroud of night, all was silent and deserted. Battling his nausea, he began the grim task of cleanup. It was not until the early hours of the morning that he managed to repair the gruesome sight and the wooden cabin, mainly struggling to eliminate the bloodstains. which he could only conceal using his earth spike technique. Now, only Huang Zheng's body remained, a glaring reminder of his crime. It was impossible to bury it at the front door. Should it be discovered, the weight of guilt would be undeniable. It had to be buried further away. If only the night were darker and windier, and if he had mastered the earth escape technique to bury it deep underground, it would be hidden from all sight. At that moment, Wang Fu fervently wished for the successful cultivation of the earth escape technique. As he pondered where to bury the body, a small cauldron on his chest suddenly manifested into a tangible form. An unusual pulling force emanated from its opening, and tendrils of crimson light began to swirl from Huang Zheng's corpse, flowing into the cauldron like the essence from a pristine spring. This was. Wang Fu's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised his hand to clutch the small cauldron, watching in horror as Huang Zheng's corpse visibly shriveled before his very eyes, until it was nothing but a desiccated husk. After a brief moment, the sucking force dissipated, and Wang Fu collapsed onto the ground, gazing at what had nearly become jerky. Devoid of any recognizable features of Huang Zheng, he was suddenly struck by the unsettling notion that the small cauldron was indeed a malevolent artifact, almost compelling him to discard it. The consumption of human flesh and blood, along with the essence of spiritual energy, was a reality he found hard to fathom. After all, it was a human being. Sighing, he resolved to deal with the corpse first. The desiccated body resembled a withered branch, crumbling into fragments at a mere kick, thus alleviating any concerns about its disposal. Wang Fu meticulously separated and buried them piece by piece, some even interred within the sacred fields. After a sleepless night, the following dawn found him gazing intently at the dozens of droplets of spiritual essence resting quietly in the small cauldron. Alongside a pale red bead the size of a soybean, he was lost in contemplation, torn by a dilemma. Discarding the small cauldron was out of the question. It was tainted, yet as long as he himself remained uncorrupted, that was sufficient. His conflict centered around the pale red bead, which contained the essence of Huang Zheng's flesh and blood. Oh, small cauldron, you truly present me with a quandary. Why must you absorb the essence of Huang Zheng's life force? After all, this is a human being. How am I to proceed without incurring the stigma of cannibalism? Wang Fu harbored no desire to consume human flesh or drink human blood. The radiant glow shimmered as if the small cauldron comprehended Wang Fu's sentiments. The hues of the orb gradually dissipated, leaving behind a pure, water-like aura, devoid of any extraneous colors. I knew you possessed a consciousness of your own. Otherwise, you would not have aided me in mending my wounds that fateful night, Wang Fu remarked, cradling the small cauldron. Rest assured, whether you are an instrument of malevolence or virtue, as long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not betray you. Wang Fu wore a serious expression, while Xiao Ding remained silent in response. However, you are no longer permitted to consume the essence of human flesh and blood. I am human too. Killing is acceptable, but feasting on human flesh and drinking blood is not. Xiao Ding remained still and unresponsive. After having breakfast and taking advantage of the daylight, Wang Fu meticulously inspected the surroundings of the wooden cabin once more, finding no anomalies before proceeding to complete his task for the day. Having absorbed the entire essence of Huang Zheng, the spirit pill refined by Xiao Ding was imbued with a purer and more vigorous spiritual energy than the spiritual liquid. Moreover, the refinement of this spiritual essence was considerably easier than that of the natural spiritual energy. Nevertheless, Wang Fu labored tirelessly for 4 consecutive days and nights to fully refine the spirit pill, successfully advancing to the second level of qi refinement. A feat accomplished months ahead of the usual training pace. After spending an additional day consolidating his cultivation, Wang Fu realized he had not fetched water from the Qingling pool for 5 days. Trouble soon followed. Zhu Jin arrived once again, forcefully accompanied by 3 others. Wang Fu, come out. The sound of Zhang Heng's furious voice penetrated the wooden cabin, revealing its lack of soundproofing. Ah, they've come, Wang Fu thought without a trace of fear. His absence from the water-fetching task was not solely due to his rigorous training. He also sought to test Zhu Jin's limits and gauge their strength. He was no longer the mere mortal who had just entered the Luoyu sect. His advancement to the second level of qi refinement granted him a semblance of confidence. Regardless, Zhu Jin would not dare to act openly against him. Wang Fu opened the door, raising his chin defiantly to face them. Wang Fu, do you wish to leave the Luoyu sect? Zhang Heng, with a fiery temper, stepped forward to confront Wang Fu, only to be halted by Zhu Jin's hand. Not so fast. Our junior brother Wang is no longer the insignificant ant you once kicked aside. Zhu Jin quickly discerned the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Wang Fu. The second level of chi refinement? Unbelievable! To think you have transformed from a mere mortal into a practitioner of the second level in such a short time. It appears you are quite attuned to the earthly decision. The second level of chi refinement? How is that possible? Zhang Heng exclaimed in shock. Upon closer inspection, he indeed perceived that Wang Fu's spiritual energy matched his own, confirming his advancement. The other two were equally astonished. It had taken them over half a year to achieve the same state, while Wang Fu had accomplished it in roughly 2 months. 2 months to reach the second level of chi refinement. They exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of retreat. Greetings, senior brothers, Wang Fu smiled broadly, pleased by their astonishment. Zhu Zhen chuckled lightly. Greetings? What a delightful formality, but alas, it is of no use to curry favor with me. Enough of the pleasantries. You have failed to complete the task I assigned you over the past 5 days. Do you understand the consequences? Zhu Zhen's voice lowered. Or do you believe that breaking through to the second level of chi refinement allows you to disregard my authority? Let me remind you. As long as you remain in the 100 Herb Valley, you must abide by my rules. Wang Fu furrowed his brow. Is there no room for negotiation? Zhang Heng retorted angrily. Negotiation is utterly pointless. There is. Zhu Zhen interjected. Zhang Heng turned back, surprised by the sudden change in his leader's demeanor. Only to see him grinning broadly, let us win against them. Zhang Heng chuckled, his fist colliding mockingly as he glanced at Wang Fu. We will defeat you. Wang Fu surveyed the 4 individuals. Apart from Zhu Zhen, the other 3 were at the second level of chi refinement. Very well, we shall prevail. Zhang Heng. Go teach him a lesson, Zhu Zhen said, finding a chair to sit on with legs crossed, eagerly preparing to watch the spectacle. Understood. Zhang Heng cracked his neck. Casting a disdainful glance at Wang Fu, today, I will ensure you remember this lesson. Red spiritual energy enveloped his fists as Zhang Heng leaped high, aiming to strike Wang Fu's chest. Seeing this, Wang Fu hastily retreated, earthy yellow energy swirling around his arms, fingers poised to unleash the earth spike technique. Dodge? Ha! Zhang Heng sneered as his attack missed, continuing his relentless pursuit. Chapter 18. A desperate struggle. The fire attribute's spiritual energy, much like Zhang Heng's temperament, was filled with a volatile essence. Wang Fu, well-versed in the foundational knowledge of cultivation, understood that while fire-based techniques often boasted explosive power with sustained effects, their endurance was somewhat lacking. I will evade and wait for him to cast his spell. Wang Fu possessed a clear mind. He understood that combat also required strategy. With careful planning, one could significantly enhance the odds of victory, even achieving triumph against a stronger foe. As expected, after several failed attempts to catch Wang Fu, Zhang Heng felt a profound sense of embarrassment. In a moment of frustration, he pressed his palms together, gathering his spiritual energy. As he slowly parted his hands, a blazing fireball, roughly the size of a fist, began to take shape. If you prefer to evade, let us see how you will escape this. As Wang Fu observed the rapidly approaching fireball, he pondered deeply. Could it be the fireball technique? Where there is a fireball technique, there is a high probability of an arson technique. Otherwise, without the control of divine consciousness, the speed and range of attack of the fireball would only be effective against mere mortals. Given the movement speed of cultivators, unless one remains stationary, a fireball without the manipulation of divine consciousness can only strike in a straight line. Only with the arson technique can it move freely. Rivaling the convenience of divine consciousness manipulation, divine consciousness can only be born from a cultivator at the 4th level of chi refinement. Wang Fu moved with remarkable speed, rendering a single fireball ineffective. Zhang Heng, with a determined heart, summoned all his strength to unleash 2 more fireballs, totaling 3 in an attempt to encircle and trap Wang Fu. This was the extent of his capabilities, causing his complexion to pale slightly. With 3 fireballs in pursuit, evasion became nearly impossible for Wang Fu, yet he found no need to flee, for Zhang Heng's current state was indicative of his excessive exertion. The earth spike technique was activated, and 3 spikes erupted from the ground, resembling a makeshift earthen wall positioned before the fireballs. Upon impact, the fireballs detonated against the spikes, sending debris and dust into the air. Zhang Heng felt a surge of joy, but before he could express his triumph, a spike shot up from beneath him. In his weakened state, he was unable to evade it and could only watch in horror as the spike emerged from below. Fear gripped him, but fortunately, the spike merely grazed his thigh rather than impaling him completely. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng trembled uncontrollably from the fright. A peculiar odor slowly permeated the air. Amidst the swirling dust, Wang Fu emerged, brushing off the debris and stones clinging to him. Although he appeared disheveled, an exhilaration coursed through him. He had triumphed over Zhang Heng through a combination of wit and strength. Zhang Heng, you have lost. Zhang Heng remained silent, the dampness beneath him causing him great embarrassment, his downcast eyes betraying a flush of humiliation. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through the air, accompanied by a sharp clap. Wang Fu was sent flying backward, his head spinning, his ears ringing as if they might burst. Wang Fu was beside himself with fury. What do you mean Zhang Heng is lost? He may have lost, but I certainly have not. Zhu Jun looked down at Wang Fu with an air of arrogance, a scornful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. From the very beginning, he had never intended to let Wang Fu off easily. You disregard the rules. Wang Fu, blood still in his mouth, trembled as he stood. Rules? The rules here are dictated by me. You dare speak of rules to me? Utterly ridiculous. Zhu Jun scoffed from this day forth. You will fetch me 200 buckets of water. If even one bucket is missing, I shall reward you with a slap. Impossible, Wang Fu bellowed. Impossible, you say? Ha! Sun Xian and Tianji incapacitate him. The two who had been merely spectators exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Yet, they had no choice but to intervene. Otherwise, they would face Zhu Jun's wrath later, which would bring them no benefit. Incapacitate me? If that is the case, then let us all perish together. Wang Fu's countenance was frenzied, desperately suppressing the imminent explosion of his mind. With a hand forming a seal, he summoned his spiritual energy, causing a robust earth spike to abruptly erupt at the edge of the spiritual field, merely a foot away from the precious herbs. Sun and Xiantian immediately halted, exclaiming in astonishment, "What are you doing? What is the meaning of this? If you intend to ruin me, then I shall obliterate this spiritual field and destroy these herbs. If I am to perish, I shall see if the Falling Feather sect will hold you accountable when they exact their punishment upon me." Wang Fu let out a chilling laugh, its sound mingling with blood, creating an eerie atmosphere, gathering to brawl, resulting in the destruction of the spiritual fields and herbs. Do you dare share this accusation with me? Do you dare? Sun Xian and his companion broke into a cold sweat, their courage faltering. They could only cast a glance toward Zhu Jun. Furrowing his brow, Zhu Jun found himself taken aback by Wang Fu's cunning strategy. They had refrained from acting, but the moment they did, the consequences became dire. Should the spiritual fields and herbs be destroyed, the repercussions would be severe. And even his lineage from a cultivation family would not exempt him from guilt. Clever move, young man, Zhu Jun thought, clenching his fists. This was the first time he had suffered such a significant loss in Baichao Valley. Don't let me catch you off guard. Without further ado, Zhu Jun led the three away from Wang Fu. Wang Fu observed their every move, clearly poised to unleash his spells upon the spiritual fields at the slightest provocation. Realizing they were not retracing their steps, but rather heading towards Huang Zhang's wooden cabin, Wang Fu understood they intended to confront Huang Zhang, who had not fulfilled his task for 6 or 7 days. Unfortunately for them, they would never find Huang Zhang. Moments later, the four emerged from Huang Zhang's dwelling, and Wang Fu still hoped to hear a few curses directed at him. During this, Zhang Heng cast a distant glare toward Wang Fu, even from afar. Wang Fu could feel the animosity radiating from him. Hate me? He mused with a smirk. Had the timing been different? You would have been pierced by my earth spikes long ago. Yet, you remain a lingering threat. Do not make me seize an opportunity. As the figures of the four faded from view, Wang Fu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground in a state of exhaustion. His head throbbed painfully, prompting him to curse under his breath. He had not anticipated Zhu Jun's ambush. Cultivation, this term, often simplistically yearned for by the common folk, concealed dangers that could only be truly understood through experience. Yet, having embarked on this path, there was no turning back. Wang Fu retrieved a drop of spiritual liquid and consumed it, immediately beginning his refinement beside the spiritual field. After half an hour, he finally regained his composure. Tidying up the battlefield, he strolled around the spiritual field, marking the conclusion of his tasks for the day. As for fetching water, that was unnecessary, however. Consuming the essence from the clear spirit pool using his small cauldron remained essential. At his current cultivation level, the second stage of qi refinement, he was already regarded as a master within Baichao Valley, able to traverse freely as long as he did not provoke Zhu Jun. For the next month or two, with no signs of Zhu Jun targeting him, Wang Fu felt considerably more at ease. The ample time dedicated to cultivation, supported by the spiritual liquid, allowed his prowess to steadily advance, though his progress in the earth escape technique remained disappointingly stagnant. Even after digging a deep pit to bury himself, there was little improvement. On one fateful day, while lying in the soil, drifting in a trance, he suddenly sensed the earth around his fingers becoming unusually soft, akin to flowing water. As half a palm sank into it, he was abruptly jolted awake. A layer of hazy spiritual energy enveloped his 5 fingers. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have succeeded. Chapter 19. The incident deep within Baichao Valley. Several grand wooden houses served as the residence of Zhu Jun and his companions. So, how is that lad Wang Fu faring? Has he exhibited any unusual behavior of late? Zhu Jun asked nonchalantly from his chair. No, I've had people watch him closely. Aside from his daily cultivation, he merely meditates by the clear spirit pool. Nothing extraordinary has emerged, Zhang Heng replied, shaking his head, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Wang Fu. That shouldn't be the case. In a mere few months, he has progressed from an ordinary mortal to the second stage of qi refinement, mastering his techniques to a consummate level. It's hard to believe he hasn't encountered some fortuitous event. Surely, he cannot be perfectly attuned to the earthly techniques, Zhu Jun mused, stroking his chin. Skepticism etched on his face. Could it be that he possesses dual or even triple spiritual roots? No, that is impossible if he had such roots. He would have directly become a formal disciple instead of enduring hardships on Shaodong Peak. Continue to monitor him. Additionally, you should visit the clear spirit pool to inspect the area where he has lingered. There might be something unusual there. Zhu Jun appeared to have a sudden realization. On second thought, I will go myself. You handle matters concerning Huang Zheng. That fellow has vanished without a trace. And it's uncertain if he fled or met his demise. Understood, Zhang Heng nodded, though inwardly he scoffed. Oh, going in person? I suspect he fears I might seize some opportunity first. Unfortunately, I have already scoured the vicinity of the clear spirit pool. As for Huang Zheng, his absence is inconsequential. He is merely a mortal ant. Once Zhang Heng departed, Zhu Jun leisurely made his way towards the clear spirit pool. Truth be told, he harbored doubts about the existence of any treasures there, having explored the area countless times. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within him. What if there truly was an opportunity to be missed? Should nothing materialize at the clear spirit pool, he would then investigate Wang Fu's dwelling, determined to search thoroughly. If any valuable treasures were to be found, he would not hesitate to resort to forceful means to procure them. On Shaodong Peak, Feng Dafu listened intently to a report from a nearby associate, his expression darkening with each word. Senior brother Feng. The situation is as follows. Wang Fu and senior brother Zhao Zilan not only lack any connection, but actually harbor enmity towards one another. Upon finishing, the man cautiously glanced at Feng Dafu, noting his grave demeanor and sensing the urgency to depart. Senior brother Feng, I have unfinished business. So I shall take my leave. Feng Dafu waved his hand dismissively, allowing the man to escape with palpable relief. Excellent, truly splendid. They dared to deceive me, thinking I, Feng Dafu, am merely a slothful glutton? Even mud has its fiery spirit. Wang Fu, you shall pay for this, harboring a grudge that would not linger overnight. He promptly set off towards Baichao Valley, even employing the wind-riding technique in his haste. Wang Fu was diligently practicing his earth-escaping technique beside the wooden cabin. Since his last attempt, he had discovered the secret, yet the murky yellow spiritual energy proved exceedingly challenging to cultivate. At present, it only enveloped one of his calves, and the journey to achieve full body coverage remained a formidable task. The wind around him intensified significantly, and he suddenly felt an urge to gaze into the distance. There, he spotted a small black dot racing towards him, which rapidly grew larger, revealing a figure. How astonishingly swift! Wang Fugong was taken aback for a moment, but soon discerned the figure's features. It was Feng Dafu. What brought him here? Could it be that the matter concerning Huang Zheng has been exposed? Wang Fu felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Patience is key. I must not reveal any signs of guilt. Regardless of what I am asked, I will feign ignorance. Huang Zheng has become nothing more than a handful of dust, and thus cannot be discovered. He maintained a faade of calmness, waiting quietly. Within a few breaths, the rotund Feng Dafu approached, his face darkened with scrutiny as he fixed his gaze on Wang Fu, seemingly eager to discern what audacity this young man possessed to deceive him. Have you become a cultivator? Upon noticing the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Wang Fu, which were quite substantial, he was taken aback. Greetings, senior brother Feng. Wang Fu performed a respectful bow, understanding the importance of appearances. It was entirely due to the senior brother's guidance that he was arranged to stay in the abundant spiritual energy of Baichao Valley, which allowed him to fortuitously break through. Fortuitous? You are truly fortunate. A mere servant disciple typically requires 1 to 2 years to reach such a level. Yet you managed it in merely 4 to 5 months. It seems you have a peculiar affinity with the thick earth technique. Feng Dafu did not perceive Wang Fu's advancement as a stroke of luck. The first and second layers of qi refinement were hardly indicative of any significant opportunity. His purpose for visiting was to demand answers, indifferent to such trivialities. Disregarding Wang Fu's forced smiles, he got straight to the point. Listen here, young man. What is your relationship with Zhao Zilan, senior brother Zhao? Wang Fu was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Zilan? Feng Dafu rushed over, seemingly incensed, because of Zhao Zilan? I'm asking you a question. What is the matter? Have the circumstances been exposed, and you have nothing to say? Feng Dafu glared at Wang Fu with a fierce intensity. And no, it's nothing, Wang Fu stammered, finally comprehending Feng Dafu's intentions. He merely felt deceived. Yet the truth was that he had never claimed any connection to Zhao Zilan. Nothing? You think it's nothing? You have me completely fooled. I thought you were a relative of Zhao Zilan. I even personally brought you here. Feng Dafu's voice dripped with anger as he pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Fu, hurling insults without restraint. I meticulously selected this place, Bai Chao Valley, known for its rich spiritual energy, and I personally ensured your comfort, practically serving you tea and water. And what do I discover? You and Zhao Zilan are not only unrelated but also adversaries. It feels as though my intelligence has been ground into the dirt. Feng Dafu nearly shouted, and upon seeing him gasp for breath, Wang Fu quickly poured him a glass of water. Senior brother Feng, have some water. Don't let your anger harm your health. Feng Dafu instinctively took the cup, ready to drink, but upon noticing Wang Fu's annoyingly cheerful expression, his irritation flared anew. And he flung the cup aside. Drink water? What nonsense! You need to provide me with an explanation for this, otherwise we will not be finished here. But I never claimed to have any connection to Zhao Zilan from the start, Wang Fu protested, feeling quite innocent and bemused. Are you implying that I, Feng Dafu, am the fool here? Feng Dafu retorted sharply. And no, that is not it at all. Wang Fu quickly waved his hands, fearful of admitting such a thing. Humph. As if you would dare, Feng Dafu poured himself another glass of water and drank it all in one go. He then stated with seriousness, since you claim to have no ties to Zhao Zilan, you cannot remain in Bai Chao Valley. Vacate your position. Leave Bai Chao Valley? But where am I supposed to go? Upon hearing of his departure from the 100 Herbs Valley, Wang Fu felt a flicker of secret delight. Were it not for necessity, he would not wish to linger in such a place, rife not only with murder, but also with the unpredictable threats posed by Zhu Zhen and his ilk. Yet, he wore a troubled expression, determined to feign reluctance. Hell, where to? To a place you would never wish to visit, chuckled Feng Dafu, grinning broadly. Only by sending Wang Fu there could his ire be alleviated. After all, the lad had already reached the second stage of qi refinement, and wouldn't he be worn out easily. As long as he could endure, he would be pushed to his limits. Chapter 20. Blackwood Cliff. Shaodong Peak lies on the periphery of the Falling Feather Mountain Range. Compared to the dense spiritual energy within the sect, this area is already sparse, and the cliffs bordering Shaodong Peak are even more bereft of such vitality. Blackwood Cliff, with its sheer drop into 100-zhang abyss below and a dark, oppressive forest above, embodies this desolation. The Blackwood tree, imbued with a unique spiritual essence, is particularly resilient to combustion. Its flames burn a deep crimson black, exhibiting high and stable temperatures, making it the favored fuel of the formal disciples of the Falling Feather sect. Whether for alchemy or artifact forging, it yields exceptional results. When Wang Fu set foot on Blackwood Cliff, he truly comprehended the richness of the spiritual energy in the 100 Herbs Valley, nearly tenfold in disparity. No wonder everyone at Shaodong Peak feared Feng Dafu with his authority. Anyone who offended him and was dispatched to this forsaken locale would find the path to reaching the fourth stage of qi refinement and becoming a formal disciple exceedingly arduous, akin to scaling the heavens. Wang Fu sighed, yet he remained undeterred. While others around him cultivated at a languid pace, he bore no such concerns. With the small cauldron at his side, the dark wood from the Blackwood Cliff served as his essential sustenance for cultivation. These timbers were imbued with spiritual essence. The inhabitants of the Blackwood Cliff were few in number, scarcely exceeding 10, and their leader was a disheveled elder who had attained the third level of qi refinings, affectionately referred to as Old Lin by all. Not long after Wang Fu settled down, he became acquainted with the indolent Old Lin, primarily because they both hailed from remote mountain villages, and the distance to Wutong village was not particularly great. Perhaps it was this serendipitous encounter in a foreign land that fostered their camaraderie. However, bearing in mind Huang Zheng's previous experiences, Wang Fu remained vigilant in his heart. His caution was not directed solely at Old Lin, but rather at everyone he encountered. The spiritual energy in Haima Cliff was notably sparse. Yet the Blackwood found there was an indispensable resource for the disciples of the sect in their alchemical and crafting endeavors. Consequently, it necessitated that the more skilled servant disciples engage in its harvesting. As for the ordinary folk, the Blackwood was exceedingly resilient. Even if a person were to chop at it for an entire day and night, they would scarcely manage to sever a single branch. It required specially crafted axes, coupled with spiritual power, to yield any results. The sect, cognizant of this challenge, dispensed a certain quantity of spiritual stones each month to enable the disciples of Haimu Cliff to replenish their spiritual energy. However, the pursuit of cultivating with these stones, or even accumulating them, proved to be exceptionally arduous. The sect had long calculated that the spiritual energy expended by the cultivators in harvesting Blackwood was nearly equivalent to the spiritual essence contained within the stones. To attain any surplus was exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, Haimu Cliff would not have garnered a reputation that instilled dread among numerous servant disciples. Nonetheless, exceptions do exist. Old Lin possessed a unique technique, demonstrating a meticulous application of spiritual power. According to his claims, he could amass around 17 or 18 spiritual stones each year, and he willingly remained at Haimu Cliff for the sake of these stones. He was also generous in imparting his skills to others, though most could only grasp a fraction of his expertise, and to accumulate 2 or 3 spiritual stones, one would have to labor day and night. Wang Fu has indeed mastered the skill, dedicating himself to it for over half a month. Ha ha ha, splendid indeed. During my years at Blackwood Cliff, I have taught no fewer than 70 or 80 individuals, and only you, young Fu, have managed to absorb my expertise completely. Old Lin sat upon a stone, observing Wang Fu wielding his logging axe with precision, striking the same spot on the Blackwood tree repeatedly, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It is all thanks to your excellent teaching, Old Lin. Wang Fu also smiled, wielding his axe against the Blackwood, aiming to conserve his spiritual energy. Each strike had to be executed with precision, landing exactly in the same spot. The angle of the first blow was crucial. Any deviation, however slight, would result in a greater expenditure of energy. Beyond the technique of the strike, the output of spiritual energy had to be impeccably controlled. If it were recklessly poured into the specially crafted felling axe, it would only lead to unnecessary waste. Only when the axe was about to make contact with the black tree could the energy be perfectly aligned with the blade, thus maximizing the conservation of spiritual power. While the technique of the axe was something everyone could master through practice, the meticulous control of spiritual energy eluded most individuals on Blackwood Cliff, particularly the timing of enveloping the blade with energy. Acting too swiftly would lead to excessive consumption, while hesitating could cause one's arm to tremble from the shock. As the old saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but it is your own effort that determines your progress. Old Lin stroked his scruffy beard, stating that he could provide guidance, but true success depended on one's innate talent and diligence. There was little intrigue among the people on Blackwood Cliff. Even if jealousy existed, few dared to act upon it, although others, like Old Lin, were also at the third level of chi refinement. His precise control of spiritual energy elevated his prowess significantly, deterring any attempts to disrupt him. Each month, a quota of 5 spirit stones would be distributed, with Feng Dafu punctual in his delivery on the morning of the first day. It was clear that Feng Dafu and Old Lin were acquainted, as Wang Fu noticed the two exchanging glances at him during their conversation, which instilled a sense of foreboding. Fortunately, Old Lin did not conspire against him afterward. Later, when Wang Fu inquired about Old Lin, he learned that Feng Dafu had indeed instructed Old Lin to create difficulties for him, even offering a few spirit stones as a reward. Old Lin accepted the stones with verbal assent. But the matter of troubling Wang Fu had already been forgotten, a typical case of taking benefits without fulfilling obligations. Wang Fuji exclaimed that he had learned much. The spiritual liquid of the Qingling pool had been entirely consumed, and Wang Fu had reached the pinnacle of the second level of qi refinement, just a step away from advancing to the third level. Fortunately, Wang Fu had long been engaged in utilizing the small cauldron to absorb the essence of the Blackwood from the Blackwood Cliff. Now, the small cauldron emanated a faint hue of dark greenish-black light, containing not less than 100 drops of spiritual liquid. The Blackwood Cliff was sparsely populated, and as long as he carefully controlled the amount of each Blackwood tree being consumed, no one would notice. The spiritual energy contained in the Blackwood spiritual liquid was even more refined than that of the Qingling pool. After refining 3 drops, Wang Fu effortlessly broke through to the third level of qi refinement, unexpectedly giving birth to spiritual consciousness. Wasn't spiritual consciousness supposed to be born only at the 4th level of qi refinement? Why had it manifested at the 3rd level? Wang Fu was puzzled. Yet he deemed it a fortunate occurrence. Could it be that the spiritual liquid refined by the small cauldron possessed the capability to enhance spiritual consciousness? Wang Fu could only harbor suspicions. After all, the premature emergence of divine consciousness was not inherently detrimental. He discovered that employing the old forest method to fell the black would not only conserve spiritual energy but also enhanced his subtle manipulation of it, greatly aiding his mastery of the earth escape technique. Within 3 days, Wang Fu had already mastered the ability to merge entirely with the earth from his chest downwards, rendering his earth escape technique nearly complete. However, with merely the 3rd level of chi refinement, sustaining himself underground still proved somewhat challenging, even if he succeeded in his cultivation. His duration beneath the surface would be brief. Rather than languidly practicing the earth escape technique, it would be more prudent to hasten his progress in elevating his cultivation level. The Blackwood Cliff harbored little danger, providing an ideal environment for dedicated practice, enabling him to become an official disciple sooner. Only as an official disciple could he relish the myriad conveniences afforded by the Falling Feather sect. After further honing his earth-piercing technique, he found himself growing increasingly proficient, inching ever closer to perfection. Wang Fu's daily routine remained largely unchanged. He dedicated 2 to 3 hours each day to felling the Blackwood and honing his mastery of spiritual energy. The remaining hours were spent, aside from sleeping and eating, refining spiritual liquid until his meridians ached. Only then would he practice earth spike techniques, culminating in the training of earth escape techniques. With the assistance of a small cauldron providing pure spiritual liquid, Wang Fu's cultivation level steadily ascended, rivaling even those prodigies with 3 or even 2 spiritual roots. Though he could not compare to those with heavenly spiritual roots. Life at Blackwood Cliff continued as usual, unnoticed by others. Meanwhile, significant events unfolded within the Falling Feather sect. The talented disciple Yun Ningxuang had emerged from her seclusion, coinciding with the sect leader's announcement that the Great Xia's spiritual veins were about to open. Yun Ningxuang would accompany the inner sect's senior brother, El Feng of Feiyu Peak, to the spiritual veins for foundational cultivation. If all proceeded smoothly, the sect would soon welcome 2 more foundational cultivation prodigies, prompting a celebration throughout the sect. Foundational cultivation is categorized into 3 types: heavenly, earthly, and human. Human foundational cultivation involves breaking through the foundational realm using foundational elixirs, a method employed by the majority of cultivators in the realm. Earthly foundational cultivation, on the other hand, utilizes the energy of the earth's spiritual veins, which are under the stewardship of cultivation sects and are thus rare and sought after. Within the entire territory of the Great Xia, there exists only one major spiritual vein, jointly controlled by the 6 great sects, opening once every 30 years with limited slots available. Above earthly foundational cultivation lies heavenly foundational cultivation, yet the 6 great sects lack the heritage for this method. In the entire realm of cultivation, those who can cultivate to the 10th level of chi refinement, qualifying for foundational cultivation, are exceedingly rare. Those who successfully attain foundational cultivation using elixirs are even rarer. Chapter 21. Revenge. The Falling Feather sect was abuzz with recent significant events. First, the impending opening of the Great Xia's spiritual veins promised the emergence of 2 earthly foundational geniuses. Next, Yun Ningxuang emerged from her seclusion and unexpectedly struck Zhao Zilan across the face. The former event warranted celebration, while the latter left many astonished. Both were disciples of Golden Core elders. Why would the esteemed Fairy Ningxuang suddenly take action against Zhao Zilan? Such a slap was nothing short of humiliation. In the aftermath, it was reported by the sect's informants that Fairy Ningxuang's fury towards Zhao Zilan stemmed from an incident involving a lowly disciple, though the reasons remained a topic of speculation. However, the drama did not end there. Elder Sun Qian, the master of the mountain peak, sought an explanation from Elder He Hongqiu of the falling Twilight Peak on behalf of his disciple Zhao Zilan, only to find himself met with a similar fate, a slap that sent him flying, matching that of his own disciple. On that day, a colossal hand emerged from the falling Twilight Peak, obscuring the sun and sweeping across the surroundings, leaving the majority of the sect's disciples in shock. This was the sheer power of the Golden Core realm. Following this incident, no one dared mention Yun Ningxuang again, as few possessed the cultivation level of Elder Sun Qian, capable of withstanding such a slap from a late-stage Golden Core practitioner. Life continued as usual until the day arrived for the opening of the Great Xia's spiritual veins 3 months later. On this day, Yun Ningxuang and the talented disciple El Feng of Feiyu Peak journeyed to the southerly county of the Great Xia. It was also the day Wang Fu broke through to the 4th level of chi refinement. Finally, he had achieved this breakthrough. Atop Blackwood Cliff, Wang Fu sat cross-legged. Upon opening his eyes, two beams of brilliance surged forth, extending 2 yards. The thick earth technique circulated within him, amplifying his spiritual energy to several times its former intensity. And his spiritual awareness expanded from 1 yard to 2. If he focused in a specific direction, he could extend it to 6 yards with a magical artifact. He could manipulate it anywhere within that range. With the 4th level of Qi refinement attained, he was finally eligible to become an official disciple. After experiencing a moment of joy, Wang Fu's expression swiftly turned serious. However, before I can officially become a disciple, I must master the Earth Escape technique and make another trip to the 100 Herbs Valley. He would forever remember the humiliation inflicted upon him by Zhu Zhen and Zhang Hong. To hold a grudge without retaliation is not the way of a gentleman. Yet, Wang Fu does not consider himself a gentleman, merely a fledgling cultivator just beginning his journey in the realm of immortality. Having reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual energy has intensified exponentially. The Earth Escape technique was soon perfected, wrapping his body in a golden aura of spiritual power as he moved through the earth. Although he could not traverse as freely as he wished, he certainly moved faster than walking on the surface, sustaining this ability for a quarter of an hour. The only drawback was the necessity to occasionally surface for air. After dedicating 3 to 4 days to mastering the art of earth evasion, Wang Fu, under the cover of night, stealthily ventured forth with a logging axe in hand. Baichao Valley lay on the far side of Shaodong Peak, and Wang Fu meticulously employed his earth evasion technique to circumvent all potential encounters along the way. At the stroke of midnight, he finally returned to Baichao Valley, making his way directly to the residence of Zhu Zhen and Zhang Hong. Zhu Zhen, being at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, possessed a heightened sense of vigilance. Thus, he was to be dealt with first. Even if this provoked Zhang Heng's awareness, his 2nd level of Qi refinement would not pose a significant threat. Wang Fuyuan gazed intently at the expansive wooden cabin, narrowing his eyes as he activated his Earth Escape technique, swiftly merging his form into the ground. Submerging beneath the wooden structure, he employed his spiritual awareness to scour the area, quickly discovering Zhu Zhen, who lay soundly asleep in bed. As he slumbered, it conveniently alleviated any potential complications. Wang Fu let out a cold laugh, channeling his spiritual energy into the dark lumbering knife. Instantly, the blade emanated a chilling light, executing its motion seamlessly as it swept with precision across Zhu Zhen's neck. Blood gushed forth, and a head rolled to the edge of the bed. Zhu Zhen did not even have the opportunity to open his eyes. Consider yourself fortunate, little ding, as you shall absorb the spiritual energy from his body. Wang Fu, suppressing his revulsion, retrieved the small cauldron, and the power of devouring surged forth. The spiritual energy of Zhu Zhen, encompassing his entire being, swiftly poured into the cauldron, leaving behind nothing but a shriveled, headless corpse lying on the blood-soaked bed, with the head on the floor also having withered, its features unrecognizable. This was the 2nd instance of taking a life. Apart from a slight feeling of nausea, Wang Fu experienced little discomfort. He cast a final glance at Zhu Zhen's lifeless body and murmured in a low voice, "In the realm of cultivation, the strong prey upon the weak. Since enmity has been established, to prevent you from becoming a hindrance in the future, I must take the initiative to eliminate potential threats. The next target is Zhang Hong." Without a trace left behind, Zhu Zhen's chamber bore no evidence of the deed, showcasing the remarkable nature of the earth-shifting technique. Moments later, beneath the ground, Wang Fu's divine sense swiftly detected Zhang Hong. In stark contrast to the soundly sleeping Zhu Zhen, Zhang Hong was currently immersed in meditation, seated cross-legged on a mat, his spiritual energy surging around him, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. A breakthrough? Wang Fu let out a cold laugh, his half-formed silhouette silently materializing behind Zhang Hong as he swiftly thrust the axe towards the vulnerable spot on his back. There was no hindrance. The blade withdrew, and blood gushed forth in an instant, spilling a vivid crimson onto the ground. With a muffled gasp, blood spilled from Zhang Heng's mouth. His incredulous gaze fixated on the life essence pouring from his chest, an expression of profound reluctance etched upon his face. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Why? Why did a blade have to intervene? Who was responsible? As vitality ebbed away, his body swayed precariously before collapsing heavily to the ground. In his final moments, a familiar face, one he loathed, emerged before him, driving him to the brink of madness. His body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, darkness enveloped him, swiftly consuming everything he was. All is lost now. This earth-escaping technique indeed suits assassination well. However, for cultivators with a sense of awareness, achieving success is far from simple. Perhaps practicing the breath concealment technique could remedy this flaw. The comprehensive guide to the fundamentals of cultivation mentions numerous spells, among which the breath concealment technique serves to obscure the spiritual energy emanating from the practitioner. Wang Fusong exhaled a sigh of relief and, as was his custom, used a small cauldron to consume all of Zhang Heng's spiritual energy before silently retreating underground. The following day, Sun Xiantian and Xi arrived to consult with Zhu Jin, but after knocking for quite some time without receiving a response. They exchanged hesitant glances and finally opened the door. "Brother Zhu, what a heavy stench of blood. What is this?" "A head. This is a head." The two were so terrified that their souls nearly departed their bodies, and they stumbled out of Zhu Jun's room, clutching the fence and retching uncontrollably. With such a grave incident at hand, they could not bear the burden alone. Once they slightly regained their composure, they immediately summoned the other disciples from Baichao Valley. "Let us face this together." They even contemplated calling Zhang Heng, but after knocking for a while without a response, they exchanged glances, recalling the previous incident, and silently withdrew. As the area became crowded with people, one after another entered the room to witness Zhu Jin's tragic state. The vicinity of Zhu Jin's room quickly turned filthy, with vomit strewn about. Zhang Heng's room was also opened, prompting another round of dry heaving. There was nothing left to expel. Both Zhu Jin and Zhang Heng possessed cultivation. Unlike Huang Zheng, who had been neglected, and with the presence of a corpse, it was imperative to report this immediately. Sun Xiantian, Xi, and several other disciples of the second level of qi refining hurriedly sought out Feng Dafu, the leader of Shao Dongfeng. However, they found him absent. They could only anxiously pace in front of the courtyard of Shao Dongfeng. As for Feng Dafu, where had he gone? He was currently racing towards Haimu Cliff in a state of great urgency. Chapter 22. Reaching the pinnacle. Damn it. This is truly cursed. At the break of dawn, Feng Dafu received news that the reason why the frost condensation fairy had acted against Zhao Zilan was due to a mere miscellaneous disciple, and that disciple was Wang Fu. "This is intolerable. Just a few months ago, I dispatched Wang Fu to that desolate Haimu Cliff to chop wood. And now I am being told that the frost condensation fairy has ties to that boy. She is a figure of even greater stature than Zhao Zilan. Did not Master Sun Qian suffer a beating because of this matter? If the frost condensation fairy discovers this, will she not flay me alive? Can I even keep this position? Oh my goodness, just how capable is this Wang Fu? How is it that upon entering the sect, he has already entangled himself with two geniuses, each more formidable than the last? Truly a troublemaker. Alas, poor me, I have run myself ragged." Haimu Cliff was not as easy to traverse as Baichao Valley, and with Feng Dafu's heart racing, even employing the wind control technique left him utterly exhausted. Fortunately, he finally arrived. "Wang Fu, where are you?" Feng Dafu shouted, but after a lengthy wait, he only saw Lao Lin. "Lao Lin, where is Wang Fu?" "Oh, is that not Lao Feng? It is not even the first of the month yet. What brings you here for a visit?" Lao Lin teased, stroking his scruffy beard. "What nonsense! Where is Wang Fu?" Feng Dafu had no time for banter. He was solely focused on rectifying his mistake and taking Wang Fu away from this godforsaken Haimu Cliff. "Wang Fu? How would I know? He has complete freedom on Haimu Cliff. As long as he does not fall off, he can go anywhere. It is early morning. That lad could be off practicing somewhere on the cliff." Lao Lin found it amusing to see Feng Dafu so anxious for the first time. Practicing? The spiritual energy on Haimu Cliff is so sparse. Where could he possibly practice? Feng Dafu was bewildered. "You are not aware, are you? Wang Fu is no ordinary diligent worker. He has only been on the cliff for a short while and has already broken through to the third level of qi refining. My skills have long been learned by him, and now he surpasses me." Lao Lin could not help but praise Wang Fu, recalling his remarkable progress. Out of the blue. Surpassing the blue? You illiterate! Feng Dafu cursed, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. Wang Fu had already reached the third level of qi refining? This was barely a year's time. Indeed, it is no wonder he has connections with the frost condensation fairy. Stop wasting time. Quickly step aside. Feng Dafu pushed past Lao Lin. Just the thought of the frost condensation fairy made his scalp tingle with dread. He simply wanted to take Wang Fu down the cliff as swiftly as possible and then cater to him diligently. Meanwhile, Wang Fu, after returning from Baichao Valley, did not rest in his own quarters. Instead, under the cover of night, he frantically gathered Haimu's spiritual liquid using his small cauldron atop Haimu Cliff. He was on the verge of becoming an official disciple and needed to stockpile as much spiritual liquid as possible before that, for it would not be so easy to ascend Haimu Cliff in the future. He exchanged one blackwood tree for another, and as he passed, many sturdy blackwood trees had withered significantly. This continued until dawn, and combined with the accumulation of 3 to 4 months. The cauldron now contained 200 to 300 drops of spiritual liquid, prompting Wang Fu to finally cease his efforts. On his way back, he fortuitously encountered Feng Dafu, who was searching for him all over Haimu Cliff. Wang Fu, Wang Jr. disciple. Feng Dafu called from afar upon spotting Wang Fu's figure. Brother Feng, what brings you here? Wang Fu scrutinized the breathless Feng Dafu. I finally found you. Hurry, come with me down the cliff. Feng Dafu, panting heavily, realized how exhausting it was to be overweight after all that running. Down the cliff? How did Brother Feng know I wanted to go down? Wang Fu was somewhat puzzled. Although he did indeed need to go through Feng Dafu to become an official disciple. Looking for me? What for? Feng Dafu felt a tightening in his heart, wondering if this boy intended to retaliate against him. So petty-minded, Wang Fu found the behavior of Feng Dafu rather peculiar today, as if he were harboring a sense of trepidation towards him. How could that be? I am here to handle the necessary formalities. I have successfully transcended to the 4th level of Qi refinement and am about to leave Shaodong Peak. What formalities? Feng Dafu inquired, momentarily taken aback. Wait, what did you say? You've broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement? His eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Wang Fu, and indeed, as Wang Fu had claimed, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him were markedly stronger than before, confirming his advancement. What kind of rare treasures have you consumed? Feng Dafu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, his hands gripping Wang Fu's shoulders in excitement. Rare treasures? How could I be so fortunate? Wang Fu shook his head, subtly evading Feng Dafu's grasp, and quickly added, it is solely due to the exceptional techniques imparted by Old Lin, coupled with the spiritual stones you provided, which I have completely refined that enabled this fortunate breakthrough. This was the excuse Wang Fu had meticulously prepared. However, the techniques taught by Old Lin were indeed extraordinary. While minimizing consumption during woodcutting was beneficial, the most significant aspect was the enhancement of one's mastery over spiritual energy. The meticulous process of unraveling layers was immensely advantageous for cultivation. Speaking of Old Lin, I must express my gratitude to him. Without his unparalleled skill akin to unraveling silk, I would not have achieved a breakthrough in such a short span of time. With that thought, Wang Fu headed towards Old Lin's residence, while Feng Dafu trailed behind, muttering to himself, questioning the veracity of it all. Could Old Lin's techniques truly be so miraculous? Perhaps I should learn them as well? Bidding farewell to Old Lin was not complicated, just a few words of blessing and parting. Nonetheless, Wang Fu finally learned Old Lin's true name, Liningha. On the path away from Haimu Cliff, Feng Dafu remained skeptical about Wang Fu's claim of relying on Old Lin's techniques for his breakthrough. He was aware of Old Lin's skill, which merely conserved spiritual energy during the felling of Blackwood. He still held a highly doubtful stance regarding its efficacy for breakthroughs. Brother Wang, are you truly not in possession of any rare treasures? Brother Feng, you have asked this question several times now. I assure you, there are no rare treasures. Haimu Cliff is not vast. We see each other daily. If there were any rare treasures, they would have been discovered long ago, and it would not have come to me. Wang Fu felt helpless, although he was somewhat perplexed by the dramatic shift in Feng Dafu's attitude towards him. He knew that his greatest secret could not be revealed. However, in order to completely dispel Feng Dafu's doubts, Wang Fu decided to showcase his abilities. Senior Brother Feng, if you do not believe me, I can demonstrate the incredible prowess of Old Lin's technique, but you must promise to keep it confidential. Confidential? Of course. Feng Dafu readily agreed, eager to witness the marvel for himself. Then watch closely, Wang Fu said with a grin, as he summoned the Earth Spike technique. His spiritual energy surged, and 4 spikes erupted from the ground, standing nearly 10 feet tall beside him. The Earth Spike technique. Feng Dafu furrowed his brow, soon taken aback. With 4 spikes, have you perfected the Earth Spike technique? Perfected? Not quite. Wang Fu shook his head. Senior Brother Feng, do you notice anything unique about these 4 spikes? Unique? Feng Dafu scrutinized them closely and observed that the 4 towering spikes were indeed distinct in appearance and varied in thickness. The thickest resembled a formidable shield, while the thinnest was merely a foot in diameter. Wang Fu observed that Feng Dafu had noticed him, concentrating his spiritual energy. He struck the thinnest earth spike with a forceful palm, producing a crisp crack as the spike shattered. Swiftly, Wang Fu seized the broken spike, casting it like a spear, which collided with the hillside with a resounding crash, embedding itself 3 feet into the ground. Such mastery, you have indeed cultivated this spell to an extraordinary peak. Feng Dafu marveled in astonishment. There are 5 levels of spellcraft: initiation, minor success, major success, perfection, and finally, the pinnacle of mastery. Many cultivators find it challenging to reach major success, yet Wang Fu has achieved the pinnacle of mastery in a 4th-tier spell. Feng Dafu found himself at a loss for words. He believed that if Wang Fu were not a 5-element root, even with merely a 3-element root, his prodigious talent in spellcraft would attract the eager attention of Golden Core masters. Indeed, I owe it all to the techniques imparted by Old Lin. Wang Fu replied with a smile, not exaggerating. Shortly after Old Lin taught him, the Earth Spike technique reached perfection. As for the pinnacle of mastery, that was attained while he was perfecting his Earth Escape technique. Feng Dafu sighed, suddenly feeling a sense of pity for Wang Fu, which sparked a genuine desire to forge a closer bond with him, independent of any considerations regarding the Frosty Fairy. He resolved to personally escort Wang Fu to the Outer Sect. Chapter 23. Wind Control Technique. The main peak of the Outer Sect of the Falling Feather Sect is known as Feiyun Peak. The spiritual energy at Feiyun Peak is several times denser than that at Xiaodong Peak. Standing at the foot of Feiyun Peak, Wang Fu gazed at the long, winding stone staircase, and the rich spiritual energy enveloping him invigorated his spirit, akin to a parched traveler encountering refreshing rain. He could not resist taking a greedy, deep breath. He had ventured deeper into the Falling Feather Sect before, but at that time, he was merely a mortal, oblivious to the mysteries of the world's spiritual energy. It was only later, in the 100 Herb Valley, that he learned to draw energy into his body and became a cultivator. Isn't the spiritual energy remarkably dense? Feng Dafu remarked, noticing Wang Fu's wide-eyed wonder. This is merely the outer sect. If you were to enter the inner sect, the energy would be exponentially richer. Seeing Wang Fu's naive expression, Feng Dafu could not help but feel a sense of pride. Brother Feng, have you been to the inner sect? Wang Fu inquired as he ascended the stairs. Well, not exactly, Feng Dafu responded with a slight cough, then raised his chin confidently. However, I have acquaintances in the inner sect. I see, Wang Fu replied, understanding the implication. Wang Fu cast a glance at Feng Dafu, nodding with unwavering certainty. Feng Dafu felt a sting of humiliation. Had it been anyone else, he would have readily dealt a resounding slap. However, given the connection this lad had with the enchanting Miss Ning Xuang, he refrained from any overt hostility. A flicker of inspiration crossed his mind. Brother Wang, he began. The elder steward of the Outer Gates Affairs Hall may not always be present. We should hasten to ascend Flying Cloud Peak, lest we fall behind schedule. With that, Feng Dafu immediately cast a wind manipulation spell, his body becoming as light as a swallow, and in a few strides, he bounded up dozens of steps, leaving Wang Fu far behind. Brother Wang, do hurry along. Seeing this, Wang Fu was well aware that this rotund fellow was seeking retribution. How petty of him. Wang Fu murmured a few words, channeling his spiritual energy into his legs, significantly enhancing his speed. However, he remained starkly inferior to Feng Dafu, who had employed the wind riding technique and was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Junior Brother Wang, could you possibly hasten your pace? Why are you so slow? The administrative hall is about to close. Feng Dafu strolled leisurely ahead, occasionally turning back to urge him on, feeling quite pleased with himself. At last, he felt a sense of relief. Senior Brother Feng, what kind of magic is this? It's truly remarkable, Wang Fu called out while trying to catch up. Haha. This is the wind riding technique. Feng Dafu laughed heartily. The wind riding technique? Riding on the wind, does that not mean one can fly? Soaring through the skies is not so simple. Only those in the Golden Core stage can transcend such limitations. However, this wind riding technique does allow us to move with the grace of a swallow, swift as the wind. If mastered to perfection and with ample spiritual energy, short-distance gliding is indeed feasible. Having indulged in his own delight, Feng Dafu paused to watch Wang Fu. Wang Fu hurriedly caught up, smiling as he said, such prowess. Would Senior Brother Feng mind imparting some knowledge to me? Impart knowledge to you? Feng Dafu scrutinized Wang Fu, stroking his chin. This is not particularly arcane magic, and the sect does not impose restrictions. I could teach you, but first, you must enlighten me about your relationship with Fairy Ning Xuang. His small eyes gleamed with an insatiable curiosity. Fairy Ning Xuang? Wang Fu was momentarily perplexed. Continue your charade, Feng Dafu scoffed. I am referring to Yun Ning Xuang. Fairy Yun Ning Xuang. Yun Ning Xuang, senior sister Yun? Wang Fu suddenly comprehended, recalling the words of the cultivator who had ambushed them on their way to the Falling Feather sect. Senior Brother Feng, you don't suspect there is a connection between me and Senior Sister Yun, Do you? What suspicion? It is an undeniable fact. Otherwise, why would Fairy Ning Shuang strike Zhao Zilan on your behalf? Feng Dafu remarked, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Even Elder Sun Qian received a slap as well. This incident has spread throughout the entire sect. Impossible. You must be mistaken, Wang Fu retorted, hastily adding, Senior Brother Feng. Please do not misinterpret this. I would rather not bear the blame later. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, Feng Dafu assured him, Fear not. This time, I am certain of my facts. You are indeed a person of interest, especially with the soon-to-be foundational senior sister Yun backing you. Oh no, I mean Fairy Ning Shuang. Once she returns from Nanli Prefecture, she will be referred to as Senior Aunt Yun. I truly have no connection with Senior Sister Yun. She merely brought me into the sect, Wang Fu sighed in resignation. Truly no connection? Feng Dafu, observing Wang Fu's serious demeanor, began to harbor doubts. No connection whatsoever. That cannot be. Then pray tell, share the tale of how Senior Sister Yun escorted you back to the sect, Feng Dafu insisted relentlessly. First, teach me the wind control technique, Wang Fu countered, unwilling to concede. Very well, if that is what you wish, Feng Dafu declared, promptly retrieving a jade slip from his storage bag. Here, activate it with your spiritual energy and press it against your forehead. Wang Fuzhao's eyes brightened immediately. After a couple of breaths, he comprehended the method of cultivating the wind control technique. Switching to a different jade slip, he eagerly commenced his attempts. He formed the seals of the wind control technique with his hands, channeling his spiritual energy. Hey, what are you doing? Get to the point. This wind control technique isn't something that can be mastered so easily. You should cultivate it gradually, Feng Dafu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, he witnessed a gentle breeze emanating from beneath Wang Fu's feet, followed by a leap that covered more than 10 feet. Is he already at the entry level? How long did it take me to cultivate? 7 days? Half a month? I believe it was a month. Truly a prodigy, possessing a remarkable 5 elemental roots. Feng Dafu hastily cast a wind control technique on himself and hurried to catch up. Wang Shidi, you haven't yet told me about your affair with Sister Yun. Wang Fu would undoubtedly honor his word, as he became familiar with the wind control technique. He recounted tales of himself and Yun Ningxiang until they reached the small winter peak, of course omitting certain secrets. Feng Dafu listened with rapt attention, even offering his analysis in the end. He spoke earnestly. I believe Sister Yun's punishment of Brother Zhao indeed stems from you, though it is not as mysterious as others in the sect might suggest. He raised a finger, continuing, Firstly, you hail from Wutong village, which has ties to Elder Zhu, who in turn is acquainted with Elder He. Brother Zhao's bullying of you is akin to slapping Elder He's face. Sister Yun would naturally be incensed and would stand up for her disciple. Secondly, Feng Dafu glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then leaned in close to Wang Fu's ear, lowering his voice significantly. Sister Yun has never held hands with another man. You are the first. Perhaps this has sparked some affection in her heart. Imagine, an extraordinary talent on the verge of establishing his foundation, being touched by a mere servant disciple. Observing Feng Dafu's mischievous expressions, Wang Fu felt an urge to retaliate, but he regretted his inability to do so, deciding to postpone such thoughts for later. Nonetheless, Feng Dafu's first theory held considerable weight. With this in mind, Wang Fu's spirits lifted, not for any other reason than the satisfaction of seeing that scoundrel Zhao Zilan receive his due punishment. It was indeed a delightful turn of events. At last, the two ascended Feiyan Peak, where the throng of people increased, and majestic halls nestled against the peak, interconnected by winding cobblestone paths. Feng Dafu instructed Wang Fu not to wander aimlessly and to follow him closely. Moments later, they finally arrived at the Outer Sect Administrative Hall. Chapter 24. Outer Sect Equipment. This was a grand and imposing hall, with the words Administrative Hall inscribed in bold strokes upon the plaque, perfectly aligned. Ah, is that not Junior Brother Feng? What brings you to Feiyan Peak for a bit of fun instead of reveling at Shaodong Peak? Upon entering the hall, a middle-aged man with a square face approached, clearly acquainted with Feng Dafu. I thought it was someone important. It's Brother Song Jing'ang. I come seeking something trivial. Yet today is your duty, is it not? Feng Dafu replied with a smile. Song Jingtang nodded, glancing at Wang Fu beside Feng Dafu. This junior brother seems unfamiliar. This is Wang Fu, who has just broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. I brought him here to handle some formalities, Feng Dafu explained. Greetings, Brother Song. Wang Fu respectfully bowed. A servant disciple? Song Jing'ang exclaimed, surprised. It is rare for a servant disciple to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement. Most are sent down the mountain after 10 years, and this Wang Fu is still quite young. Wait a moment, did you say his name is Wang Fu? The Wang Fu. Indeed, that Wang Fu. Well, he doesn't seem to possess any extraordinary features. Yet for a disciple with a mediocre spiritual route to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement is no small feat. Song Jing'ang scrutinized Wang Fu before shaking his head. Come with me. Having broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, you are now considered an outer sect disciple. Wang Fu promptly followed suit, while Feng Dafu, displaying a keen interest, leisurely trailed behind. Outer sect disciples, despite being official members of the sect, had completely distanced themselves from menial tasks. They were equipped with standard provisions such as magical tools and robes. This included a storage pouch containing a low-grade offensive magical artifact, a low-grade defensive magical artifact, a full set of low-grade robes, a brief sect map, and this month's stipend of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Song Jing'ang retrieved a small gray cloth pouch from a nearby cabinet and tossed it to Wang Fu, followed by a palm-sized token. This was a restriction token, serving as the identity token for outer sect disciples. With this token, one could choose any unoccupied courtyard on Fei and Peak for residence, although it allowed for only a single selection. Additionally, the token was inscribed with a miniature formation capable of recording merits, which could be exchanged for various treasures within the sect. Thank you, Senior Brother Song. Wang Fu expressed his gratitude upon receiving the token. Song Jingtang nodded and continued. You may attempt to refine the token. It possesses an initial 10 points of sect merit, which can be exchanged for spells and foundational techniques of the 5 elements at the Bureau of Affairs. Upon hearing Wang Fu's words, he immediately complied. His consciousness surged into the token, swiftly refining it, and a cross appeared on its surface. Are you looking to exchange for a cultivation method? Inquired Song Jing'ang. May I ask, Senior Brother Song, how many merit points is the foundational 5 elements cultivation method worth? Wang Fu retorted. The methods available to the auxiliary disciples only encompass the first 4 tiers. Wang Fu was no exception. Regardless, he needed to exchange for the subsequent techniques of the thick earth formula. However, upon hearing the price from Song Jingtang, his expression became noticeably complicated. Song Jing'ang spoke. The foundational 5 elements cultivation method is valued at 5 sect merit points, and a basic intermediate level spell holds the same worth. Exactly 10 merit points? Could it be that this was calculated in advance? What newly initiated outer sect disciple does not require a complete foundational cultivation method? Who does not need a basic intermediate level spell for protection? The freshly acquired 10 merit points had scarcely warmed in his hands before they were destined to be spent. There was no option to refrain from expenditure. The cultivation method was self-evident in its necessity. As for the basic intermediate level spell, would he not be bullied by others if he lacked it? Ha! Chuckled Feng Dafu, who had followed behind, observing Wang Fu's troubled expression. I say, Senior Brother Song. After all these years, the entry rules for the outer sect remain unchanged. Could there not be some new variations? Song Jingtang dismissed Feng Dafu's remarks, focusing instead on Wang Fu. Junior Brother Wang, are you ready to exchange? Yes, Wang Fu nearly ground his teeth as he forced out the 2 words. This is extortion. Handing over 10 merit points only to have them snatched back immediately. This trick is quite clever. Astute, Song Jing'ang smiled. Follow me, then. How perceptive, Wang Fu thought. Wang Fu, with a troubled expression, followed to a secluded chamber in the administrative hall. Within, it contained all documented foundational techniques of the Falling Feather sect, encompassing the vast majority of elementary and intermediate spells. Please, feel free to enter and select what you desire. You have half an hour. Should you find something appealing, selecting multiple items poses no issue, as they may be exchanged for spirit stones. Given that you are a new outer disciple, 10 inferior spirit stones will suffice. Before Song Jingtang could finish, Wang Fu hastily stepped into the chamber, eager to escape the continued prattling of his unscrupulous senior. The chamber was quite spacious, with numerous dark wooden bookshelves arranged in an orderly fashion. Each shelf was laden with an array of books, and some even housed jade slips specifically designated for recording information. Following the indicated guidance, Wang Fu quickly located the thick earth technique, a tome significantly more substantial than the booklet Feng Dafu had previously given him. Upon opening it, he discovered it comprised a total of 13 layers, corresponding to the 13 levels of Qi refinement. The initial 4 layers mirrored precisely the thick earth technique he was currently practicing, the sole distinction being that this manual did not document any spells. It appeared that those elementary lower-tier spells were exclusively a privilege bestowed upon the servant disciples. Wang Fu sighed contemplatively as he carefully stored the earth technique. He began to explore the realm of spells, where an abundance of primary low-tier and mid-tier incantations, both elemental and non-elemental, dazzled his senses. Among the myriad of options were even foundational manuals for artifact forging and elixir crafting. Wang Fuyao could only glance briefly at the vast assortment, overwhelmed by the sheer volume. Leaving him to rely solely on fortune, Wang Fujing was poised to casually select an earth attribute spell when suddenly, a faint glimmer of light flickered in an inconspicuous corner, capturing his attention. At the same moment, a similar radiance emanated from the palm of his right hand. What could this mean? In a rush, Wang Fujing glanced at his palm, and amidst the haze of thought, the visage of an elderly man unexpectedly materialized in his mind. The old man gazed at him with a benevolent expression, though it was but a fleeting moment. Wang Fujing recognized that this elder had previously appeared during his arduous ascent of the 1,000 cliffstone steps. At that time, his mind had been in a daze. And had it not been for this unexpected encounter, he would have scarcely recalled the encounter. Could it be that this was something left behind by that venerable gentleman? Wang Fu, devoid of doubt, comprehended that the venerable elder was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure of profound wisdom. He picked up a slender tome, the Compendium of Basic Talismans, from which a radiant light emanated. As he opened the book, a pale golden page was nestled within, standing out conspicuously. What could this golden page be? Was this the opportunity bestowed upon him by the esteemed elder, detailing the methods of crafting talismans as described in the initial chapters of the Heavenly Talisman scripture? Upon the golden page, a myriad of minuscule characters was meticulously arranged. The moment Wang Fu's fingers brushed against the page, the tiny characters seemed to spring to life, transforming into a torrent of words that surged into his mind, a colossal wave of information inundating his consciousness. After several breaths, the brilliance faded, and the golden page vanished among the rest. The path of talismans is boundless and vast. Wang Fu's eyes sparkled with brilliance akin to daylight. Chapter 25. Miscellaneous affairs. As the half-hour mark approached, Wang Fu emerged from the side hall. Feng Dafu had already departed, leaving only Song Jing'ang standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Have you made your selections? My apologies for keeping you waiting, Senior Brother Song. I have made my choices. Wang Fu respectfully presented 2 tomes and a jade tablet. In addition to the essential earth technique, Wang Fu also selected the comprehensive guide to basic talismans, which was interspersed with golden pages. After all, it was a vessel of golden pages, and one could never be certain of the treasures it might hold. Even if it yielded nothing extraordinary, this guide was indispensable for learning the art of talisman crafting. The jade tablet contained a collection of several unaligned, elementary-level spells. It documented a total of 5 basic spells: the concealment technique, the heavenly eye technique, the object manipulation technique, the invisibility technique, and the spirit fire technique. Though these 5 spells are categorized as elementary and lack any particular attribute requirements, they possess considerable utility, remaining practical even for those of profound cultivation. The concealment technique allows the practitioner to retract their spiritual energy, effectively concealing their cultivation level, rendering them undetectable to those of comparable or lesser strength. Conversely, the heavenly eye technique enables one to pierce through the veils of others' cultivation, proving effective even against those of superior prowess. The object manipulation technique permits the remote control of objects. The invisibility technique allows the practitioner to cloak themselves by blending into their surroundings, achieving an effect that is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, especially when combined with the earth escape technique, making it an unparalleled skill for covert operations. The spirit fire technique, on the other hand, generates flames from spiritual energy, enabling the release of unique spirit fire used in alchemy and artifact crafting, and is essential for erasing traces and obliterating corpses. Very well, however, your merit points are insufficient. You will need to supplement with 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Song Jingtang nodded, then continued, use your divine sense to activate your token and transfer the merit points to me. Once you have supplemented the spiritual stones, you may take your leave. Wang Fuzhao, suppressing his heartache, transferred the merit points and retrieved this month's salary from his storage pouch, handing it to Song Jing'ang. With a swift motion, Song Jing'ang made the 10 inferior spirit stones vanish from sight. He raised his gaze to the departing Wang Fu, smiling as he reminded him, I almost forgot to mention, disciples of the Luoyu sect, whether inner or outer, are bound by sect duties, typically spanning a year. Should you neglect this, the law enforcement disciples will enforce compliance, leaving you with no choice. The outer sect duties can be found in the side hall to the left of the administrative hall. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it. Thank you for the information, Senior Brother Song. This junior will take his leave. Wang Fu was taken aback, promptly expressing his gratitude with utmost respect before departing the main gate of the administrative hall with a composed demeanor. His perception of the cunning senior brother Song had been profoundly altered. Not only had the latter drained him of his recently acquired wealth, but he had also retained a strategic advantage. It was likely that had he not brought 3 volumes of magical scriptures from the side hall, exhausting his monthly stipend, the sect's administrative affairs would have remained undisclosed to him. Were it not for the timely warning from others, he would have found himself confronted by the disciplinary disciples, compelled to comply, which would have been truly distressing. It seemed he had no choice but to consider it a necessary expense to avert calamity. Wang Fu could only console himself in this manner. Upon exiting the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs with no particular business at hand, he decided to venture into the adjacent side hall. Numerous outer disciples meandered in and out around the side hall. Like the other disciples, Wang Fu entered the chamber and was greeted by a magnificent white jade disc suspended in the center. The disc radiated a soft luminescence, displaying an array of information, with the words Miscellaneous Affairs list prominently featured. It was evident that this white jade disc was an exceptionally sophisticated magical artifact. Beneath the list, the responsibilities of the outer disciples were meticulously recorded, encompassing the supervision of spirit beasts, the care of spiritual fields, the nurturing of spirit insects, the cultivation of spiritual herbs, the guarding of various mountain gates and branch halls, patrolling the sect, refining low-level magical instruments and elixirs, crafting talismans, and addressing various trivial matters both within and outside the sect, as well as overseeing the sect's external enterprises. The remuneration for these tasks was meager. In summary, the miscellaneous affairs of the sect comprised the most arduous, thankless, and labor-intensive chores, which, notably, required a considerable investment of time to accomplish. For instance, the duty of nurturing spirit insects necessitated first obtaining a spirit insect from the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, which must then be raised using spiritual energy and unique spiritual materials for a duration of 1 year. Only upon meeting the requirements for the spirit insect's advancement could one receive a modest reward. Failure resulting in the insect's death would incur penalties. Wang Fu has come to a clear understanding that being burdened with the trivial affairs of the sect significantly diminishes the time available for cultivation, particularly for the ordinary disciples. It is highly probable that they will remain ensnared in an endless cycle of mundane duties, thereby consuming a considerable amount of their time and contributing to the sect's development. Naturally, if one possesses a robust background and ample wealth, acquiring a brand new low-tier magical artifact, elixirs, or even comparable varieties of spirit insects and submitting them upon expiration would suffice to fulfill a year's worth of obligations. However, such affluent disciples are exceedingly rare. Wang Fu gently caressed his chest, increasingly grateful for the presence of the small tripod at his side. It appeared that the realm of immortals was not as whimsical as it seemed, constrained by various rules and regulations. Yet, despite these limitations, why did so many still ardently aspire to join the immortal sects? As Wang Fu gazed at the myriad mundane affairs depicted on the jade disc, he couldn't help but express his thoughts in a hushed tone. It seemed that being an official disciple was not as enviable as he had imagined. Why? The answer lay in the pursuit of foundational cultivation, the desire for powerful legacies, and the elusive path to eternal life. A voice emerged from beside Wang Fu. It belonged to a young man standing tall, clad in a black robe, with a pitch-black sword slung across his back. His thick brows cast low over his eyes, and he bore an air of aloofness, as if strangers should keep their distance. Foundational cultivation? That realm felt distant to Wang Fu. The foundational elixirs and the earthly methods of cultivation were both firmly held within the grasp of the 6 great immortal sections. The young man let out a cold laugh, asserting that without entering an immortal sect, one would remain merely a larger ant. Even those rogue cultivators dared not offend the powerful families of the cultivation world, which ultimately relied on the sections. The 6 great immortal sects reigned supreme in the cultivation realm. The notion of the sovereigns of the cultivation world startled Wang Fu. But when he raised his gaze again, he found that the young man had already walked away, leaving only a solitary, proud silhouette. What a peculiar individual. After departing from the side hall, Wang Fu retrieved a map from his storage pouch. Following its guidance, he arrived at one of the many residences on Feiyan Peak, which was prominently marked on the map, an entire mountain range. Courtyards were scattered across the cliffs of the range, some even partially suspended in midair. Disciples traversed these spaces, employing their spells to leap several zhang with each bound. Wang Fuyao shook his head. He dared not stay here and was compelled to seek another location. Ultimately, he discovered an unoccupied courtyard in a region where the terrain was slightly more level. Upon activating the token, a flash of light illuminated the area, and the courtyard's barrier formation automatically opened, allowing only the rightful owner, who possessed the token, to enter. Inside the courtyard, all necessities were present: living room, bedroom, study, and kitchen, far surpassing the accommodations at Bai Chao Valley and Haima Cliff, akin to the stark contrast between a modest dwelling and a grand villa. At this point, it was already midday, and Wang Fu's stomach had begun to protest. Fortunately, there was leftover rice in the kitchen. Wang Fu quickly started a fire to prepare a meal, and after a short while, the rice was cooked, releasing an enticing aroma. It is somewhat different from the rice at Zayadongfeng, drawn by the fragrance. Wang Fu could not resist tasting a bite, his eyes instantly lighting up. Spiritual rice. To his surprise, the spiritual grains cultivated by the servant disciples were so common here. In that moment, the weight of the mundane responsibilities from the sect vanished. Chapter 26. The Law Enforcement Hall. Meanwhile, Feng Dafu had just returned to Zayadongfeng when he noticed several anxious servant disciples from Baichao Valley pacing back and forth. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Master Feng, Brother Feng, you have returned," Sun Xian exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. "What is the matter?" Feng Dafu asked, his displeasure evident. "A grave incident has occurred." Sun Xian dared not conceal the truth and quickly recounted the events at Baichao Valley alongside Tianji, detailing everything that had transpired. Feng Dafu's expression grew increasingly grave. Once Sun Xian had finished, he questioned, "This matter is of utmost importance. If what you say is true, that Zhu Jun and the others had their spiritual energy completely drained, then it must be an act of malevolence. If evil infiltrates the sect, it will surely cause an uproar. You must understand, if there is even the slightest hint of deceit, rest assured, Brother Feng, our words bear no falsehood." Sun Xian and Tianji exchanged determined glances, nodding resolutely, as did the others who had accompanied them. The scene at Baichao Valley was one they would never forget. Feng Dafu clenched his teeth, deciding to personally investigate the matter. After all, what if these individuals were attempting to deceive him? The issue was monumental, significant enough to alarm the elders. Should it turn out to be a false report, he would surely face dire consequences, and even his influential relative would be unable to protect him. "Come, lead me there." The group hurriedly made their way to Baichao Valley. They soon arrived at Zhu Jun's residence. Upon seeing Feng Dafu's arrival, the surrounding servant disciples finally felt a sense of reassurance and gathered closer. "Stay back. No one is to leave," he commanded. Seeing the crowd, Feng Dafu understood that the matter was likely as serious as suspected. He entered Zhu Jun's room and was met with a sight of blood and a withered corpse, causing his complexion to pale dramatically. Ugh. Moments later, a message talisman soared into the sky. Atop the mountain peak stood a grand, imposing hall, solemn and majestic. It was the Law Enforcement Hall. In less than 10 breaths after the talisman entered the hall, numerous figures riding flying artifacts ascended into the sky. Upon closer inspection, there were dozens of them, each exuding formidable energy, dressed in purple robes, soaring through the air, trailing long streams of spiritual energy behind them, heading straight for Baichao Valley. Wherever they passed, no disciple failed to gaze in astonishment at this extraordinary spectacle. Wang Fu had just finished his lunch and donned his azure robe, preparing to explore its myriad functions, when he witnessed the extraordinary scene before him. Unable to resist, he followed the whirling figure of the violet-robed individual as they swept past overhead. Not far beyond the courtyard, 2 outer disciples were engaged in conversation. The sudden mobilization of so many from the Law Enforcement Hall undoubtedly indicated a significant event. He had just seen several Foundation establishment elders joining the fray. Wang Fu could not help but approach and inquire, "I am Wang Fu, and I have encountered both of you, esteemed senior brothers. May I ask what has transpired? Is this junior brother a recent addition?" One of them scrutinized Wang Fu for a moment, and upon receiving a nod, he continued, "These individuals are all members of the sect's Law Enforcement Hall, each possessing formidable cultivation, dedicated solely to addressing violations of sect regulations and apprehending those who defect from the clan. However, who possesses such prominence to warrant the presence of an established Foundation establishment elder leading the capture? This appears to be more than a mere apprehension. It seems a significant incident has occurred. Their trajectory points towards the 4th peak of miscellaneous disciples. Perhaps something grave has transpired there, prompting the Law Enforcement Hall's intervention." The other, clad in yellow robes, shook his head and chuckled. Nevertheless, such a spectacle is indeed rare. Aside from the Battle Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, with its cadre of purple-robed enforcers, boasts the highest martial prowess in our falling feather sect. Indeed, indeed. Ah, this new brother Wang Fu. This place on Feiyan Peak is rather secluded. We chose it for the tranquility it offers, the yellow-robed brother remarked, turning his gaze towards Wang Fu. But tell me, why did you also select this location? Forgive me, esteemed brothers, but I am not particularly fond of residing on the edge of a cliff, Wang Fu admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. I cannot simply admit my fears of falling, lest I disturb you. Haha, what disturbance could there be? Replied one, introducing himself. I am Yang Luan. And I am Chili. From this day forth, we shall be neighbors. The prospect of having two peculiar neighbors did not particularly affect Wang Fu, for the courtyard was protected by a formation that would prevent anyone but him from entering. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wang Fu gazed in the direction the law enforcement hall's disciples had departed, feeling a twinge of unease. The bodies of Zhu Jin and Zhang Hang at the fourth peak of miscellaneous disciples would likely be discovered soon. However, having utilized the Earth Escape technique, I left no trace behind. Thus, it could hardly be traced back to me. Haha, do not worry. Focus on your cultivation. Wang Fu was not mistaken. Dozens of enforcers from the law enforcement hall surrounded the Baichao Valley, conducting thorough searches throughout, particularly the Foundation building elder who swept the entire valley with his spiritual sense, yet found no trace of anything amiss. It was as if the two had vanished into thin air. However, the fact remained that their spiritual energy had been completely devoured. Only nefarious methods and sinister techniques could accomplish such a feat. They were convinced that there were malevolent forces infiltrating their sect, and thus, they reported to the sect leader and the Golden Core elders, placing the entire sect on high alert. The law enforcement hall and the combat hall patrolled the sect, while other disciples conducted extensive checks, meticulously examining the protective array from top to bottom to prevent any vulnerabilities. Even a Golden Core elder maintained a persistent sweep of spiritual sense in all directions. The entrance and exit of disciples were rigorously scrutinized, creating an atmosphere of heightened tension throughout the sect, as everyone feared being caught in the crossfire. However, a month passed without any discovery of evil entities. But a few spies from rival sects were apprehended. Reluctantly, the sect leader announced the lifting of the lockdown, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the disciples. Nevertheless, some enforcers remained discreetly vigilant, aware that if any malevolent forces did infiltrate, their discovery would be inevitable. Alas, there were no such evil entities. Only an outer sect disciple diligently practicing and studying the heavenly symbol scriptures in a secluded courtyard on Flying Cloud Peak. Once settled in the courtyard, Wang Fu no longer had to worry about disturbances from others, nor did he face the burdensome daily tasks he had endured at the miscellaneous workstation. Moreover, clothed in his ceremonial robe, he need not concern himself with personal hygiene. The robe possessed unique properties, capable not only of dispelling dust and focusing the mind, but also of gathering spiritual energy, albeit in minimal amounts, which greatly broadened Wang Fu's horizons. Within an hour, he successfully cultivated 5 formless spells, achieving a small level of mastery. Subsequently, he opened the storage bag issued by Song Jingtang and retrieved 2 inferior-grade magical artifacts from within, promptly refining them. The inferior-grade offensive artifact was the stunning feather blade, and the inferior-grade defensive artifact was the yellow armor shield. Wang Fu held in his hands 2 magical artifacts, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloping him. Though they were merely low-grade instruments, they bore a unique significance for him, as they were the first and second artifacts he had ever acquired. The Jingyu blade, resembling a feathered edge, ignited his excitement. Without hesitation, he infused it with spiritual energy, and the blade immediately levitated, quivering slightly. Channeling his consciousness, with a swift whoosh, the Jingyu blade transformed into a sharp streak of light, gracefully orbiting around Wang Fu as if guided by his very will. Wang Fu glanced at the yellow shield in his other hand and infused it with spiritual energy once more, skillfully manipulating it to enlarge, transforming it into a size comparable to half a door panel. Although my spiritual consciousness is more robust than that of others within the same realm, managing 2 magical artifacts simultaneously proves to be quite taxing. My speed has diminished significantly, and the power of the feather blade has been greatly reduced. It appears that only by advancing to the later stage of chi refinement will I be able to wield 2 magical artifacts with ease. Retrieving the 2 artifacts and sensing the depletion of my spiritual consciousness, Wang Fu shook his head slightly, reflecting on the situation. Chapter 27. The Celestial Talisman Canon. After familiarizing himself with the 2 artifacts, Wang Fu procured a comprehensive tome on basic talismans and began to peruse it meticulously. Although the initial chapters of the Celestial Talisman canon, which contain higher-level teachings, resided within his mind, Wang Fu resolved to first comprehend the fundamentals of talismans before embarking on his cultivation journey. This foundational compendium on talismans was thus perfectly suited for his needs. Gradually, Wang Fu discovered the truly wondrous nature of talismans. A diminutive piece of talisman paper could unleash a myriad of formidable powers. If one were to possess thousands of talismans and release them all at once, it would be akin to having countless cultivators casting spells in unison. Wang Fu swallowed, his eyes filled with yearning. Despite the fact that the knowledge contained within this tome regarding talismans was relatively elementary, it was comprehensive and well-suited for someone like Wang Fu, who had just embarked on the path of cultivation and was still a novice in the realm of talismans. It not only documented the principles underlying talismans, but also detailed the techniques for crafting them, including the selection of materials for their creation. The creation of talismans can be divided into two categories. The more common method involves binding spells within specially crafted talisman paper, allowing for instantaneous release of the imprisoned spell with merely a flicker of spiritual energy. The potency of such spells, however, is contingent upon the skill of the talisman creator. The second, more unique and ancient method involves delineating specific trajectories on the talisman paper using a distinctive flow of spiritual energy, thereby invoking the laws of nature to craft unique patterns imbued with diverse and formidable abilities. Each talisman, akin to written characters, exhibits variations in its design, akin to the myriad transformations of cultivation techniques. This latter method of talisman creation is referred to as spiritual talismans. The former method has a lower threshold. As long as one possesses the requisite spells and the technique to bind them, proficiency can be attained with practice. The latter, however, demands extraordinary insight, as each spiritual talisman requires profound understanding to master. Although both methods expend spiritual consciousness, the latter's requirements are significantly heightened. Consequently, the ancient techniques for crafting spiritual talismans have become rare, often preserved as the hidden heritage of certain cultivation sects or families. In the contemporary realm of cultivation, the former method dominates the market. However, as the potency of spells increases, so too does the demand for higher quality talisman paper, leading to a scarcity of talismans of third level or above in the current cultivation world. Thus, a unique type of talisman emerged in response, the talisman treasure. This entails sealing 1/10 of a magical artifact's power within specially crafted talisman paper, thereby harnessing a fraction of the artifact's might. However, crafting talisman treasures incurs a toll on the artifact itself, and only those of the golden core realm or above possess the capability to create them. It is often those golden core practitioners on the verge of transcending who, despite the cost to their life-bound artifacts, leave behind a legacy for their descendants and factions, expending their final vestiges of power. Could it be that the golden talisman used by Senior Sister Yun was indeed a talisman treasure? Wang Fu vividly recalls the magnificent golden greatsword wielded by Senior Sister Yun Ningshuang as she vanquished the specters and shattered the formation. The talisman, a mere fraction of the power of a magical artifact, when unleashed in its entirety, would likely surpass the capabilities of ordinary spirit tools. The magical implements would appear trivial in comparison, especially since, as long as one's spiritual energy is sufficient, even a cultivator at the chi refinement stage can wield it. He smacked his lips in contemplation. Before long, Wang Fu thoroughly absorbed the entirety of this foundational compendium of talismans. Regrettably, he currently lacked the necessary talisman brush, talisman paper, and cinnabar. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have sought to experiment with them. There is no rush, he thought, as he turned his attention to the Celestial Talisman Sutra. Wang Fu suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, closed the book, and sat cross-legged, beginning to dissect the Celestial Talisman scripture residing in his mind. Unlike the knowledge contained in books that requires memorization, the Celestial Talisman scripture was already embedded in his consciousness. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, Wang Fu grasped the essence of the scripture. Although it was merely the introductory chapter, its potency was remarkable. Indeed, the acquisition of such knowledge demanded no arduous effort. This Celestial Talisman scripture elucidated the methods for crafting spiritual talismans, encompassing over 100 varieties from first to third-tier talismans. While it was imperative to successfully cultivate the talisman spirit mentioned therein to access the comprehensive designs of the second and third-tier talismans, there were no restrictions on the first-tier talismans. Wang Fu was overjoyed. It was as if the arrival of slumber had found its pillow. This was precisely the case. However, The spirit of the talismans is the very essence of the celestial talisman scripture. Once successfully cultivated, it grants one the ability to command all talismans crafted by their own hand, even exerting control over those inscribed upon others. It is imperative to cultivate the spirit of the talismans to fruition. Thereafter, by profusely selling talismans. Should one encounter an adversary bearing a talisman of their own making, the talismans cast by the enemy would become my allies. Ha ha ha. Wang Fu's smile stretched nearly to the back of his ears. In the ensuing period, he devoted himself entirely to his cultivations, dedicating his time to resting and fervently refining the blackwood spiritual liquid to enhance his prowess. Additionally, he meticulously contemplated the nuances of the heavenly talisman scriptures in the cultivation of the talisman soul. As for the crafting of talismans, he felt no pressing urgency. The talisman soul is profoundly unique. It necessitates the formation of hand seals infused with a specific spiritual energy, as well as the cultivation of consciousness within the sea of consciousness until a new soul, a new spirit, is born. The inherent risks in this endeavor are considerable. While losing prior progress is a minor concern, causing turbulence in the sea of consciousness and suffering damage to one's spiritual awareness would be a grave matter. Wang Fu meticulously studied for an entire month, refining nearly half of the blackwood spirit liquid, elevating his realm to the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi refinement before daring to take action. Alas, unforeseen circumstances arose. His sea of consciousness trembled, and his spiritual awareness grew increasingly feeble, with the soul formed by the array of talisman seals on the verge of dissipating. Wang Fu felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance in his heart. Enduring excruciating pain, his thoughts raced as he calculated countless possibilities in an instant. Finally, with gritted teeth, he gathered the impending dissipating talismans onto his spiritual awareness, unleashing a frenzied roar. Converge. One by one, the talisman seals struck his consciousness, causing him excruciating headaches. As his entire sea of awareness descended into chaos, his already weakened spirit teetered on the brink of annihilation under the relentless assault of the talisman seals. No. Gather for me. I seek to cultivate, to pursue the shadow of Yuningshuang. Darkness descended, and Wang Fu lost consciousness. It was not until 3 days later that he awakened. I am still alive. How could my attempt at cultivating a soul of talisman render me in such a wretched state? It seems my talent is truly mediocre. Wang Fu shook his head, cautiously probing into his sea of consciousness, only to find that his once hazy spiritual awareness was not only intact but had also expanded significantly. Even more remarkably, within his spirit lay a unique talisman seal, seamlessly integrated with his consciousness, indistinguishable from one another. With a mere thought, the talisman transformed into countless threads, meandering through his awareness, rendering what appeared to be ordinary consciousness resplendent and extraordinarily mystical. By sheer happenstance, he had inadvertently forged himself into a soul of talisman. Wang Fu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He had succeeded. Chapter 28, The Market in the Hollow. Taking a moment to reflect, Wang Fu carefully perceived the changes within himself. The most evident transformation was the enhancement of his spiritual awareness, which now radiated outward to encompass a radius of 5 zhang. Within this realm, his focused spirit could sweep away distractions, revealing even the minutest details. He could clearly discern the legs of ants in the corners. His cultivation had transcended to the 5th level of qi refinement, and he was not merely at the initial stage. He had already entered the mid-phase of this 5th level. Having developed spiritual awareness at the 3rd level of qi refinement, the strength of his awareness was formidable. At the 4th level, his spiritual awareness equated to that of the 5th level. Now that symbolic soul had been established and his cultivation had surpassed the 5th level, the intensity of his spiritual awareness surged correspondingly, reaching a level that could rival that of the 7th level of qi refinement. Wang Fu tapped his storage bag, summoning the feather blade, which danced gracefully within a radius of 5 zhang, moving as effortlessly as an extension of his own limbs. He then conjured the yellow armor shield, seamlessly coordinating the 2 inferior magical artifacts with newfound ease. At this point, he believed he had acquired a modest level of self-protection within the outer sect. However, it was still woefully inadequate for the perilous world of cultivation. It was imperative that he began inscribing talismans. In the following days, Wang Fu immersed himself in solidifying his rapidly increasing cultivation and spiritual awareness, occasionally invoking magical artifacts to practice the offensive and defensive techniques between the artifacts and spells. After 5 days of rigorous training, he had mastered the feather blade and yellow armor shield, and his 5 attribute-less spells had reached a level of great accomplishment. capable of being unleashed with a mere thought. Reflecting on the materials needed for talisman crafting, symbolic brushes, vermilion ink, and an abundance of talisman paper, he realized his supply of spirit stones was rather limited, comprising only a handful accumulated during his time at Blackwood Cliff. At this thought, a deep-seated resentment towards Song Jingtang welled up within him. It seemed the only recourse was to venture to the outer sect's market in the mountain hollow to sell his spiritual liquid. However, he would need to dilute the liquid first. Perhaps one drop could be diluted into a small vial. Wang Fu was not being unscrupulous. The small cauldron used to produce the spiritual liquid was his greatest secret and must remain concealed. Furthermore, a single drop of the liquid already contained an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy. Should anyone inquire, he would simply claim he had concocted it himself. He pulled out the map of the outer sect and located the market designated for disciples, situated in a hollow east of Feiyun Peak. The courtyard where Wang Fu resided was not particularly distant from the mountain hollow. By employing the wind control technique, he arrived in just over half an hour. Along the way, he encountered numerous disciples traversing back and forth, indicating that this marketplace for exchange was indeed quite popular. From afar, he spotted 2 rows of buildings nestled within the hollow, resembling a bustling market of the mortal realm. As soon as Wang Fu stepped into the marketplace, a cacophony of sounds greeted him. The marketplace featured fixed storefronts, but predominantly consisted of stalls set up by outer disciples, selling an array of goods. There were even individuals showcasing their homemade delicacies, demonstrating an unabashed pursuit of resources as they offered mundane foodstuffs for sale in this vibrant bazaar. Wang Fu wandered around, inquiring at various stalls, and became somewhat acquainted with the prices of the goods sold in this place. He purchased a dozen small porcelain bottles from a miscellaneous stall using a spirit stone before departing from the marketplace. Subsequently, he sought a spot by a flowing stream, meticulously filling each small bottle with water, and then added a single drop of spirit liquid into each one. Thus, a collection of carefully crafted Qingmu spirit liquid was completed. The combination of mountain stream water and spirit liquid proved to be an exquisite match. Wang Fu chuckled softly and re-entered the market nestled within the hills. He sought a conspicuous spot, laying out a piece of old clothing on the ground to serve as a cushion for his posterior. As for the 15 bottles of Qingmu spirit liquid, they were placed conveniently before him. Observing his stall, he felt a sense of incompleteness and, after contemplating for a moment, his eyes sparkled with inspiration. He picked up a twig and inscribed on the ground, "Qingmu spirit liquid, exclusive formula, enhances spiritual power, no deception for the young." There. It was complete. Wang Fu discarded the branch, brushed off his palms, and quietly awaited. The bustling crowd ebbed and flowed, yet none paused at Wang Fu's stall. Meanwhile, a nearby vendor selling an assortment of trinkets remained perpetually crowded. To be honest, it was Wang Fu's first experience in this endeavor, and he possessed little expertise. Fortunately, his capacity for learning was remarkable, and in no time, he successfully gleaned insights from others. He picked up a bottle of Qingmu spirit liquid, uncorked it, and gracefully employed a gentle wind manipulation technique. A refreshing breeze swept through, instantly dispersing the rich spiritual energy contained within the Qingmu spirit liquid. The spiritual energy surrounding Wang Fu suddenly intensified. Passers-by found themselves unable to continue on their way, soon discovering Wang Fu's exceedingly modest stall. "Senior brother, may I have a look at the small porcelain bottle in your hand?" inquired a disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, rubbing his palms in anticipation. "Of course," Wang Fu replied. Wang Fu extended the small porcelain vial without a hint of concern that the other might seize it and flee. This marketplace nestled within the mountain valley was established by the Falling Feather sect, where disciples of the law enforcement hall maintained a vigilant watch. Should any foolhardy individual dare to contravene the rules, they would swiftly find themselves detained within the law enforcement hall. The individual received the vial with utmost care, bringing it close to his face to inhale its contents. A wave of refreshing serenity enveloped him, akin to parched earth meeting the life-giving dew after a long drought. As he had just traversed this area, he sensed a stirring in his long-stagnant cultivation, prompting him to adopt a tentative approach. Little did he expect that the essence contained within the diminutive vial would be so rich in spiritual energy. "Brother, what is this substance? How is it used? And what is its price?" Wang Fu smiled broadly, aware that success was at hand. However, instead of giving a direct response, he extended 5 fingers to indicate the price, 5 inferior spirit stones for 1 vial. I understand, the individual immediately exclaimed, producing 5 spirit stones. After savoring the rich spiritual energy contained within the small porcelain vial in his hand, he finally handed the spirit stones over to Wang Fu. Wang Fu, satisfied, accepted the spirit stones and then spoke. "This is Jingmu's spirit liquid, a family recipe that I have meticulously prepared over the course of 7 days using collected herbs, imbued with superior spiritual energy. By consuming and refining it directly, one can enhance their cultivation. I would like 3 more bottles of Jingmu's spirit liquid, based on the family recipe." "Certainly." "Certainly," Wang Fu responded, utilizing his telekinesis to select 3 small porcelain bottles from the multitude scattered on the ground, handing them to the customer. The individual did not linger but promptly produced 15 inferior spirit stones and handed them to Wang Fu. Upon receiving the payment, he hurriedly made his way outside the marketplace, evidently eager to return and commence the refining process. With the successful completion of the first transaction, subsequent orders soon followed. In no time, all 15 bottles of Qingmu's spirit liquid were sold out. Some disciples, still yearning for more, inquired when Wang Fu would return. Wang Fu, of course, responded to each with a cheerful promise of his next visit. Wang Fu successfully acquired 75 spirit stones in his storage bag. Next time, he ought to prepare a wooden table, a stool, and a piece of canvas, as placing everything on the ground somewhat diminishes its value. Wang stood up, brushed off the dust from his trousers, tucked away the garment he had used as a cushion, and wiped away the words written on the ground. Only then did he contentedly stroll towards the nearby shop. The sign of this establishment was distinctly legible, indicating that it specialized in the sale of talismans and related items. Wang Fu entered the shop, and the elderly man behind the counter instantly perked up. "What would you like to purchase, my junior brother? Do you have talisman brushes, cinnabar, and talisman paper?" Wang Fu got straight to the point. Indeed, the old man replied with a beaming smile. "My family, the Su clan, has been established in this marketplace for quite some time, specializing in talisman sales. We have an abundance of materials for crafting talismans." "Oh, would you kindly recommend something?" Wang Fu inquired. "If the results prove satisfactory, I shall return for future purchases." He smiled, admitting that he was not particularly well-versed in the market's offerings. Although the comprehensive guide to basic talismans mentioned these materials, it only provided rudimentary information. "My surname is Su," the old man introduced himself. "Though I am an outer sect disciple, I also serve as the steward for the Su family here in the marketplace. It appears this is your first attempt at crafting talismans. Allow me to make some recommendations. If you find them unsuitable, you are free to leave without obligation." "How does that sound?" "That works for me." Wang Fu nodded in agreement. "Excellent." The old man cheerfully retrieved a black talisman brush. This black brush is crafted from the wool of a low-tier demon beast known as the black-horned sheep, refined through 21 days of spiritual cleansing by a fully realized cultivator, and then gently processed. It aids in calming the mind during talisman drawing, making it ideal for novice practitioners, valued at 22 low-grade spirit stones. He then presented the cinnabar and a stack of talisman paper. The cinnabar is similarly derived from the blood of the black-horned sheep and, when used alongside the black brush, enhances the success rate by 10%, priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones. As for the talisman paper, it is produced using our family's secret method, soft yet resilient, ensuring that the ink flows smoothly without any bleeding. A stack of 100 sheets is priced at 3 spirit stones. "Very well. I shall take 5 stacks of talisman paper, along with the black brush and cinnabar," Wang Fu decided without hesitation. The old man, filled with joy, was also mindful of maintaining a long-term business relationship. The black brush is 22 spirit stones, the cinnabar 10 spirit stones, and 5 stacks of talisman paper 15 spirit stones, totaling 47 spirit stones. Seeing that you are radiant with excitement, I shall waive the extra charge for the black brush and offer everything for 45 spirit stones instead. How does that sound? That is indeed agreeable. Thank you, Brother Su. Wang Fu responded with gratitude. Wang Fu delivered the spiritual stones, meticulously placing the talisman brush and cinnabar along with the talisman paper into his storage pouch. With a wave of his hand, he left in satisfaction. Chapter 29. Hidden Dangers. Upon returning from the mountain market, Wang Fu once again secluded himself, dedicating his time to cultivation. The art of talisman crafting is not achieved overnight, nor does it allow for shortcuts. Even with Wang Fu's spirit consciousness manifesting as a talisman soul, his initial attempts at drawing talismans consumed nearly 100 sheets of talisman paper, requiring countless tries before he finally succeeded in creating his first talisman, the Earth Spike talisman. At last, he had achieved success. Now to assess its potency, Wang Fu gazed at the yellow talisman in his hand, eagerly activating it with his spiritual energy. He then directed it with his consciousness and cast it into the courtyard. The earth spike talisman radiated with brilliance, and 4 colossal spikes erupted from the ground, soaring towards the heavens. The power displayed was comparable to 70 or 80% of the might of personally executing the earth spike technique, which left Wang Fu quite satisfied. Seizing the moment, he proceeded to inscribe several dozen talismans, continuing until he felt his consciousness wane and a slight dizziness overcame him, prompting him to cease. Fortunately, effort reaped rewards. The success rate steadily increased, with the final 10 talismans achieving an impressive 50% success rate. Next, he intended to inscribe the wind control and breath concealment spells into talismans. With his consciousness weakened, the most effective means of recovery was, at present, to rest. Wang Fu fell into a deep slumber, and by the time he awoke, a significant portion of the day had already passed. Fortunately, his spiritual consciousness had completely restored, and to his delight, he discovered that it seemed to have grown slightly stronger. The process of drawing talismans demanded considerable energy from one's spiritual awareness. Yet he had not anticipated it also possessed the capacity to enhance it. With such a cyclical practice, it seemed likely that the strength of his spiritual consciousness would continue to intensify. Wang Fu was filled with anticipation. For the next several days, he dedicated considerable time to crafting talismans, in addition to his own cultivation and utilizing a small cauldron to devour and refine the essence of flora from various locations. After all, the supply of Blackwood's spirit liquid was finite, and it would eventually run out. Only when he had exhausted all the talisman paper did Wang Fu prepare to return to the market. Unlike his previous visit, this time he was well prepared. He brought along a small wooden table and stool, as well as nearly 50 bottles of greenwood spirit liquid. This was genuine spirit liquid crafted from plants, all sourced from Feiyan Peak. The market in the valley remained in its usual spot, and Wang Fu quickly set up his stall. In addition to the spirit liquid, he also displayed a considerable number of talismans for sale, including a spiritual talisman recorded in the heavenly talisman scripture. The small wooden table was filled to the brim. Wang Fu was ready to amass wealth. He gazed contentedly at his creations and was about to take a seat when a familiar voice called out to him. "Haha. Junior brother, you've kept me waiting for quite a while." Wang Fu lifted his gaze and beheld a white figure weaving through the crowd, wearing an expression of excitement. In no time, the figure approached him. Wang Fu recalled that the last time this individual had purchased 8 bottles of Qingmu's spirit liquid from him. He was quite a wealthy patron. Wang Fu instantly donned a broad smile, exclaiming, "It has been quite some time, senior brother." "Quite some time? You must be unaware that the Qingmu spiritual liquid you possess harbors an exceptionally high quality of spiritual energy. The effects of its consumption surpass those of certain elixirs. I feel I am on the brink of a breakthrough. I merely require a few more bottles." He fixed his gaze upon the small porcelain vials on the wooden table, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "I too have been occupied with cultivation. Moreover, the creation of Qingmu's spiritual liquid demands a considerable investment of time. I cannot simply dilute it with water as a ruse," Wang Fu replied earnestly. "Haha, I was indeed being reckless," the young man in white chuckled. "Are these all Qingmu's spiritual liquid?" Upon receiving Wang Fu's nod, he promptly continued, "Please provide me with 20 bottles." Wang Fu was overjoyed and immediately packed up 20 bottles of Qingmu's spirit liquid for his counterpart. 20 bottles amounted to 100 spirit stones, a considerable profit indeed. If he were to sell 50 bottles along with these talismans, he would possess nearly 300 spirit stones. However, as Wang Fu indulged in these thoughts, the subsequent words of the young man in white plunged him into despair. The young man inquired, "Junior brother, may I ask how you concocted this Qingmu spirit liquid? Is it possible to sell the recipe?" "A recipe?" Wang Fu furrowed his brows, speaking with caution. "The recipe is a family heirloom and must not be divulged." Wang Fu never anticipated that someone would be so eager to covet the recipe for the spiritual liquid. Not only was there no actual recipe, but even if one existed, it would easily become the target of scrutiny. Although there was minimal danger within the sect, what awaited outside was uncertain. Unless he truly revealed the recipe, there would always be those who coveted it. The dilemma lay in the fact that the Qingmu spiritual liquid had no recipe to begin with, rendering it impossible to present. "Rest assured, junior brother, I can offer a substantial price. You will not suffer any loss," the young man in white declared, placing 100 spirit stones upon the wooden table. Noticing Wang Fu's momentary daze, he called out, "Junior brother? Junior brother? Huh?" Wang Fu snapped back to reality, accepting the spirit stones, but resolutely shook his head in refusal. "Senior brother, please do not insist. The recipe is not for sale." "I see. Then I shall take my leave." The young man in white sighed in disappointment, then added, "If you change your mind, You may find me at the upper residence of Feiyan Peak. My name is Bying Fei, but if you come back after some time, I fear I may have moved to the inner sect." Surprised by Bying Fei's confidence, Wang Fu was taken aback. He had not expected this individual to possess the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement, likely having reached its pinnacle. And judging by his words, he was evidently quite confident about breaking through to the 10th level. "I shall remember senior brother's words and congratulate you on your promotion to the inner sect. As for the recipe, I will contemplate it." Wang Fu replied with a respectful gesture. "Haha, I appreciate your kind words, junior brother." Bying Fei smiled as he stored 20 bottles of spiritual liquid into his waist pouch. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a faint golden light flickering on the stall. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be a talisman. His previous focus had been solely on the Qingmu's spiritual liquid, but now, seeing the dozens of talismans on the wooden table piqued his interest. Especially the one emanating a soft golden glow. "I did not expect you to craft talismans as well." With Bying Fei's attention now diverted to the talismans, Wang Fu let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that the other would persist in his inquiries regarding the recipe. He then laughed and said, "It is merely a trivial endeavor. These are all low-tier and mid-tier first-level talismans, hardly worthy of senior brother's attention. Junior brother is too modest. I find the quality of these talismans quite commendable, with several being exquisite. Especially this one," Bying Fei remarked, picking up the talisman that glimmered with a faint golden light. "The diamond talisman. Senior brother has a keen eye. This diamond talisman is the only mid-tier first-level talisman among them, crafted after countless attempts," Wang Fu replied honestly. The diamond talisman was a defensive spiritual talisman mentioned in the heavenly talisman canon, having taken over 100 sheets of talisman paper to produce just 3. "How much do you sell the diamond talisman for?" Bying Fei inquired. "This is my first time selling talismans. Senior brother, what do you think is a fair price?" Wang Fu knew that ordinary low-tier first-level talismans, such as the concealment talisman or the breath-holding talisman, were worth merely 1 or 2 spirit stones each, while mid-tier first-level talismans were valued around 5 or 6 spirit stones apiece. However, the diamond talisman, being a spiritual talisman, especially a defensive one, was incomparable to ordinary talismans. The most significant aspect was that defensive talismans could interrupt spell casting and be reused multiple times until the spiritual energy within them was depleted, whereas typical sealing spell talismans were single-use consumables. The diamond talisman from the sect's Miao Fu Hall is valued at 10 spirit stones, and its quality is inferior to yours. How about this? I will offer you 12 spirit stones. What do you think, junior brother? Bying Fei said, unable to take his eyes off the diamond talisman. Though it could not withstand his full-force attack, it could certainly block a strike from someone at the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement, making it a perfect gift for Sisterly for her protection. That is agreeable. Wang Fu had not anticipated that a single diamond talisman could fetch 12 spirit stones. Bying Fei promptly paid the spirit stones, his thoughts turning to visiting Sisterly, and without further delay, he exited the market. Wang Fu gazed at Bying Fei's retreating figure, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 30. The Sect Leader's Command. Wang Fu did not anticipate that, merely after his second sale of the Qingmu Spirit Liquid, someone would covet the formula for the Spirit Liquid, causing him considerable concern. It seems he can no longer sell the Spirit Liquid, at least not within the Outer Sect or even the Luoyu Sect. With a heavy sigh, he found solace in the fact that his talisman drawing had entered a productive phase, and the situation was not entirely dire. In less than half an hour, all 50 bottles of Spirit Liquid sold out completely, during which one individual inquired about the formula. Despite Wang Fu's resolute refusal, he could discern that the person would not relent easily. Ignoring the unsold talismans, Wang Fu hastily closed his stall. He went to Old Su's shop to purchase vermilion and a substantial amount of talisman paper, then hurried back, deliberately taking a circuitous route to avoid being noticed by any ill-intentioned individuals. Fortunately, he returned to the courtyard safely and, observing the formation prohibitions that had risen, he exhaled a heavy breath. Ultimately, it all boiled down to insufficient strength. If only he possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement, he would not have to tread so cautiously in the outer sect. With the talisman paper in hand, Wang Fu once again entered seclusion, emerging only at night to absorb the essence of the flora at Feiyan Peak, remaining secluded for 2 consecutive months, utterly forgetting about the Shan'ao market. Unbeknownst to him, a month prior, there had been individuals deliberately searching for him in the market. In the Shan'ao market, a man and a woman stood at the very spot where Wang Fu had once set up his stall, rendered speechless. Had Wang Fu been present, he would have immediately recognized the man as Bying Fei, who was fixated on his spirit liquid formula. The woman, beautiful as a flower, was none other than Li Shimi, the object of Bai Yingfei's affections. Brother, do you think that disciple will not come back? Li Shimi gazed at the empty space, sighing. According to what you said, hasn't he been to the market in 2 months? Do not worry, Shimi, that disciple will surely return. However, after his last sale of spirit liquid, he amassed a considerable sum of spirit stones, and with abundant resources for cultivation, he may not set up stall again for a while. When he will return is purely a matter of chance, Bai Yingfei reassured her, though he too felt helpless. He had not anticipated that the talisman he gifted to Xiaohuan Shimi would elicit such a strong reaction. It turned out that after Bai Yingfei presented the talisman to Li Xiaohuan, she had casually inquired about its origins. For such high-quality talismans were rare even in the Miao Talisman Hall of their sect. Bai Yingfei naturally disclosed everything. Little did he expect that upon learning the talisman was crafted by a mere 5th-level qi refinement disciple, Li Xiaohuan would exclaim in shock. Unlike ordinary disciples, she had an uncle working in the Miao Talisman Hall and understood the difficulties of crafting talismans. Consequently, she mentioned this matter to her uncle, which brought great joy to the hall's steward, who stated that they were in dire need of such a talisman-making prodigy and instructed Li Xiaohuan to locate this outer sect disciple, promising her a handsome reward. Thus, the current situation unfolded. How long must we wait? If it takes a year or more, my uncle may change his mind, and the promise of the 2nd-level talisman may evaporate. Li Xiaohuan expressed her disappointment, her demeanor one of visible distress. Bai Yingfei had never seen her like this. A surge of protectiveness swelling within him. He patted his chest and vowed, do not fret, Shimi. Within a month, I shall undoubtedly find this lad for you. With thousands of outer sect disciples, how could he possibly find someone without even knowing their name? Would he have to inquire door to door? Li Xiaohuan regarded him skeptically. Fear not, Shimi, I possess my own methods, Bai Yingfei replied with an inscrutable air. What methods? Li Xiaohuan tugged at Bai Yingfei's arm, playfully shaking it, her softness occasionally brushing against him. Brother, do tell me. The joy was palpable for Bai Yingfei, who had never experienced such delight. All right, I shall reveal it. It is simple for us to find someone, but do not forget, this is the disciple that Uncle Li seeks. As long as we issue a task mentioning Uncle Li's name, many disciples will eagerly take it up, making the search considerably easier. Publish a task? But only inner-sect disciples have the authority for that. Li Xiaohuan frowned, then seemed to have a realization, looking at Bai Yingfei with surprise. Indeed, Bai Yingfei declared proudly, his stature tall and imposing as he exuded the aura of a 10th-level qi refinement practitioner, captivating attention. I have reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Seeing Li Xiaohuan's admiring gaze filled him with immense satisfaction. However, as a chilling gaze fell upon him from a distance, Bai Yingfei felt as though he had plunged into an ice cave, quickly retracting his aura and respectfully bowing towards the source of the gaze. Forgive me, brother. I was hasty and inadvertently revealed my aura, disturbing your meditation. I am truly sorry. Li Xiaohuan was puzzled but noticed Bai Yingfei shaking his head at her, prompting her to suppress her curiosity. Once the gaze dissipated, Bai Yingfei relaxed, offering a bitter smile. I was just warned by an inner-sect brother guarding the market. Fortunately, he was lenient. Otherwise, I would have been taken to the law enforcement hall for a few days, which would have been quite unpleasant. I lost my composure for a moment. An inner-sect brother from the law enforcement hall? Li Xiaohuan glanced at the high building, lost in thought. Bai Yingfei, unaware of Li Xiaohuan's change, prepared to head to the inner-sect to issue a task. Sister, I shall go to the inner-sect now. Await my news. Very well, brother, I shall wait for you, Li Xiaohuan replied, her eyes full of affection. After their separation, the next day, inner-sect disciples began searching for Wang Fu. For even a slight association with the Miao Talisman Hall could be immensely beneficial. However, without a name and relying solely on a verbal description of his appearance, locating him proved exceedingly challenging, especially since Wang Fu had remained in seclusion. Even when inner-sect disciples asked outer-sect disciples to help keep an eye out, it was until Song Jing'eng learned of the news and narrowed it down based on the description that they finally had a target among the chaotic crowd. Regrettably, just as Bai Yingfei and Li Xiaohuan were excitedly preparing to confirm their leads, a decree from the sect leader halted their activities momentarily. A beam of golden light shot from the Feiyu Hall atop Feiyu Peak, and the voice of the Luoyu sect's leader resonated throughout the sect. The earth veins of the Great Xia have closed. Our sect's Yu Ningxuang and El Feng have successfully established their foundations and are returning. All disciples are ordered to gather at the mountain gate in 3 days to welcome them, without fail. The sect erupted in commotion. The leader's order meant even disciples in seclusion had to emerge, as this was a significant event for the sect, with 2 disciples achieving foundational establishment. The sect would soon gain 2 additional Golden Core practitioners, leaving no room for complacency. Wang Fu set down the talisman brush, disregarding the discarded talismans at his feet, and gazed up at the radiant beams of light on the horizon, murmuring in delight, "Sister Yun is returning." Chapter 31. The return. The sect leader decreed that, regardless of their desires, all disciples must comply. 3 days later, the area surrounding the gates of the Liu sect was bustling with figures, with even the peaks beyond thronged with onlookers. Wang Fu stood atop one of the mountains, gazing from a distance at the gates. It was not that he wished to remain far away. Rather, his lowly cultivation rendered him unqualified and incapable of approaching any closer. The disciples nearer to the gates possessed higher levels of cultivation, and the prime positions had all been claimed by the inner sect disciples, leaving those below the 7th level of chi refinement, like him, only able to observe from the periphery. Wang Fuyuan gazed into the distance surrounding the mountain gate and soon discerned 2 familiar figures. Was it the rotund fellow, Wang Feng? The notion of encountering old acquaintances in a foreign land brought him a sense of solace, even from afar. A year had passed, and although their appearances had not changed significantly, they had certainly grown taller, donned in the inner sect's robes, standing amidst a throng of inner sect disciples. These 2 had fared much better than he. They were inner sect disciples, after all. Wang Fuyuan felt an overwhelming sense of admiration rather than jealousy. Both possessed superior spiritual roots, and after a year of cultivation within the inner sect, they were undoubtedly well-resourced, likely surpassing his own cultivation level. Thankfully, with the aid of my small cauldron, I should not fall too far behind. Wang Fu gently touched his chest. As he pondered within, the protective formation of the Luoyu sect stirred, creating ripples, and then the mist dissipated, revealing a looming shadow atop the mountain. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sheer presence of this being. Its dark figure, an imposing size of 5 to 6 zhong, with wings nearly 10 zhong wide, displayed ominous feathers that glimmered under the sunlight. A resounding cry echoed across the sky, and the terrifying aura caused many disciples to turn pale. "Is someone attacking our Luoyu sect?" one disciple exclaimed, dumbfounded and flustered, nearly summoning a protective artifact. Fortunately, another nearby revealed the truth. "What nonsense! This is our Liu sect's black feather eagle, the mount of Elder He Hongqiu, a second-tier top-grade spirit beast that rivals a fully established foundation establishment practitioner. It is said to be only a step away from forming a demon core and advancing to a 3rd-tier spirit beast." Hearing this, the disciple sighed in relief. "You nearly scared me to death. I thought the spirit beast mountain was attacking us." "Zhang Xixiang, your knowledge is commendable. Look at the back of the black feather eagle. Isn't that Elder He Hongqiu?" Another pointed out, "And there are senior sister Yun Ningxuang and senior brother LV Feng. Oh, I should now refer to them as Uncle Yun and Uncle LV." As they spoke, several beams of light shot forth from within the sect, leading to a beautifully adorned woman in palace attire. The disciples hurriedly bowed, calling out for the sect master. "So this is what the sect master looks like." Wang Fu beheld the true visage of the sect master for the first time. He had only heard her name, Imoziuan, never expecting her to be such a beautiful woman. Many disciples like him, particularly those of lower cultivation levels and recent initiates, had never had the chance to see the sect master. The elegant woman, Imoziuan, bowed respectfully to He Hongqiu atop the black feather eagle. "Welcome back, Uncle He." She then turned to her nephew. "This area is entrusted to you now." He Hongqiu seemed reluctant to speak further, merely nodding at his disciples before stepping into the void and departing. Yu Ningxuang and LV Feng leaped down from the black feather eagle, advancing towards Sect Master Imo as the crowd gazed in awe. Meanwhile, the black feather eagle spread its massive wings, letting out a triumphant cry before vanishing into the sky. "Greetings, Sect Master. Congratulations, Sister Yun and Brother LV, on your triumphant return. With your successful foundation establishment, our sect gains 2 more pillars of support," Imoziuan expressed, her eyes filled with delight. "I hope you both achieve Dan formation soon, alleviating the burdens of your elders." She harbored no worries about them threatening her position, as she believed her own path to Dan formation was unlikely, while these 2 were destined for greatness and would soon become elders themselves. Her position as sect master remained secure, bolstered by her ancestor from the Mo family. "You flatter us, Sect Master." LV Feng smiled, his scholarly demeanor accentuated by the fan he held. "The energy from the Daxiao veins is limited, and with the 6 great sects vying for it, Sister Yun and I merely seized an opportunity. We cultivators are inherently defying fate, There is no such thing as mere luck, Mozun replied with a chuckle, then inquired. How many from the other 5 sects succeeded? Were there any complications on this journey? Wutong glanced around, signaling that this was not the place for such discussions. Mozun quickly understood and smiled lightly. You two must be weary from your travels. Why not accompany me to Feiyu Peak? Wutong nodded, but Yun Ningxuang interjected. Wait a moment. Is there something else, Sister Yin? Mozun asked, perplexed. Please forgive me, Sect Master, but upon my return from Foundation establishment, there is one matter I must address, Yun Ningxuang said, her cold gaze sweeping over the gathered disciples before settling on a woman in a yellow robe. Oh? Mozun followed her gaze, her brow furrowing slightly. Sister Chaoyan? Yun Ningxuang did not respond but stepped forward, her Foundation establishment aura surging. Her powerful consciousness locking onto the yellow-robed woman named Chaoyan. Chaoyan, come forth to face your demise. The disciples quickly parted, clearing a path as Chaoyan, clad in yellow, walked forward with an expression of calmness. The surrounding disciples were bewildered, unable to comprehend why Yun Ningxuang would suddenly confront Chaoyan, particularly as they were supposed to be close. Indeed, Chaoyan was also a direct disciple of Elder He Hongqiu. However, the onlookers were not naive and sensed that there was a deeper conflict at play, choosing to observe the unfolding drama. Sister Yun, oh no. I should now address you as sister, having successfully established your foundation and surpassed me in cultivation. May I ask, have I offended you in any way? Chaoyan began, feigning innocence before countering. Or is it that your successful foundation establishment has made it impossible for you to tolerate me, your former senior sister? Yun Ningxuang remained silent, advancing step by step towards Chaoyan, each movement intensifying the killing intent radiating from her, causing the disciples to retreat in fear of being caught in the crossfire. 1 year ago, I was tasked by our master to retrieve children with spiritual roots from Wutong village. On my way back, I fell victim to a meticulously laid ambush by the Lihua sect. Few knew I had left the sect, and you, Chaoyan, were among them. You schemed and sold the information to the Lihua sect, believing your plan flawless. Alas, I uncovered the truth. I must inform you that not only will you perish today, but all those from the Chao family who participated will also face death, and your family will lose its share of foundation establishment pills for the next century. Upon hearing this, the disciples displayed expressions of realization. If this were true, then Chaoyan truly deserved her fate. The Luoyu sect encouraged competition among its disciples but would not tolerate alliances with outsiders, even those backed by powerful cultivation families. This was a firm bottom line, and Chaoyan had crossed it. Chapter 32, The Might of the Spirit Artifact. Wang Fuyuan gazed at Chaoyan from a distance, his teeth clenched in fury, wishing he could rush forward and deliver a fatal blow. He vividly remembered the moment he was threatened by the enchanting woman from the flame gate with her fiery serpent, which had nearly consumed him had it not been for Yun Ningxuang's timely intervention. Although Chaoyan possessed a striking appearance, her heart was as venomous as that of a serpent. While Wang Fuyuan was deep in thought, Yun Ningxuang had already approached within 10 paces of Chaoyan, who met her gaze without a hint of fear. Her peach blossom eyes exuded an air of defiance, as if she were the aggrieved party. Senior Sister Yun, surely you have no evidence for these claims? If they are merely conjectures without proof, the sect master and our esteemed brothers and sisters will not acquiesce, Chaoyan reasoned. Fully aware that this was her moment to seize the advantage, she was convinced that Yun Ningxuang lacked irrefutable evidence. For the only others privy to this matter besides herself and the head of the Chao family were deceased, leaving no one alive to relay any information. Evidence? Huh. Do I need evidence to kill you? Yun Ningxuang found the notion absurd. With a flick of her hand, a radiant white light erupted from her storage pouch, revealing a jade-hued longsword. This weapon emanated a power more terrifying than that of top-tier magical artifacts, its sharp aura compelling the surrounding disciples to retreat in trepidation. A spiritual weapon, a voice exclaimed. This was an instrument of greater might than conventional magical artifacts, possessing not only superior power but also sentience. Only those at the Foundation establishment stage could wield such a weapon. And even some golden core practitioners who had yet to forge their own innate treasures still relied on spiritual weapons. Chaoyan, gazing at the spiritual sword in Yun Ningxuang's grasp, could not suppress a self-deprecating smile. A spiritual weapon? How biased of the master! Not only did she grant you a place in the Daxiao ley line when you were merely at the 10th level of qi refinement, but now, as you have just established your foundation, you are bestowed with a spiritual weapon. And what of me? I entered the sect before you and achieved the pinnacle of the 13th level of qi refinement, yet the foundation establishment opportunity eludes me. I can only watch helplessly as I am resigned to accept a foundation establishment pill, even after notifying the master of my success months ago, only to receive no response. At this juncture, Chao Yan's voice grew increasingly frantic. Why? Why do you get all the advantages? I am the senior sister, the master's foremost disciple. Now that I have also succeeded in establishing my foundation, how can you simply decide to kill me? With a fierce cry, Chao Yan summoned 2 luminous moons from behind her, transforming them into 2 identical circular blades. These blades, capable of separation and convergence, formed a set of mother and child magical artifacts. Their aura suggested that even among top-tier artifacts, they were of exceptional quality. Humph, Yin Ningxuang scoffed, unleashing her spiritual sword to attack Chao Yan. Unwilling to back down, Chao Yan gritted her teeth and commanded her circular blades to meet the oncoming assault. In an instant, a terrifying clash erupted between the two, their formidable spiritual consciousness and energy far exceeding that of the Qi refinement stage. The spiritual sword unleashed a barrage of sword energy, forcing the 2 circular blades to retreat step by step. Chao Yan's complexion paled as she struggled to withstand the onslaught. In a desperate bid, she called forth 2 additional magical artifacts, a long knife and a spear. Though not as powerful as her circular blades, they still ranked as top-tier artifacts. With all 3 top-tier artifacts combined, she barely managed to counter the spiritual sword's ferocity. The surrounding disciples, including those at the foundation establishment level, were in awe. As expected of a foundation establishment, truly formidable. Despite the power of the spiritual weapon, facing 3 top-tier artifacts, especially the exceptional mother and child circular blades, which equate to 4 top-tier artifacts, she still holds a slight advantage. Truly unmatched within this realm. Indeed, those direct disciples of the Golden Core Elders are quite privileged. With every display, they wield either top-tier artifacts or spiritual weapons, far beyond what common practitioners like us can compare to. However, it seemed that for Yun Ningxuang to eliminate Chao Yan would not be so simple. Patience. For the reason why spiritual weapons are called as such is due to their sentience, and the unfolding events shall reveal much. As anticipated, Yun Ningxuang formed a seal with her hands, pouring her spiritual energy into the flying sword. In the next moment, the sword transformed into a 3-zhang-long white jade spirit serpent. Coiling in the air, with a fierce roar, it unleashed a radiant golden sword energy that struck the long knife artifact. With a resounding crack, the knife was instantly riddled with cracks, a gaping hole appearing as it clattered to the ground, lifeless. Chao Yan immediately felt her consciousness wane, blood spurting from her mouth. Yet, this was not the end. The white jade spirit serpent lunged again, its fangs tearing into the spear artifact, leaving it similarly dulled in color. The remaining mother and child circular blades, under the relentless assault of the spiritual weapon, were rendered ineffective in mere moments, sustaining significant damage. Pale and defeated, Chao Yan refused to surrender. She hurled several talismans as a last resort and summoned a flying artifact, soaring into the sky. The fluidity of her movements left Wang Fuyuan, observing from afar, utterly astonished, though he felt that using talismans in such a manner was rather wasteful, as uncontrolled talismans held no efficacy against skilled opponents. Sure enough, Yin Ningxuang merely waved her hand, and a palm of condensed spiritual energy extinguished the recently activated talismans. Watching Chao Yan escape on her flying vessel, she couldn't help but smirk coldly. Focusing her consciousness in that direction, the white jade spirit serpent shot forth, quickly catching up to the vessel. With a flick of its tail, it unleashed a surge of sword energy, destroying the vessel in an instant. Chao Yan plummeted to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. Her once elegant yellow robe tattered, revealing an expanse of skin as smooth as congealed fat. Alas, the onlooking disciples had no time to admire the sight. Their attention fixated on the now transformed spiritual sword, hovering ominously inches from Chao Yan's neck, glimmering with a chilling light. Given our shared sect, do you have any final words? Yun Ningxuang floated closer, her gaze icy as she regarded Chao Yan. I demand to see the master, Chao Yan insisted. The master will not see you. I demand to see the great elder. The great elder is in seclusion. Chao Yan struggled to catch her breath, blood escaping her lips once more. After a moment, she continued, I am the direct disciple of Elder He Hongqiu of the Falling Feather sect, the legitimate daughter of the Chao family. No one can kill me. Not even you, Yun Ningxuang. Cannot kill you? Allow me to demonstrate otherwise. Yun Ningxuang extended her right hand, forming a sword gesture, and the spiritual sword trembled with murderous intent. Wait. A voice resonated from a distance. Though soft, it echoed in everyone's ears. In the next moment, a flying sword descended, upon which stood a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe. "Greetings, Elder Zhu." The gathered disciples bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Brother Zhu," they chorused. Recognizing the arrival of the enforcement hall's Elder Zhu, reputed to be at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, mere steps away from achieving the Golden Core realm. With the bigwig from the enforcement hall here, it seems Yun Shiji may not be able to eliminate Chao Yan after all. Yet, that was not certain. One must not forget that Yun Shiji was also a direct disciple of Elder He. Elder Zhu, the sect master, Mozun, offered a slight bow. Though she held the position of sect master, her cultivation was merely at the late Foundation establishment stage. While the man before her had been entrenched in the Foundation establishment for nearly a century. When she established her foundation, he was already at the peak of it. And decades later, although his level had not progressed, his prowess was unrivaled beneath the golden core within the entire Falling Feather sect. "Greetings, junior sister sect master." Zhu Qingli returned the gesture. "What brings you here, Brother Zhu?" Mozun inquired. "As the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, it is my duty to intervene whenever there is infighting among disciples within the sect." Zhu Qingli cast his gaze upon the menacing Yu Ningxuang and the severely injured Chao Yan. "Brother, this matter likely pertains to Uncle He's family affairs," murmured Mozun, implying that Elder He had tacitly approved of the situation. However, Zhu Qingli replied with solemnity, "Within the sect, there exists only the sect rules, not family matters. Should they engage in a deadly struggle outside, it is of no concern to me, but within the sect, they are subject to our regulations. Unjustified killing is unacceptable." He regarded Yu Ningxuang. "Either ascend the life and death platform and sign the death warrant, or present evidence of the other's violation of sect rules." Chao Yan, witnessing this, could not help but laugh, realizing she was not destined to perish today. This Zhu Sherbo was notorious for his strict adherence to sect rules, enforcing the law with unyielding resolve. "Yun Ningxuang, you cannot kill me." "Evidence." Yun Ningxuang retorted with a hint of derision. "In this world, wealth serves as evidence." The crowd gasped, but when Yun Ningxuang produced a glimmering piece of golden parchment, its contents left everyone speechless. It was the Wan Jin Tai from the Treasure Pavilion. A disciple whispered among the crowd, "It is said that the Treasure Pavilion is not only the wealthiest organization in the cultivation realm, but also the most well-informed." The phrases 1,000 silver and 10,000 gold refer to the pavilion's respective ties, with the latter being significantly more valuable. The least of the 1,000 silver ties begins at 1,000 spirit stones, while this one Jin Tai is worth at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Once this tie is revealed, the information it carries is guaranteed by the Treasure Pavilion, which has never been wrong before. Chao Yan's fate was sealed, as the parchment explicitly stated her transmission of information to the Liehua sect. To her shock, even the head of the Chao family was implicated. The Chao family would likely face ruin. They had coveted the opportunity linked to the Daxia Earth vein, believing that once Yun Shishu was eliminated, the chance would fall to her. Alas, a single misstep had led to an irreparable downfall, dragging the entire Chao family down with her. Hadn't Yun Shishu stated that none involved could escape unscathed? The Chao family would be deprived of the foundation building pill quota for 100 years. Why not eradicate the Chao family? Someone questioned. "Are you a fool? The Chao family still has other disciples in the sect. Shall we kill them all?" Voices among the disciples rose and fell, while Chao Yan appeared spiritless, aware that all was lost. "Chao Yan, I cannot believe you would commit such an act. Utterly contrary to our ancestral teachings. It is unforgivable." A foundation-building disciple from the Chao family stepped forward to accuse her, ready to strike in defense of the family's honor, but was sent flying by Zhu Qingli's palm. "Begone. This is not your place to intervene. I will personally investigate the entire Chao family. Should you be innocent, you have nothing to fear, but if you possess even the slightest knowledge, no matter how you behave today, you cannot evade the law." "Brother Zhu, I apologize for my rashness. I was simply overwhelmed with anger." The Chao disciple wiped the blood from his lips, not daring to voice a complaint. Understanding that Zhu Qingli's words acknowledged the truth of the golden tie, with a sigh, he bowed and withdrew. The Chao family was doomed. For a century, they would be devoid of the foundation-building pill quota, leading to their gradual decline, ultimately sinking to the lowest tier, or even vanishing completely. Unless a golden core was born within 100 years, which seemed improbable given that none of the 4 foundation-building members, including himself, possessed such talent. In a mere few breaths since Yu Ningxuang had brandished the golden tie, a flying spirit sword circled around Chao Yan's neck, and her head rolled away. The crimson stain under the sunlight struck fear into the hearts of all present. With Chao Yan decapitated, Yin Ningxuang commanded the flying sword to return, truly decisive in her actions. Wang Fu, following the crowd, glanced back, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He suppressed the impulse to rush forward and chase after her, reflecting on the formidable presence of Yun Shiji, whom he idolized. On his way back, he encountered two neighbors, Yang Luan and Qi Li. After greeting them, he fell in step behind them, only to overhear their discussion. Initially, he believed they were talking about Xiao Yan, but soon realized they were engrossed in alchemical methods. How should one control the fire during alchemy to enhance the success rate of the pills? When is the optimal moment to introduce the main ingredient, the golden leaf flower? For crafting the golden essence pill? Would the combination of blackwood flame and spirit fire yield a more potent effect? Their failed alchemical remnants and dregs had nearly piled up to an unmanageable extent, though Wang Fu understood little of their discourse. He grasped one thing: they were in dire need of disposing of their surplus of dregs and failed pills. Wang Fu was overwhelmed with joy, as the remnants of the medicinal herbs and the discarded elixirs undoubtedly contained a wealth of spiritual energy and the potency of herbal medicine. Although there were also considerable amounts of pill toxicity and medicinal poison, he possessed the small cauldron, which had the extraordinary ability to eliminate the dross and retain the essence. No form of pill or medicinal poison could pose a challenge to him. Elders, please, I implore you to wait. Wang Fu hastily caught up with the two individuals who, displaying considerable politeness, did not express any displeasure at his interruption of their discussion. Junior brother Wang Fu, is there something you need? One of them inquired. I happen to overhear that both of you are remarkably skilled alchemists, Wang Fu replied, his face beaming with enthusiasm. I have always held alchemists in the highest regard, and to discover that two reside next door is truly exhilarating, hence my intrusion. Oh, junior brother Wang Fu has an interest in alchemy? Yang Luan remarked, scrutinizing Wang Fu with a hint of skepticism, as if assessing the veracity of his words. With a sigh, Wang Fu halted the two, expressing, since childhood, I have yearned for the path of cultivation, aspiring to refine elixirs. I thought that upon joining the Liu Yu sect, I could finally realize my childhood dreams. Unfortunately, my spiritual roots are inadequate, and I lack the talent for alchemy, forcing me to settle for drawing talismans instead. I see, Yang Luan replied, nodding slightly. However, junior brother Wang Fu, you are mistaken in one regard. The practice of talisman crafting should not be seen as a mere compromise. The four ancillary arts of alchemy, talisman crafting, formations, and weapon forging are not ranked by superiority or inferiority. Any one path, if pursued with dedication, can lead to mastery and the title of a grandmaster. The expressions of Yang Luan and his companion shifted as they regarded Wang Fu, seemingly recognizing a kindred spirit in him. Haha, I too did not expect that both of you are masters of alchemy, Wang Fu responded with a smile, though internally he harbored doubts. They professed that the four ancillary arts held no hierarchy, yet they had immediately placed alchemy at the forefront. Nevertheless, this was advantageous for him. By flattering them, he could likely acquire the medicinal residues and inferior elixirs he desperately needed. Currently, Wang Fu was in urgent need of potent spiritual liquid for his cultivation. The efficacy of spiritual essence distilled from ordinary plants paled in comparison to the blackwood spiritual liquid, let alone the two spirit pills possessed by Zhu Jun and Zhang Hong. Over the past 2 months, his cultivation progress had slowed significantly. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the inadequacy of his 5 spiritual roots, a predicament he could do nothing about. Wang Fu sighed softly. Chapter 34, The Arrival. As fellow practitioners immersed in the esoteric arts, though not alchemists, Yang Luan and Qi Li had already regarded Wang Fu as one of their own. Their initial choice of the remote flying cloud peak was motivated by a desire to refine their elixirs without interruption. They believed Wang Fu shared this sentiment. Throughout their journey, the three engaged in extensive conversation, each opening their eyes to new wonders, filled with astonishment. Upon hearing of the exquisite art of alchemy, Wang Fu was filled with envy at the prospect of using elixirs to enhance one's cultivation. However, that was where his interest waned. With a small cauldron at his disposal, he felt no need to pursue the arduous path of refining pills. While excessive consumption of elixirs could potentially lead to the accumulation of pill toxins, spiritual liquids posed no such concerns, which is one of the reasons for their widespread popularity. When Yang Lun mentioned the substantial heaps of medicinal dregs and discarded pills accumulating in their vicinity, Wang Fu seized the opportunity to alleviate their burden, suggesting that the toxic elements could be extracted from the dregs and waste and subsequently incorporated into talismans to augment their potency. The two were overjoyed at this revelation, eagerly vying to present the medicinal refuse and discarded pills to Wang Fu, under the pretense of achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Wang Fu naturally accepted it. The two even personally transported it using storage bags, and in Wang Fu's courtyard, the dark remnants of medicine and discarded pills accumulated into a small hill. These are all pure spiritual essence. Wang Fu gazed at the remnants of herbs and discarded elixirs, chuckling heartily as he placed his hands on his hips. Subsequently, every 3 months, he would visit the courtyards of Yongluan and Chili to collect the remnants and refuse. However, he would also ensure to truly utilize some of the medicinal concoctions to craft talismans to present to the two men, both as a token of gratitude and to prevent any suspicions from arising. Wang Fu moistened his lips and placed the small cauldron beside the medicinal residues and useless elixirs. The cauldron began to activate its ability to devour and refine. As he observed wisps of pure spiritual energy flowing into the cauldron and droplets of spiritual liquid taking shape, Wang Fu was overjoyed. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. With this, my cultivation should steadily advance. Just as Wang Fu murmured to himself, the courtyard's protective formation began to stir. With the control of the token over the formation, Wang Fu clearly realized that someone was visiting. Could it be Yongluan and his companion? Wang Fu, puzzled, approached the courtyard gate and dispelled the enchantment before stepping outside. To his surprise, he encountered a man and a woman who were neither Yongluan nor Chili. "Are you brother Fei?" The woman was unfamiliar to Wang Fu, but he recognized the other individual. Observing Fei's smile, Wang Fu furrowed his brow, wondering if this person had followed him here. Perhaps still fixated on the spiritual liquid formula. "Haha, my junior brother, you've proven quite elusive," Fei exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with joy as he and Li Xiaohuan approached. They had received a fairly certain candidate from Song Jingyang, yet they were compelled to temporarily abandon their pursuit due to the sect master's orders. Waiting for the mountain gate matter to conclude before resuming their search, Wang Fu, this was the second place they had arrived at. Senior brother chuckled, questioning what could possibly warrant such concern from him. Wang Fu offered a dry laugh, yet his heart was filled with wariness. He observed as Fei approached with a woman, even contemplating the possibility of her employing the wiles of seduction. Although the woman was quite attractive, he was not the kind to fall for such tricks. Perhaps noticing Wang Fu's vigilance, Fei promptly got to the point. "Junior brother, rest assured, I am not here for your formula this time. I have other matters to discuss." Wang Fu felt a sense of relief as he continued to listen to Fei. "This is Li Xiaohuan, your junior sister. She is here to see you, and the reason pertains to the Vidra talisman you sold her previously." Having met senior sister Li, Wang Fu suddenly realized that he could not discern the depth of this woman's cultivation. Li Xiaohuan cast a playful glance at Fei before turning her attention to Wang Fu, her ruby lips parting as she inquired, "Junior brother, what is your name? Was that Vidra talisman indeed crafted by your own hand?" Replying to senior sister, "My name is Wang Fu," he replied, maintaining his composure. "The Vidra talisman that senior brother purchased for me was indeed drawn by my own hand." "Wang Fu?" Li Xiaohuan's eyes sparkled with interest as she scrutinized him from head to toe, only for her expression to dim slightly as she mused aloud. "Is this the Wang Fu related to Uncle Yin?" "No, that Wang Fu was merely a servant disciple, whereas this Wang Fu has already reached the 5th level of qi refinement." Exchanging glances with Fei, they both discerned each other's thoughts, gently shaking their heads and smiling, dismissing any unrealistic notions. Wang Fu naturally overheard Li Xiaohuan's murmurs, yet he chose not to expose her intentions. Observing the undeniable chemistry between the man and woman, he felt a twinge of jealousy, wishing they could at least find a moment to retreat. He pondered the purpose of senior sister Li's visit. As the couple seemed engrossed, Wang Fu hastily interjected, eager to send them back to the courtyard to check on the results from the small cauldron. It was indeed a fortuitous matter. Li Xiaohuan then proceeded to unveil the situation regarding the Miao Fu Hall. "My uncle has instructed me to find you and take you to the Miao Fu Hall. Perhaps, Brother Wang, this could grant you direct access to becoming an inner disciple of the Miao Fu Hall." Wang Fu was already acquainted with the Miao Fu Hall and its steward, Li Yi. He understood that it was the esteemed place within the Luoyu sect for the crafting of talismans, a veritable sanctum for talismanic artisans. Within the Miao Fu Hall, one could dedicate oneself entirely to the art of talisman drawing, while also acquiring knowledge of various related techniques. Numerous spells that required contributions for cultivation were freely accessible, designed to assist talisman makers in their craft. However, In the realm of cultivation, there are no free lunches, and the Luoyu sect was no exception. The Miaofu Hall was even less so. The abundant benefits would necessitate an exchange of equivalent finished talismans. Prepare yourself. For shortly we shall visit the Miaofu Hall to meet my uncle, Li Xiaohuan decisively proclaimed on Wang Fu's behalf. Wang Fuzhang opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. It was evident that this woman sought him for her own advantage. Could he refuse? No, he could not. Wang Fu was reluctant to decline. He understood that this was an opportunity, a chance to ascend to great heights. Senior Sisterly, please wait a moment while I tidy up a few things. Very well. You have a quarter of an hour. Li Xiaohuan's words brooked no argument. Wang Fuping smiled as she retreated into the courtyard, the barriers closing behind her. And her smile faded. This woman is no ordinary individual. One should not provoke her if one's strength is insufficient. Wang Fu directly labeled Li Xiaohuan. In the courtyard. The small cauldron had finished its consumption, its speed increasing with each passing moment. With a wave of his hand, Wang Fu summoned the cauldron into his grasp using his telekinetic abilities. Upon closer inspection, he discovered over 100 drops of pure spiritual liquid nestled within the cauldron, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Wang Fu leaned in and took a deep breath, feeling his spirit uplifted, as though his cultivation had subtly improved. The spiritual liquid refined from medicinal residues and discarded elixirs surpassed even the blackwood spiritual liquid. One could only imagine the results if genuine spiritual herbs or elixirs were employed. Wang Fu licked his lips, contemplating that if not for the presence of others outside, he would have indulged in a drop to test its efficacy. For now, however, he had to endure. With a slight mental shift, the small cauldron seamlessly melded into his chest, transforming into a tattoo-like design. There was little to tidy up. So Wang Fu released the barrier and stepped outside once more. It appeared that his junior brother Li had finished his preparations, so they could proceed. Li Xiaohuan nodded and then turned to Bai Yingfei, offering a gentle smile, requesting his assistance in escorting them. Of course, it is my pleasure, Bai Yingfei replied. A vibrant green leaf emerged from Bai Yingfei's storage pouch, swiftly elongating to about 10 feet, hovering steadily at their feet. Junior sister, junior brother Wang, let us depart, he announced. Observing the flying artifact beneath them, Wang Fu realized that Bai Yingfei had already ascended past the 10th level of qi refinement, achieving the status of an inner sect disciple. Chapter 35. The Diamond Talisman. The Miaofu Hall was situated atop Feiyu Peak. As one of the 3 peaks of the inner sect and the residence of the sect master, its grandeur was unparalleled. Even at the mid-slope, the concentration of spiritual energy was several times greater than that of Feiyan Peak. The number of inner sect disciples was also the highest, while aboard Bai Yingfei's flying artifact. Wang Fu witnessed numerous disciples soaring through the air on their own devices, occasionally spotting a Foundation establishment elder passing by. Upon arrival, they traversed through numerous halls, and the green leaf flying artifact eventually came to a halt before a grand edifice. The 3 gilded characters spelling Miaofu Hall gleamed brilliantly on the plaque, while intricately designed talismanic patterns spiraled around the pillars flanking the entrance, exuding an ancient ambience. Junior brother Wang, please wait here. I will accompany Bai Shixiang to find my uncle, Li Xiaohuan said. All right. Wang Fu nodded, his gaze fixated on the 2 colossal stone pillars that flanked the entrance. You may go, junior sister. I'm not a member of Miaofu Hall, nor do I currently require any talismans. I will stay here with junior brother Wang to ensure that he is not left unattended, Bai Yingfei remarked, evidently having his own intentions. However, Li Xiaohuan remained unperturbed. After some contemplation, she agreed. What if they brought her uncle out and Wang Fu was no longer there? A missing person could be found again. But if her uncle were offended, it would spell disaster. A second-tier talisman capable of delivering a blow equivalent to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator was, for her, a trump card for survival. How considerate of you, Bai Shixiang. Thank you for your efforts, Li Xiaohuan said with a playful smile directed at Bai Yingfei. Bai Yingfei, elated, had initially hoped to seize the opportunity to negotiate Wang Fu's formula further. Little did he expect to gain Li Xiaohuan's admiration as well. Once Li Xiaohuan entered Miaofu Hall, Bai Yingfei could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Wang Fu, junior brother Wang, could we perhaps discuss that spirit liquid formula further? Wang Fu was engrossed in studying the patterns on the stone pillar when he was abruptly interrupted, causing a sense of discomfort to wash over him. However, as he shifted his gaze, he realized that if he did not completely dissuade Bai Yingfei from his intentions, this individual would likely persist in his pursuit. Senior brother Bai, the formula for the spiritual liquid cannot be sold. Moreover, the efficacy of the spiritual liquid is not as formidable as one might imagine. If it were, I would not be toiling in the fifth layer of chi refinement, but would have long since advanced to the inner sect. Excessive consumption of the spiritual liquid, much like medicinal pills, can lead to resistance, significantly diminishing its effects. It can only serve as a temporary remedy. Assisting you in breaking through to the 10th layer of chi refinement would likely be its utmost limit. Bai Yingfei listened attentively, furrowing his brow. Yet, upon further reflection, he found Wang Fu's reasoning compelling. If such a remarkable substance truly existed, Wang Fu, as well as the family behind him, would have undoubtedly risen to prominence. He had never heard of any cultivation family named Wang in the vicinity of the Falling Feather sect. They were scarcely known and could barely be considered a minor clan, fortunate enough to have a chi refinement practitioner among their ranks. Nevertheless, he was keen to make another attempt, as the spiritual liquid indeed held considerable potency during the early stages of cultivation. Thank you for your reminder, Junior Brother Wang. However, my family's ancestor excels in alchemy. This formula is not sought for my personal use, but rather to present to my ancestor. Rest assured, should my ancestor glean any insights, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Perhaps my ancestor could refine the formula and enhance the efficacy of the spiritual liquid. Wang Fu felt a deep-seated annoyance. Why was this person so relentlessly persistent? Fortunately, the timely arrival of Li Xiaohuan's voice offered him a moment of respite. Seventh uncle, I have asked that Wang Fu wait outside. Li Xiaohuan emerged from the Miao Fu hall, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard. This man approached with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an unspoken authority that weighed heavily upon Wang Fu. Yet, in this moment, Wang Fu preferred to confront this pressure rather than endure Bai Yingfei's incessant pursuit. Greetings, Uncle Li, Bai Yingfei said, hurrying forward to pay his respects upon seeing Li Xiaohuan and her uncle come out. Wang Fu imitated him, bowing slightly. Greetings, Uncle Li. Indeed. Li Yi acknowledged with a slight nod, before fixing his gaze upon Wang Fu. So you are the lad who independently crafted a high-quality diamond talisman? Yes, Master Uncle. It is I, Wang Fu replied, bowing deeply. Impressive. To possess such skill at the 5th layer of chi refinement is indeed remarkable, if true. You could be a prodigy in talisman crafting. Li nodded, but Wang Fu discerned the underlying implications in his words. If it is indeed true, all is well. However, if you lack such abilities, then you may find the consequences dire. Come with me. If you can produce another high-quality diamond talisman in my presence, I shall take it upon myself to allow you entry into the Miao Fu Hall for further cultivation. Thank you, Master Uncle. I shall give it my utmost effort. Wang Fu was filled with delight. As Li Yi entered a secluded chamber within the Miao Fu Hall, he observed numerous tables scattered throughout, where several disciples were diligently engaged in the intricate art of talisman crafting. A glance revealed that the talismans being drawn were all of the most rudimentary, first-grade variety. Upon Li Yi's arrival, the disciples hastily set aside their brushes, bowing respectfully in greeting. They acknowledged him as Master Uncle Li, to which Li Yi responded with a mere nod. The disciples appeared unfazed by his presence. After their respectful salutations, they resumed their work on the talismans. Though they cast curious glances at Wang Fu, puzzled as to why an outer sect disciple at the 5th level of chi refinement was present in their midst. As for Li Xiaohuan, they were well aware that she was the niece of Master Uncle Li. Go to that table. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour. Li Yi instructed, gesturing towards an empty table, signaling Wang Fu to proceed. Wang Fu approached the desk, taking a deep breath to calm the excitement and apprehension within him. He understood that whether he could ascend to become an inner disciple depended on this very moment. He adjusted his mindset, retrieving the black-patterned talisman brush, vermilion powder, and talisman paper. Dipping the brush into the vermilion, he lightly tapped it against the talisman paper, focusing his mind as he began to outline the symbols. The other disciples, observing this, seemed to grasp the significance. Their gazes towards Wang Fu shifted dramatically. It appeared that he had caught the attention of Uncle Li, and this was a test for him. Should he succeed, he would likely join their ranks. What fortune! It took me a decade to elevate to an inner disciple. Who could argue otherwise? I hope he fails, otherwise my heart will remain unsettled. None of the disciples wished for Wang Fu's success. They were not keen on an outer disciple at the 5th level of chi refinement suddenly attaining an equal status among them. In stark contrast, however, Li Xiaohuan and Bai Yingfei hoped for Wang Fu's triumph, particularly the former, as it pertained to her obtaining a second-tier talisman. Brother, do you think he will succeed? Li Xiaohuan anxiously inquired, her eyes fixed on Wang Fu, who was engrossed in his drawing. Rest assured, junior brother Wang will surely prevail. I personally purchased that diamond talisman from him, buying Fei reassured her. Is it possible he did not create it himself? Li Xiaohuan speculated, when suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted before Wang Fu, shimmering for a full breath before fading away. Li Xiaohuan smiled. Chapter 36. The Spirit Talisman Pavilion. The golden light surged forth, signaling the completion of the talisman. The high-quality diamond talisman had indeed been successfully drawn. Wang Fu exhaled a breath of turbid air, gazing at the diamond talisman before him, confident that his entrance into the inner sect was nearly assured. As he raised his head, he met the beaming face of Li Yi, who beckoned with a hand, causing the freshly drawn diamond talisman to appear in his grasp. Li scrutinized it closely, even activating it, as a thin layer of golden light enveloped his body like armor. Indeed, this quality of diamond talisman is but a hair's breadth from reaching the pinnacle standard. It seems you possess a true talent in the art of talismans. Li nodded with a smile, affirming Wang Fu's abilities. He then turned to Li Xiaohuan, grinning. Xiaohuan, you didn't deceive Uncle Qi this time. Li Xiaohuan proudly lifted her chin. But uncle, when have I ever deceived you? She persisted, shaking Li Yi's arm playfully. Li allowed her to tease him for a moment before feigning surrender, producing a talisman. All right, you win. This is the second-tier talisman you desired. As Li Xiaohuan eagerly reached out, she hesitated, reminding him, the second-tier talisman possesses immense power. Do not use it recklessly, especially against fellow disciples unless it's a matter of life and death. Don't worry, uncle. Xiaohuan is sensible, she replied, her heart racing with anticipation, wishing she could snatch it away if it weren't for uncle. Li Yi, seeing her excitement, nodded and handed the talisman to his niece, holding the second-tier talisman. Li Xiaohuan scanned the room, noting the other disciples retreating slightly. They all understood the talisman's formidable power, comparable to a foundational strike. Without a robust defensive artifact, contact with it could be fatal. Elated with her talisman, Li Xiaohuan bid farewell to Li Yi and exited the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, with Bai Yingfei following closely behind, leaving Wang Fu eagerly watching Li Yi. Come, let us attend to some formalities and I will share with you the matters of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. Fortunately, Li Yi had not forgotten Wang Fu. He turned to glance at him before walking out of the side hall with hands clasped behind his back, prompting Wang Fu to hastily follow. Behind them, a throng of disciples cast envious and jealous glances. Our Spirit Talisman Pavilion specializes in cultivating talisman masters. We welcome disciples with innate talent in talisman making. However, it is the first time we have encountered someone with a Qi refinement level of 5. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu scratched his head, listening intently as Li continued to elaborate. There are 2 types of talisman crafting. The first, known as a talisman master, is one who inscribes talismans to seal various spells, a method commonly employed by the majority of cultivators in the realm of immortals. The second type is the spiritual talisman master, who intricately weaves unique patterns using distinct spiritual energy techniques, thus invoking the forces of heaven and earth to inscribe talismans onto paper. The talismans created in this manner are referred to as spiritual talismans, and those who craft them are known as spiritual talisman masters. It must be noted that your ability to create high-quality diamond talismans already qualifies you as a member of the spiritual talisman masters. While it is true that any cultivator can achieve success by merely replicating standard talismans, spiritual talismans are different. Their creation relies heavily on insight and understanding. At this, Li chuckled lightly, stating that if you could only produce ordinary talismans, even with exceptional skill, I would not make an exception to allow a mere outer sect disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement to enter the Miaofu Hall. Uncle Li is correct. I merely stumbled upon some fortunate finds in the market, acquiring the methods to create diamond talismans and several first-tier low-grade spiritual talismans. It took an immense amount of time and talisman paper for me to achieve success. Wang Fu adopted a humble demeanor, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Since my introduction to talismans, I have glimpsed the vast and profound nature of this art, as boundless as the ocean. Now, having the privilege to receive Uncle Li's guidance in the Miaofu Hall to study the more esoteric aspects of talismans, I am deeply appreciative and vow to diligently craft talismans, bringing honor to my uncle and repaying the sect. The inheritance of spiritual talisman crafting is undoubtedly of great significance. En route, Wang Fu had already devised an excuse that he had merely encountered a rare opportunity in the market, with countless disciples coming and going daily. Selling an array of peculiar items, tracing the source would be utterly impossible. This ruse would effectively conceal his connection to the Celestial Talisman Sutra. Li Yi, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, expressing satisfaction as he regarded Wang Fu. You, my young friend, are quite the clever one. While talent in crafting talismans is essential, diligence is equally important. Having a mentor for guidance is of utmost significance. Should you perform well in the future, I might introduce you to several esteemed seniors, and who knows? You might even attract the attention of a senior brother or uncle who could take you as a closed-door disciple, propelling you to great heights. Thank you, Uncle Li. Wang Fu replied with elation. Before long, Li Yi led Wang Fu to the place where disciple information is registered, and Wang Fu's status officially transitioned from that of an outer sect disciple to an inner sect disciple of the Miao Fu Hall. However, due to his insufficient cultivation level, he was only granted the monthly stipend and an inner sect manual for now. The benefits concerning mid-grade magical tools, flying artifacts, and inner sect accommodations would be deferred. Although Wang Fu feigned indifference, he mentally cursed this situation. Yet, he confined his complaints to his thoughts alone. Furthermore, there were many areas within the inner sect's 3 peaks that Wang Fu could not access, according to Li Yi. A disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement wandering freely in the inner sect might easily lead to misunderstandings. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his low cultivation level. Wang Fu, feeling helpless, could only silently vow to enhance his cultivation. After diligently recording all pertinent information and exchanging for the identity token of an inner sect disciple, Li Yi led Wang Fu to a particularly significant side hall of the Miao Fu Palace, the Zhongshu Pavilion. This place housed the vast majority of spells from the Luoyu sect, specifically designated for the Miao Fu Palace, intended for the cultivation of talisman masters in their creation of talismans. Wang Fu gazed at the myriad magical spells displayed on the numerous bookshelves, swallowing hard in anticipation. Here, the disciples of the Miao Fu Hall could cultivate these spells. However, for each spell mastered, one was required to inscribe a talisman that mirrored the spell's effects. Starting with a minimum of 100 talismans, Li Yi, unfazed, calmly observed the starry-eyed Wang Fu while dousing his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. 100, you say? Wang Fu murmured, contemplating that it did not seem overly daunting. Given his success rate in inscribing common sealing talismans, he believed he could accomplish this within a few days. That is merely the starting point, Li Yi corrected him. The requirement is determined by the level of the spell. As for the method of inscribing spiritual talismans, one must begin with 1,000. Wang Fu nodded in acknowledgement. After visiting the Zhongshu Pavilion, he was taken to the Ling Miao Pavilion. This was the sacred space where spirit talismans were crafted, in contrast to the auxiliary halls where numerous disciples typically created ordinary talismans, known as the Shifu Pavilion. The arrangements within the Ling Miao Pavilion far surpassed those of the Shifu Pavilion. Each talisman master possessed their own private chamber, and the spiritual energy in this place was significantly more abundant. The disparity was striking, and Wang Fu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Each spirit talisman represented a legacy. Those who became talisman masters were the rare geniuses, selected from the elite ranks of talisman creators. Naturally, their treatment was far superior. Li Yi remarked, "You have the ability to craft the King Kong talisman, thus you belong to their esteemed ranks. As for the methodologies of crafting other talismans, or practicing the art of creating ordinary talismans, you may commence once you submit 10 King Kong talismans to the Miao Fu Hall, until you achieve a breakthrough in the 10th level of Qi refinement. You may reside within the chambers of the Miao Fu Hall, where your identity token will provide guidance. Should you find it uncomfortable, accommodations in the outer sect are also available. It is entirely at your discretion. Do you have any further inquiries?" "None. Thank you, Master Li." Wang Fugong respectfully bowed in gratitude. Chapter 37, Jiangyan. Wang Fu has officially joined the Miao Fu Hall. As a talisman master, his treatment is beyond commendation. Each day is devoted to cultivation and the meticulous crafting of talismans. After completing 10 Vajra talismans, he immersed himself in the repository of techniques, selecting spells for further refinement. Upon mastering these spells, he returned to the creation of talismans, engaging in this cycle repeatedly. Every 3 months, he would visit Yang Luan and Qi Li from the outer sect to collect the remnants of medicinal herbs and wasted elixirs, allowing his small cauldron to devour and refine them. This not only propelled his proficiency in talisman crafting, but also steadily enhanced his cultivation. As the seasons changed over the years, Wang Fu transformed from a 15 or 16-year-old youth into a tall and poised young man. While he may not possess striking handsomeness that sets him apart in a crowd, his pair of eyes is exceptionally profound and expressive. Such allure has captivated even his junior sisters, leading them to orchestrate chance encounters, all for the mere opportunity to glimpse him. Wang Fu's thoughts were entirely consumed by his cultivation, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. Having reached the 11th level of Qi refinement, he officially became an inner sect disciple, a status that required him to fulfill inner sect duties annually. Last year, he had successfully broken through to the 10th level at the beginning of the year, thus evading these responsibilities. However, this year, evasion was no longer an option. Fortunately, as the year drew to a close, he managed to progress further in his cultivation, which provided him with a modicum of confidence. With merely a month remaining before the year's end, he knew he could no longer postpone his duties, lest the enforcers from the law hall come knocking at his door. As he stepped out of the small courtyard of the inner sect, he let out a sigh. Despite his current achievement of the 11th level of Qi refinement, he truly did not wish to engage in the inner sect's obligations. Unlike the relatively simple tasks of the outer sect, which could be completed merely by investing time, the duties of the inner sect often required venturing beyond the safety of the sect's confines. It was no longer feasible to simply linger within the sect. After nearly a decade in the mysterious Talisman's Hall, Wang Fu was no longer the naive youth he once was. He had witnessed and heard far too many tales of those who ventured out on tasks and never returned. The world outside the sect was fraught with peril, and the once glamorous notion of slaying demons and ridding the world of evil had faded into mere illusion with the passage of time. Slaying demons and ridding the world of evil could very well cost one their life. As his cultivation advanced, Wang Fu became increasingly cautious of his own mortality. The hall for inner sect duties was significantly larger than that of the outer sect, and even the white jade walls within were grander and more expansive. Wang Fu sought a secluded corner, his gaze fixated on the white jade tablet before him. The tablet was adorned with a myriad of intricate inner sect duties, overwhelming his senses. Fortunately, his spiritual awareness had significantly evolved, allowing him to swiftly untangle the complexities. Although undertaking these duties alone promised substantial rewards, it also entailed greater peril. Thus, he preferred to embark on a group task, ideally one that could be accomplished with minimal effort. As he scrutinized the white jade tablet, he soon identified a particular group mission: to journey to Rinjia village and investigate the mysterious deaths of its villagers. The task description revealed that, over the past month, 3 villagers had inexplicably perished under bizarre circumstances, their bodies pallid and emaciated, resembling dry twigs. 4 inner sect disciples were required to probe into and resolve this matter. With 3 lives lost in a month, the description suggested a possible extraction of vital essence, hinting at the presence of a lower-tiered spirit creature. A wry smile crept across Wang Fu's face as he pondered whether this task had been deliberately left for a younger disciple by a senior. Noting the modest reward and the stipulation that only one individual could accept the task, he grinned wider. This mission was indeed tailored for him. He lacked neither spiritual stones nor merits, merely seeking to navigate the inner sect's affairs with ease. Wang Fu, with his keen eyesight and quick reflexes, promptly accepted the task using the identity token of an inner disciple, fearing that it might be snatched away by others. Having spent several years in the Miaofu Hall, Wang Fu was far from being a mere bookworm solely engrossed in talisman crafting and cultivation. He had gained a substantial understanding of the interpersonal dynamics within the sect. Although bound by the regulations of the sect, disciples with connections and backgrounds could still thrive, buoyed by the influence of their elder family members. It was quite commonplace to give a nod to the administrative hall and deliberately allow a relaxed administrative member to sign off first on the task. Wang Fumei left the administrative hall with a sense of satisfaction, then promptly turned and headed towards the artifact refining hall. Though it appeared to be a straightforward administrative task, Wang Fu's inherently cautious nature compelled her to prepare herself adequately. When she reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, the inner sect had distributed 2 mid-grade magical artifacts that she deemed unworthy. The only truly useful item was a 10-fold storage pouch. Upon entering the artifact refining hall, Wang Fu meandered about, intending to purchase a defensive artifact that had caught her eye, when she unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure. Jiang Yin, what was this dark-faced fellow doing here? Wasn't he a practitioner of the blood-feeding sword technique? Why did he need to purchase magical artifacts as well? Wang Fu walked over. Jiang Yin was the indifferent young man he had encountered at the outer sect's administrative hall, exuding an aura that suggested a desire for solitude. Initially, they had little in common until an occasion arose when Jiang Yin purchased talismans from Wang Fu at the Miaofu Hall, establishing a connection between them. The quality of the talismans crafted by Wang Fu ranked among the finest in the entire Ling Miao Pavilion, and after he reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, The quality of his talismans improved significantly. Only Brother Shermin, who had attained the 13th level of Qi refinement, could surpass him, due to his cultivation level. The prices of Wang Fu's talismans were slightly lower, which made Jiang Yin a frequent customer. As time passed, and with their shared experiences in the outer sect, they grew more familiar with one another. "What brings you here, Jiang Yin?" Wang Fu inquired, choosing not to refer to him as Big Black Face, which would have been impolite, nor did he call him brother, despite the fact that Big Black Face had reached the 12th level of Qi refinement. "Shopping for magical artifacts," Jiang Yin replied, not turning his head, seemingly unfazed by Wang Fu's presence or perhaps uninterested. "Are you interested in purchasing magical artifacts? I thought your cultivation method dismissed their assistance," Wang Fu jested. "I have reached an impasse in my cultivation, and it seems unlikely I will break through in the near future. I am preparing to undertake a mission to seek spiritual herbs, and the destination is somewhat perilous. Thus, I require a superior defensive artifact for protection," Jiang Yin stated calmly, revealing no secrets. Wang Fu nodded in understanding. Jiang Yin differed from him. He relished undertaking sect duties to gain experience through combat, seeking breakthroughs in the heat of battle. He appeared to possess an intense longing for formidable strength. Yet whenever Wang Fu inquired about the reasons behind it, Jiang Yin merely smiled wryly, offering no answers, nor did he deflect with falsehoods. "Do you need any talismans?" Wang Fu asked. "My merits and spirit stones are only sufficient for one superior defensive artifact," Jiang Yin replied, implying that he had no surplus spirit stones or merits. "No need for merits. I'm not in the Miaofu Hall at the moment. Consider it a personal sale. I can extend credit." Wang Fu waved his hand dismissively. Unaffected by the situation, Jiang Yin counted among the few individuals Wang Fu regarded as friends in the Luoyu sect, although the matter concerning Wang Zheng lingered in his mind. Instilling a sense of vigilance, he felt that Jiang Yin harbored unspoken concerns, suggesting they might share a kinship. "However, you'll need to wait a few days until I successfully complete my talismans," Wang Fu continued. "I'll be setting out in 5 days." Jiang Yin pondered for a moment before accepting. "All right, I too have sect duties to fulfill. In 4 days, come to my place to collect them." Wang Fu chuckled. "This time's talisman, I guarantee you will seek it out." Jiang Yin smiled as well. The destination of his journey was undeniably perilous, which was why he had come to the Artifact Refinement Hall to procure a superior defensive artifact. Wang Fu's crafted talismans were remarkably dependable, a fact he had come to appreciate deeply. Chapter 38. The Yellow Dragon Talisman. Jiang Yin invested his entire fortune to acquire a superior defensive artifact known as the Black Gold Dragon Pattern Bell before departing from the Artifact Refinement Hall, leaving Wang Fu salivating at the sight. This artifact was of superior quality, valued at over 1,000 spirit stones. Although Wang Fu's current merits, combined with all his spirit stones, could afford him 1 or 2 superior artifacts, it was important to note that these had been earned through 8 or 9 years of arduous talisman crafting at the mysterious Talisman Hall. Over the course of those years, he had created countless talismans, ranging from the lowest to the highest ranks, encompassing nearly 100 different spells. Even inner disciples who had spent a decade or 2 at the mysterious Talisman Hall could not rival the volume of talismans Wang Fu had produced, earning him the nickname of Talisman Maniac. Nonetheless, with his accumulated wealth, Wang Fu could only afford a single superior artifact. Acquiring a second would prove challenging. Perhaps he could scrape together enough to procure a commonplace superior artifact, but a rare one was entirely out of reach. Of course, this assessment only considered the tangible spirit stones and merits. The talismans he possessed were not included in this calculation. As for Jiang Yin, the task enthusiast, ever since his elevation to the inner sect, he had spent little time within the confines of the sect, as he was predominantly occupied with undertaking missions in the outside world. Wang Fu has always perceived himself and Jiang Yin as 2 polar opposites. As for acquiring an exquisite magical artifact, he deemed it unnecessary. Instead, he preferred to purchase 2 superior grade artifacts, one for offense and the other for defense. He believed that once he successfully inscribed the Hualong Talisman, he would be capable of withstanding assaults from those at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Wang Fu held steadfast to his convictions, especially since his current mission was not particularly perilous, unlike Jiang Yin, who seemed to place his life at constant risk. The Hualong Talisman is a premier-grade spiritual talisman, renowned among the many formidable talismans documented in the Heavenly Talisman Sutra. When activated, it envelopes the user in a swirling golden dragon that not only deflects attacks, but also retaliates when the dragon is struck. Wang Fu chose to inscribe this spirit talisman because there are records in the Miao Fu Hall. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do so. Should he be discovered inscribing a talisman that is not documented in the Miao Fu Hall, it would inevitably raise suspicions and lead to considerable troubles. Observing the stalls selling exquisite magical artifacts, Wang Fu sighed in admiration before turning to the counter that offered superior-grade artifacts. Here stood an elderly Foundation establishment master, clad in the robes of an inner sect steward, his hair a silvery hue. As Wang Fu approached, the elder opened his bleary eyes. "Greetings, Master," Wang Fu said respectfully. "I require 1 offensive superior-grade artifact and 1 defensive superior-grade artifact." It is common for individuals of such advanced age in the Foundation establishment stage to have stagnated in their cultivation for decades, with no prospect of further advancement. They are often assigned to these leisurely positions, continuing to contribute to the sect while securing benefits for the younger disciples. Here's the list. "Feel free to peruse and select," the elderly master said, extending a hand that resembled a gnarled branch. With a slight wave, a luminous screen of spiritual energy materialized, displaying introductions and general appearances of various superior-grade artifacts. Wang Fu respectfully saluted, and then swiftly extended his consciousness, absorbing the information radiating from the light in just a couple of breaths. After pondering for a moment, Wang Fu made his selection. "I apologize for disturbing your tranquil meditation. Esteemed Master Uncle, I humbly request a superior-grade offensive magical weapon, the Earth Dragon Cone, and a superior-grade defensive magical artifact, the mysterious armor shield." However, the Foundation-building Master Uncle narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a mere wave of his withered hand, 2 streams of profound light burst forth, ultimately transforming into a yellow, dragon-embellished pointed cone and a black, tortoiseshell shield. Wang Fu deliberately selected Earth attribute spells, which, when combined with the Earth attribute cultivation techniques he practiced, could enhance their potency by an additional 10 to 20%. While other attribute artifacts could be utilized, their efficacy would not be augmented. In total, he possessed 126 merit points, equivalent to 1,260 inferior spirit stones. The Foundation establishment elder added a remark. The conversion rate of merit points to spirit stones is 1 to 10, and Wang Fu would not casually expend spirit stones, as it was simply not cost-effective. This situation was unlike the time when he had just entered the outer sect, when he had mistakenly thought that Song Jingtang was a shrewd merchant. In truth, the latter had provided numerous conveniences out of respect for Feng Dafu. As for the payment of merit points, Wang Fu produced his identity token, channeling his spiritual consciousness, causing the merit points on the token to diminish immediately, leaving him with only 23 points. Wang Fu carefully stowed away 2 magical artifacts, and, after performing a courteous bow, departed from the artifact refining hall. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he would be unable to resist the temptation to purchase a superior artifact. Such artifacts are indeed of exquisite quality, each valued at over 1,000 spirit stones. A treasure that many cultivators may strive for their entire lives without ever acquiring a single one. Wang Fu's inner courtyard lay nestled amidst the majestic Feiyu Peak. Much like the outer court, it was rather secluded. However, its proximity to the mountains and waters rendered it a charming locale. Upon his return to the courtyard, Wang Fu promptly activated the protective barrier. He seated himself cross-legged upon the mat in the yard and retrieved 2 superior-grade magical artifacts, immediately commencing their refinement. Infusing them with spiritual energy and directing his consciousness into them, the 2 unclaimed artifacts were swiftly assimilated under Wang Fu's skillful hands. He delightedly examined the Earth Dragon Spike and the Xian armor shield in his grasp, feeling immense satisfaction. Both superior-grade artifacts possessed an Earth attribute, perfectly aligning with his cultivation techniques, capable of unleashing 102% of their potential. The Earth Dragon Spike was remarkably swift in its activation, excelling at penetrating defenses with precision, even allowing for rotational manipulation to exponentially enhance its power, proving remarkably effective against defensive artifacts. Conversely, the Xian armor shield bore no extraordinary features beyond its sheer thickness. Indeed, superior-grade artifacts were formidable. Even the most ordinary among them came imbued with unique benefits, with the treasures of higher grade boasting even greater capabilities. Wang Fu reminisced, recalling 8 or 9 years prior, when he witnessed Sister Yu Ningxuang decapitate Chao Yin with a single stroke of her sword. Among her array of magical artifacts, the mother and child circular blade stood out as a treasure among superior-grade artifacts, effectively functioning as 2 artifacts when separated, showcasing an impressive potency. He pondered the might of legendary-grade superior artifacts, which he had only heard of but never seen. It was rumored that such artifacts were exceedingly rare, with only a handful existing within the entire Luoyu sect, all of which were in the possession of its most powerful disciples or hidden away in the vaults of elders, reserved for future generations of practitioners. Wang Fu considered himself unworthy of such fortune, unless he could become a disciple of a certain golden elixir elder. Master Li had once mentioned introducing him to the elder, yet no news had emerged, suggesting it was merely a fleeting promise. Contemplating this, Wang Fu smirked slightly, feeling discontented. After refining 2 magical artifacts, he commenced the creation of the Yellow Dragon Talisman. Beside the table in the courtyard, he meticulously arranged the talisman brush, cinnabar, and talisman paper, adjusting himself to a state of perfection. He then grasped the brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and focused intently on the talisman paper, harmonizing his consciousness with the universe. This brush was no longer the former black-patterned pin, it was the esteemed Qinghao brush, bestowed upon him by Li Yi on the occasion of his first creation of a high-level spiritual talisman at the Miaofu Hall. A brush comparable to a superior magical artifact. Time seemed to dissolve as a flicker of spiritual light ignited at the brush's tip. Wang Fu's gaze deepened, and spiritual energy naturally flowed into the brush, marking the paper with a distinctive pattern that gradually took shape. With each stroke, life emerged. Suddenly, golden light burst forth, and the talisman was complete. A delicate yellow dragon danced upon the paper, eventually merging into the spiritual talisman. Success. Chapter 39. The Team the Yellow Dragon Talisman. A top-tier first-level spiritual talisman left Wang Fu feeling considerably drained of his consciousness. He estimated that he could create no more than 4 talismans in a single day before reaching his limit. Wang Fu continued to draw, yet both of his attempts ended in failure. Undeterred by adversity, he pressed on, exhausting the last remnants of his spiritual consciousness, only to encounter further disappointment. Achieving even a single successful drawing in a day would suffice. He decided to rest and regain his strength. The depletion of his spiritual energy took a toll, and Wang Fu fell into a deep slumber. The following noon, he awoke slowly, feeling a remarkable clarity in his mind. His spiritual consciousness was sharper than ever, reaching further than the previous day. This marked the pinnacle of the 13th level of Qi refinement. His eyes brightened, nearly escaping a gasp of astonishment. The advancement of both spiritual consciousness and spiritual power becomes increasingly arduous with time. Over the years, he had tirelessly crafted talismans and honed his spiritual awareness, supplemented by the elixirs refined from medicinal dregs, resulting in his current achievement at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Despite the unbearable pressure in his meridians, he had pushed himself to the limits. With the enhancement of his spiritual power, his consciousness had also surged, attaining the robustness of the 12th level of Qi refinement. Yet he had not managed to transcend to the ultimate 13th level. Even after several days of rigorous effort, he remained unable to breach that critical threshold. Unexpectedly, today, without forcing the issue, he had achieved a breakthrough. The range of spiritual consciousness at the 12th level spanned 25 zhang, but now it had directly expanded to 30 zhang, covering a distance of 100 meters. Within this range, he could manipulate magical artifacts with the finesse of an extension of his own limbs. Although his senior brother, Shermin, possessed lesser talent, he had relied on his mastery of the 13th level of Qi refinement and spiritual consciousness to gain an upper hand over Wang Fu. Now that Wang Fu's spiritual awareness had reached this level, he felt a spark of ambition to contend for the title of the first talisman master of Lingmu Pavilion. He had long coveted the exquisite talisman brush, akin to a rare and precious artifact. As he reveled in the formidable reach of his spiritual consciousness, he recalled the crimson talisman brush in Shermin's possession, licking his lips in anticipation. Regrettably, the next competition for talisman crafting was still some time away. His immediate priority was to create more Huanglong talismans, as they served as his safeguard for survival. Wang Fu once again commenced the intricate task of inscribing the Yellow Dragon talismans. The formidable strength of his spiritual awareness, cultivated to the 13th level of Qi refinement, indeed manifested its superiority, allowing him to successfully draw 3 Yellow Dragon talismans in succession. Although the quality of the third was somewhat lacking, it nonetheless counted as a success. Remarkably, Wang Fu did not feel fatigued. He estimated that he could produce 3 or 4 more before reaching his limit. In the following days, Wang Fu fervently dedicated himself to the creation of Yellow Dragon talismans, and by the time Jiang Yan arrived to collect the talismans, he possessed a total of 13 complete Yellow Dragon talismans, with more than half of them being of exceptional quality, including 2 that reached the pinnacle of excellence. Wang Fu, with an air of confidence, casually tossed 5 yellow dragon talismans onto Jiang Yan's face, one of which exuded a luminous jade quality, indicative of its supreme craftsmanship. As a significant purchaser of talismans, Jiang Yan was well aware of the implications of the jade sheen. You can inscribe a yellow dragon talisman, priced at 100 spirit stones each at the Miaofu Hall? Jiang Yan, unfazed by the talismans hitting him, gazed at Wang Fu in astonishment. The supreme quality talisman commanded an even higher price, approximately 120 spirit stones each. I currently lack the spirit stones to offer you. The 5 yellow dragon talismans collectively amounted to over 500 lower-grade spirit stones. Having ventured out to procure a certain spiritual herb, Jiang Yan found himself utterly destitute. I mentioned credit. Wang Fu waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Yan nodded, refraining from further discussion about the spirit stones, and directly stowed the talismans into his storage pouch. He departed. Don't perish, Wang Fu remarked, for if you do, I won't even burn paper for you. Without a backward glance, Jiang Yan merely waved his hand, shouldering his ever-present black sword as he exited Wang Fu's courtyard. With the departure of the dark-faced figure, it was nearly time for my own journey to commence. Sure enough, not long after, the identity token transmitted a message regarding a mission assembly. Wang Fu swiftly examined his equipment, placing the talismans in the most accessible part of his storage bag. He then took out several yellow dragon talismans, securing them close to his chest, and summoned his magical artifact for inspection. Wait, he realized he had forgotten to purchase the medicinal pills. Wang Fu, suddenly struck by inspiration, swiftly summoned his verdant-flying artifact and hastened towards the Danhua Hall, leaving his 3 companions to await his return. Upon arriving at the Danhua Hall, he expended all his remaining merit to purchase healing elixirs, restorative pills, and fasting potions. In a remarkable turn, he also acquired the previously seldom purchased cultivation pills and chi consolidating pills using spirit stones, subsequently refining them into elixir liquid with a small cauldron. These 2 types of pills are deemed the most suitable for enhancing one's cultivation in the chi refinement stage, with the inner sect disciples receiving a meager monthly allowance of only 10 chi consolidating pills. Historically, Wang Fu had rarely sought out pills to elevate his cultivation, as he had been provided with medicinal dregs and waste pills by Yang Lun and Qi Li. Although the elixir liquid produced from pill refinement yielded superior results, he was reluctant to waste resources, preferring to wait until the efficacy of the dregs diminished significantly before resorting to pills. Now, having broken through to the 11th level of Qi refinement, the effectiveness of the elixir from the dregs had halved, and following this recent mission, he deemed it prudent to prepare some pills for enhancing his foundational cultivation in case of unforeseen circumstances. The cultivation and chi consolidating pills indeed proved their worth as the most appropriate means to elevate one's cultivation, as purchasing just a few bottles consumed nearly half of his spirit stone reserves, a truly exorbitant expense, beyond the means of an ordinary cultivator, let alone a mere talisman master. After procuring the pills, Wang Fu leisurely made his way to the designated meeting spot at the mountain gate, where a man and a woman awaited him quietly in a nearby pavilion. To his surprise, there were others who had arrived even later than he. Wang Fu retracted the azure leaf-flying artifact and stepped into the pavilion. The Eye of Heaven technique was effortlessly invoked, his eyes radiating a mystical light, revealing the cultivation levels of the 2 individuals with utmost clarity. The man had attained the 12th level of Qi refinement, mere steps away from entering the 13th, while the woman, akin to Wang Fu himself, had reached the 11th level. Senior brother Wang Fu, he assessed the pair, who in turn were appraising him, particularly the woman clad in a yellow ceremonial skirt. Upon catching sight of Wang Fu, her face instantly lit up with joy as she waved her hand enthusiastically. Wang Fu found himself somewhat bewildered, as he could not recall any prior interaction with the woman in the yellow dress. Nevertheless, he responded with a courteous smile. To his surprise, the woman approached him with a brisk gait, her expression one of bashful intrigue. Wang Fu was momentarily at a loss, but fortunately, the voice of a man reached his ears, providing him with a sense of relief. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the woman's gaze. Junior brother Wang Fu, it is a pleasure to meet you, he said, offering a slight bow. What is this? Have you forgotten me? I once purchased talismans from you at the Miaofu Hall, the senior brother remarked with a gentle smile, displaying a commendable politeness. Wang Fu subtly sensed a familiar energy emanating from the figure before him. The elder brother bore a talisman he had drawn himself. With but a thought, he could instantly activate the talisman on the elder's person. Ha ha, Wang Fu chuckled, So it is you, my elder brother. Crafting talismans can be quite taxing on the mind, and my memory is not particularly sharp. I hope you can forgive me. The elder brother replied with a warm smile. You jest, Wang Jr. Your talismans are renowned among the disciples of the chi refining stage within our sect. I never anticipated encountering you on this mission. It is indeed an honor. With a gentle shake of his head, Tan Shan offered a slight bow. It is a pleasure to formally meet you, junior brother. Tan brother is too kind. Wang Fu quickly returned the gesture. The two exchanged smiles. As a master talisman artist, Tan Shan was undoubtedly a person of exceptional talent. Welcomed wherever he went. Being on the same team as him was akin to having an additional mobile artillery platform. Tan Shan recognized Wang Fu's significance. Chapter 40. Rinjia Village. Wang Fu, do you still remember me? A young woman in a yellow dress interjected between the two, her large, listening eyes fixed intently on Wang Fu. Observing the scene, Tan Shan assessed the pair and couldn't help but laugh heartily, stepping aside with an understanding nod. Wang Fu's eyelids twitched slightly. He genuinely could not recall who this woman was. Forgive my poor eyesight, senior brother, but you truly seem to have forgotten, pouted the woman in the yellow dress. Yet, almost immediately, a smile illuminated her face. Have you forgotten? Over 2 years ago, when you broke through to the 10th level of chi refinement, it was I who accompanied you to the inner sect's administrative hall to receive your magical tools and ropes. Upon hearing her words, Wang Fu began to recollect fragments of that day. When he had achieved his breakthrough, he sought out Uncle Master Li, but upon finding him occupied, a random disciple was summoned to guide him to the administrative hall, this very woman in the yellow dress. Her name seemed to be Dong Xin. It appeared that Dong Xin had only recently joined the inner sect. They had traversed numerous paths and nearly caused Wang Fu to feel nauseous from the endless wandering before finally arriving at the luminous sunset peak in the administrative hall. Now you remember, don't you? She teased. Ahem, I do recall. You're the sister who couldn't find her way. I suppose I should now refer to you as Sister Dong. Wang Fu chuckled. After all, she had just entered the inner sect at that time. Dong Xion's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Haha, Wang Fu laughed heartily, finding the girl rather amusing, her shyness around others and her apparent lack of direction. What a coincidence, I've also met senior brother Tan. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Dong Xion replied, her large eyes narrowing into crescent shapes with delight. Yet, deep down, she understood that such coincidences were hardly plausible. Her presence here was a result of her own scheming. As the legitimate daughter of the Dong family, she had long since leveraged her family's network to keep an eye on Wang Fu. He had remained at the Miaofu Hall until this year, when she surmised he would be undertaking sect duties. Thus, she had been vigilantly watching the administrative hall. Just days ago, as Wang Fu received his assignment, she had received the news and hastily followed suit. Dong Xion's affection for Wang Fu stemmed not only from their brief interaction over 2 years ago that ignited her youthful feelings, but also from her father's desire for her to find a talisman maker as her husband. Otherwise, her own connections would not suffice to influence other disciples within the sect on behalf of her family. Wang Fu hailed from a pristine background, being a talisman master devoid of any familial ties, perfectly aligning with the standards envisioned by the head of the Dong family for a prospective son-in-law. Between the two, Dong Xion and her father reached a swift consensus, though it was primarily Dong Xion's own affection for Wang Fu that played a pivotal role. Now, they awaited the arrival of the final individual, who was surprisingly tardy. One wondered who it might be. Wang Fu, oblivious to Dong Xion's sentiments, was solely focused on completing his task swiftly so he could return to his sect for cultivation. His ambition was to reach the 13th level of chi refinement before attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He had already devised a plan to acquire a foundation establishment pill by successfully inscribing one of the 3 most challenging top-tier first-level talismans documented in the Miao Talisman Hall. If he succeeded in even one, he would not need to plead. The sect would bestow upon him the pill. Should he inscribe all 3, he would undoubtedly secure a place in the forthcoming Great Summer Earth Vein event. He chuckled to himself, estimating that this was still far off. Tan Shan scoffed quietly. What do you mean, senior brother Tan? Wang Fu inquired, perplexed. You're aware of the Sun family, correct? Tan Shan did not respond directly, instead posing a question back to Wang Fu. Indeed, they are one of the 3 most powerful families within the Falling Feather sect. Their ancestor is Sun Qian, the master of Jinshan Peak. Wang Fu replied solemnly. Mentioning Sun Qian reminded him of Zhao Zilan, who had once bullied him. Zhao Zilan was a direct disciple of Sun Qian and had long since broken through to foundation establishment, now holding a significant position within the law enforcement hall. Perhaps he had forgotten about Wang Fu, the once insignificant ant, but Wang Fu had never forgotten him. Is your implication that the fourth person is a scion of the Sun family? Wang Fu pondered aloud. Tin Shangyuan nodded. Indeed, the sixth-generation direct descendant of Master Sun Qian. Sun Liang, a debauched youth whose prowess is entirely reliant on elixirs. I was also brought here by a Foundation establishment uncle from the Sun family, merely to ensure he completes his task. Otherwise, no amount of spirit stones would entice me to take on this role. Wang Fu admitted he had never heard of Sun Liang. The three individuals, each lost in their own thoughts, sat upon the stone benches in the pavilion. They waited for a considerable hour and a half before a resplendent golden flying boat finally arrived, gliding in with a languid grace. As it descended, a man clad in ornate robes staggered into the pavilion, a potent aroma of alcohol enveloping him. Upon seeing Tin Shangyuan rise, Wang Fu understood that the principal guest had arrived. Activating his heavenly eye technique, he was taken aback to discover that Sun Liang possessed the cultivation of the 12th level of qi refinement, a testament to his noble lineage. However, what surprised Wang Fu even more was the sight of numerous talismans inscribed by him adorning Sun Liang. Among these were not only common talismans but a plethora of spiritual ones as well. Which one of you is Tin Shangyuan? Sun Liang belched loudly, filling the airy pavilion with an overwhelming stench of liquor. Wang Furen couldn't help but furrow her brows, while Dong Xian covered her mouth and nose with one hand, incessantly fanning the air before her with the other. Tin Shangyuan calmly replied, I am, but Sun Liang, a junior brother, is right here? Sun Liang interjected. I am Sun Liang, though not your junior brother. We are all at the 12th level of qi refining, so why should I be regarded as a junior? Sun Liang burped. Junior brother Sun is inebriated. We should hasten our journey to reach Rinjia village before nightfall. Tin Shangyuan had a rather amiable disposition, yet he was steadfast in his principles. With his superior cultivation, he naturally assumed the role of elder brother, and he was most reluctant to address Sun Liang as such. Very well, Sun Liang chuckled. Whether out of drunkenness or for other reasons, he chose not to linger on the matter any further. Let us be on our way. Wang Fuming could distinctly sense the relief that washed over Tin Shangyuan. The four of them piloted their flying artifacts out of the mountain gate, traversing through the dense mist of the protective array, and proceeded towards Rinjia village as indicated by the task map. Among them, only Wang Fu wielded a mid-grade flying artifact, the Azure Leaf, while the other three were aboard flying boats, with Sun Liang's vessel being of exceptional quality, renowned for its remarkable speed. The Azure Leaf, being a mid-grade artifact, inevitably lagged behind. Hey, can't you speed up a bit? You're delaying my mission, and you'll regret it, Sun Liang, seated in his opulent golden flying boat, impatiently urged the trailing Wang Fu. Wang Fu felt a profound sense of helplessness. Senior brother, please come and join me. Dong Xian invited, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Wang Fu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to comply with Sun Liang's incessant chatter. I must trouble you, Sister Dong. It is no trouble at all. Dong Xian felt a surge of joy within her. As they boarded Dong Xian's flying vessel, their speed undoubtedly increased significantly, prompting Wang Fu to contemplate switching to a flying vessel upon returning to the sect. They journeyed without pause and finally arrived at Rinjia village as the sun dipped behind the western mountains. Rinjia village had once been home to a disciple who entered the inner sanctum of the Luoyu sect. Although that individual had perished, the sect's regulations mandated that it must protect Rinjia village for 50 years. This was the reason why Rinjia village sought assistance from the Luoyu sect from a distance of 1,000 miles. Such a stipulation not only served to placate the sect's disciples but also aimed to discover new talent for the sect. For if one individual with spiritual roots could emerge from a village, the possibility of another existing was not negligible. The village chief was a robust middle-aged man, and upon the arrival of Wang Fu and his companions from the skies, he immediately led the villagers to greet them at the village entrance, where they all knelt in deference, displaying humility and respect. Wang Fu caught a fleeting glimpse of Wutong village a decade ago. At that time, when Yunning Shuang floated gracefully into view, were the villagers not similarly awestruck? In the eyes of these villagers, the celestial beings were exalted figures, omnipotent and divine. Chapter 41. The Scholar and Dawei, humble one pays homage to the four esteemed immortals, wishing you boundless fortune and longevity equal to the heavens. The village chief prostrated himself, calling out with fervor. The other villagers followed suit, bowing deeply. May the esteemed immortals be blessed with great fortune and eternal life. It was evident that the villagers of Rinjia village were well versed in such rituals. This was not their first encounter with the divine. Village chief, please rise and lead us to the scene of the incident. Others need not accompany us, Tan Shunyuan said, extending his hand slightly. An invisible force lifted Rindawe from the ground. Rest assured, esteemed immortal, I understand my role, Rindawe replied, promptly signaling the other villagers to depart, leaving behind two seemingly astute youths. Esteemed immortals, please follow me. Yes, recount the events that transpired in Rinjia village from beginning to end, sparing no detail, Tan Shunyuan instructed. Wait, the village chief was about to speak when he was interrupted by Sun Liang. Tan Shunyuan, you investigate here. I shall take a stroll around. Tan Shunyuan furrowed his brow, wishing to complete his task swiftly and return to report, yet he could not curtail Sun Liang's freedom of movement. He could only nod in acquiescence. Be cautious. Send word if anything arises. Without looking back, Sun Liang waved his hand dismissively. Xiaocheng, accompany the esteemed immortal on his exploration, the village chief called to a nearby youth, who nodded with a smile and hurried to follow. As he watched Sun Liang's departing figure, Tan Shunyuan could only hope that the man would not stir up trouble. He turned back to Rindawe. Village chief, please continue. Wang Fu and Dong Xian beside him turned their gazes towards Rindawe, while Wang Fu paid no heed to Sun Liang's whereabouts. With a sigh, village chief Ren began his tale, which traced back to a month prior. As the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk enveloped the land, a sudden clap of thunder shattered the silence, followed by a torrential downpour that dispelled the sweltering heat of summer. A fair-skinned scholar, bearing a heavy box on his back, hurried through the rain, clutching a flickering oil lamp. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmering light in the distance, and in his delight, quickened his pace. A flash of lightning illuminated the stone tablet by the roadside, marking the entrance to Rinjia village. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? The scholar's voice was soft and feeble as he knocked on the nearest gate. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached. It was a middle-aged woman. The woman scrutinized the scholar from head to toe and, upon noticing the heavy box he carried, deduced he was a candidate heading to the imperial capital for the examination. Young master, please come inside quickly. The rain is heavy and will surely soak your clothes, risking your health. Thank you, Andy, the scholar replied, wiping the rain from his face. He followed the woman through the courtyard and into a brightly lit room. Don't be so polite, young master. I see you're on your way to the capital for the exam. We have several candidates from our village, but they have already left a few days ago. Otherwise, you could have traveled with them. The woman smiled as she brought forth a bowl of ginger soup. Here, you've gotten wet. Drink this ginger soup quickly to avoid catching a cold. With no time to express his gratitude, the scholar set down his heavy box and eagerly accepted the steaming bowl of ginger soup. He held the earthenware bowl with both hands, blowing gently on the rim before tentatively tasting it. Moments later, he consumed several hearty gulps, feeling warmth spread through his belly. I'll fetch you some dry clothes to change into. You cannot keep wearing those wet ones, the woman said kindly, retreating into the inner room. Shortly, she reappeared with a set of clothes. These are my husband's. Do not worry, they are clean. The scholar felt uncomfortable in his damp attire and, disregarding any hesitation, accepted the garments from the woman. Thank you, Auntie. I still have a few taels of silver in my box. What silver? A piece of clothing is hardly worth a few coins. I am not helping you for money, she replied, shaking her head with a smile. Who doesn't face difficulties when away from home? Besides, young master, you are an exam candidate. Should you succeed, it would bring honor to our village as well. Please, go change in my room. All right. The scholar felt touched as he entered the inner room. The interior was simply furnished, illuminated by a lone oil lamp. After locking the door and surveying his surroundings, he cautiously removed his uncomfortable garments, revealing a thick layer of white cloth wrapped around his chest. Outside in the courtyard, a middle-aged man wielding a hoe returned through the downpour. Upon opening the gate, he noticed the brightly lit interior and, beneath the soft glow, a captivating figure, alluringly silhouetted. Gulp. The man swallowed hard, oblivious to the pouring rain. What a splendid figure. Is that my wife? The rain could not extinguish the man's thirsting desires. He inexplicably set down his hoe and quietly approached the side of the house, peering through a crack, his eyes widening in astonishment. He swallowed repeatedly until the person inside donned familiar clothing and opened the door. What a sight. If only I could touch her, it would be worth dying for. After splashing his face with rainwater, the man eventually composed himself and shouted, Honey, I'm home. Inside, the woman was conversing with the scholar, lamenting how her daughter had married far away, otherwise she would have introduced her to him, when she heard her husband's voice from outside. My husband is back? The scholar rose in response. When he opened the door, the tall figure of the man appeared before him, casting a shadow that momentarily obscured the scholar's vision. Honey, Who is this? The man scrutinized the frail scholar, his mind filled with the image he had glimpsed outside. This is a young master heading to the capital for the exam. The sudden rain led me to welcome him into our home, the woman explained, handing a cloth to her husband to wipe away the rain. I've met you, uncle. I apologize for the intrusion. The scholar stepped back to bow respectfully. Oh, it's nothing, young master. Please make yourself at home. Stay as long as you need until the rain stops, the man replied heartily, though his gaze remained fixed on the scholar, assessing him from top to bottom. Honey, tidy up our daughter's room for this young master to rest in. I'll go wash up in the back. Why, it's already ready. The woman tossed the cloth playfully at her husband, chiding him lightly. The man scratched his head and headed off to the back. The scholar, relieved, felt that the uncle's gaze upon him was rather peculiar. Come, young master, follow me. You may rest for the night. Following the guidance of the woman, the scholar ventured into the room once inhabited by her daughter. Thunder rumbled through the night, and torrential rain fell incessantly, only beginning to ease in the early hours of dawn. A frail figure stealthily emerged, carrying a box, quietly departing from the yard that had sheltered him for the night. It was indeed the scholar. He had spent the night in restless wakefulness, feeling that the man's gaze upon him was laden with ill intent. Thus, as soon as the rain subsided, he left 2 taels of silver on the table and departed without a word. Chapter 42. Blood for blood. Meanwhile, the man lay in bed, listening to the rain and gazing at the aging woman beside him, finding life utterly dull. His thoughts drifted to the enchanting, fair-skinned maiden he had glimpsed outside, stirring a deep thirst within him that kept him awake through the night. After an indeterminate time, he heard the sound of a door opening. Curiosity compelled him to rise cautiously. Peering through the crack, he saw the scholar, disguised as a man. Instantly, his desires ignited, and casting a glance back at his wife, he opened the door and followed. In the early hours, when the world was at its darkest, absent of moonlight and starlight, only the muddy earth remained. The man observed the slender figure striding ahead, recalling the delightful vision he had seen the previous night. Unable to contain himself any longer, he hastened forward, concealing himself in the underbrush along the path that the disguised scholar was bound to traverse. As she passed, he lunged out, clamping a rough hand over her mouth while the other encircled her waist. The delicate frame offered little resistance before he dragged her into the thicket. In the pitch-black night, muffled screams from the thicket at the entrance of Rinjia village persisted. As dawn broke, the man adjusted his trousers, satisfied, and made his way home. Moments later, a muddy hand emerged from the underbrush, followed by a disheveled figure, clothing torn and tattered, staggering forth. Long hair obscured her face, but it was evident that she was a woman. Dazed and in ragged attire reminiscent of a man's, she stood, her vacant eyes cast skyward. After a long pause, she turned to glare at the village, filled with resentment. With the battered box on her back, she trudged towards the town, intent on reporting the incident. At the town's entrance, the sound of a soft drum resonated, heralding the arrival of the woman who had journeyed miles to seek justice. The drum beats drew a crowd in the streets. Who strikes the drum? Soon, a constable emerged. The commoner, Kai Lan, accused the villagers of Rinjia. Kai Lan was quickly ushered into the courtroom, where the gavel struck resoundingly as the officials commenced their inquiries. Who stands here, and what do you bring forth? Kai Lan recounted her ordeal, evoking tears and sympathy from the onlookers outside. However, the officials, upon hearing her tale, retorted, Kai Lan, you claim to be a candidate heading to the imperial capital for the examination. Yet our great Xia dynasty has explicitly stated that women are forbidden from taking the imperial examinations. How do you justify this? If you are disguised as a man, why do the villagers of Rinjia recognize you as a woman? What manner of man would incite such base thoughts in others? Kai Lan found herself speechless, uncertain of how to respond. The spectators, once sympathetic, ceased to advocate for her, for it was an undeniable fact that women were barred from the examinations in Great Xia. Humph, it seems you are fabricating a false claim. Given your status as a woman, I shall show leniency and refrain from punishment. You shall be detained in the jail for 1 day as a lesson, the official declared coldly. The gavel struck once more. Court adjourned. Unjust. Unjust. I am the most talented woman of Haunting Town, unwilling to let my gifts go to waste. That is why I don male attire. Kai Lan cried out. But her pleas fell on deaf ears, failing to alter her fate of imprisonment. The damp, cold jail could not compare to the chill in her heart. A day later, she was released. Wandering aimlessly, she was at a loss until 3 figures blocked her path. Startled, she lifted her head only to recoil in terror, falling to the ground. Ah, it's that beast. Ah, The filthy wench dares to come to town and report us. Do you not know that Rinjia town has produced immortals? Who dares meddle in our affairs? The man sneered, reaching out with his coarse hand to seize Kailan's arm, his grip like a vice, rendering her helpless despite her cries. Beast! Beast! The other two men, accompanying the middle-aged ruffian, rubbed their hands together, revealing equally lewd smiles as they advanced toward Kailan. I shall not rest until I take my revenge upon you. Revenge? Huh. I fear not even the dead. The middle-aged man hoisted Kailan and strode back toward the village. That night, outside Rinjia village, in the same place, under the same circumstances, the same woman faced the same fate, only this time with two additional accomplices. Crack! Lightning flashed, and rain poured down. Uncle Jean, she has lost her breath. The youngest of the men spoke in a panic. What is there to fear? If she is dead, toss her in the mass grave. No one goes there. It's full of wild dogs. In a few days, there will be nothing left but bones. Heh, Uncle Jean, you are clever. Indeed. Take this opportunity to let you two boys taste the fruits of life. Do not forget to bring good gifts to my home when the new year comes. Certainly. Uncle Jean, rest assured. Kailan was discarded in the mass grave behind Rinjia village, amidst mounds of graves and howling winds. After an indeterminate time, wisps of dark energy coalesced, winds howled, and ghostly wails converged upon the newly arrived corpse in the mass grave, slowly shaping into a shadowy figure. Rinjia village. I demand blood for blood. Ah, Rinjia village, at the ancestral hall. Wang Fu and the two others gazed upon the three corpses covered by a white cloth, their brows furrowing in concern. These were indeed the bodies of Rinzhong and his companions. Rendawe pinched his nose, pointing at the ground. Tin Yuan gestured with his hand, unveiling the white cloth to reveal three desiccated corpses, their skin ghostly pale and their eyes wide open, devoid of life and unblinking. It was evident they had been drained to a husk. However, if what village chieftain said was true, these three men had brought this fate upon themselves. Wang Fu narrowed his eyes, reflecting on the tale recounted by village chief Rin, feeling that they had ultimately received their just deserts. The woman surnamed Kai had avenged herself in a manner befitting the circumstances. Three grown men had tormented a vulnerable woman far from home, and they truly deserved their fate. With no hope for justice and nowhere to turn, they had ultimately transformed into vengeful spirits, claiming the lives of the three. Wang Fu did not perceive anything amiss with the woman surnamed Kai. The principle of an eye for an eye and debt repayment was something he had understood since childhood. Who could argue otherwise? It was a pity for such a young girl. Rendawe sighed. They ought to be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Dong Xian fiercely waved her small hand, her spiritual energy surging forth, causing Wang Fu to nearly believe she intended to desecrate a corpse on the spot, prompting him to involuntarily take a couple of steps back. However, Tin Yuan furrowed his brows. Brother Wang, Sister Dong, the situation may not be as straightforward as it seems. Otherwise, village chief Rin would not have sought our assistance. The malevolent spirit has devoured the essence of three men, and it has likely gained significant power. The villagers of Rinjia village are in peril. If it continues to consume lives and sever its ties to the corpses, it could flee and cause calamity. We must eradicate it. Chapter 43. The Lotus Lantern Brother Tan. One cannot dismiss the matter so lightly, Dong Xian countered. Since the vengeful spirit formed from Kailan has already avenged itself and has not harmed anyone since, it is possible that its resentment has dissipated and it has returned to the cycle of reincarnation. Tan Yuan, taken aback by her rebuttal, frowned and replied, Sister Dong, the resentment of a vengeful spirit does not dissipate so easily, and how can we, as cultivators, wager the lives of an entire village? I did not suggest wagering their lives. Esteemed sirs, may I interject? Rendawe cautiously spoke up. Speak, Tin Yuan commanded. The spirit formed from Kai Lan still lingers. Each night at midnight, one can hear mournful cries emanating from the village's back graveyard, Rendawe said slowly, his head bowed. At the mention of the graveyard, his entire being trembled slightly, clearly overcome with fear. Indeed, the wails of the damned are ominous, Tin Yuan remarked sharply, casting a glance at Dong Xian. If it does not wish to reincarnate, we must ensure its soul is obliterated. Brother Wang, tonight at midnight, we shall confront this man-eating spirit in the graveyard. Upon hearing Brother Tan's orders, Wang Fu nodded. Humph, I shall go as well, Dong Xian declared defiantly, wiping her nose and standing close to Wang Fu, making it clear her presence was for him, not for Tan Yuan. With three esteemed cultivators in action, the malevolent spirit would surely be vanquished, restoring peace to Rinjia village. Rendawe nodded eagerly, his face alight with joy. With some time still remaining until midnight, the three cultivators might as well rest for a while. Rindawe had prepared a room and a modest offering of wine. Let us forego the wine and instead rest, departing once the hour strikes. Tin Shan agreed, nodding. The room was located at the west end of the village, not in Rindawe's own home, but rather in a long vacant house that had been tidied up. While it lacked the opulence of a grand estate, it was at least tidy. However, Wang Fu found it peculiar that upon arriving in a mundane village chief Ren had not welcomed them with open arms and arranged for them to stay in his own home, instead opting for the opposite side of the village. Though curious, Wang Fu did not dwell on it. The three retreated to their respective rooms, only to reconvene at midnight for their expedition to the graveyard. In the graveyard, the atmosphere was heavy with malevolence, mounds of graves dotted the landscape, and even bare white bones lay exposed, creating a truly terrifying scene. Upon arriving, Dong Xian, who had previously been confrontational with Tin Shan, lost her bravado and clung tightly to Wang Fu, much to his advantage. Had the setting been more suitable, Wang Fu would have undoubtedly been distracted. Vengeful spirit, emerge, Tin Shan commanded in a deep voice, his words imbued with spiritual energy resonating in all directions. Echoes reverberated. Yet there was no response. This place is steeped in negative energy. Those who died unjustly can easily become vengeful spirits. The density of ghostly energy here suggests a malevolent presence. Village chief Ren must have spoken the truth. Tin Shan surveyed the surroundings, even deploying a magical artifact to scour the area. Brother Tan, I believe that given our formidable presence, even if there is a vengeful spirit, it would dare not show itself tonight, Wang Fu observed, somewhat incredulous at Tin Shan magical artifact flitting about. With such brilliance, a recently formed spirit would hardly have the audacity to reveal itself. Allow me to investigate further, Tin Shan nodded, continuing his search. It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that he retracted his artifact. Let us proceed. We can discuss as we walk. Wang Fu hesitated to speak. Upon returning to Rinjia village, Tin Shan led the two into his room, whereupon he cast a soundproofing barrier before finally voicing his thoughts. I have just inspected the mass grave. 3 new skeletons have been uncovered, one of which is petite and likely belongs to the woman Kai Lan. Tomorrow at noon, during the peak of yang energy and the decline of yin, I shall perform a secret ritual upon that skeleton. Once Kai Lan's vengeful spirit returns, I shall be aware. And at that moment, we can strike together to vanquish the malevolent spirit, thus fulfilling our mission. Master Tan, I had no idea you wielded your talisman for the purpose of investigating Kai Lan's remains, Wang Fu admitted, feeling a twinge of shame. Tin Shan chuckled lightly. Newly formed spirits cannot stray too far from their own remains. I surmise that the vengeful spirit will certainly return. Thus locating its remains will provide us with a means to confront it. You are truly remarkable, Master Tan, Wang Fu commended, giving a thumbs up. After their discussion concluded, the barrier was lifted. As the three exited the room, they encountered village chief Rindawe waiting outside. Chief Rin, why are you still here at such a late hour? Wang Fu inquired. Forgive me, esteemed immortal, Rindawe replied, rubbing his hands together, his face etched with concern. I am deeply troubled about the safety of our village and could not sleep. I wish to inquire whether the malevolent spirit has been eliminated. However, Tan Shenyuan's response caused Rindawe's brow to furrow. We have not yet located Kai Lan's spirit. It must be hiding. But do not worry, Chief Ren. We will not return until that vengeful spirit is vanquished. For now, we shall remain here, and you may alert us immediately should anything arise. Upon hearing that Kai Lan's spirit had not been dispatched, Rindawe appeared momentarily stunned. Wang Fu keenly observed a hint of unease on the man's countenance, leading him to suspect that the village chief harbored some hidden issues. After Rindawe left, appearing despondent, Wang Fu feigned fatigue and retreated to his room. Once the door was securely locked, he employed a technique to traverse the earth, discreetly following Rindawe. He focused his consciousness, meandering through the ground at a measured pace. Aside from surfacing to breathe, he remained underground. Throughout the journey, Rindawe exhibited no signs of abnormality, heading straight for his home, which housed only his wife, no one else. Could it be that I am mistaken? Perhaps this village chief is innocent? Wang Fu pondered. Yet, something did not add up. As the village leader, Rindawe could not lack offspring. Thus, Wang Fu decided to expand his consciousness for a thorough examination. With his perfected 13th level of qi refining, his consciousness unfurled like a vast net, sweeping across a radius of 100 meters, revealing every detail within that span. even penetrating several nearby houses where villagers were engaged in various activities. While his consciousness could expand 100 meters above ground, its reach diminished significantly underground, limited to a mere 10 meters in depth. Ding! Something obstructed my consciousness beneath Rindawe's home. Wang Fu utilized his divine perception to probe deeper. But upon reaching a depth of 6 meters, he seemingly collided with an invisible barrier, as if he had encountered an iron wall, obstructing his exploration. Indeed, there is something amiss. Wang Fu summoned 2 exquisite magical artifacts, the Earth Dragon Cone and the Xuanjia Shield, positioning them for both offense and defense in close proximity. He then retrieved a handful of talismans, deftly manipulating them between his fingers. Utilizing his concealment technique, he cautiously ventured towards the area that obstructed his spiritual perception. Beneath Rindawe's residence, 6 meters underground, lay a spacious chamber furnished with tables and chairs, resembling an opulent underground mansion. Upon entering this luxurious hideaway, Wang Fu was immediately captivated by a resplendent lotus lamp, its bright golden flame illuminating the entire space. It became evident to him that this was the very source that hindered his spiritual awareness, the radiance of the lotus. To his astonishment, the light from the lamp rendered his concealment technique ineffective, exposing his true form. Chapter 44. Soul Enchantment. What aura is this? Could it be a Buddhist artifact? Fortunately, no one was present, and Wang Fu swiftly concealed himself in the shadows. He scrutinized the lotus lamp, pondering the troubling implications of Rindawe's circumstances. Not only did he conceal a mansion beneath his abode, but he also possessed a supreme Buddhist artifact. His spiritual perception was utterly suppressed by the lamp's brilliance. Sighing, Wang Fu prepared to investigate further when he heard footsteps approaching, followed by the disgruntled voice of a young man. When will this endless ordeal come to an end? I've been here for a month without anything to show for it. All I do is sleep and eat. What a waste of time. The youth bore a striking resemblance to Rindawe. Wang Fu recognized him as Rindawe's son at a glance. Hiding his son underground, it was implausible, even to Wang Fu's own sensibilities. The young man pulled on a rope within the chamber, and Wang Fu distinctly heard the sound of a bell. Shortly thereafter, Rindawe descended from a stone staircase. Alang, what troubles you? Dad, when can I leave this place? It's unbearably dull. There is nothing here. Rinlang hurriedly approached his father upon seeing him. Rindawe's expression darkened slightly at his son's words. Did I not instruct you to refrain from calling for me, unless it is of utmost importance? Dad, Rinlang replied, his pallid face revealing the toll of prolonged darkness. Rindawe felt a pang of sympathy and sighed. Alang, you have caused Kai Lan great suffering. She has become a vengeful spirit and will undoubtedly seek retribution. Your loyal uncle and his companions lost their lives merely for their involvement, and you were the first to act against her. How could Kai Lan possibly spare you? If it were not for the lamp left by your great-grandfather, which possesses the divine light to repel spirits and vanquish ghosts, you would have perished long ago. Moreover, Kai Lan is kind-hearted. Despite her transformation, she has not harmed others. Otherwise, our Ren village would have faced dire consequences by now. Rest assured, your great-grandfather's celestial order has sent divine beings. It won't be long before Kai Lan is vanquished, and then you shall be free to leave. For now, you must endure. Dad, can we truly rely on that celestial order? They have been here for quite some time and have yet to resolve anything. They are utterly ineffectual, Rinlang complained. Wang Fu listened to the conversation between the father and son, feeling a chill in his heart. It turned out that there were 4 individuals responsible for harming Kai Lan. And it was indeed the son of Rindawe who was the principal culprit. No wonder our residence was arranged at the western end of the village. They must have feared that we would uncover the beast concealed beneath the Ren family's dwelling. Alas, I have now discovered it. Hiki, given this revelation, Wang Fu glanced at the lotus lamp, an emblem of the Buddha, positioned in the center of the room, and an idea began to form in his mind. He resolved that the despicable creature, surnamed Run, would receive the retribution he so rightfully deserved. As for the prohibitions against vengeful spirits claiming lives, he was far less rigid than Tan Shan. The lines of enmity were clear, and grievances warranted retaliation. Once Rindawe departed, and that wretched Rinlang retreated to another room for slumber, Wang Fu finally emerged. Approaching the lotus lamp, he cast several defensive talismans around himself before extending his hand to grasp the lamp. His intention was to seize the lotus lamp, enabling Kai Lan to personally exact vengeance upon her foe. Who approaches, and why do you seek to take my artifact? Wang Fu grasped the lotus lantern, and before him appeared a faint ethereal silhouette. Wang Fushou recognized that this was a remnant of the instinctual consciousness left by the previous owner of this exquisite magical artifact, intended to provide protection for future generations. He chuckled softly. Although it was a consciousness of the 13th level of qi refinement, it had perished decades ago. How audacious it was to challenge me with such a fleeting awareness. With a cold sneer, Wang Fushou exerted his own 13th level consciousness, effortlessly overwhelming the remnant left by Lang's ancestor, which vanished without a trace before it could even lament. Conveniently, he had also prepared several transformation talismans, ready to create a mere illusion. Wang Fu successfully grasped the lotus lantern in his hands. With a mischievous grin, he retrieved a plain oil lamp from the side, took out a transformation talisman, and upon activating it, a radiant glow enveloped the ordinary oil lamp, instantly transforming it into an exact replica of the lotus lantern. Satisfied with his work, Wang Fu stored the genuine lotus lantern in his spatial pouch and employed the art of earth escape to leave the area. Without the protection of the lotus lantern, he was confident that it would not be long before the son of village chieftain met his demise at the hands of Kylon. However, this anticipated outcome took nearly 10 days to unfold, with no signs of progress. On the 5th day, Tan Shunyuan, utilizing a secret method inscribed upon Kylon's remains, discovered that she had appeared at the mass grave. Consequently, the three of them sprang into action, but regrettably, Kylon refused to engage with them and vanished at the sight of their approach. The movements of malevolent spirits are unpredictable unless they voluntarily reveal themselves. Wang Fu and his companions could only remain vigilant, waiting for an opportunity to arise. With Kylon still at large and Rin Lang unharmed, it was instead a member of the Sun family who found himself in trouble. He had audaciously employed magic on the ordinary women of Rin village, specifically a soul-binding spell that rendered the mortals utterly obedient. Within just a few days, young women fell victim to his actions. Had it not been for a strong-willed woman who, upon regaining her senses, took her own life by hanging, prompting her parents to raise an outcry, Wang Fu and the others would have remained oblivious to Sun Liang's disturbing proclivities. Engaging in unauthorized use of magic on mortals, especially with such dire consequences, would incur severe penalties according to the regulations of the Luoyu sect. Tan Shunyuan was reluctant to escalate the matter to the enforcement hall, as Sun Liang was under his supervision. Should Sun Liang be found at fault, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon him. Moreover, Sun Liang was a direct descendant of the esteemed Sun Qian, a figure of great authority within the enforcement hall. Even if the situation stirred unrest within the sect, it would ultimately be dismissed lightly, potentially incurring the ire of the Sun family. As an ordinary inter-sect disciple without connections or support, he had no desire to invite trouble. Thus, he summoned Wang Fu and Dong Xin to a private chamber. Brother Wang, Sister Dong, how do you believe we should address the situation with Sun Liang? Wang Fu remained silent, discerning from Tan Shunyuan's actions that the latter was reluctant to report the matter to their sect. However, Dong Xin, with her forthright disposition, candidly expressed her opinion. It was imperative to report to the sect and submit the case for judgment by the law enforcement hall. What about you, Wang Shidi? Tan Shunyuan inquired, his brow furrowed. Must we really state our thoughts? Wang Fu frowned. Wang Shidi, Sun Liang was on the same mission as us. Tan Shunyuan fixed his gaze on Wang Fu, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Dong Xin, however, was displeased. She interjected, saying, Tan Shixiang, is it not evident that Wang Shixiang prefers to remain silent? Sun Liang has used enchanting techniques to bewitch ordinary women, leading to a loss of life. This matter must be handled by the law enforcement hall. There is no room for negotiation. Wang Shixiang's reluctance to speak plainly is simply to avoid discord among us. Wang Shidi, do you share this sentiment? Tan Shunyuan pressed once more. Wang Fu cast a helpless glance at Dong Xin, only to find her offering him an encouraging look, which prompted a slight chuckle from him. Surely, this girl must have lost her mind. He nodded in agreement. Since both junior brother Wang and junior sister Dong believe it is prudent to report to the sect, then that shall be our course of action. Once we complete the task, we shall return to the sect. I have already sealed Sun Liang's spiritual energy, so there is no need to worry about his escape. Tan Shunyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 45, The Malevolent Spirit Kylon. I appreciate your efforts, Brother Tan. Kylon has been haunting Rinjia village, neither harming the villagers nor attempting to remove the corpses, which suggests that there are still individuals or matters in the village that he holds dear. Wang Fu nodded, mentioning that he had successfully drawn a ghost-attracting talisman the previous night and intended to test it that evening to see if it could lure the spirit out. The sooner we complete our mission, the sooner we can return to the sect. I must trouble you, junior brother Wang, with this task. Tin Shangyuan rose and offered a respectful salute. Wang Fu and Dong Xin departed from the dwelling. Once they left, a figure emerged from the shadows within. It was Sun Liang. These two indeed wish to harm me and have even reported to the enforcement hall. What a display of ignorance. I, Sun Qian, am the sole master of the enforcement hall, Sun Liang scoffed, gazing disdainfully towards the entrance. He then turned to Tan Shunyuan and inquired, "What will you decide, Tan Shunyuan?" Noticing Tan Shunyuan's silence, Sun Liang continued, "You must ponder this carefully. Even if this matter escalates to the enforcement hall or even reaches the sect leader, I will not face dire consequences. At most, I will be confined by my ancestor for a brief period. Confinement? There will always be a day for release. I am naturally restless and do not wish to remain stagnant. Otherwise, confinement holds little significance. What do you intend to do?" Tin Shunyuan closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and slowly opened them, having made his decision. "Of course, it is to silence them," Sun Liang grinned. Tin Shunyuan narrowed his eyes. "Killing fellow disciples is a grave sin. Now is the time for negotiation. You desire my assistance? Very well, present me with a price that entices me." "Haha, Tin Shunyuan. I did not expect you to be a ruthless character, speaking of slaughtering fellow disciples. Yet, I find this intriguing," Sun Liang laughed heartily. "Rest assured, no matter the crime, as long as it remains undetected, it is of no consequence. The reward I offer you will exceed your wildest imagination. I shall provide you with a supreme magical artifact first, and upon the completion of the task, an additional artifact along with a foundation establishment pill." The foundation establishment pill. Tan Shunyuan's pupils contracted, and then he solemnly nodded. "Very well. Tonight, Wang Fu will use the ghost summoning talisman to draw out Kailan's ghost. At that moment, we shall take advantage of the vengeful spirit to eliminate the two. To perish at the hands of a vengeful spirit. What a splendid plan." Sun Liang clapped his hands. That night, at the unmarked gravesite, Wang Fu and his companions reconvened. "I appreciate your efforts, junior brother Wang," Tin Shunyuan remarked. Looking towards Wang Fu smiled, his palm turning over to reveal a spiritual talisman that emerged from his hand. Infusing it with a wisp of spiritual energy, he brought the talisman to his lips, softly uttering a few inaudible words. The talisman then soared into the air, affixing itself to the remains of Kailan, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The surroundings remained eerily silent, without the slightest change. "Is this sufficient?" Dong Xin inquired with curiosity. Uncertain, Wang Fu replied, "The summoning talisman is merely for beckoning spirits. Whether it can lure the vengeful spirit of Kailan depends on fortune. We shall wait. The effect should manifest within a quarter of an hour at most." He did not elaborate further. Tan Shunyuan furrowed his brow, resigned to waiting. As the quarter hour elapsed, the chaotic graveyard remained devoid of any spectral presence. "Master brother, has this failed?" Dong Xin teased, covering her mouth, coughing lightly. Wang Fu was about to defend himself when a sudden, thunderous boom resonated from the eastern edge of Rinjia village, followed by an eruption of thick ghostly energy in that direction. A glimmer of joy lit up his eyes. He knew it had succeeded. Although the summoning talisman lacked lethal power over spirits, it could convey one's words to a ghost's ears. Wang Fu had just uttered, "The Buddha's light has extinguished. Ren Lang shall perish." It seemed this vengeful spirit was quite astute. With a cold snort, Tin Shunyuan commanded, "Let us move." The trio swiftly maneuvered their magical artifacts toward the eastern part of the village. Upon their arrival, they beheld a swirling mass of ghostly energy engulfing a radius of 100 meters. The house of the village chief, Rindawei, had vanished, leaving only a vast, gaping pit. Within this pit lay Ren Lang's hideout, now in ruins, reduced to crumbling walls and debris. Rindawei and his wife lay within the pit, their fates uncertain, while Ren Lang was ensnared by a ghastly hand wreathed in black mist, the very essence of life draining from him. "Old Spectre, cease your actions," Tan Shunyuan commanded. Even before he arrived, his magical artifact descended from the heavens, striking at the malevolent entity. Yet the spectre appeared oblivious, unleashing a surge of ghostly energy that swiftly extinguished Ren Lang's life, leaving behind only a desiccated corpse cast into the pit. Having completed this grim task, Tan Shunyuan's artifact was nearly upon the spectre. However, the spectre merely extended another hand, suffused with ghostly energy, and with a gentle grip, it rendered the artifact immobile. Despite Tan Shunyuan's fervent attempts to activate it, it merely trembled in place. "Those who obstruct me shall perish," a woman's voice echoed from the chilling mists. followed by a colossal ghostly visage lunging toward Tan Shayuan. With his long-bladed artifact in hand, he cleaved to the ghostly face, revealing the specter's form. Wang Fu, observing the radiant long knife in Tan Shanyuan's possession, felt a pang of envy. An exquisite magical artifact, he thought. Yet before he could linger on this thought, Tan Shanyuan's voice rang out. Wang Shidi, Dong Shimi, this vengeful spirit has inexplicably grown far more powerful than in previous days. It now rivals a perfected practitioner at the 13th level of Qi refinement. Let us combine our strength and vanquish it. Wang Fu cast a glance at the ominous woman before him, astonished by the transformation he witnessed. Although they had not engaged in combat with the malevolent spirit formed from Kailan, they had encountered her closely before, at that time. Her strength barely equated to that of a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement. How could she have grown so powerful in just a few short days? Were it not for the aura of the summoning talisman, Wang Fu would have doubted whether this formidable spirit was indeed Kailan. What are you waiting for? He thought. To slay innocents in our presence is utterly unforgivable. Tan Shanyuan summoned his exquisite long knife, launching an attack towards Kailan. Brother, let us act. I see that the benevolence Kailan once possessed has vanished. Only by extinguishing her can we ensure the safety of Rinjia village. Dong Xian, equally decisive, recognized the peril and sprang into action. She conjured a hairpin-like artifact, also of the highest quality, mirroring Tan Shanyuan's weapon. Are exquisite artifacts now so commonplace that everyone possesses one? Wang Fu muttered enviously. The Earth Dragon Spike was summoned, joining the two exceptional artifacts in their assault on the spirit Kailan. A piercing roar erupted from her lips, and her somewhat ephemeral form solidified. Despite facing 3 formidable practitioners, even with 2 supreme artifacts assaulting her, she held her ground, bolstered by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. You shall all perish, she proclaimed. With another thunderous roar, Kailan's dark hair surged to an extraordinary length, enveloping the area in an even more terrifying and concentrated aura of ghostly energy. Her eyes, shrouded in pitch darkness, resembled an abyss, fixating on Wang Fu and his companions, brimming with murderous intent. In an instant, 3 spears, forged from the very essence of ghostly energy, materialized before the trio. Chapter 46. The Shadowless Needle. Wang Fu swiftly summoned the Xuanjia shield to protect himself, while Dong Xian and Tan Shanyuan each conjured a defensive artifact to shield their own forms. The strength of their spiritual consciousness in the Qi refinement realm permitted the simultaneous manipulation of only 2 artifacts, which elucidated why the trio had refrained from deploying 2 offensive artifacts earlier. Should they have done so, they would have been left defenseless. As for the artifact initially wielded by Tan Shanyuan, it had succumbed to the malevolent aura of the vengeful spirit, Kailan, and had fallen to the ground, rendered powerless. The ghostly spear collided with Wang Fu's Xuanjia shield, producing a tremendous roar. Fortunately, the shield held firm, and aside from a significant tremor, Wang Fu emerged unscathed, allowing him to exhale quietly and lower the Huanglong talisman that had been pinched between his fingers. Junior brother Wang, junior sister Dong. The strength of this vengeful spirit's assault is not as formidable as it seems. It must be that our 3 artifacts have simultaneously attacked its clones, leaving it depleted in offensive capabilities. I propose we simultaneously summon 2 offensive artifacts to vanquish it, Tan Shanyuan declared, retracting his defensive artifact and summoning a second offensive one. This artifact resembled a dagger of superior quality. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Fu furrowed his brows slightly. The activation of 2 offensive magical artifacts indicated a lack of defensive protections, which posed a significant danger for fragile cultivators like themselves. Although he possessed the Yellow Dragon Talisman for protection, the absence of an additional layer of defense was concerning. However, if Tan Shanyuan insisted on this course of action, especially as he took the lead, Wang Fu feared that refusal might provoke displeasure. Senior brother Tan, should someone choose to attack us at this moment? Dong Xian expressed her concerns, prompting Wang Fu to regard her with newfound appreciation. This girl was refreshingly outspoken, voicing her thoughts without reservation. Rest assured, there is no one else here. With 6 offensive artifacts attacking simultaneously, this malevolent spirit will soon dissipate into nothingness. Furthermore, we have our talismans for protection, so there is no need for worry. Tan Shanyuan cast a reassuring glance, and soon after, the dagger-shaped high-grade artifact was unleashed. The 4 artifacts swiftly turned the tide against the malevolent spirit, Kailan, who could no longer muster the strength to condense her ghostly spear. What do you think, senior brother? Dong Xian inquired, her voice low. The speed of talisman activation cannot compare to that of artifacts. If someone were to ambush us, we would be in grave danger. There is no choice. Senior brother Tan has already summoned 2 offensive artifacts, Wang Fu replied, shaking his head as he summoned one of the 2 mid-grade artifacts he had received upon reaching the 10th stage of Qi refinement, the flowing light sword. Dong Xian was taken aback by the sight of the silver longsword floating before Wang Fu. Senior brother, do you not possess any high-grade artifacts? None, Wang Fu shrugged. As a talisman master who spent all his time in the Miaofu Hall, he had never thought to acquire formidable artifacts. The Earth Dragon Spike and the Xuanjia Shield were purchases made prior to their current mission. Alas, all my artifacts have been refined. Otherwise, I could lend you one. Dong Xian remarked, sticking out her tongue as yet another supreme artifact ascended. Wang Fu swallowed hard at the sight. Truly a wealthy lady. As the 6 artifacts launched their assault, the pressure on the malevolent spirit, Kai Lan, intensified. In a matter of moments, she was forced into a corner, her ghostly essence retreating to defend against the artifact attacks. Ultimately, she could do little more than adopt a passive defense. Her annihilation was merely a matter of time. Dong sister, let us strike with fervor and fully activate the supreme artifacts. Tan Shunyuan commanded, momentarily overlooking Wang Fu. With a seal of his hands, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, and the longsword artifact radiated a fierce light, manifesting a blade aura that annihilated a significant portion of Kai Lan's ghostly essence. Dong Xian, not to be outdone, unleashed the unique powers of her 2 supreme artifacts, further diminishing the spirit's defenses. Truly, these supreme artifacts are formidable, Wang Fu mused, acknowledging their power, albeit with considerable energy costs. Given Dong Xian's cultivation at the 11th stage of Qi refinement, it seemed that another such attack would leave her drained. As anticipated, Dong Xian's complexion paled. Sister Dong, one more time. Just one more, and I can completely eradicate this malevolent spirit. Tan Shunyuan bellowed. Dong Xian gritted her teeth, concentrating her spirit on her hairpin-shaped supreme artifact. She was not foolish enough to deplete her spiritual energy entirely. The 2 once more activated their supreme artifacts, further weakening Kai Lan's ghostly essence. A piercing scream erupted from Kai Lan, signaling her imminent demise as her ghostly essence waned significantly. At this moment, Tan Shunyuan's expression brightened, urging Wang Fu and Dong Xian to unleash their full power. Both complied without hesitation, yet it was at that instant that a faint, familiar voice whispered in Wang Fu's ear. Be careful, benefactor. Wang Fudo was taken aback, but in an instant, he recognized the voice of Kai Lan. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his thoughts. His fingers flickered as he activated 2 yellow dragon talismans. One soared towards Dong Xian, while the other shielded himself. Clink, clink. Just as the yellow dragon talismans began to take effect, forming a luminous barrier adorned with dragon patterns, 2 crisp sounds resonated in his ears, causing the talismans to tremble, diminishing their formidable power by half. Who could it be? Wang Fu gazed in astonishment at the 2 needle-shaped magical artifacts that had just struck the dragon-patterned light barrier. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. It was a narrow escape, had it not been for that timely warning and his premature activation of the Huanglong talisman. He and Dong Xian might have already met their demise. Dong Xian, realizing the gravity of the situation, summoned a hairpin-shaped superior magical artifact to counter the 2 needle-shaped artifacts that had ambushed them. These needle-shaped artifacts, classified as high-grade, thrived on their stealth and subtlety, but quickly dimmed and lost their potency under the assault of the exquisite hairpin. The artifact, known as the Shadowless Needle from the Sun family, provoked a seething anger in Dong Xian, who recognized that without Wang Fu's intervention, she would have perished. Reflecting on this, her gaze toward Wang Fu brimmed with gratitude and resolve. The Shadowless Needle from the Sun family, could it be? Wang Fu's expression darkened as he turned to Tan Shunyuan, who was also regarding him with eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The 2 magical artifacts that had been targeting the vengeful spirit, Kai Lan, had inexplicably shifted their focus onto him. Junior sister Dong, it seems that Tan Shunyuan has colluded with Sun Liang, and they are likely plotting to eliminate us here. Wang Fu remarked, retracting his 2 magical artifacts, leaving Kai Lan momentarily unattended. I have long suspected him of foul play, Dong Xian replied through clenched teeth, her large, listening eyes now filled with fury. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she spoke softly. Senior brother, the Sun family possesses a technique called Shadowless Art, which, when combined with the Shadowless Needle, proves to be extraordinarily effective. Sun Liang must be lurking nearby, so we must exercise caution. Very well, junior sister Dong. Put away these 2 Huanglong talismans for emergencies, Wang Fu instructed, nodding as he produced 2 Huanglong talismans and handed them to her. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Junior sister Dong, do not dwell on anything else. Let us first navigate this immediate peril. Wang Fu said, his expression tinged with concern. Fortunately, Kailan's voice echoed once more, indicating that she was communicating with him through the ghost summoning talisman. Be wary. My benefactor. Another is 5 zheng behind you. Chapter 47, Talisman Treasures. Thank you. Wang Fugong, responding with his spiritual sense to the past, soon detected the 2 assaulting magical artifacts launched by Tan Shunyuan not far away. He hastily activated the flowing light sword and the earth dragon spike in defense, but was preempted by Dong Xin, who sent forth 2 exquisite magical tools. Senior brother, let me handle this. You should use your talismans to guard against Sun Liang's ambush. The 4 magical artifacts collided incessantly in midair, causing rampant fluctuations of spiritual energy. Observing this scene, Wang Fu understood well that Dong Xin was concerned his artifacts were of inferior grade and might not withstand the onslaught. This girl likely remained oblivious to the fact that his spiritual sense was at the 13th level of qi refinement. Nonetheless, it was preferable to keep this knowledge concealed. Wang Fu contemplated, recalling that when he had engaged Kailan earlier, he had only utilized his 11th level spiritual sense to manipulate his artifacts. The 13th level spiritual sense was one of his trump cards. Now, let me ascertain Sun Liang's whereabouts. With Dong Xin confronting Tan Shunyuan, Wang Fu felt no trepidation. After all, she wielded 2 exquisite magical artifacts, and even a slight difference in cultivation could be compensated for. His sole focus was to locate Sun Liang, who had been lurking in the shadows, necessitating constant vigilance. He directed his 13th level spiritual sense toward the area indicated by Kailan. There, he discerned a faint silhouette standing still, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Wang Fu chuckled coldly. As he directed several talismans to burrow into the ground beneath him, he commanded them to encircle Sun Liang, declaring, Let me give you a taste of destruction. If you seek to kill me, I shall show no mercy. With the talisman souls of the heavenly talisman scripture at his disposal, Wang Fu maneuvered the talismans with precision, allowing his spiritual sense to guide their trajectory. Boom. One after another, the talismans erupted, flames exploding forth in a fierce blaze, transforming Sun Liang's concealed location into a sea of fire. Yet, Wang Fu did not display any signs of elation. He had spotted a golden light shield standing amidst the inferno, with Sun Liang himself ensconced within. An exquisite defensive artifact. Wang Fu could not deny that the progeny of these prominent families indeed enjoyed extraordinary fortune. With such a formidable shield, eliminating Sun Liang would prove exceedingly challenging. Their only opportunity lay in depleting his spiritual energy. This fellow must certainly possess exquisite offensive artifacts as well, warranting caution. The sole chance remained to bombard him relentlessly with talismans. Wang Fu waved his hand, casting talismans as if they were free, encompassing the 5 fundamental attributes of attack: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although these were all first-tier talismans, most were of a higher grade, each possessing power comparable to the spells of a 10th or 11th layer qi refinement practitioner. The relentless barrage of attacks inundated the area, the intensity of the strikes erasing layers of the earth itself. Dong Xin was left utterly astonished. Are all talisman masters like this? She inquired. I cannot speak for others, but I certainly am, Wang Fu replied with a chuckle. Dong Xin, taken aback, struggled to control 2 exquisite magical artifacts, nearly causing the talismans of Tan Shunyuan to close in on them. Sister Dong, focus on the battle, Wang Fu urged promptly. Dong Xin nodded vigorously, frantically consuming spirit recovery pills, emptying an entire bottle into her mouth, her small lips puffing out. Wang Fu, however, had no inclination to appreciate the comical demeanor of the girl before him. Kailan's subsequent warning filled him with trepidation. He could surmise the reason behind her assistance, merely a matter of vengeance for the retrieval of the lotus lamp. As for the earlier display of her murderous intent, Wang Fu could not quite fathom the underlying motives at that moment. Benefactor, that person is summoning a formidable object. It is exceedingly perilous, she cautioned. What does it resemble? Wang Fu inquired. It resembles the type of paper you utilize, but it is golden in hue. Golden talisman paper. Wang Fu furrowed his brow, recalling the talisman artifact once wielded by Yuning Shuang. It was an adversary beyond his capacity to confront. Wang Fu glanced at Dong Xin beside him, feeling a pang of sympathy. Sun Liang urged his talisman, and they could undoubtedly not withstand it unless Dong Xin possessed a talisman as well. However, it seemed highly improbable. For the Dong family lacked the financial prowess of the Sun family, and certainly did not have an ancestor of the Golden Core realm. I could escape underground. But for Dong Xin, fortunately, Kailan appeared to have a plan. She said, "Benefactor, I have regained considerable strength and can assist you." Oh, Wang Fu was overjoyed. "I have a method to disrupt that person's consciousness. You will have only a fleeting moment to strike him," Kailan explained. Very well. Wang Fu immediately channeled all his energy into the Earth Dragon's spike, directing it towards Sun Liang, who was hiding behind the golden barrier. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing the full power of his perfected 13th layer of Qi refinement. The Earth Dragon's spike transformed into a streak of light, crashing against the golden barrier with a tremendous roar. Wang Fu consumed several revitalizing pills, unleashing his full power. The Earth Dragon cone whirled madly, emitting sparks. Observing this, Sun Liang within the golden light shield let out a derisive snicker. What a simpleton. He believes that a mere superior magical artifact can breach my exquisite defensive treasure. The golden jade bracelet? Huh. Once I activate this talisman, it shall be the end for you, and Tan Shan shall meet the same fate. He had never entertained the notion of allowing Tan Shan to survive. No one had ever taken anything from him. Humph. If not for the recent depletion of some spiritual energy due to those talismans, I would have already activated the talisman. Fortunately, it will be soon, very soon. Sun Liang grinned wickedly, having long plotted the demise of Tan Shan and Wang Fu. He had no intention of sparing the people of Rinjia village. After all, he had already indulged in the 4 most beautiful maidens, leaving nothing worth cherishing. Upon returning to the sect, he would be hailed as a hero for annihilating the malevolent spirits, avenging Rinjia village and his fellow disciples. Ha! As this thought crossed his mind, he could not help but burst into laughter. However, in the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his head, and he felt his consciousness weakening, his awareness blurring. Not only was he cut off from channeling spiritual energy to the talisman, but even his exquisite defensive treasure, the golden jade bracelet, returned to his wrist due to the loss of mental control. Whoosh! A flash of yellow light surged, his consciousness regained, yet a gaping hole now marred his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. No, the Earth Dragon cone returned, leaving a large cavity in his skull, and in an instant, he fell silent. Thus, this favored disciple of the venerable Sun, Qian, met his demise upon the ground. Wang Fusong exhaled softly, and with a gesture of his hand, the talisman was drawn into his possession. As for the other matters, they would be addressed after dealing with Tan Shan. A flurry of talismans, including offensive and binding spiritual symbols, erupted from the storage bag, transforming into a barrage of lethal blades that surged towards Tan Shan in seamless succession. Tan Shan had already harbored thoughts of retreat when Sun Liang fell, yet the talismans came too swiftly, leaving him no choice but to retract 2 offensive artifacts and summon all his strength to activate his sole high-grade defensive artifact to withstand the onslaught of the talismans. Simultaneously, he produced defensive talismans, layering himself in protection. "Brother Wang, Sister Dong, let us converse amicably," he implored, his countenance ashen as he gazed at the 2 encroaching upon him, silently beseeching their mercy. He had not anticipated that Sun Liang's ambush would be so ineffective, nor could he have foreseen Sun Liang's swift demise, an unforeseen turn that rendered his previously foolproof plan utterly futile. "Brother Wang, do not heed his words. Eliminate him without hesitation," Dong Xin urged, her aura brimming with lethal intent, fearful that Wang Fu might relent. Wang Fu found it somewhat amusing. He was certainly not a person of leniency. In the past, during his time in the outer sect, he had taken lives. Rest assured, Dong Shimi, he is doomed today. Chapter 48. The young lady's righteousness that is well. The senior brother said, "Let us strike together. It is merely a top-grade defensive artifact, incapable of withstanding our assault." Dong Xin activated 2 exquisite artifacts, her mouth full of medicinal pills, and spoke with difficulty, her chubby cheeks bulging as she struggled to articulate her words. Wang Fu comprehended her intentions as a barrage of talismans, free of charge, was unleashed. However, Tan Shan was a coward at heart. He purchased a substantial quantity of defensive talismans, consuming pills while simultaneously activating them, depleting one and then igniting another. As he observed the thick layer of protective radiance, Wang Fu's eyelids twitched incessantly. This situation was untenable. It appeared that Kai Lan was facing difficulties and needed to be addressed swiftly. After Kai Lan had assisted him in eliminating Sun Liang, she had vanished without a trace. All he could see from a distance was a mass of ghostly energy swirling violently, alternately raging and calming, clearly indicative of a problem. He resolved to manipulate Tan Shunyuan's talismans through the soul talisman to render them ineffective. Wang Fu immediately resolved to harness the power of the talisman spirit, a capability he had never before utilized since his successful cultivation. He understood that such a formidable ability must remain concealed, to be revealed only in dire circumstances. And now was the opportune moment. As long as he acted discreetly, even the only companion by his side, Dong Xian, might remain oblivious. With this thought in mind, Wang Fu swiftly summoned the power of the talisman spirit. Within his sea of consciousness, the symbols within the flower of his spirit erupted, instantly enveloping the entire bloom. Wang Fu's eyes gleamed with the flickering symbols, and with a mere sweep, his divine awareness spread forth, rendering all the talismans he had inscribed upon Tan Shunyuan ineffective. The radiant defenses formed by the talismans dissipated in an instant, nearly halving in their brilliance. Tan Shunyuan, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, found himself at a loss. And Dong Xian too was uncertain of what was occurring. Nevertheless, she understood the principle of striking a drowning dog. With the supreme magical artifacts pushed to their utmost potential and Wang Fu at her side, she felt assured of her safety, as both exceptional artifacts radiated their unique luminescence. Wang Fu also urged the Earth Dragon Spike to join the fray, and coupled with the relentless bombardment of talismans, Tan Shunyuan's pace of consuming medicinal pills could not keep up with the depletion. In just a few breaths, he was reduced to nothing but a pile of bones. The two let out a sigh of relief. Having no time to inspect the spoils, they hastily gathered everything and approached Kai Lan. They beheld a swirling mass of ghostly energy surrounding her, akin to boiling water, with faces of the deceased churning and howling in terror. These visages varied in appearance, some old, some young, some male, some female, each marked by an expression of agony. Brother, let us act swiftly. I sense that this mass is exceedingly perilous. It seems to have gathered the entire malevolent energy of the graveyard. Should it erupt, the entirety of Rinjia village might transform into a realm of spirits. Dong Xian remarked with a furrowed brow, extending her delicate hand as her exquisite hairpin floated in the air. Wait a moment. Wang Fuyao shook his head, feeling equally troubled. It was not difficult to annihilate Kai Lan and this entity, yet Kai Lan had aided him in the past. He understood the principles of gratitude and enmity clearly. His senior brother, Dong Xian, was perplexed. Kai Lan was not a mad and malevolent spirit. It was only with her assistance that I could vanquish Sun Liang. Otherwise, we would have had no chance of surviving the onslaught of the talisman. Wang Fuyao explained. Talisman. Dong Xian's eyes widened in fear. If Sun Liang had truly activated the talisman, they would indeed have had no chance of survival. In that case, Kai Lan had truly saved them. Contemplating this, Dong Xian's expression grew complex. What shall we do now? In response to Dong Xian's confusion, Wang Fuyao refrained from answering further. Instead, he called out to the swirling ghostly energy before him. Miss Kai Lan, I possess a method to guide you to rebirth. But this requires you to open your heart and not resist, willingly entering the cycle of rebirth. If you are agreeable, please calm your ghostly energy and reveal yourself to us. As soon as Wang Fu's voice fell, the previously swirling malevolent aura abruptly subsided. Following that, the spectral energy dispersed, revealing a series of ethereal shadows upon the ground, nearly 100 in total. These apparitions appeared both substantial and insubstantial, some on the verge of vanishing, others disfigured with missing limbs, and many marred with scars and gashes, rendering them grotesque and fearsome. A jet-black orb hovered above the multitude of spirits, continuously emanating an ominous energy. From this orb descended Kai Lan, resembling a scholar clad in white. Although she was enveloped in ghostly energy, there was no trace of malice in her demeanor. She seemed a stark contrast to the malevolent entities surrounding her. Seeing such a multitude of spirits, Dong Xian's complexion turned pale, and she instinctively retreated to hide behind Wang Fu, peering out hesitantly, her fear palpable. Gripping Wang Fu's garment, her trembling voice reached his ear. Brother, with so many spirits here, are you certain you can guide them to the afterlife? If not, we can make a hasty retreat. Do not worry. Wang Fu reassured her with a calming glance, stepping forward to face Kai Lan. Dong Xian quickly followed, clutching Wang Fu's garment tightly, her determination not to release her grip evident. Is what you said earlier true? Kylon inquired, slightly bowing her head. Despite her scholarly attire, a sense of nobility emanated from her. She glanced at the multitude of spirits behind her, indicating to Wang Fu that she was not alone in this matter. Indeed, Wang Fu affirmed with a nod. He then scrutinized the dark orb above Kylon's head and asked, however, I have a question. What is the nature of this orb? Why does it harbor so many spirits? Kylon turned to observe the spirits behind her, who gazed back at her expectantly. With a sigh, she spoke. The past is unbearable. I was cast into a mass grave by those brutes, and the resentment within me festered, transforming me into a vengeful spirit. As Kylon recounted her tale, Wang Fu and Dong Xin began to understand that these spirits were the souls of those who had perished in the mass grave behind Rinjia village. Their inability to find peace and their aimless wandering in the mountains stemmed from the orb that hovered above them, the soul-gathering pearl. This precious artifact could consolidate souls and intensify ghostly energy. Buried deep within the mass grave, Kylon discovered the soul-gathering pearl after her transformation into a vengeful spirit. The dense, malevolent energy within it initially instilled caution in her, yet the arrival of Wang Fu and his companions compelled her to take the risk of refining the pearl, which explained her rapid increase in power over a short period. The soul-gathering pearl had the dual capacity to gather and consume souls, as well as to instill terror. The presence of the countless spirits within it caused her consciousness to become muddled, resulting in her violent rage and propensity for violence. It was only when Dong Xin and Tan Shenyuan's extraordinary artifacts dispersed a significant portion of the pearl's ghostly energy that she regained control, leading to her later assistance to Wang Fu. However, after utilizing the pearl's power, her consciousness was nearly consumed once again, and the turbulent energy she had been battling was a manifestation of her resistance. It was only when Wang Fu assured her that he could guide the spirits to the afterlife that the chaotic energies within the pearl finally calmed. These spirits, trapped within the soul-gathering pearl, had long grown weary and yearned for reincarnation. I see. Wang Fu nodded in understanding after hearing Kylon's narrative. He connected the dots, realizing that the soul-gathering pearl was likely a potent artifact that had come to rest in the mountains behind Rinjia village, giving rise to the mass grave. Benefactor, do you truly possess the means to guide us to the afterlife? If not, I implore you not to force the issue. Though I have become a ghostly being, I will not allow this place to become a realm of spirits that harms the living. Kylon's gaze was intense as she looked at Wang Fu, her determination clear. It seemed that if Wang Fu were to shake his head in negation, she would stop at nothing to destroy the soul-gathering pearl and the nearly 100 spirits behind her. As her words hung in the air, Wang Fu felt the malevolent energy from the spirits surge, prompting him to speak soothingly. Miss Kai, your noble intentions are commendable, but since I have made a promise, I shall find a way. Wang Fu was deeply moved and filled with admiration, while Dong Xin displayed a gaze of sympathy. She empathized, imagining that if she were to suffer such a fate, she would demand the entire Rinjia village pay the price with their lives, rather than merely punishing the perpetrator. Chapter 49. Ambiguity. A talisman floated forth from Wang Fu's storage pouch at his waist. He uttered not a word, channeling his spiritual energy into the talisman. The once unremarkable talisman immediately exuded dark vapors, igniting without flame. The pitch-black fire engulfed the talisman, ultimately forming a dark vortex that hovered above the multitude of souls. The vortex, approximately 10 feet wide, spun slowly, its inky tendrils swirling ominously, exuding an aura of ghostly energy, as if it were a portal to an unknown realm. Just as the vortex took shape, the myriad of spirits seemed to find a sense of belonging, their longing gazes fixed upon it. However, the vortex lasted but a fleeting breath before a cracking sound echoed, causing it to gradually contract, threatening to close within mere moments. Open for me. With a resounding shout, Wang Fu channeled his spiritual energy fervently towards the swirling vortex, his consciousness at the 13th level of Qi refining joining the fray, momentarily halting the convergence of the whirlpool. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could still discern that the vortex was gradually closing. If not for the moment of rebirth, then when would it be? At Wang Fu's commanding cry, numerous souls surged forward, transforming into glimmers of light as they penetrated the vortex. Kylon, witnessing this scene, felt tears welling in her eyes. Yet being a spirit, she could weep no more. Thank you, benefactor. Honor has no means to repay you. I can only hope to encounter you again in the next life, to toil as a servant. Go now, Wang Fu urged, for he was on the brink of exhaustion. As Kai Lan turned to ascend towards the vortex, her gaze remained fixed upon Wang Fu, as if she wished to etch her benefactor's visage deep within her soul, unwilling to forget even through the cycle of reincarnation. The obsidian soul-gathering pearl slipped slowly from her grasp, and she chose to bequeath it to Wang Fu. This pearl is entrusted to you, dear benefactor. I only ask that you visit my parents and the Kai family of Hongting Town, Xianda County, and inform them of their daughter's disobedience and waywardness, not wishing to become a mere vessel for another family's offspring. With those final words, Kai Lan was consumed by the vortex. Wang Fu felt utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing to the ground had it not been for Dong Xian's support. Senior brother, are you all right? Dong Xian helped Wang Fu lean against a stone and retrieved a vial of restorative elixir, gently placing the pill to his lips with her fingers brushing against them, causing her cheeks to flush as she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. I need to recover my spiritual energy first. Wang Fu swallowed the pill and quickly began to circulate his cultivation technique. After refining one pill, he consumed another, continuing this process until an hour had passed. When he finally opened his eyes, he still felt fatigued. Although his spiritual energy had been replenished, the depletion of his consciousness was not so easily restored. Senior brother, you finally awakened. Upon seeing Wang Fu regain consciousness, Dong Xian was overjoyed. The past hour had been a torment for her, as they had slain Sun Liang, who was the cherished progeny of Master Sun Qian. The thought of Master Sun Qian seeking retribution sent shivers down her spine. Although her family, the Dong family, possessed some wealth, they were but ants before a golden core cultivator, easily extinguished. What should we do now? She pondered, her voice tinged with a hint of despair. A stark contrast to the fierce woman who had previously vowed to annihilate Tinshan Yuan. Do not worry, dawn is approaching. The villagers of Rinjia village will likely come to investigate, so we should leave this place first, Wang Fu said, rubbing his temples. Last night, when the vengeful spirit attacked the village, the villagers would have cowered in their homes, unaware that only the two of them were responsible for the deaths of Sun Liang and Tinshan Yuan. Yes, Dong Xian seemed to find her resolve and quickly summoned a flying vessel. Wang Fu flicked his finger, sending a flame of spiritual fire to engulf Sun Liang's corpse. Within mere moments, the body was consumed, and a gentle breeze carried the ashes away. With these tasks completed, Wang Fu boarded Dong Xian's vessel, and under the cover of the early dawn's darkness, they swiftly vanished from sight. On board the vessel, silence enveloped them. Dong Xian was anxious, while Wang Fu, weakened in spirit, yearned for slumber. It was not until the first rays of sunlight broke that Dong Xian could no longer contain herself. Senior brother, we killed Sun Liang. What shall we do now? We killed Sun Liang? When did this happen? Wang Fu blinked in disbelief as he regarded Dong Xian with half-closed eyes. Last night, she replied, somewhat dazed. Last night. Oh, was it not the vengeful spirit Kai Lan who did that? Wang Fu chuckled, recalling how the malevolent spirit had summoned nearly 100 evil spirits to confront four at once, leading to the demise of both Master Tan and Master Sun. Their remains utterly obliterated. Ah, Dong Xian's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Wang Fu. What is it, Dong Shimi? Have I said something incorrect? Wang Fu regarded her with a bemused smile. Dong Xian was no fool. In fact, she was quite astute. Realizing that this narrative was the most compelling defense, she beamed and gave him a thumbs up. Senior brother, your memory is truly remarkable. The two then began to discuss the particulars aboard the flying vessel, particularly how they, being of lesser cultivation, had managed to survive. Dong Xian's explanation was that she had brought along her family's most powerful defensive artifact, though the truth was that she had not. Thus, she needed to return and confer with her father, the head of the Dong family, to coordinate their accounts. This naturally raised concerns about the potential for a third party to uncover the truth. With no other recourse, Wang Fu reluctantly agreed. However, the two engaged in a thorough discussion regarding the details, what could be disclosed, and what must remain unspoken, leaving no stone unturned. To weave even a single falsehood would necessitate an intricate web of further deception. Senior brother, how did you manage to escape? After Dong Xian's inquiries were resolved, it was Wang Fu's turn. As for me, I possess my own ingenious strategies. Should others inquire, you may simply tell them that I used a spirit talisman to flee. Wang Fu chuckled lightly. A spirit talisman for escape? What sort of talisman? A talisman of earth evasion. A talisman of earth evasion. Dong Xian's voice rose dramatically, her gaze fixed incredulously upon Wang Fu. Senior brother, are you speaking truthfully or jesting? The Earth Evasion Talisman is one of the three most enigmatic first-tier spirit talismans of the Miao Talisman Hall, extraordinarily difficult to inscribe. My Dong family has been associated with the falling feather sect for several centuries, yet I have never heard of anyone successfully creating one. She gazed at Wang Fu with hopeful anticipation, leaning closer, her large, glistening eyes mere inches from him. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted to Wang Fu's nose, and in the cramped confines of the flying vessel, he felt an instinctive urge to retreat, unable to stifle a twitch of his nose. Looking down, he found himself confronted by an exquisite expanse of white, a wave of warmth rushing to his head. Upon noticing Wang Fu's gaze, Dong Xian quickly regained her composure. Stepping back from him, on the swaying vessel, her cheeks flushed crimson as she nervously clutched her skirt, feeling utterly embarrassed. Wishing she could vanish beneath the floor of the boat. This shared moment of unspoken tension rendered both silent, but Wang Fu eventually broke the silence. Scratching his nose and inspecting his fingers, smiling to dispel the awkwardness. I have yet to succeed, but I have made an attempt, coming perilously close. Returning to the sect's law enforcement hall would yield no results. The art of talisman drawing requires a harmonious unity of heaven and man, and for the time being, they're at a loss with me. Well, that is reassuring, Dong Xian replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks still flushed. Wang Fusong let out a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding the embarrassment of a nosebleed. He was not lying. The three primary talismans of the Miaofu Hall, Gathering Spirit Talisman, Skyward Talisman, and Earth Escape Talisman, each possessed their own marvels. Although they were of the first-tier grade, as the skills and mastery of the talisman master improved, the talismans crafted would transcend the confines of first-tier excellence, only growing more formidable. This was the remarkable strength of these three talismans, akin to the rebirth talisman that Wang Fu had previously employed. Among the three, he felt most confident in inscribing the Earth Escape Talisman, for he himself was adept in the art of Earth Escape. However, Wang Fu would not reveal this skill unless absolutely necessary, as there were still several unresolved murders in the outer 600 Herbs Valley. Chapter 50, Disposing of Stolen Goods Ultimately. The narrative of the two culminated in the mutual destruction of Sun Liang and the malevolent spirit Kai Lan. They reiterated their account to ensure absolute precision before finding a secluded mountaintop to divide their spoils. Their haul was indeed bountiful. Sitting across from one another, they laid out their plunder: a talisman treasure, 3 exquisite magical artifacts, 5 superior magical artifacts, for medium-grade magical artifacts, numerous medicinal pills and talismans, nearly 2,000 spirit stones, several volumes of cultivation techniques and spells, 6 spirit herbs, a 10-fold storage bag, a 30-fold storage bag, and a collection of personal items. As for the soul-gathering pearl, Kai Lan had already bestowed it upon Wang Fu, thereby marking it as his own. Gold belts for killing and arson. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me, Wang Fu chuckled. Sun Liang was indeed a favored descendant of a golden core ancestor, his wealth likely surpassing that of many foundation-building uncles. Most of these treasures originated from Sun Liang's storage bag, while Tan Shan-Yuan's contributions were rather more commonplace, with the most precious being the exquisite magical artifact resembling a longsword. Wang Fu, however, remained oblivious to the fact that this exquisite long sword, a top-tier magical artifact, had been gifted to Tan Shan-Yuan by Sun Liang. Come, let us divide the spoils. Wang Fu smiled, and Dong Xian looked at their spoils with a beaming expression, her gaze particularly fixated on a certain talisman. I have acquired the soul-gathering pearl, junior sister. You may choose first. Wang Fu gestured for Dong Xian to proceed. Dong Xian nodded, biting her lip as she picked up the talisman. Observing this, Wang Fu sighed. He too desired the talisman, yet having already obtained the soul-gathering pearl, coupled with the bond of life and death they had forged during this battle, he felt it inappropriate to seize the treasure first. In the realm of cultivation, amidst the strife and conflict, the intricacies of human relationships cannot be overlooked. Moreover, possessing this talisman was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. Should Sun Qian catch wind of it, no amount of explanation would suffice. Wang Fu could only find solace in self-reassurance, just as he was lost in thought. Dong Xian approached, holding out a talisman with her sparkling, earnest eyes fixed upon him. Brother, your contribution in this battle has been unparalleled. Not only did you slay Sun Liang, but you also vanquished over 100 malevolent spirits. Without you, I would not have survived. This talisman rightfully belongs to you. Wang Fu was taken aback. This was a talisman, whose lowest quality could rival that of a spiritual artifact, even with merely 10 uses. It could serve as a formidable weapon in the hands of a chi-refining practitioner. The fact that Dong Xin was offering it to him was astonishing. Dong Jr. sister. This is a talisman, not merely a magical tool. I am fully aware of its significance. Yet Dong Xin continued to extend her hand. You may not want it, but your family could benefit. Having an additional talisman for protection would bolster their prestige. Before Wang Fu could finish his thoughts, Dong Xin interrupted him, insisting, just take it. My family possesses a talisman already and does not require another. Moreover, this item is not particularly useful in our family's context, especially under certain circumstances. She firmly placed it into Wang Fu's hands. Wang Fu wore a bitter smile, understanding that this talisman would be best left unused, especially considering its affiliation with the Falling Feather sect's subsidiary family. In that case, I shall accept it, he declared. His fingers delicately pinched the golden talisman, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a small flying dagger intricately engraved upon it. As his consciousness swept over it, he discerned that this talisman was known as the illusory feather dagger, a treasure designed for stealthy ambush rather than grand, sweeping attacks. Rest assured, senior brother. I shall not be at a disadvantage either. I will take 2 exceptional magical artifacts. Dong Xin giggled as she picked up the exquisite long blade from Tan Shanyuan and another ring blade artifact that Sun Liang had not used. The exquisite golden bracelet, a premium defensive artifact, was reserved for Wang Fu. Junior sister, the value of defensive artifacts is notably higher, is it not? Wang Fu chuckled as he handed the exquisite defensive artifact, the golden jade bracelet, to Dong Xin, while he claimed the ring blade artifact for himself. To prevent Dong Xin from voicing any further objections, Wang Fu directly infused his consciousness into the artifact, erasing any lingering traces left by Sun Liang and initiating its preliminary refinement. The name of this exceptional artifact was the Golden Meteor Ring Blade. As Wang Fu awaited Dong Xion's reaction, she could only respond with a playful pout. However, she was not without her own means. She promptly took charge of the distribution, dividing the remaining items into 2 portions without consulting Wang Fu. Although each received an equal share, she bestowed the 30-fold storage bag upon Wang Fu. With the remaining personal effects deemed useless, Wang Fu wasted no time incinerating them with a flicker of spiritual flame, reducing them to mere powder. Brother, these magical artifacts can easily be recognized by those with ill intentions. Allow me to take you to a place where we can dispose of them, she proposed. As the 2 prepared to depart, Dong Xin summoned a flying boat and pulled Wang Fu in a specific direction. Dispose of them? Wang Fu had heard of such practices. While the thrill of plundering was exhilarating, the handling of spoils required a certain finesse. Seeking out obscure places could lead to unwanted exposure, and safety could not be guaranteed. Fortunately, Dong Xin seemed to possess connections, knowing precisely where to covertly dispose of their ill-gotten gains. Within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, there existed 6 major cultivation sects, and countless cultivation markets thrived, offering a myriad of treasures for sale or trade. However, very few establishments had the capacity to handle artifacts of exceptional quality. Aside from those controlled by the 6 great sects, the Treasure Pavilion was the most renowned. As they journeyed, Dong Xin shared intriguing secrets of the cultivation world with Wang Fu. He was well aware of the Treasure Pavilion, notably recalling how Yun Ningshuang had issued a death sentence to Chao Yin based on a Treasure Pavilion's warrant. However, even when it came to disposing of treasures at the Treasure Pavilion, one must adhere to certain protocols, as such dealings could not be overt. At this juncture, Wang Fu interjected a secret sign, a black market. Senior brother is astute. I would not have imagined that you were aware of the black market after spending so many years in seclusion at the mysterious Talisman Hall. Dong Xin giggled, fully aware of Wang Fu's whereabouts. I may not have seen it, but I have certainly heard of it, Wang Fu replied, scratching his head. After a fit of suppressed laughter, Dong Xin continued, there exists a large marketplace at the border between our Falling Feather sect and the 10,000 Methods sect. I have heard that the artifact cleanser at the Treasure Pavilion there possesses exceptional skills. Artifacts refined by them not only undergo a transformation in shape but do not lose an ounce of their potency. Most importantly, at the juncture of 2 great sects, where all manner of beings intermingle, it is not uncommon for artifacts or spiritual items to vanish without a trace, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to trace their origins back to us. Wang Fu nodded in acknowledgement. The reputation of the Treasure Pavilion remained steadfast. He had heard of the washer masters, specialized individuals meticulously trained by the black markets to refine magical implements. When cultivators entrusted their artifacts to these establishments, the washer masters would skillfully refine them, altering their appearance without compromising their potency. Consequently, the original provenance of the artifacts became nearly impossible to trace, rendering it a veritable sanctuary for the illicit trade of stolen goods. Although not all enhanced artifacts could undergo complete transformation in the realm of cultivation, artifacts of similar potency abound, while those sharing identical appearances are exceedingly rare. While high-grade artifacts are relatively plentiful, a cultivator flaunting a purloined top-tier artifact without the intervention of a washermaster would be akin to declaring open war against their adversaries. After all, within certain circles, the number of top-tier artifacts is limited, and their unique characteristics are well known. Thus, parading such an item would inevitably lead to exposure. Chapter 51. Refining Magical Artifacts. The boundary between the Falling Feather sect and the 10,000 Method sect is marked by a towering mountain range. Its peaks shrouded in white mist, known as the White Break Mountain Range. Nestled within a valley at the foot of this range lies the bustling market. Wang Fu and his companion, having disguised themselves, strode confidently into the bustling market, where a multitude of cultivators traversed the paths in a continuous flow. Soon, they vanished into the crowd. The Bai Duan mountain range marks the intersection of two prominent sects, existing within a lawless territory rife with chaos, where acts of murder and treasure theft occur daily. However, within the market itself, a sense of safety prevails. Dong Xin, resembling a seasoned veteran, incessantly regaled Wang Fu with tales of the world beyond the sects, leaving it uncertain whether he was merely boasting. Although it was their first visit, the market was not particularly vast, and the opulent architecture of the treasure pavilion served as an unmistakable landmark, allowing them to locate it with relative ease. Wang Fu raised his head, gazing at the treasure pavilion on the third floor, when a question suddenly crossed his mind. With a solemn expression, he turned to Dong Xin and inquired, "Junior sister, since the treasure pavilion's 1,000 silver and 10,000 gold slips can procure information, do you think the truth about Rinjia village could also be acquired here?" It shouldn't be possible, right? Dong Xin replied, startled and uncertain. If the treasure pavilion truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities, then what secrets could possibly remain in the world? Let's go. We might have an opportunity to probe further later. Wang Fu responded, shaking his head. Dong Xin nodded, leading Wang Fu down a narrow path towards the back of the treasure pavilion. Establishing a clandestine shop within the bustling market is a rarity, as only a handful of powerful establishments have the capacity to do so typically. Those that possess at least the backing of golden core cultivators in the realm of Xiaoxian. Only superlative shops with such profound foundations can garner the trust of numerous cultivators. For it is evident that a business of such substantial stature would not jeopardize its principles over mere trifles. Once principles are compromised, patronage would undoubtedly diminish. The treasure pavilion, as a formidable entity outside the 6 great sects, remains aloof from personal vendettas and does not engage in the sectarian conflicts. Since its inception, it has been perceived by all cultivators and factions as a colossal, wealth-driven establishment that operates on the periphery of the Xiaoxian realm, earning the unwavering trust of many cultivators. Wang Fu and his companion traversed the narrow path, arriving at a modest shop situated behind the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion. This establishment was remarkably ordinary, with its contents equally unremarkable. The sole occupant, a young attendant, reclined comfortably in a chair, leisurely fanning himself with a handheld fan. Wang Fu and his companion entered the shop, yet the young attendant did not rise to greet them. Instead, he directly inquired, "What may I assist you with, esteemed guests?" Wang Fu discerned that this was likely a coded conversation, yet he was unfamiliar with the local jargon. He could only cast a glance at Dong Xin, who winked at him before turning to feign a seasoned demeanor and inquired, "Do you possess any heartless grass or unwitting flowers? How much of each do you require?" The attendant, sitting upright, regarded the two with a discerning eye. The mention of these non-existent spiritual herbs suggested they were well acquainted with the protocol. Yet a confirmation was still necessary. 3 portions of grass and 4 pieces of flowers. Please wrap them up, but do not hand them over, Dong Xin stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the attendant nodded, recognizing that they understood the rules, and promptly replied, "Spiritual herbs and flowers are not easily obtained. They are kept in the inner hall. Please follow me." Thus, Wang Fu and Dong Xin were led by the attendant through a wooden door at the back of the shop, navigating through winding alleys until they arrived at an inconspicuous, narrow establishment. Inside the shop, there were no other patrons, only a beautifully dressed woman, tightly wrapped and sipping on spiritual wine. The woman exchanged a glance with the attendant and casually remarked, "Bring forth any magical artifacts you wish to refine." Under Dong Xian's prior suggestion, Wang Fu perceived nothing amiss in the woman's brusque demeanor and obediently produced the golden meteor ring blade. Dong Xian subsequently placed a golden jade bracelet and another exquisite artifact known as the Thunderblade before the woman. The latter was a commendable defensive artifact, merely a step shy of being classified as a treasure, while the other two were rather ordinary. The woman casually picked up the three artifacts, scrutinized them, and declared, "An hour and a half will suffice. Please wait here." With that, she rose, shedding the beast fur that cloaked her, revealing a right arm adorned with muscular tattoos. Ignoring the astonishment on Wang Fu and Dong Xian's faces, she took the three artifacts and entered the inner workshop. Naturally, the two harbored no concerns about the woman absconding with the precious artifacts. After all, she was in pursuit of long-term gain. And the reputation of the treasure pavilion spoke for itself. Wang Fu, oblivious to his surroundings, retrieved a stool from the shop, greeted Dong Xian briefly, and settled down on the stool, leaning against the wall as he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, seizing the moment to rejuvenate his spirit. Meanwhile, Dong Xian found herself exceedingly bored, but fortunately, after an hour and a half, the woman emerged punctually, prompting Dong Xian to hastily rouse Wang Fu. Upon opening his eyes, Wang Fu beheld a robust woman emerging, grasping three exquisite magical artifacts that bore a strikingly dissimilar design from their original forms, save for their color. Thankfully fulfilling her promise, she proclaimed the price to be 800 low-grade spirit stones with no credit extended. Wang Fu and Dong Xian picked up the magical artifacts for inspection. Indeed, the shapes of the three artifacts had undergone significant transformation, yet their power remained entirely intact. The two exchanged satisfied glances, unable to deny the craftsmanship of the black workshop at the treasure pavilion. Subsequently, Wang Fu settled his account with 800 inferior spirit stones and, guided by a servant, retraced his steps. Along the way, Wang Fu could not resist inquiring, "Young master, might you tell me where I could procure Qianin and Wanjin talismans?" The servant glanced back at Wang Fu and replied nonchalantly, "I am merely responsible for guiding you through the black workshop. If you wish to obtain information, you must enter through the main gate of the treasure pavilion. Isn't that simply a matter of inquiry?" Wang Fu chuckled as he discreetly slipped a pouch of spirit stones into the servant's embrace and continued softly. "The information from the treasure pavilion is renowned throughout the cultivation realm, unparalleled in its depth. I merely wish to see if I can acquire news regarding the perpetrator of my brother's death. Seeking revenge?" The servant weighed the pouch of spirit stones thoughtfully, inconspicuously tucking it into his own garments. As they walked, he cautioned, "If you possess no leads, I advise you against making this trip in vain." "What do you mean?" Wang Fu queried. Though the treasure pavilion excels at gathering and sifting through intelligence within the cultivation community, it is not omnipotent. How could one possibly uncover matters that are entirely obscure or meticulously concealed? The servant chuckled lightly, then jested, "Otherwise, the cultivation world would be in chaos. Whenever someone is murdered, they could simply come to the treasure pavilion for the identity of the killer, then proceed to exact vengeance. If that were the case, the entire realm would collapse. Indeed, there are times when even the pavilion, aware of the truth, will not divulge it. Only in this manner can the treasure pavilion endure, remaining unyielding and unvanquished." "Ah, I see. It appears my quest for revenge is in vain." Wang Fu sighed in disappointment, though inwardly he felt a sense of relief. Thus, it seemed improbable that the Sun family, or elder Sun Qian, would uncover the truth about Rinjia village through the treasure pavilion. Chapter 52. Fishing and the Caught. After departing from the black workshop of the treasure pavilion, Wang Fu and his companion sold the remaining magical artifacts in batches at the Baiduan market, leaving nothing behind, including the 2 storage bags. They amassed a total of 4,800 inferior spirit stones, adding the 2,300 inferior spirit stones originally contained within the storage bags. Their total came to 7,100 inferior spirit stones. This sum did not include the 6 spirit herbs, which were rare and particularly precious to Wang Fu. The two found an inn in Baiduan market to rest, not hurrying to return to their sect. According to their devised plan, Wang Fu would use a ground escape talisman to flee, while Dong Xian would rely on her family's exquisite defensive artifact for her escape. They were currently in a state of separation, unable to return to the sect together. Wang Fu allocated 3,000 inferior spirit stones to himself, while Dong Xian received 4,100. This time, it was not due to Wang Fu's modesty. Rather, He had independently acquired the 6 spirit herbs aged 300 years, which were of even greater value. Wang Fu's accumulation of spirit stones surpassed 3,500. With such an abundance of spirit stones, he promptly ventured to the treasure pavilion, where he procured a substantial quantity of vitality-enhancing pills and chi-consolidating pills. Additionally, he expended over 1,300 spirit stones to acquire a superior defensive artifact, the Black Armor Mystic Light Bell, depleting his spirit stones entirely. He transformed nearly 20 bottles of pills into elixirs using a small cauldron, and after informing Dong Xian, he entered seclusion. Aside from refining 2 exquisite artifacts, he devoted all his time to enhancing his cultivation, neglecting even the drawing of talismans. It was not until a month later, as the year-end approached, that Wang Fu emerged from his retreat. Having consumed nearly half of the elixirs, his cultivation had ascended to the 12th level of qi refinement, and his spiritual sense had once again expanded, surpassing the 30 zhang of the 13th level, reaching a remarkable range of 35 zhang. According to their agreement, Dong Xian had departed the market a few days prior to return to the Dong family, needing to confer with her father. With her departure, my cultivation has also broken through to the 12th level of qi refinement. It is time to return to the sect. Upon my return, besides dealing with the law enforcement hall, I must also begin preparations for the Foundation Establishment Pills, a realm I have long aspired to attain. Wang Fu stretched languidly and then exited his room at the inn, preparing to leave the market district. However, before his departure, he took a leisurely stroll through the treasure pavilion, not for any particular reason, but rather to see if any unwitting cultivators might unwittingly empower his talismans. Besides the Buddhist artifact, the lotus lamp, and the soul-gathering pearl, Wang Fu possessed 2 exquisite magical instruments, one for offense and one for defense, coupled with the illusory feather-flying knife talisman and a plethora of other talismans. Along with his earth-escaping technique and the formidable spiritual awareness surpassing the 13th level of qi refinement, he considered himself a first-rate expert within the ranks of the qi refinement stage, rivaled only by the offspring of those with exceedingly powerful backgrounds, who could still competently measure up to him due to their ancestral legacies. Once he exited the market, Wang Fu indeed sensed the presence of followers behind him. A grin spread across his face as he quickened his pace, diving directly into the forest, feigning an escape. The 2 individuals trailing him fell for the ruse and followed him into the woods. Although it was a form of fishing, Wang Fu was well prepared. He commanded numerous talismans to conceal themselves in the ground and among the trees, with a yellow dragon talisman affixed to his chest, ready to activate at any moment. He also clutched the Black Armor Mystic Light Bell, fully equipped for defense, waiting for the fish to bite. He was eager to test the power of his talismans. Even if it meant expending one use, he was determined to experience their might. After all, he could enforce the law while fishing and perhaps even accumulate some wealth. Before long, 2 middle-aged men emerged, one clad in gray, the other in black. They were taken aback to find Wang Fu waiting for them instead of continuing his flight. "Hey, old Zheng, look at this kid. He is actually waiting for us. Does he think he can turn the tables on us?" The gray-clad cultivator scoffed. Both were rogue cultivators who had been together for over 20 years, traversing the realms of cultivation, amassing considerable wealth through murder and plunder, and steadily advancing their cultivation to the 12th level of qi refinement. Now, their intent was to kill more and seize additional resources, hoping to amass sufficient foundation to compete when the Foundation Establishment Pills became available. As Wang Fu emerged from the treasure pavilion, he found himself once again a solitary cultivator. Precisely the target they had been coveting. Do not underestimate him. He is likely from one of the 6 great sections. Although he is merely at the 12th level of qi refinement, he may possess hidden trump cards that could pose a threat to us, warned the cloaked figure in a deep voice. With that, he swiftly cast several delicate banners, which soared into the air and anchored in the 4 cardinal directions, erecting a rapid barrier. "You are surprisingly not fleeing?" The dark-clad cultivator gazed at Wang Fu, astonished. "I am merely awaiting your arrival. Why would I run?" Wang Fu replied with a smile. He observed the barrier rising around him and understood that it was formed by the 4 banners, remarking, "You are quite perceptive. The grave is already dug." As he spoke, Wang Fu poured his spiritual energy into the talisman, the illusory feather-flying dagger nestled behind him. Given his current cultivation level, it would take nearly a quarter of an hour to activate the talisman, and he was now halfway through the process. "Such brazen arrogance," scoffed the gray-clad cultivator, as he immediately summoned his magical artifact to launch an attack against Wang Fu. Wang Fu observed that the two individuals had no intention of retreating, nor did they utilize talismans. Instead, he directly activated the exquisite defensive artifact, the black armor mysterious light bell. Instantly, a dark-hued bell-shaped light shield enveloped him, effectively blocking the attacks from the gray-clad cultivator's artifact. An exquisite defensive artifact. The gray-clad cultivator's eyes sparkled with greed, his desire unmistakable. He frantically urged his artifact to attack. Yet it was clear that a superior-grade artifact could not breach the defenses of an exquisite one. He hastily prompted the black-clad cultivator. What are you waiting for? This is an exquisite defensive artifact. Even if we acquire just this one, we will reap substantial rewards. I have a nagging suspicion that this young man poses a problem. The black-clad cultivator furrowed his brow. What problem could there be? He is merely a young novice. Perhaps he possesses some connections, but once we complete our task, we can escape to distant lands. Who will be able to trace us? The gray-clad cultivator formed hand seals and summoned another superior-grade attack artifact, seemingly abandoning defense entirely in favor of offense. The black-clad cultivator appeared swayed by this argument, also launching his artifact against Wang Fu. The three attacking artifacts relentlessly bombarded Wang Fu's black armor mysterious light bell, producing a series of deafening booms. The pressure on Wang Fu intensified. However, the black armor mysterious light bell, being an exquisite defensive artifact, combined with his consciousness strength exceeding the 13th level of chi refinement, ensured that even as he diverted some focus to infuse spiritual energy into the talisman of the illusory feather-flying knife, there remained little risk of his defenses being breached in the short term. The two rogue cultivators clearly understood this as well. The defensive power of an exquisite artifact was formidable, and breaking through would require a battle of attrition. What of an exquisite defensive artifact? We are 2 against 1. We shall wear him down, the gray-clad cultivator declared, his expression one of insatiable greed. Wang Fu fell into a contemplative silence. After consuming a revitalizing pill, the powerful flying dagger of the spirit treasure, Huanling, was finally satiated. The exhilarating combat had been satisfying, and now it was his turn. As his voice echoed with authority, a brilliant beam of golden light shot forth from behind Wang Fu, unleashing the formidable aura of the spirit treasure. The two wandering souls trembled in its presence. Yet the Huanling flying dagger surged forth with astonishing speed. A flash of gold illuminated the air, and the gray-clad practitioner failed to evade in time. His head severed in an instant. The black-robed practitioner, who had remained cautious throughout, summoned a high-grade defensive artifact to shield himself while casting several protective talismans. Alas, all was in vain before the might of the spirit treasure, which tore through defenses as easily as paper. The high-grade artifact managed to halt the flying dagger momentarily. But that was its only reprieve. In a flash of golden light, the black-robed practitioner followed in the footsteps of his fallen comrade. Truly, the spirit treasure was fearsome. Its power surpassed that of exquisite offensive artifacts by more than 5-fold, rendering it a devastating weapon within the chi refining stage. It could likely contend even against some in the Foundation establishment realm, just as Wang Fu marveled at its prowess. The formation set by the black-robed practitioner shattered with a thunderous roar, as a dark and ominous demon-subduing pestle came crashing down upon him. The speed of the attack sent chills down his spine, leaving him no time to summon the black armor and mysterious bell from within his robes. Fortunately, the spirit treasure's power had yet to be fully expended. In a moment of crisis, Wang Fu concentrated his thoughts, urging the Huanling flying dagger to unleash its remaining might. A resonant hum echoed, followed by the sound of ringing bells, which disoriented him, clouding his consciousness and weakening his divine sense. Yet, the fierce instinct for survival compelled Wang Fu to roar with all his might. His eyes filled with rage as he finally broke free from the mysterious force that had disrupted his awareness. Alas, it was too late. The demon-subduing pestle came crashing down upon his head. My life is at an end. Wang Fu let out a lamenting cry, his eyes closing in resignation. In that fleeting moment, he reflected upon his life, beginning from his recollections in Wutong village, the day he acquired the small cauldron, the arrival of Yunning Shuang, his initiation into the Liu sect, the arduous training on the Qinya stone steps, and his journey as a servant disciple on the path of cultivation, ultimately entering the outer sect and obtaining the celestial talisman canon. In an instant, he traversed the vast expanse of his life, experiencing a profound transformation in his state of mind. He had contemplated that perhaps one day he would perish in his quest for immortality. Yet he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. A sense of unwillingness surged within him, an intense yearning for formidable power. Never before had he felt such a fervent desire for strength. Had he been even slightly stronger, he might have been able to wield the talisman to deflect the demon-subduing staff. Wait, the demon-subduing staff. Wang Fu suddenly realized, to his astonishment, that he was still alive. His eyelids fluttered, and after a moment's hesitation, he cautiously opened his eyes. The demon-suppressing pestle remained suspended above his head, its dark hue ominously hovering without descending. Was he truly not dead? Wang Fu swallowed hard, a mix of dread and bewilderment washing over him. He fixated on the pestle floating above him. Having never encountered a magical artifact of such formidable prowess, even the most exquisite treasures he had seen paled in comparison. He was convinced this was indeed an artifact, not a spiritual tool, and certainly not a talisman. Ba, a sudden chant echoed in Wang Fu's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Following the sound, he noticed a young monk, fair-skinned and clad in simple robes, observing him from a distance of 3 zhang. The monk, still in his youth, wore the unblemished garb of a recently ordained novice, holding a small, dark bell that appeared as ordinary as any other. The only distinguishing feature was his strikingly clean complexion. However, the presence of an ordinary monk in such a place was perplexing. What astonished Wang Fu even more was that his divine sense could not perceive this individual. His awareness encountered an emptiness where the monk stood, yet his eyes could clearly see him. Wang Fu understood that this young monk was a person of considerable power. The pestle hovering above him must be the monk's artifact, while the bell in the monk's hand was undoubtedly a treasure capable of attacking one's divine sense. He bowed respectfully, saying, "I have the honor of meeting you, master." "Little monk Wutong is unworthy of the title of master," the young monk replied with a Buddhist greeting, then gestured with his hand, causing the pestle to return to his grasp. Wang Fu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at the sight. He stored away his talisman and connected his divine sense to the darkly gleaming Shuangguang bell nestled in his bosom, ready to summon this supreme defensive artifact at a mere thought. The Hualong talisman was also prepared, and having silently completed these actions, Wang Fu finally spoke. "I have the honor of meeting Master Wutong. May I inquire why you have taken action against me? I believed we had never crossed paths. The young monk requires an item in your possession, and, fearing you might refuse, I was compelled to demonstrate a slight display of power. I hope you can forgive me." Wutong said, palms pressed together in a gesture of respect. "A slight display of power? It nearly cost me my life." Wang Fu was rendered speechless. Yet he could find no fault to pinpoint. He sensed that the young monk named Wutong possessed formidable strength, far beyond his own capabilities. Even the use of talismans would be futile. Take, for instance, that small, dark bell. He found himself utterly powerless against it. Once the bell chimed, his consciousness would undoubtedly come under siege, leaving him defenseless for the briefest of moments. In that fleeting instant, he could perish multiple times over. With no hope of escape through his earth-evading techniques, the defensive measures he had secretly prepared would likely amount to nothing in the eyes of his opponent. Contemplating this, Wang Fu hastily declared, "Master Wutong, simply state your desires, and I shall present them with both hands. There is no need for such grand displays of force." Wutong nodded, unperturbed by the perceived arrogance of his words. "I, too, am merely taking precautions, concerned that you might strike upon seeing me or attempt to flee. In such a case, I would struggle to gauge my strength, risking your very life." Wang Fu's lips twitched in perplexity, unable to comprehend how such an eccentric monk could exist in this world. The crux of the matter was that the other party seemed to possess a certain rationale. Concerned that he might be killed, the monk had chosen to strike first, instilling fear in Wang Fu to the point that he would not resist. What kind of absurd logic was this? What was it that the master saw in him that warranted such interest? However, Wutong did not directly respond to Wang Fu's inquiry. Instead, he began to elucidate. "The method I practice revolves around the principles of cause and effect. I traverse the world in search of lost Buddhist artifacts, gathering 1,000 items to uncover 1,000 causes, thereby achieving the foundational path. The leafless lotus lamp that you possess is indeed a Buddhist artifact, thus creating a karmic connection with you." Understanding the significance of the leafless lotus lamp, Wang Fu retrieved the Buddhist lotus lamp he had acquired from Rinxia village from his storage pouch. "Master, is this the item in question?" The Buddhist artifact required spiritual power from the Buddhist realm to activate it. Wang Fu had attempted this during his recent period of seclusion, initially intending to sell it directly in the market. However, upon realizing that the lotus lamp was a supreme artifact, he hesitated, ultimately deciding to keep it. Little did he anticipate that it would attract such a perilous monk. Had he known, he would have sold it alongside those mid-tier artifacts at the Baiduan market. Thank you, benefactor. This is indeed the leafless lotus lamp, Wutong replied. His palms pressed together in a gesture of respect. As he spoke, he gently extended his hand, and the lamp floated gracefully into his grasp. A radiant yellow light emanated from the lamp, warm and gentle, instantly restoring Wang Fu's spirit, which had been injured by Wutong's bell. As the Buddhist light faded, Wang Fu bowed in gratitude. Thank you, master. You were too kind, Wutong responded, hands still pressed together. He then glanced at the dark bell in his hand and remarked, this item is known as the soul-dissipating bell, a tool for spiritual attacks. Since I have taken the leafless lotus lamp from you, I shall offer this artifact as compensation, thereby settling our karmic connection. What do you think, benefactor? The mention of the soul-dissipating bell caused Wang Fu's eyes to brighten momentarily. But he quickly regained his composure and waved his hands in refusal. No, the leafless lotus lamp is inherently a Buddhist artifact. In my possession, it would only gather dust. It is only with Master Wutong that it can unleash its true power. How could I dare accept compensation? Wang Fu was uncertain of the young monk's intentions. What if the latter was merely feigning a test? Would that not provoke the other? The prowess of the unworldly monk was beyond comprehension, compelling Wang Fu to exercise utmost caution. Do you not wish for compensation, benefactor? The unworldly monk furrowed his brow, pondering whether the benefactor sought to sever their karmic ties or perhaps wished for the monk to owe a debt of fate. Wang Fu, though not fully grasping the intricacies of cause and effect, sensed the ire of the young monk and quickly interjected, Master Wutong, you flatter me. I shall take this bell, considering it a means to conclude this karmic connection with you. Such is splendid. A smile graced Wutong's lips as the dark, ethereal soul-dispelling artifact gracefully floated to Wang Fu's side. Wang Fushuang accepted the gesture with gratitude, saying, Thank you, master. Wutong nodded gently, palms pressed together in a gesture of respect. In that case, I shall take my leave, he declared. With that, Wutong turned to depart, while Wang Fushuang waved him off eagerly. Safe travels, master. Chapter 54. The Dong family. Once the silhouette of the young monk had completely vanished, Wang Fushuang's demeanor shifted, and he murmured softly to himself, where did this young monk emerge from? He possesses an aura so formidable that it exceeds my own capabilities. Despite his assertion that he has yet to establish a foundation, he should not be this powerful, even at the pinnacle of the 13th level of Qi refinement. And that demonic staff of his is truly fearsome. Wang Fuyao sighed deeply. He had encountered many cultivators at the 13th level of Qi refinement, particularly in the Liu sect, where numerous individuals struggled to acquire foundation establishment pills or failed in their attempts to establish a foundation, amounting to over 100. Yet none were as formidable as the little monk. As for the demon-slaying staff, he speculated it to be a legendary grade artifact, far more precious than even the finest of treasures. While the exquisite artifacts have traces to follow, legendary items are truly elusive. And should such a supreme artifact be imbued with a powerful spirit, it could instantly become the pinnacle among spiritual tools. A mere strike from it would be beyond his capability to withstand. If the opponent unleashed their full power, Wang Fuyao shook his head, realizing the existence of individuals beyond his comprehension. Fortunately, he harbored no murderous intent, or he would have truly met his demise today. His cultivation was still far from sufficient, and he vowed to strive harder in his practice. Returning to the sect, he planned to draw the Earth Escape Talisman and obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill, as his capabilities in the Qi refinement realm were limited, and he was ready to establish his foundation. Meanwhile, as Wang Fuyao hurried back to the Luoyu sect, in the secret chamber of the Dong family, Dong Xin was discussing matters concerning Ren village with her father, Dong Shin, the head of the Dong family. Initially, Dong Xin intended to obfuscate the truth, but under her father's incessant probing, she ultimately revealed everything that transpired in Ren village, including the rapid advancement of Kailan's strength, the existence of the soul-gathering pearl, and how Wang Fuyao used a spiritual talisman to send nearly 100 malevolent spirits into reincarnation. Father, this is how it is. Could you lend me that exquisite defensive artifact of our family? I needed to deal with the law enforcement hall of the sect. Dong Xin extended her hand in request. Very well, Dong Shun said with a smile, stroking his daughter's head. This is your mother's heirloom, originally meant for you. I intended to wait until you broke through to the 12th level of Qi refinement before giving it to you, fearing it might dampen your spirit for cultivation. However, given the grave danger you've encountered during this minor task, it is fitting to grant it to you now. Thank you, Father. Dong Xian exclaimed joyfully as she received the exquisite defensive artifact. With a flicker of her consciousness, she began to refine it, and in a flash of light, the armor adhered closely to her body. Father, with this armor, I no longer need this golden bracelet. The treasure appraiser at the treasure pavilion mentioned it is very close to the exquisite grade. Perhaps we should hand it over to the family, as there may be a way to elevate its rank, providing our family with another exquisite defensive artifact. As she spoke, Dong Xian produced the now transformed golden bracelet. Dong Shun affectionately patted her head, saying, "My daughter has grown, understanding the need to alleviate family burdens. She is truly my daughter." Then, Father, I shall return to the sect. With Sun Liang dead, the law enforcement hall will undoubtedly investigate, and I must prepare accordingly. Go ahead, exercise caution, and be careful not to let slip any words. Everything will be taken care of by your father. Dong Shun waved her off. Dong Xian nodded, skipping away from the family's secret chamber. The moment the door closed behind her, the previously content smile on Dong Shun's face vanished. Elders, what are your thoughts on this matter? With his words, 3 ancient figures emerged from the shadows of the chamber. Although they were hunched, their auras exuded formidable power, surpassing the Qi refinement realm. Clearly, these 3 elders represented the hidden strength of the Dong family, in addition to the 2 foundation establishment cultivators serving in the Liu sect. There were 3 more within the family. Cough, cough. I never expected that a mere mortal village would conceal such a treasure as the soul-gathering pearl. Unfortunately, we could not foresee this. Otherwise, we could have enriched our family further. The soul-gathering pearl is the core component for forging the soul banner, a magical artifact. Although our Dong family lacks golden core cultivators, with the skills of the 3 of us old fellows, it would not be too difficult to forge one. Gathering hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of souls could yield a formidable artifact. Cough, cough. The soul banner is an artifact of the demonic path. Its forging may incur the wrath of heaven. The wrath of heaven? The path of cultivation is devoid of sentiment. What speaks to heaven's favor? Strength is the only truth. If one day someone seeks to extinguish our Dong family, what then? Alas, besides the soul-gathering pearl, there is also the method of sending souls into reincarnation, or the talisman. According to the young lady's description, the talisman used by that Wang Fuyao is likely the rebirth talisman. The Luoyu sect has no records of such a talisman. This lad, it seems, has his own secrets, whose legacy is the rebirth talisman. It appears the time for our Dong family's rise has come. Whether it be the soul-gathering pearl or the rebirth talisman, each could propel us to soaring heights. This matter must be meticulously planned. That lad is affiliated with the Liu sect's Lingniao Pavilion. We may need to seek cooperation. The 3 old men exchanged ideas, quickly finalizing a strategy, while Dong Shun could only listen, as he was merely the one put forth by the family for dealing with external matters. Elders, Xian seems to have developed feelings for Wang Fuyao. I wonder if we could arrange for his joining the family, which would ensure that both the soul-gathering pearl and the talisman legacy belong to us. Dong Shun respectfully suggested, seeking to advocate for his daughter. Joining the family? Shen, let me ask you this. If you possessed these 2 treasures, would you choose to bind yourself in marriage? One elder scoffed. Dong Shun opened his mouth, but was rendered speechless. Would he bind himself in marriage? Certainly not. Even if he possessed the soul-gathering pearl or the suspected talisman legacy, he would never become a mere pawn for another. Since that is the case, Shen, promptly contact the 2 foundation establishment cultivators of the Liu sect and summon them back to the family. This matter concerns the prosperity of our Dong family and cannot be neglected. Shen understood. Dong Shun bowed respectfully and slowly exited the secret chamber. Harnessing the Qingye flying artifact, Wang Fuyao journeyed day and night towards the sect, unaware that Dong Xian had disclosed everything regarding Rin Village. Although she had confided in her father, familial bonds held little weight against the interests of the family. Due to the leaked information, a covert conspiracy against him was gradually unfolding. Chapter 55. Support. Upon returning to the Liu sect, Wang Fuyao did not report to complete his task. Instead, he directly retreated into his inner sect cave, activating the restrictions and entering seclusion. Consequently, the disciples of the law enforcement hall were met with a closed door. Master Uncle, Wang Fuyao has entered seclusion. According to sect rules, we cannot forcibly intrude until his culpability is confirmed. What should we do next? A disciple of the law enforcement hall looked helplessly at Wang Fuyao's cave, turning to inquire of the foundation establishment master leading the team. The master slowly revealed himself. a smirk on his face as he gazed at Wang Fuyo's cave. I never expected this lad to have made such progress. I thought he might struggle to leave the servant peak. Yet, he has entered the Miaofu Hall and become a talisman master, indeed a fortunate turn of events. Had Wang Fuyo been present, he would have recognized this individual as Zhao Zilan, the direct disciple of Elder Sun Qian, who had persistently made things difficult for him when he first joined the Liu sect. There are sect rules. We shall wait. Can he remain hidden forever? At most. It will be a year. Eventually, he must attend to the sect's affairs. Zhao Zilan was not anxious at all, leaving someone to guard the area before departing. As for Wang Fuyu within his cave, he was not in a hurry either. He had seen the law enforcement hall as personnel in Zhao Zilan. But so what? The sect south regulations were in place. He decided to let the law enforcement hall wait while he focused on drawing the Earth Escape Talisman. Wang Fu let out a cold sneer. As long as he could craft the Earth Escape Talisman using his own rhetoric, it would be flawless. Furthermore, his status within the Miaofu Hall would soar, granting him not only a foundation establishment pill but also the protection of the Miaofu Hall itself. However, there was no need to rush. First, let us observe this soul-stirring bell. Wang Fu retrieved the obsidian soul-disturbing bell, his affection for it evident. Mind attack artifacts are exceedingly rare, and this particular piece is of exceptional quality. He recalled that even his own profound consciousness, honed to the pinnacle of the 13th level of Qi refinement, would falter momentarily before this bell. What chance would other Qi refinement practitioners possess against it? It is, without a doubt, a formidable weapon for those in the Qi refinement stage, and it may even yield effects against foundation establishment cultivators. In the heat of battle, activating the soul-disturbing bell could mean the difference between life and death, even if just for a fleeting moment. Wang Fu commenced the process of refining the soul-dispersing bell. After a considerable span of half an hour, he successfully completed the refinement. At that moment, Wang Fu realized that exchanging the Buddhist artifact for this bell was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Overwhelmed with joy, he marveled at the fact that the soul-dispersing bell was indeed a treasure of exceptional quality, truly a remarkable gain. Wang Fu incessantly toyed with the obsidian bell in his hand, even invoking the soul-dissolving bell until he had mastered its nuances before putting it away. Having refined the soul-dissolving bell, he then set about inscribing the Earth Escape Talisman. The Earth Escape Talisman is a spiritual talisman, distinct from conventional sealing spells. Although Wang Fu possessed the ability to perform the Earth Escape technique, it could not be inscribed upon talisman paper like the fireball spell. Instead, it necessitated the engraving of unique patterns that resonated with the rhythm of heaven and earth. Fortuitously, Wang Fu was not entirely at a loss, for he was familiar with the Earth Escape technique and had previously made attempts, thus he had a general direction to follow. After a month of diligent practice, he finally succeeded in inscribing his first Earth Escape talisman. At last, it was accomplished. It was not in vain that I expended so much talisman paper. Wang Fu shook the Earth Escape talisman in his hand, feeling considerably relieved. After a few days of rest, he unsealed the restrictions of his cave abode. No sooner had he emerged than a disciple from the Law Enforcement Hall approached him. Senior Brother Wang Fu, the Law Enforcement Hall has issued a directive, commanding you to accompany me to the hall. This disciple, with a cultivation level of the 11th layer of Qi refinement, dared not act arrogantly before Wang Fu. Instead, he exhibited a demeanor of courtesy. Lead the way, Wang Fu replied amicably, making no attempts to inconvenience the disciple as he followed him to the Law Enforcement Hall. Along the way, they did not conceal their conversation in the slightest. The news of Wang Fu's emergence spread rapidly throughout the inner sect. After all, the death of Elder Sun Qian's direct descendant was significant enough to warrant attention, and naturally, Wang Fu and Dong Xin became the subjects of widespread speculation. The Hall of Mysterious Talismans was no exception. The master of the Hall of Mysterious Talismans was an elderly man with graying hair who typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of the hall. However, today, he convened a meeting within the hall. Consequently, he dispatched 3 Foundation establishment-level talisman makers to the Law Enforcement Hall. Their purpose was to ascertain whether Wang Fu had indeed mastered the inscribing of the Earth Escape Talisman. If true, they would go to great lengths to protect him. After all, the Earth Escape Talisman could serve as a formidable weapon capable of altering the course of battle during conflicts with external sections. If Wang Fu is innocent, then all is well. However, if he is indeed found to be connected to Sun Liang's demise, it would be imperative that no calamity befall him. Imprisonment may be permissible, but death is unacceptable. As for Sun Qian, his sect shall handle the compensations. Naturally, this represents the most pessimistic scenario. This marks Wang Fu's inaugural visit to the summit of the pinnacle, and it is also his first encounter with the imposing edifice of the law enforcement hall. The darkened halls emanate an air of solemnity and gravity, instilling a sense of dread that compels Wang Fu to adopt a serious demeanor upon his arrival. "Young man, you have once again fallen into my grasp," Zhao Zilan remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind him before the law enforcement hall, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Wang Fu, having awaited his arrival. Upon encountering his former adversary, who had once insulted and toyed with him, Wang Fu narrowed his eyes slightly, striving to suppress the resentment that threatened to surface. In a calm demeanor, he spoke, "I have met Master Zhao." A derisive chuckle escaped Zhao Zilan's lips. "There is no need for such pretense. I am aware of your hatred towards me. Yet what of it? You shall never attain my level." "The disciple dares not," Wang Fu replied nonchalantly. "Follow me." Just as Wang Fu prepared to step into the law enforcement hall behind Zhao Zilan, a resonant voice echoed from behind, followed by the graceful descent of 3 figures. Upon witnessing this, Wang Fu's expression brightened with joy, and he promptly bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Uncle Master Duan, Uncle Master Ding, Uncle Master Li." The 3 individuals were indeed the esteemed talisman masters of the Miao Fu Hall, all at the foundation establishment stage. Among them, Wang Fu was most familiar with Li Yi. However, it was the one named Duan who held the highest position. For Duan Baichuan not only possessed the greatest cultivation, but also ranked among the top 3 in talismanic mastery within the entire Miao Fu Hall. "Haha, young lad Wang Fu. We have come to lend you our support." Duan Baichuan chuckled heartily while stroking his long beard, making it clear that he intended to convey to the law enforcement hall that he represented the Miao Fu Hall in backing Wang Fu. "You are quite impressive, stirring the hall master's attention at such a young age. In our time, when your 2 masters and I were at your level, we certainly did not have such fortune," Li Yi remarked with a knowing smile, his gaze fixed on Wang Fu as if attempting to see through him. Wang Fu understood that his ability to attract the attention of the Miao Fu Hall, prompting 3 foundation establishment experts to come forth, was solely due to the Earth Escape Talisman. Had he failed to create the talisman, the Miao Fu Hall would not have intervened in his conflict with Sun Qian. It was crucial to recognize that Sun Qian, in terms of both influence and strength, ranked among the top 3 Golden Core elders in the Falling Feather sect, a genuine powerhouse. Although the Hall Master of Miao Fu Hall held authority over the hall, it paled in comparison to the dominion wielded by Sun Qian, who controlled a primary peak. "Esteemed brothers, this is the law enforcement hall. I must ask you to step aside," Zhao Zilan interjected, his brow furrowed with displeasure. His irritation stemmed not only from his disdain for Wang Fu, but also from the audacity of these 3 elders to lecture in front of the law enforcement hall, showing blatant disregard for him and the authority of the hall itself. "Esteemed brothers, this is the law enforcement hall. I ask you to maintain decorum," Zhao Zilan insisted. "What of the law enforcement hall? We belong to the same sect. You are permitted to enter the Miao Fu Hall, yet we cannot enter the law enforcement hall," Duan Baichuan retorted without hesitation. If Wang Fu could indeed create the Earth Escape Talisman, the status of the Miao Fu Hall would undoubtedly rise. At this moment, it was imperative to maintain their momentum. Otherwise, if the law enforcement hall were to take action against Wang Fu, the repercussions would be dire. Their greatest concern was the soul-searching technique, which must not be applied to Wang Fu. The individual subjected to such a technique would suffer significant harm to their soul, potentially resulting in severe impairment or even idiocy. Such soul-affecting spells posed a grave threat to them, as they relied heavily on their spiritual awareness for talisman crafting. Zhao Zilan's face turned ashen, while Wang Fu relished the unfolding drama. Just then, a tall figure clad in a purple robe emerged from the law enforcement hall, standing with an air of authority. In a voice imbued with gravitas, he spoke slowly. "Junior brother Duan, is it Zhu Qingli?" Wang Fu was taken aback, not anticipating the arrival of such a formidable figure. Upon recognizing brother Zhu, Duan Baichuan and the others exchanged glances before clasping their hands in greeting. The emergence of Zhu Qingli was unexpected for everyone. He was the second in command of the law enforcement hall and rarely made personal appearances. The last time he did so was several years ago due to the matter concerning Chao Yan, which involved the Golden Core elders and the rise and fall of the entire Chao family. Yet this time, it was due to Wang Fu's involvement. The 4 members of the Miao Fu Hall were astonished, and even Zhao Zilan was perplexed. However, Duan Baichuan soon realized that Zhu Qingli's personal appearance was aligned with their purpose, The Earth Escape Talisman. Please, everyone come in. I merely wish to ask Wang Fu a few questions. There is no need for excessive formality, Zhu Qingli gestured. Thus, they entered the law enforcement hall in succession. In the grand hall, Zhu Qingli took the seat of honor, with Zhao Zilin standing beside him. After a brief glance at Zhu Qingli and receiving a slight nod in return, he turned his gaze toward Wang Fu, who stood at the center of the hall, and intoned in a deep voice, Wang Fu, do you understand your crimes? Dare I ask, what sins does this disciple bear? Wang Fu retorted boldly, meeting his gaze head-on. The arrival of Duan Baichuan and the others made it clear to Wang Fu just how significant the Earth Escape Talisman was to the Miao Fu Hall, and he surmised that Zhu Qingli's appearance was likely related to it, rendering him undaunted. Humph. 3 months ago, you accepted a mission to Rinjia village at the Intersect Affairs Hall, accompanied by Tian Yuan, Dong Xian, and Sun Liang. Yet now, both Tian Yuan and Sun Liang are dead, while you, with only the cultivation of the 11th layer of qi refining, remain alive. What is the reason for this? Are the deaths of Sun Liang and Tian Yuan connected to you? Is there any relation to Dong Xian? Speak the truth. Zhao Zilin's voice was imbued with an oppressive force, a common tactic employed during interrogations at the law enforcement hall, capable of instilling dread into the hearts of others. Even though Wang Fu's spiritual awareness surpassed the complete mastery of the 13th layer of qi refining, it had yet to reach the foundational stage, and he felt momentarily dazed. His spiritual awareness inevitably weakened. Fortunately, he was still able to withstand the pressure. Wang Fu was acutely aware that this was the primary interrogation method employed by the law enforcement hall, if one could not withstand even this. What hope was there for the future? Fortunately, it was not a spell akin to the true words talismans mentioned in the heavenly symbol scripture. He sighed in relief inwardly. Moreover, the grand hall of the law enforcement hall was not solely occupied by its personnel. At that moment, Duan Baichuan spoke up in displeasure, Zhao Shidi. What sort of inquiries are you making? Young Wang Fu is not a criminal of your law enforcement hall. Kindly refrain from employing your soul-shocking technique. Conduct your questioning properly. Do you truly believe that those from the Miao Fu Hall would resort to deceit? Zhao Zilin, seething with anger and clenching his fists, was about to retort when he was interrupted by Zhu Qingli. Enough, Wang Fu. Please recount the events concerning Rinjia village from beginning to end, leaving no detail unmentioned. Zhao Zilin had no choice but to relent. Wang Fu harbored a cold smile within. The more displeased Zhao Zilin appeared, the more exhilarated he felt. After respectfully bowing to Zhu Qingli, he began recounting the events that transpired in Rinjia village from beginning to end, of course, articulating the colluded narrative he had arranged with Dong Xian. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Back Mountains Pavilion at Jingshan Peak, a man and a woman were engaged in a game of chess. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the leaders of Luoxia Peak and Jingshan Peak. Junior sister He, why trouble yourself to intervene twice for such a mere intersect disciple? Could it be that the girl, Yun, has truly developed feelings for that young man? Sun Qian remarked, placing a white piece on the board. Junior brother Sun, if you cannot restrain your tongue, I would not mind assisting you in loosening your skin. He Hongqiu shot a glance at Sun Qian, causing him to twitch his lips, unable to suppress the urge to touch his face, recalling the humiliating scene from a decade ago when he was sent flying by a single slap. Ahem, senior sister. Please do not jest, he stammered. It was you who made the jest first. Now that we have broached the subject, I, fortunately, have no intention of continuing this game. He Hongqiu declared, her delicate hand sweeping across the board, sending the pieces scattering chaotically. You should understand the significance of the Earth Escape Talisman. Its method of creation has been buried within the sect for nearly a millennium, and now that it has finally resurfaced, even if you merely lost an inconsequential junior, you must endure it. Even if it were your grandson or son, you ought to bear it. Yet that was my most favored junior, Sun Qian sighed, feeling quite troubled. Speak. What do you desire? Ahem, that junior brother's life-bound magical treasure lacks a few materials to reach the superior grade. I recall you have a piece of high-quality cold iron. Why not bestow it upon me to refine into cold iron essence? Sun Qian coughed lightly. You certainly know how to ask for the moon. He Hongqiu casually tossed a block of black iron emanating an icy aura, causing Sun Qian's eyes to brighten as he hurriedly caught it, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Aha, senior sister, your generosity astounds me. Then let this matter conclude here, He Hongqiu declared, rising and stepping into the void as she departed. Rest assured, senior sister. This matter ends here, Sun Qian replied, glancing at the now disordered chessboard, his lips twitching, I was on the verge of victory, yet women always seemed to play tricks. Thus, the events unfolded. Realizing he was outmatched, he used the Earth Escape Talisman to flee to safety. Upon returning, he discovered that Senior Brother Tan and Senior Brother Sun had perished alongside the vengeful spirit, Kylon, and nearly 100 malevolent ghosts. In that battle, he sustained injuries and only returned to the sect a month ago after his recovery. As for junior sister Dong Xin, he had not seen her since that fateful day. Upon Wang Fu's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the Grand Hall. After a moment, Zhao Zilan pressed on. Since you returned to the sect a month ago, why did you not report back to the Bureau of Affairs, and why did you remain behind closed doors when I came to the law enforcement hall? Wang Fu replied, that battle was quite enlightening for me. On my way back to the sect, I broke through to the 12th level of Qi refinement. I entered seclusion to consolidate my realm, and the deadline for reporting my task is a year. It has only been 3 months. Far from sufficient for me to feel urgency. Wang Fu met Zhao Zilan's gaze unflinchingly, adding, as for the law enforcement hall, forgive my oversight, I did not see it. Haha, what a splendid excuse for not seeing. Laughed Duan Baichuan, stroking his beard, heedless of Zhao Zilan's dark expression. He then turned to Zhu Qingli and said, Brother Zhu, since the matter is now clear, we shall take this young lad Wang Fu back to the Miao Fu Hall. The hall master awaits. Zhu Qingli fixed his gaze upon Wang Fu, contemplating for a moment before speaking. There is no rush. Since Wang Fu claims he escaped by using an Earth Escape Talisman, I wonder where this talisman originated. Was it obtained through chance, or did he inscribe it himself? If it was the former, he must disclose its source. If the latter, he ought to inscribe it right here in this law enforcement hall. Duan Baichuan nodded in agreement with Brother Zhu's reasoning, then turned to Wang Fu with a smile. Young lad, how did you acquire that Earth Escape Talisman? Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, Wang Fu sighed inwardly. He understood that his current safety was solely due to the talisman. Had it truly been a mere stroke of luck, his fate today would undoubtedly be grim. Interest reigns supreme, and wherever one goes, these 2 words always take precedence. Wang Fuxin, with a mind as clear as a mirror, pondered for a moment before raising her head to gaze at Zhu Qingli. She spoke, the Earth Escape Talisman is a creation of my own hand. It took me nearly half a year last year to craft 2 of them. One was used by Rinjia village, and this is the other. Upon finishing her words, Wang Fuxin willed a vibrant yellow talisman to float out from her storage pouch, landing delicately between her fingers. Duan Baichuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he swiftly moved to stand before Wang Fuxin. Ignoring her possible reluctance, he cheerfully took the Earth Escape Talisman from her fingertips, examining it as if it were a rare treasure. Indeed, he exclaimed, every intricate line of this talisman is unique. This is truly the Earth Escape Talisman. Such a precious item cannot be created solely through effort. It requires talent and fortune. Wang Fuxin, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. Wang Fu did not feel anger. On the contrary, the fact that this eminent talisman master, ranked among the top 3 in the Miao Fu Hall, placed such significance on the Earth Escape Talisman indicated its growing importance, thereby ensuring greater security for himself. Junior Brother Duan, can you confirm that this talisman was crafted by Wang Fu? Asked Zhu Qingli. Rest assured, Brother Zhu. Each talisman we artisans, particularly the spirit talisman masters, create bears the distinct aura of its maker. This Earth Escape Talisman was indeed crafted by that young lad, Wang Fu. This is something I, Duan Baichuan, can discern with certainty, Duan Baichuan replied confidently, reluctantly returning the spirit talisman to Wang Fu. Wang Fu nonchalantly put away the item, seemingly oblivious to Duan Baichuan's frantic gestures. Given the extraordinary value of the Earth Escape Talisman, he certainly would not relinquish it lightly. As for the notion of respecting one's elders, it pales in comparison to the worth of cultivation resources, particularly the foundational elixirs. If one desires it, they must offer resources in exchange. Thus, the matter was settled. Both Wang Fu and Dong Xian bore no guilt. As for Tan Shunyuan and Sun Liang, the sect would ensure that compensation reached their families. Zhu Qingli announced the conclusion of the affair, after which he vanished without a trace. Wang Fu felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing he had successfully passed this hurdle. Come, young Wang Fu, return with us to the Miao Fu Hall. The hall master awaits your presence. Laughed Duan Baichuan as he strode confidently towards the entrance of the law enforcement hall, leading Wang Fu along. Good luck, lad, Zhao Zilan sneered disdainfully. Upon arriving at the Miao Fu Hall, Wang Fu was promptly summoned by the hall master. The master, whose surname was Fu, had a name that remained unknown to all. It was said that after a seclusion lasting nearly a century, he had forgotten even his own name. Thus, he was affectionately referred to as Master Fu or Old Fu by everyone. Master Fu was a cultivator who had lived for centuries, reaching the Golden Core stage. Although his cultivation might not surpass that of other Golden Core practitioners in the sect, as a talisman master, the extent of his hidden talismans was a mystery to all. Rumors even circulated that he had mastered a secret technique known as the Three Talismans Convergence Technique, which allowed him to unleash talismans in a formation so formidable that even those at the late Golden Core stage would have to retreat in the face of its might. Furthermore, as the only Golden Core talisman master in the sect, his status was indeed exceptional. Inside the Grand Hall of Miao Fu, this was Wang Fu's second encounter with Master Fu, whose hair was a striking white. Wang Fu bowed respectfully. Disciple Wang Fu pays his respects to the hall master. Rise. Master Fu's weathered voice resonated, and Wang Fu was lifted by an unseen force. Our Miao Fu Hall has a regulation. Any individual capable of inscribing the Gathering Spirit Talisman, the Skyward Talisman, or the Earth Escape Talisman shall receive our hall's substantial support. Since you have already demonstrated the ability to inscribe the Earth Escape Talisman, you are indeed a prodigy of Miao Fu Hall. Henceforth, your monthly stipend and various benefits shall be tripled, and additionally, I shall reward you with a Foundation Establishment Pill. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu was filled with immense joy. Thank you, Master of the Hall. With the Foundation Establishment Pill in his possession, he would be able to attempt the foundational stage. However, he was acutely aware that the prospect of achieving true foundational establishment was exceedingly slim. Only by successfully crafting all three exquisite spiritual talismans of the Miao Fu Hall could he secure a place for genuine foundational cultivation. The methods for inscribing the three great talismans were not concealed by the Miao Fu Hall. They were entirely public. As such, Wang Fu had already examined the techniques for the Gathering Spirit Talisman and the Skyward Talisman. He grasped the former with some clarity, yet felt utterly lost regarding the latter. Perhaps after 2 or 3 decades of contemplation, he might succeed, but 2 or 3 decades was an interminable wait, one he could neither afford nor desire. With a lifespan of merely a century in the Qi refinement stage, how many 2 or 3 decades could he endure? Soon, Duan Baichuan approached Wang Fu with a broad smile, holding an exquisite sandalwood box. Within the Grand Hall, the Qi refinement disciples gazed enviously at the box, their eyes brimming with jealousy. The Foundation Establishment Pill, an elixir fervently coveted by those in the Qi refinement stage. Regrettably, the Foundation Establishment Pill was limited in availability. Only disciples who had made significant contributions to the sect could obtain one. Alternatively, they could seek out spiritual herbs in the perilous Qinling secret realm, which was only accessible every 20 years. However, that realm was fraught with danger, and a moment's carelessness could result in death. Each time, less than half of the disciples managed to survive, making the risks exceedingly high. Truly, Wang Fu was remarkably fortunate. Disregarding the envious glances and whispers of others, Wang Fu's gaze was solely fixated on the exquisite sandalwood box held by Duan Baichuan. Wang Fu, my dear lad, henceforth, strive earnestly and do not disappoint the Master's nurturing, Duan Baichuan remarked, affectionately patting Wang Fu on the shoulder as he cheerfully opened the box. Nestled in the center was a dark blue-black elixir, quietly exuding a rich, fragrant aroma. The disciples around craned their necks, eager to behold the true form of the Foundation Establishment Pill, yet, constrained by the solemn atmosphere of the Miao Fu Hall, they could only simmer in agitation within their hearts. Sealing the sandalwood box, Duan Baichuan entrusted the Foundation Establishment Pill to Wang Fu. Thank you, Master Uncle Duan. Wang Fu said respectfully, his heart brimming with excitement as he carefully stowed the pill into his storage bag. At that moment, the voice of Hall Master Fu resonated gently. Devote yourself to your cultivation and strive to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm soon. Aim to elevate the grade of your Earth Escape talismans to level 2. I believe it would be beneficial to find you a master who can guide you in your practice. Choose anyone from this hall, and I shall take it upon myself to facilitate your apprenticeship. What say you? Upon hearing this, Wang Fu was filled with joy, his gaze fixed upon Master Fu, and he immediately knelt down, bowing his head in reverence. I am willing to become your disciple, Master. Become my disciple? Haha. Master Fu seemed to have anticipated this moment, bursting into laughter. However, he soon shook his head slightly, instilling a sense of foreboding in Wang Fu. You certainly know how to choose. But if I were to be a couple of 100 years younger, I might have considered accepting you. Alas, I no longer possess the inclination to take on disciples. Chapter 58. Foundation Establishment Pill. Wang Fu sighed, having wagered everything on this moment, yet to his surprise, Master Fu defied expectations and refused. Consequently, opting for other Foundation Establishment uncles and masters would only incite discontent among them. Master Fu, being astute, clearly discerned Wang Fu's predicament. He surveyed the grand hall and spoke slowly. Very well. Does anyone from the Miaofu Hall wish to take Wang Fu as a direct disciple? The several Foundation Establishment deacons exchanged glances, yet no one uttered a word. Despite Wang Fu's remarkable talent in talisman crafting, the fact that he possessed a mixed elemental constitution was no secret. Such a constitution rendered him nearly incapable of achieving Foundation Establishment, and even if he could, it would demand considerable resources, far beyond the mere handful of Foundation Establishment pills. In their eyes, the Foundation Establishment pill Wang Fu held was essentially wasted. A disciple with little potential for Foundation Establishment would offer minimal assistance, with only his ability to inscribe Earth Escape talismans standing out. Fortunately, after a brief silence, a familiar figure stepped forward. Master, I am willing to take Wang Fu as my direct disciple. Uncle Li? Wang Fu was taken aback. It was none other than Li Yi. In his heart, Li Yi was not the ideal choice. Regardless of Master Fu's refusal, he had aspired to join Duan Baichuan's sect. After all, a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, while Li Yi was merely at the mid-stage. Yet, could he afford to decline now? To refuse would be to offend a mid-stage talisman master, making his future in the Miaofu Hall exceedingly difficult. However, Master Fu smiled and nodded, then turned to Wang Fu. Wang Fu, do you wish to become Li Yi's disciple? I am willing, replied the disciple. Wang Fu hastily expressed his respect, fearing that even a moment's hesitation might incite Li Yi's displeasure. At this juncture, there was no turning back. Becoming Li Yi's disciple was a foregone conclusion. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from expressing his reluctance to take on a master. Sigh. Li Yi it is, after all. He is a cultivator in the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment and has served as his guide into the Miaofu Hall, thus he is somewhat familiar. Disciple Wang Fu pays his respects to Master. Wang Fu immediately knelt in reverence before Li Yi, acknowledging him as his master from that moment forth. Consequently, his own status would ascend, becoming a disciple under the esteemed Foundation Establishment elder. All right, rise, Li Yi said with a smile, stroking his goatee with satisfaction as he regarded Wang Fu. After receiving the Foundation Establishment pill and paying homage to his master, the pavilion master imparted some inspiring words. After which the crowd dispersed. Wang Fu accompanied Li Yi as they journeyed to Li Yi's cave dwelling. The cave, situated in the Foundation Establishment realm, was abundant with spiritual energy, instilling a profound sense of envy in Wang Fu. Wang Fu, we are both talisman masters and share a certain familiarity, Li Yi remarked. I do not possess anything particularly precious to bestow upon you, but this azure talisman brush shall serve as your initiation gift. With that, Li Yi retrieved a blue talisman brush and 2 talismans from his storage pouch, presenting them to Wang Fu, along with an additional 2 second-tier talismans for his protection. Wang Fu was filled with joy as he respectfully accepted the talisman brush and the spiritual talismans, expressing his gratitude to his master. Upon receiving the brush, Wang Fu immediately recognized its caliber. It was a brush of exceptional quality, on par with the rewards given to the victors of the Ling Miao Pavilion competition. Thus, he no longer needed to expend energy in the pursuit of the first place in that contest. As for the 2 second-tier spiritual talismans, although they were merely in the initial stage, one for defense and the other for offense, they were of immense value to Wang Fu. The effects of second-tier talismans could rival the spell attacks of those in the Foundation Establishment stage, and with 2 such talismans, their potency would be even greater. The initial stage offensive talisman was the Frenzied Sound talisman, while the defensive one was the Jade Shield talisman. Furthermore, should he encounter any uncertainties regarding cultivation or talismans in the future, he could come to consult them. Li Yi then presented Wang Fu with a jade token imbued with the prohibitions of his cave dwelling, granting him direct access to it upon presentation of the token. With a wave of his hand, Li Yi signaled that Wang Fu could take his leave. Wang Fu accepted the jade tablet and bowed in farewell. He now wished to return and restore his state of being, consuming the Foundation Establishment pill. However, shortly after he returned to his cave dwelling, a disciple summoned him to Qianyu Peak, holding the sect leader's token. Filled with perplexity, Wang Fu arrived at Qianyu Peak and encountered Mo Ziyuan, the leader of Liu Peak. Disciple Wang Fu pays his respects to Master Uncle, the sect leader. Wang Fu has now become a disciple of Li Yi. and upon encountering those of higher cultivation, such as those in the foundation establishment stage, he must respectfully address them as Sherbois, Mos, adorned in palace attire and accompanied by several trusted disciples, greeted Wang Fu's arrival with a smile at the corner of her lips. First, allow me to congratulate you, my nephew, on joining the ranks of Li Shidi. I did not summon you for any trivial matter. Rather, I wish to bestow upon you a gift. A gift for me? Wang Fu asked, puzzled. You have successfully mastered the art of crafting the Earth Escape Talisman, and the first-level talisman significantly enhances the prowess of Qi refinement disciples. In 2 years, the Qingling secret realm will open, during which the sect will dispatch Qi refinement disciples to search for spiritual herbs. If each disciple possesses several Earth Escape talismans, their chances of survival will increase considerably, allowing for the discovery of more spiritual plants and herbs. Consequently, the sect's production of foundation establishment pills will be greatly augmented. Mos explained with a smile. Thus, your Earth Escape talismans are of utmost importance. I require you to create 30 talismans within the next 2 years in preparation for the Qingling secret realm. Should you accomplish this task, I shall reward you with a foundation establishment pill. Wang Fu was taken aback as he finally comprehended why so many individuals place such immense value on his Earth Escape talismans. It was, in fact, for the coveted Qingling secret realm. He had heard of the Qingling secret realm, a natural sanctuary within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, renowned for its abundant spiritual herbs. Access to this realm was strictly regulated, allowing only those of the Qi refinement stage to enter. It opened once every 20 years, during which the 6 great sects of the Great Xia would dispatch their disciples to seek out spiritual grasses and herbs, particularly the primary ingredient for foundation establishment pills, which could only flourish within the secret haven. Thus, the significance of the Qingling secret realm was intrinsically linked to the number of disciples who could achieve foundation establishment across all sections. However, the Qingling secret realm was fraught with peril. Not only were there countless ferocious beasts lurking within, but one also had to remain wary of disciples from the other 5 sections. It was a veritable dance with death, with even a survival rate of 50% being considered a fortunate outcome. Such a high mortality rate instilled fear in many disciples, leading the sects to make solemn promises, regardless of how many spiritual herbs were brought out. Any disciple who emerged from the secret realm would be rewarded with a foundation establishment pill. This assurance compelled those nearing the end of their lifespans or yearning for greater strength to willingly devote themselves to the sect. 30 Earth Escape talismans is quite a formidable task, Wang Fu thought, his expression portraying a hint of difficulty. Of course, this was a calculated display. For although the success rate of his Earth Escape talismans was the lowest among all the talismans he had crafted thus far, 30 talismans could be completed in just a few months. He had ulterior motives. Moreover, Mos had initially stated that she would bestow something upon him, and Wang Fu was eager to receive it now. Be it spiritual stones or elixirs, he was open to all. Haha, Mos chuckled, fully aware of Wang Fu's unspoken desires. As the sect leader of the Liu sect, having overseen various affairs for decades, she was not oblivious to his intentions. This is a foundation establishment pill, a token of advanced compensation for your efforts. Should you manage to produce more Earth Escape talismans, the sect's rewards will be even greater. Wang Fu paid little heed to Mos' subsequent remark, his gaze fixated upon the exquisite brocade box that had appeared in her hands. A foundation establishment pill, yet another one, caught him completely off guard, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief interval, he collected himself and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. I will undoubtedly exert my utmost effort to fulfill the task of utilizing 30 Earth Escape talismans. Chapter 59, 13th level of Qi refinement. Suddenly possessing 2 foundation establishment pills filled Wang Fu with overwhelming excitement. However, he understood that achieving the breakthrough to foundation establishment was not a matter that could be accomplished in haste, thus he resolved to be thoroughly prepared. First, he spent an entire month's worth of monthly stipend at the alchemical fire hall to procure a bottle of sustenance pills. Next, he visited Li's cave abode to inform his somewhat negligent master of his intention to enter seclusion for a period of cultivation. Before finally returning to his modest courtyard within the inner sect, he activated the prohibitions with full force, readying himself for the arduous endeavor of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. There was no need to rush. The priority was to adjust his state to its optimal condition. Wang Fu retrieved 2 foundation establishment pills and placed them before him. then cast several spirit talismans around the courtyard as a precaution. He then settled into a meditative posture, activating the thick earth technique to calm and adjust his state of being. After 4 days, feeling rejuvenated, he cautiously ingested the first foundation establishment pill. As the pill dissolved in his stomach, he promptly began to channel his energy to refine its potency. The effects of the pill manifested swiftly. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he felt a growing warmth within his abdomen. As time passed, this sensation intensified, transforming into a searing heat as if he had swallowed a blazing fireball, while the rest of his body turned chillingly cold, creating a stark contrast of sensations. Just as the heat reached its zenith, it suddenly vanished, leaving him bewildered. What had just occurred? Had the effects of the foundation establishment pill dissipated so quickly? Just as Wang Fu was grappling with confusion and a hint of disappointment, his expression abruptly shifted. He clutched his abdomen with both hands, his face contorting in agony. A sharp, piercing pain surged through him, as if dozens of long needles had pierced through his belly from within. Caught completely off guard, his complexion drained of color, and beads of cold sweat poured down his forehead, cascading down like raindrops. He hunched over, cradling his stomach, his body curling into a tight arc. Wang Fu curled up. Trembling incessantly, his teeth clenched in furious expletives directed at those who had provided him with the foundational elixir. He even unleashed a tirade against his own master, lamenting the lack of forewarning regarding the excruciating pain associated with its consumption. Was this not a deliberate attempt to mock him? However, before he could continue his invective, a sharp agony erupted in his abdomen, as if the multitude of long needles incessantly piercing him had suddenly disintegrated into countless fragments, coursing through his veins and organs, surging through every limb and sinew. The intense shock rendered Wang Fu utterly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. Yet, this torment was far from over. Following the initial onslaught, an unbearable itch enveloped his entire being, as if countless ants were scuttling upon him, viciously gnawing at his flesh and bones, his very innards, compelling him to pound his fists against his body in a desperate bid for relief. This maddening ordeal persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. After a prolonged moment, Wang Fu finally managed to rise unsteadily, exhaling a heavy breath as though reborn. Was it truly necessary to endure such suffering merely to establish a foundation? After a moment of exasperation, he noticed the uncomfortable stickiness enveloping his body. Upon closer inspection, he discovered himself coated in a layer of murky brown substance, clinging to his robe and emanating an unpleasant, indistinguishable odor. "It stinks. Get away from me." Wang Fu immediately summoned his spiritual energy to activate the cleansing ability of his robe. A radiant light swept over him, rendering his entire being immaculate and devoid of any speck of dust. As for the brownish substance, he casually flicked it away, sending it beneath the peach tree in the courtyard. Finally feeling at ease, he paused for a moment, surprised to discover the abundance of his spiritual energy. This led him to recall the sensation of channeling his energy from before, prompting him to swiftly assess his own condition. Wang Fu's eyes widened in astonishment as he discovered that his cultivation technique, the thick earth formula, had ascended to the 13th level. A warm sensation enveloped his entire being, evoking an indescribable comfort. Reaching the 13th level signified that he had transcended the 13th realm of qi refinement. Upon examining his spiritual awareness, he noted that its range had expanded from 35 zhang to over 40, mere inches away from achieving 45 zhang, with a strength that had increased by more than a single tier. It was evident that the foundation establishment pill he had recently consumed had significantly enhanced Wang Fu's constitution, enabling him to refine his essence and marrow. This marked the second occasion he had undergone such refinement. Wang Fu vividly recalled the first time he ingested the spiritual liquid refined by the small cauldron, which resulted in the emergence of a viscous, dark substance upon his body. However, that experience had not possessed such intensity. It was merely a preliminary encounter with medicinal elixirs that improved his constitution and expelled impurities from his body. Wang Fu quickly settled into a cross-legged position, attentively sensing the transformations within his body. Although this foundation establishment pill did not elevate him to the foundation establishment realm, it conferred upon him undeniable and substantial benefits. In addition to an increase in cultivation and a heightened consciousness, the warmth enveloping him imparted a profound sense of comfort, as if he possessed boundless energy. Upon careful reflection, he surmised that this soothing warmth was likely the residual potency of the foundation establishment pill, yet to be fully refined. It appeared he would need to devote some time to refining this medicinal essence, it should significantly augment his spiritual power. Those who utilized the Foundation Establishment Pill to breach the Foundation Establishment realm likely secluded themselves for several months, presumably to assimilate the lingering medicinal energy within their bodies. Otherwise, as time progressed and this energy dissipated, it would be a regrettable waste. After deep contemplation, Wang Fu promptly activated the 13th layer of the thick earth technique, embarking on a meticulous journey to refine the medicinal essence dispersed throughout his body. Initially, during the first month, Wang Fu approached this endeavor with great care, diligently meditating to absorb the residual medicinal energy. When hunger struck, he would consume a fasting pill to sustain his practice. However, as time elapsed, he began to perceive a diminishing effect of the medicinal energy. Not only had it ceased to enhance his physical constitution, but the growth of his spiritual power post-refinement also slowed significantly compared to its initial surge. Glancing at the solitary Foundation Establishment Pill remaining by his side, he gritted his teeth and resolved to continue the refinement process. He remained uncertain whether this second Foundation Establishment Pill would indeed propel him into the Foundation Establishment realm. His 5 elements mixed spiritual roots were notoriously deficient, and had it not been for the assistance of the small cauldron over the years, facilitating the refinement of pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth for his cultivation, he would have likely been struggling to survive in the outer sect, engaging in tedious and time-consuming menial tasks. Should the second Foundation Establishment Pill fall short of the residual medicinal energy within him, it would drive him to despair. With a commitment to waste not, and a fervent desire for Foundation establishment, Wang Fu persevered in his meditative practice for over 3 months, ultimately refining and absorbing all the remaining medicinal energy. His spiritual cultivation reached the late stage of the 13th layer of Qi refinement, merely a step away from achieving the ultimate perfection of the 13th layer. After another half-month of meditative recuperation, Wang Fu finally grasped the second Foundation Establishment Pill. Chapter 60. A surge in power. Wang Fu placed the Foundation Establishment Pill near his lips, poised to swallow it when a sudden thought struck him. He recalled how the small cauldron had transformed the Qi condensation pill and the Yuan cultivation pill into a more potent and purer elixir. Would the efficacy of the Foundation Establishment Pill be enhanced if he were to refine it into an elixir using the small cauldron? With this notion in mind, he summoned the small cauldron from the tattoo on his chest. Wang Fu held the Foundation Establishment Pill in one hand and a small dark green cauldron in the other, glancing left and right, pondering for a long while. "Oh, small cauldron, do you possess the capability to enhance the efficacy of the Foundation Establishment Pill? If so, my chances of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, if not, this solitary Foundation Establishment Pill would be all I have, and acquiring a third or fourth one may take years, if not decades." Wang Fu found himself in a state of profound turmoil. The 5 spiritual roots. Oh, the 5 spiritual roots. Why must my innate talent be so lamentable? If only I possessed even a trifling 3 spiritual roots, I would not be in such a predicament. If I were endowed with 3 spiritual roots and complemented by the efficacy of the small cauldron, perhaps my cultivation speed could rival that of a celestial root. Nevertheless, since I am burdened with 5 spiritual roots, and given the slim chances of breakthrough, why not take a bold gamble? Resolutely, Wang Fu cast the last remaining foundational pill into the small cauldron. In an instant, the interior of the cauldron erupted with radiant brilliance. Akin to a person who has never tasted meat suddenly savoring a delectable feast, the cauldron became electrified with excitement. Waves of resplendent light flashed, and Wang Fu intently observed the transformation of the foundational pill. He watched as the once unblemished pill gradually morphed into a liquid form, releasing an intense, fragrant aroma that filled the air. With a mere whiff, Wang Fu felt his spiritual power surge considerably. Soon after, the foundational pill completely transformed into a pill liquid. This outcome was undoubtedly more potent. Wang Fu swallowed hard, yet before he could partake of the elixir, the Foundation Establishment Pill, which had transformed into a mass of liquid essence, inexplicably disintegrated and vanished. He was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and anxiously glanced once more into the depths of the small cauldron, only to find it utterly devoid of contents. Wang Fu was enraged. What on earth happened to my Foundation Establishment Pill? You wretched little cauldron, release it immediately. I intended for you to refine it into elixir to enhance the effects of the Foundation Establishment Pill, not to consume it entirely. The cauldron possesses the ability to self-absorb material energy, a fact Wang Fu had long since discovered. It could even devour living beings. However, in previous instances, the cauldron had always consumed the dross, leaving the essence for itself. Yet this time, it had ingested everything. Is there no portion left for me? You scoundrel! Spit it out. Wang Fu grasped the small cauldron, shaking it incessantly, his heart heavy with despair. His precious foundation-building elixir had vanished without a trace, leaving him with no recourse for justice. Spit it out, he pleaded, engaging in a final, futile struggle. Yet the cauldron remained unyielding, and the elixir had truly disappeared. It was over. Wang Fu, despondently seated upon the ground, felt a deep sorrow within his heart as he pondered the squandered foundation establishment pill. Suddenly, the small cauldron underwent a transformation. A delicate stream of pure azure energy gracefully emerged. This ethereal flow, measuring 3 inches in length, coalesced without dispersing, gently swaying in the air like a lively flicker of flame. Wang Fujing stared in astonishment at the azure current before him, utterly perplexed. However, with a single breath, the azure stream swiftly flowed into his nostrils, vanishing without a trace. What on earth was that? Wang Fu experienced a sense of trepidation. However, the warm sensation emanating from his abdomen compelled him to swiftly assume a cross-legged position. He surmised that this azure energy was the byproduct of the foundational elixir refined by the small cauldron, implying that the intense agony associated with consuming the foundational elixir was about to resurge. He steeled himself, preparing for what was to come. As time elapsed, the warmth in his abdomen intensified, akin to the sun's embrace at noon during winter, enveloping Wang Fu in a delightful warmth that made him feel as if he were floating. He waited patiently, anticipating the warm flow to spread throughout his limbs and organs. Yet he felt not a hint of discomfort. The entire experience was one of warmth and comfort. What was happening? As the warmth radiated throughout his being, the unbearable itchiness typically accompanying the initial ingestion of the foundational elixir did not manifest. Instead, it felt as though gentle hands were caressing him tenderly from all sides. Overcome with bliss, Wang Fu could not suppress a soft murmur of delight. Fortunately, he was alone in his secluded chamber, otherwise, he would have been mortified. After a quarter of an hour, the warmth dissipated, and his body was once again enveloped in a grayish-black substance. This time, he paid it no mind. The sensation from the second experience was simply too exquisite. More importantly, he immediately sensed a transformation in his cultivation. His techniques had advanced to the 13th level of perfection, and his spiritual energy had also reached the grand completion of the 13th layer of qi refining. Most astonishingly, the range of his consciousness had remarkably expanded to 50 zhang. In the initial stage of foundational cultivation, the range of consciousness was merely 100 zhang, and he had now achieved half of the foundational realm. The density of his spiritual energy far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the 13th layer of qi refining, and he estimated it to be an additional half more, indicating that his spiritual energy was significantly more potent than that of his peers. With the earthly essence technique reaching its utmost 13th layer, an extraordinary change ensued. As long as he remained on solid ground, not only would the consumption of spiritual energy decrease substantially, but the recovery speed would also increase significantly, by approximately 30%. This cumulative effect amounted to a remarkable 60%. In combat, he would be able to endure far longer. The small cauldron has not disappointed me, Wang Fu mused, reflecting on how the foundational elixir, transformed into azure energy, had not only spared him from any pain or discomfort upon ingestion, but also eliminated the need to expend additional time refining any residual medicinal potency. Regrettably, he had still not managed to break through to the foundational realm. This step proved undeniably arduous. He estimated that with another 2 or 3 elixirs, he would be close to achieving it. Activating the abilities of his robe, Wang Fu rendered his body immaculate once more. He sighed, reluctantly acknowledging the daunting reality that for one with a mixed elemental root, breaking through to the foundational realm was akin to climbing a steep mountain. The impurities within his mixed elemental root were too numerous, and to attain a constitution conducive to foundational cultivation, he would need to consume a copious amount of foundational elixirs to refine his essence and marrow. This was, however, due to years of refining with the small cauldron's spiritual liquid. Had he been another practitioner with a mixed elemental root who relied solely on arduous training to reach this stage, he would likely require no less than 10 foundational elixirs to improve his constitution tenfold. Achieving foundational cultivation is no easy feat, Wang Fu sighed. Setting aside his feelings of disappointment, drawing upon his enhanced spiritual awareness, he diligently practiced all the spells and talismans he had mastered. As anticipated, his cultivation progressed significantly. Both the execution of spells and the invocation of magical artifacts saw a remarkable increase in potency. Notably, the strength of his spiritual awareness had amplified considerably, allowing him to channel artifacts with more than double the previous power. The speed at which he activated talismans also improved, enabling him to achieve full activation in merely a quarter of an hour, a feat accomplished in half the time it used to take. Furthermore, his proficiency in drawing spiritual talismans had accelerated, affording him the opportunity to experiment with the spirit-gathering talisman. Should he succeed, he would acquire another foundation establishment pill. However, such achievements cannot be realized overnight. Thus, he resolved to prioritize the task assigned by Master Mo to create 30 Earth Escape talismans. Wang Fu continued his seclusion. Chapter 61. Running an Errand. Spring fades, and autumn arrives. Wang Fu, having secluded himself for over half a year, finally emerged from his retreat. Perhaps it was due to the growth of his strength, or perhaps a result of undergoing the refining process of the foundation establishment pill twice. But his entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. He appeared decidedly more mature and composed, with his eyes, having spent years crafting spirit talismans, now deep and profound like an abyss. The 30 earth-escaping talismans were ready, yet he could not present them to Master Mo just yet. If she deemed that the foundation establishment pill was insufficient, it would not bode well. It was prudent to be complacent when necessary, and he resolved to wait until next year to offer them. Stretching lazily, he murmured to himself. The immediate priority was to secure the foundation establishment pill and break through to the foundation establishment stage. For one's voice held little weight in the sect while still in the Qi refinement realm. As for attempting to craft the gathering spirit talisman for the Qingling's secret realm, although fraught with peril, with his current strength and several exquisite magical artifacts for protection, as long as he maintained a low profile and did not attract undue attention, the risks should be manageable. Should the gathering spirit talisman elude him for over a year, he might have to venture there. First, he decided to visit the administrative hall to see if there were any easy tasks available. Just as Wang Fu was preparing to head to the hall for a task to fulfill this year's quota, a streak of light descended from the heavens, heading straight for him. A message jade slip? Wang Fu raised his hand, and a stream of light descended, transforming into a line of text that appeared before his eyes. Hasten to my cave dwelling. The master is seeking me? Wang Fu furrowed his brow slightly at his master. Li Yi, known of his emergence from seclusion the very moment he stepped out? Wang Fu did not ponder too much, maneuvering his flying artifact towards Li Yi's cave dwelling. Upon his arrival, he found Li Yi appearing as though he had been waiting for quite some time. Disciple Wang Fu pays his respects to master. May I inquire the reason for your summons? Wang Fu bowed respectfully, adhering to the proprieties of having taken his vows. Do not rush, Li Yi replied, nodding slightly as he scrutinized Wang Fu, stroking his goat beard with a smile. Have you consumed the foundation establishment pill? To be honest, master, my recent seclusion was aimed at using the foundation establishment pill to break through to the foundation establishment stage, but regrettably, I was unsuccessful. Wang Fu sighed. Li Yi, however, remained unfazed and appeared quite nonchalant. He chuckled. Given the quality of your spiritual root, it is nearly impossible to break through to the foundation establishment stage with merely 1 or 2 pills. It is commendable that you have managed to enhance your spiritual power, achieving the 13th level of Qi refinement, which places you among the elite of that realm. Do not dwell too heavily on it. Your words are indeed wise, master. At my current level, I find it much easier to draw talismans. Among the talisman masters in the Qi refinement realm of the Miao Fu Hall, I would claim second place, and none would dare to assert they are superior. Wang Fu raised his head with feigned pride. His demeanor was not born of arrogance, but rather a result of having faced numerous betrayals and life-threatening situations, which had rendered him increasingly cautious. He was reluctant to reveal his true self to anyone, becoming adept at concealing his abilities. What appeared as bravado was, in reality, a subtle restraint. Haha, you speak the truth. The most formidable talisman master in the Qi refinement realm of the Ling Miao Pavilion was Shi Min's nephew, but now it is undoubtedly you. Li Yi stroked his goat beard with a sense of satisfaction, relishing in the achievements of his disciple, for his success also reflected favorably upon him as a mentor. For instance, Wang Fu's successful creation of the Earth Escape talisman had earned him a generous reward from the Hall Master, who had facilitated his entry into the Miao Fu Hall. Li Yi continued, The reason I summoned you today is that I require your assistance in a matter. Please, master. Speak freely. Wang Fu nodded in acknowledgement. When I was in the Qi refinement stage, I had a close friend who perished in the pursuit of the Foundation Establishment Pill while we were searching for medicinal herbs in the Qingling secret realm for our sect. Before his demise, he entrusted his descendants to my care, and I have looked after them over the years. Currently, his descendant has settled in the capital of the Great Xia and is leading a relatively comfortable life. However, it is not sustainable to continue providing support without end. So I intend to select a child with a spiritual root from his lineage to lead into the immortal path of cultivation. Li Yi gazed towards the horizon, recounting old tales, and sighed before turning his attention back to Wang Fu. Sadly, there has not been a child with a spiritual root for 30 consecutive years. The last time I visited the capital was a decade ago, and I recall there was a newborn then who exhibited considerable spiritual qualities. He might possess a spiritual root. However, I have been engrossed in researching a particular talisman recently and cannot take time away. Therefore, I would like you to make the journey on my behalf. If the child lacks a spiritual root, there is no need to worry, but if he has one, please bring him back. Understood, master. Rest assured, I was already planning to take on some mundane duties, so this journey aligns perfectly. Wang Fu replied, finding no complexity in the task, akin to when Yun Ningxuang had visited their Wutong village. However, the selection of mundane duties came with certain constraints, and Wang Fu had originally intended to undertake a task in the same direction as Wutong village, allowing him a chance to covertly visit his parents and younger brother. Now, alas, that would have to be set aside. The capital of the Great Xia and Wutong village were indeed two entirely opposing directions. This is excellent. Here is the address and the name of the child. Li Yi nodded in satisfaction and subsequently handed Wang Fu a jade slip. Wang Fu respectfully received the jade slip and said, "Disciple takes his leave." Li Yi nodded, watching as Wang Fu steered the mid-grade Qingye flying artifact into the horizon, murmuring with a hint of melancholy. He has reached the 13th level of Qi refinement. It is a pity about the two Foundation Establishment pills. The capital of the Great Xia is quite distant from the Falling Feathers sect. Even with Wang Fu's mid-grade Qingye flying artifact, it would take at least half a month of continuous flight to reach it. Thus, Wang Fu contemplated acquiring a different mount. High-grade flying artifacts are exorbitantly priced, likely requiring around 13 to 14 low-grade spirit stones. Perhaps it would be wiser to settle for a superior grade one instead. Standing at the entrance of the artifact refining hall, he patted his meager storage pouch, lamenting his poverty. It was unfortunate that the task of drawing the Earth Escape talisman only yielded a single Foundation Establishment pill, and his monthly stipend had seen only a slight increase, with no merits to speak of. Otherwise, he could have exchanged for a superior grade artifact. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Fu entered the artifact refining hall. As before, he made a beeline for the counter dedicated to superior grade artifacts, but this time, it was not the drowsy old man from last time, but rather a disciple at the Qi refinement stage who was in charge. Wang Fu was somewhat taken aback, pondering whether this individual might be the illegitimate offspring of some powerful figure. After all, how else could a mere Qi refinement realm practitioner be entrusted with overseeing the counter for premium magical artifacts? Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the young man before him, Wang Fu succinctly articulated his purpose. "Greetings, I would like to examine the premium flying magical artifacts." The youth, hearing the approach of a customer, lazily tossed a piece of jade slip without bothering to raise his gaze, exhibiting an air of impatience. "Help yourself to it." Wang Fu felt somewhat speechless, nonetheless. Maintaining an indifferent attitude, he disregarded the other party and picked up the jade slip, allowing his consciousness to scan its contents. The information of a total of 6 flying artifacts materialized in his mind. After examining them one by one, Wang Fu ultimately settled on one that resembled a black flying boat, named the Black Feather Flying Boat. This vessel incorporated the black feathers of a first-tier high-level demon beast, the black-crested wind eagle, during its refinement. Although it appeared rather unremarkable, it possessed the remarkable ability to harness wind currents to accelerate its flight. The stronger the wind, the faster it would go, increasing its speed by 50% with a tailwind and by 30% against the wind. Among superior flying artifacts, it was indeed quite extraordinary. However, its price was equally steep, valued at 1,420 low-grade spirit stones or 142 merit points. Lacking merit points and insufficient spirit stones, Wang Fu, of course, had not come unprepared. "Junior brother, I wish to procure a black feather flying boat." I say to choose for yourself? Are you unable to comprehend? The young man, somewhat irked, lifted his head impatiently, preparing to utter another scathing remark. Yet, his words were abruptly halted as he stared at Wang Fu in astonishment. Hey, aren't you that person? The one who drew the Earth Escape talisman? Wang Fu. He corrected, a frown forming on his forehead as he recognized that this young cultivator was likely a core disciple from a prominent family. Exactly, it's Wang Fu. The youth exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he leaped over the counter, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I never expected to encounter you here while facing punishment. What a delightful surprise. Wang Shixiang, I glimpsed you from afar months ago and have longed for the chance to meet you. How fortunate I am to cross paths with you today in this artifact refining hall. Wang Fu gazed at the exuberant young man, who excitedly rubbed his hands and introduced himself as Mo Fu. Unable to suppress his retreat, Wang Fu extended a hand to halt the other's advance and inquired, it is Mo Shitty. Might I ask what brings you to seek Wang today? It's merely a trifling matter, Mo Fu chuckled. I am Wang Fu. And you are Mo Fu. It seems our destinies have been intertwined since birth. Speak plainly, Wang Fu replied. I heard that the Earth Escape talisman, one of the 3 great talismans of the Miao Fu Hall, was crafted by you, Wang Shixiao. I have always valued my life and wish to procure 100 or so Earth Escape talismans for my safety. Mo Fu continued to rub his hands together eagerly. 100? Wang Fu chuckled in mock reproach. You truly have lofty aspirations. The sect master Mo has tasked me with creating 30 talismans within 2 years. And you wish for 100? Do you think the Earth Escape talismans are as plentiful as cabbage, so easily produced? Perhaps you should negotiate with sect master Mo first. He suggested. No. Mo Fu recoiled slightly, inadvertently revealing too much, causing Wang Fu's pupils to constrict. This young man bore the surname Mo. Could he possibly be a direct descendant of sect master Mo? Wang Shixiang, how many do you possess at present? Fewer than 10, Wang Fu replied, keeping his demeanor composed. This lad was likely a scion of the Mo family, and his earlier slip of the tongue suggested he might even be sect master Mo's nephew. Is it truly so few? Mo Fu expressed his disappointment. Wang Fu cast him a glance and feigned seriousness, saying, the crafting of spiritual talismans is exceedingly taxing on one's mental faculties, especially for a powerful talisman such as the Earth Escape talisman, which has a notably low success rate. The 8 Earth Escape talismans I have painstakingly created consumed a vast amount of talisman paper and took me half a year to successfully inscribe. Mo Fu, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. Although he was not a talisman master, he understood that the more formidable and extraordinary the talisman, the greater the difficulty in its creation. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively replied, Forgive me, Brother Wang, for my impudence. However, I am in dire need of the Earth Escape talismans. I beseech you, Brother Wang, to part with them, name your price, and I assure you, as long as it is within my means, I shall not haggle. This is not merely a matter of price. If I sell them to you, how shall I account a master Mo? Wang Fu responded, feigning difficulty. 100 spirit stones each. It is truly not a matter of spirit stones. 200 each. If I fail to report back to Master Mo, will he not flay me alive? 300 spirit stones each, and that is my final offer, my brother. This is equivalent to the value of a mid-grade magical artifact. Seeing that they were nearing an agreement, Wang Fu cleared his throat and, suppressing a laugh, maintained a serious facade. In truth, I came to the artifact refinery hall to purchase a flying magical artifact. A flying magical artifact? Yes, I have those, Mo Fu replied, his eyes lighting up as if seizing an opportunity, nodding fervently. That might not be wise. I have already selected what I wish to purchase here. And I have prepared the spirit stones, Wang Fu remarked, glancing around, noting that several disciples had begun to take notice of them. Mo Fu, with a glint in his eye, pulled Wang Fu towards the exit of the refinery hall, whispering as they walked, the upper-grade flying artifacts here are merely ordinary. Come with me, I possess something far superior. Something superior? Wang Fu feigned confusion, allowing Mo Fu to lead him outside while secretly reveling in his amusement. After a brief moment, the two exited the refinery hall and arrived at a secluded corner beside the hall, where there were fewer people. Mo Fu, unable to contain his excitement, retrieved a flying magical artifact from his storage pouch. With a flash of black light, a small black boat, measuring a zhang in length, immediately floated before them. He pointed at the vessel and began to extol its virtues. Brother, behold, this black patterned cloud concealing boat is vastly superior to that black feather boat. Not only is it swifter, but it can also blend into the clouds, concealing its presence. Wang Fu's divine sense swept across the scene, and his eyes immediately sparkled with delight. The quality of this flying vessel was already exceedingly close to that of a top-tier magical artifact. If one could procure superior materials to refine it further, it might soon ascend to the status of an extraordinary flying magical instrument. What do you think, senior brother? Are you satisfied? Well, it's quite good, Wang Fu nodded, appearing calm on the surface, yet his heart surged with excitement, longing to immediately refine it and claim it as his own. Then, senior brother, might I request all 9 of those Earth Escape talismans for myself? Mo Fu rubbed his hands together, perhaps envisioning some delightful prospects, even swallowing in anticipation. Your calculations seem rather astute, Wang Fu remarked with a sidelong glance. Mo Fu tentatively inquired, what about 8? Wang Fu remained silent. 7 talismans? 6. 5 is the minimum, brother. This vessel is infinitely close to being a supreme magical artifact. Mo Fu was on the verge of tears. Nevertheless, it is not a supreme vessel. Wang Fu shook his head, unperturbed. At most, I can offer you 3. 3. No. This vessel is worth at least 900 to 1,000 spirit stones. Even if it is scarce in the market, it can still be exchanged for 4 Earth Escape talismans. Oh, please, brother, don't leave. Can we negotiate? Wang Fu turned back. 1 more talisman? Mo Fu raised a finger, eager to test the waters. Wang Fu swiftly turned and walked away. Change, my brother. Mo Fu hastily grabbed Wang Fu, even directly using an empty storage bag to contain the black-patterned hidden cloud boat, and in an instant, he dispelled the consciousness on the storage bag, thrusting it into Wang Fu's hands with such fluidity, fearing that Wang Fu might have a change of heart. Wang Fu nearly burst into laughter. Although he struggled to contain himself, his expression remained unperturbed. He leisurely weighed the storage pouch in his hand, which contained the flying vessel. After refining it with his consciousness, he was elated to see the black-patterned hidden cloud boat quietly suspended within. Filled with joy, he promptly brandished 3 escape talismans before Mo Fu, advising, take good care of these. They are solely for emergencies. Do not misuse them, for if you are caught, it will not be my concern. Mo Fu nodded vigorously in agreement. Wang Fu then handed over the earth-escaping talisman to the other party, indifferent to whether this young man would heed his words. He could easily surmise that Mo Fu intended to use the talisman for clandestine observations, a venture fraught with peril. With this in mind, and driven by a sense of compassion, Wang Fu felt compelled to offer a cautionary reminder. The earth-escaping talisman is not infallible, even when concealed underground. One may still be detected by divine consciousness. Upon hearing this, Mo Fu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of understanding that only a man could grasp. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leaning closer and lowering his voice. Rest assured, senior brother, I possess a treasure that can thwart divine probing. Wang Fu's eyes widened with astonishment. Chapter 63, Tales of the Dynasty. Above the heavens, a black flying vessel, adorned with cloud patterns, sliced through the skies. Truly, it was a craft that approached the pinnacle of magical artifacts. Its speed and sensation were incomparable. On board the black vessel, Wang Fu could hardly contain his delight at having exchanged merely 3 earth-escaping talismans for such a formidable flying apparatus. What a generous individual. Yet, it was a pity he had not encountered the treasures spoken of by Mo Fu, treasures that could evade the scrutiny of divine perception. Techniques such as breath concealing were utterly inadequate. It was no wonder he was hailed as the most powerful scion of the Mo family. Envy was futile, indeed. As he observed the Shimu Hall approaching, Wang Fu stowed away the vessel and leaped down, employing the wind mastery technique to land gracefully on the ground. Within the Shimu Hall, a massive jade disc circulated various internal affairs. Wang Fu, senior brother? Wang Fujin was ready to make a careful selection when 2 familiar voices reached his ears. Dehalian? Dong Xian? Unable to restrain himself, he glanced to his left and right, and indeed, he saw Jiang Yin and Dong Xian approaching him from either side. Jiang Yin maintained his usual aloof demeanor, resembling a lifeless fish, whereas Dong Xian appeared particularly endearing and charming in contrast. Wang Fu approached Dong Xian with a smile. Junior sister Dong. It has been a long time. Senior brother, it has indeed been a while, Dong Xian replied, her cheeks flushed and her large eyes curving into crescent moons upon seeing Wang Fu. Are you here to handle this year's sect affairs? Indeed, Wang Fu nodded. I have just come across a rather pleasant escort mission. Quite easy, really, just a journey filled with feasting and merriment. I only need one more person to join me. Would you care to accompany me, senior brother? Dong Xin had long been observing Wang Fu's movements and had preemptively accepted a dual escort task. Eager to invite him on a journey through the mortal realm to enjoy the sights and strengthen their bond. Feasting and merriment? Such an easy sect duty? Wang Fu couldn't help but inquire. Dong Xin's cheeks flushed even more, and she quickly replied earnestly, "It is merely my good fortune to have stumbled upon it. I am tasked with delivering a batch of spiritual herbs to a natural vein of fire in the southern region of the Great Xia Kingdom, where a certain elder is currently refining alchemical concoctions using the fire from the earth's core." I see, Wang Fu nodded, but then let out a sigh of regret. Unfortunately, I have been entrusted by my master to visit the imperial capital of Great Xia, which means I will be heading in the opposite direction from junior sister. Upon hearing this, Dong Xin felt a wave of disappointment. The imperial capital lay to the northeast of their sect, while her destination was indeed to the south, making it impossible for them to travel together. Once a sect duty is accepted, it cannot be rescinded, and Dong Xin realized that her clever plan had fallen through. Little did she know, unseen hands were at play, deliberately keeping her and Wang Fu apart. Do not be disheartened, junior sister. If it does not work out this time, there will always be another opportunity, Wang Fu offered a comforting word. Yes, it must be so, Dong Xin replied. Her spirits dampened at the thought of not being able to accompany Wang Fu. With no desire to linger in the affairs hall, she bid farewell to him and departed. Wang Fu sighed in relief as Jiang Yan's figure gradually emerged beside him, both of them gazing in the direction where Dong Xin had departed. Perhaps due to Wang Fu's indifference, Jiang Yan, usually stoic, made a rare jest, his face still devoid of expression, a remarkable encounter indeed. Why the refusal? This woman possesses ample bosom and ample hips, a prime candidate for bearing children. Wang Fu cast an incredulous sidelong glance at Jiang Yan, astonished that this cold individual would concern himself with such matters. He then subtly shook his head, wishing to divert the conversation away from Dong Xin, and turned his attention to the intricate and complex affairs of the inner sect depicted on the jade wall. How many tasks have been completed this year? What brings you here for a leisurely stroll today? Jiang Yan also refrained from mentioning Dong Xin, his gaze fixed on the jade wall. 8, he replied. Are you preparing to venture to the imperial capital of the Great Xia? Indeed, it is a task entrusted by my master. I must run an errand. Wang Fu nodded in acknowledgement. The 6 great sects take turns overseeing the secular Great Xia dynasty every 5 years, and soon it will be the turn of the Falling Feather sect. If you are interested, you might consider participating. Jiang Yan extended his hand, a thread of spiritual energy darting forth and merging into the jade wall. Soon, a notification regarding the oversight of the Great Xia dynasty appeared, suspended before the two of them. With a swift sweep of his divine sense, Wang Fu instantly grasped the mission details. The task involved overseeing the imperial family of the Great Xia, prohibiting any member from practicing cultivation, with a strict decree of death for any transgressors. It was revealed that over a millennium ago, the imperial family of the Great Xia was indeed permitted to cultivate, akin to the celestial sections. However, this harmonious state was shattered by an ambitious genius from the imperial lineage. This prodigious talent, endowed with extraordinary gifts, reached the coveted Yuan Ing stage in less than a century. Bolstered by his formidable strength, his ambitions surged. He sought not only to dominate the entire royal family, becoming the supreme Xia emperor of the Great Xia, but also aspired to unify all celestial sects, transforming the Great Xia into a celestial dynasty. At that time, the Great Xia was home to more than 6 celestial sects, all of which unanimously opposed this transformation, as becoming a celestial dynasty would sever their own sect's legacies, relegating them to mere vassals under the Xia emperor's rule. Thus, war erupted. All sects united against the ancient Xia emperor. Despite his unparalleled strength and talent, he was ultimately unable to withstand the collective might of the sects, leading to his defeat. The battle was cataclysmic. Countless spiritual veins and ley lines were destroyed, resulting in a drastic depletion of spiritual energy across the Great Xia, which even affected mortals, causing significant loss of life until the region began to recover centuries later. Even now, the Great Xia has but one remaining ley line capable of supporting foundational cultivation, and only the Qingling's secret realm persists intact. Originally, there were over a dozen sects, yet only 6 remain today. Although the overall strength of these 6 sects is not significantly diminished compared to a millennium ago, the devastation of the spiritual veins and secret realms is not easily rectified. In the aftermath of the war, the six sects consolidated all cultivators of the Great Xia, declaring that the imperial family was henceforth forbidden from practicing cultivation, with a death sentence for any violators. This gave rise to the monitoring task that has been passed down for a millennium, with the six sects taking turns every 5 years to oversee it. Now, it was the turn of the Falling Feather sect, following the Wan Fa sect. Regardless of the dynasty or kingdom, rulers with formidable strength invariably seek to unify the realm. Familiar with the origins of the task, Wang Fu could not help but lament, had that ancient Xia emperor been devoid of ambition. The cultivation world of the Great Xia today would likely be exponentially stronger. Of course, had he shown restraint for a few centuries, waiting until he possessed overwhelming strength. The numerous sects of the Great Xia, despite their reluctance, would have had no choice but to submit. Alas, such is fate. The vastness of the universe is boundless, and countless nations like the Great Xia exist. The celestial wars of a millennium ago were as numerous as the stars, with no clear judgment of right or wrong. Differing stances and thoughts inevitably lead to conflicts, and where there are conflicts, there is bloodshed. Jiang Yin solemnly nodded in agreement with Wang Fu's sentiments. Recognizing the ironclad rule of the cultivation world, the survival of the fittest, a dark law of nature. As cultivators, we must navigate the treacherous waters of this brutal realm, advancing step by step, for a moment's inattention could result in ruin, leaving us as mere specks of dust lost in the relentless currents of time. Chapter 64, Master Yin. The six celestial sects take turns every 5 years, while our Falling Feather sect rotates every 3 months. What say you? Shall we experience the feeling of being revered as immortals by mortals and regarded as the supreme sovereign by the imperial family of the Great Xia? Jiang Yin looked at Wang Fu. Although Wang Fu reminisced about the past of the Great Xia's cultivation realm, he decisively shook his head. The imperial capital of the Great Xia, while the most prosperous location in the nation, was devoid of spiritual energy in the secular world, which not only hindered cultivation but also offered no assistance in my talisman crafting. Furthermore, 3 months seemed excessively long. Regulatory matters must be periodically inspected, which would be both tedious and time-consuming. You are mistaken in your thinking, Jiang Yin countered with a shake of his head. The oversight is merely nominal. We can easily employ a few wandering cultivators to handle the inspections for us. As for our own movements, the sect would not squander time monitoring us. I have heard from senior brothers that the imperial family of the Great Xia possesses a considerable collection of spiritual herbs and medicines, and upon our arrival, we could casually acquire 17 or 18 of them. Wang Fu's eyes sparkled with interest. While he felt indifferent about becoming the supreme emperor, the prospect of spirit herbs and elixirs was undeniably enticing. Although he had reached the 13th level of qi refining, making further advancements in spiritual power was arduous. Yet, with the aid of spiritual medicine, progress was still achievable. After all, who would ever disdain an abundance of such treasures? They were, indeed, a form of hard currency, even more valuable than spirit stones. Suddenly, just as Wang Fu was about to nod in agreement, he realized, Old Jiang, are you intending to join as well? Of course. The mission requires 2 disciples who have attained the great perfection of the 13th level of qi refining, so I naturally must participate, Jiang Yin replied, gesturing towards the mission details. So you wish to go and merely drag me along in your wake? Speak plainly. What is your reason for venturing to the royal capital of the Great Xia? Given your temperament, you would never take on such a tedious and time-consuming task unless there were pressing matters at hand. Jiang Yin's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and even his usually stoic countenance flushed slightly. I am in need of a millennium spirit herb, the Crimson Heart Snow Lotus. The royal family of Great Xia possesses it. How do you know the royal family has it? Wang Fu inquired, puzzled. Information from the treasure pavilion. The 1,000 silver post? Indeed, that explains it. In that case, I shall accompany you on this journey, Wang Fu conceded, chuckling half-heartedly. With the Huanglong talisman I previously gifted you, your debts to me are accumulating. Indeed, I owe you. Jiang Yin replied with an air of nonchalance that irked Wang Fu. It appeared he had no intention of repaying, though Wang Fu had not truly intended to press the matter. However, Jiang Yan's subsequent words stirred something within Wang Fu. The Huanglong talisman you gave me saved my life. It is a debt that cannot be repaid. Wang Fu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. That is splendid. If it proves useful, then it's worth it. Here, take a few more yellow dragon talismans, and also keep this Earth Escape talisman. The Earth Escape talisman? Jiang Yin gazed at the talisman that had stirred considerable excitement a few months prior, filled with curiosity, which was soon replaced by gratitude. He had not anticipated that Wang Fu would bestow upon him such a rare treasure, one that was invaluable and scarcely available in the market. Thank you. Thank you? Is that all? Wang Fu feigned astonishment. I exchanged 3 Earth Escape talismans for a vessel nearly akin to a top-tier magical artifact. And you offer just 2 words in return? Jiang Yin deftly tucked the talismans into his storage bag, seemingly impervious to Wang Fu's remarks. Wang Fuyao chuckled lightly, chiding. You still consider it a matter of course. As they spoke, the two made their way to the administrative hall to seek out the Foundation establishment steward for their assignment. Upon noticing that both Wang Fuyao and her companion had achieved the 13th level of Qi refinement with complete mastery, the venerable Foundation establishment elder readily acquiesced without further ado. They agreed to convene the following dawn at the mountain gate before parting ways to return to their respective abodes. Wang Fu, however, took a turn on the road and headed towards the falling sunset peak. He had long desired to visit the cave of Yunning Shuang to express his gratitude. Previously, he had struggled to find a suitable reason, but now, having crafted a tunneling talisman and attained the 13th level of Qi refinement, he felt he had, albeit marginally, acquired some degree of qualification. The cave of Yunning Shuang was situated on the upper tier of Falling Sunset Peak, in close proximity to his revered ancestor, He Hongqiu. Wang Fushan, as an inner disciple, enjoyed the privilege of traversing most areas of the sect, save for a few forbidden zones. Soon, he skillfully navigated the black-patterned concealed cloud boat to the summit of the Falling Sunset Peak. After a brief inquiry, he discovered the location of Yunning Shuang's cave dwelling, Frosty Cloud Cave. Before the unadorned entrance of the cave, a barrier impeded his passage. Wang Fushan gently tapped upon it with his spiritual energy, patiently awaiting a response. However, after a considerable wait of nearly half an hour without a sign of Yunning Shuang's presence, he could not restrain himself any longer and called out. Disciple Wang Fushan humbly seeks an audience with Master Yun. I am profoundly grateful for your guidance when I first entered the sect and for your support on my behalf. Having achieved a modicum of success in my endeavors, I have successfully inscribed a tunneling talisman and have come to present this spiritual talisman as a token of my gratitude. Wang Fugong reverently bowed at the entrance of the Frost Cloud Cave. Uncertain whether Yunning Shuang was absent or deliberately avoiding him, he concluded that regardless of the circumstances, his visit fulfilled a past obligation of gratitude. He left 3 earth-penetrating talismans at the cave's entrance, performed another bow, and then departed from the luminous sunset peak. Wang Fu, however, remained oblivious to the fact that Yunning Shuang was not within the cave dwelling at that moment, but rather amidst the clouds atop Wanxia Peak. It was not a deliberate act on her part. Rather, she had fortuitously encountered Wang Fu upon her return from Qinyu Peak, accompanied by a graceful young man wielding a folding fan, none other than El Feng, who had shared the foundation building journey with her. As El Feng observed the 3 Earth Escape talismans left by Wang Fu, a sneer escaped his lips. I never anticipated that the creator of these talismans would be such an ignorant brat, daring to ingratiate himself before Sister Yun's cave dwelling. Merely a first-tier spirit talisman, of little use beyond the Qi refining stage. Alas, this lad possesses 5 spirit roots, a fate that precludes any possibility of foundation building. His journey with these talismans shall end here. Why such disdain, El Shidi? You too were once at the Qi refining stage. Yunning Shuang interjected, her brows furrowed, displeased by El Feng's words. She had expected him to possess a broader perspective, only to find him akin to Zhao Zilan, an individual who dismisses all potential, who can truly ascertain that a 5 spirit root cannot transcend foundation building. Has El Shidi ever witnessed a 5 spirit root achieving the 13th level of Qi refining? With that, Yunning Shuang descended gracefully, retrieving the 3 Earth Escape talismans left behind by Wang Fu, and without casting a glance back, she entered the cave dwelling. El Feng clenched his fists, a tumult of shame and indignation coursing through him as a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Though he maintained an exterior of calm, isn't she merely a step ahead of me in achieving foundation completion? What pretense of superiority? A single swift step does not guarantee a continual advantage. Once I attain the golden core stage, I shall have ample means to compel your submission. Within the Frost Cloud Cave, Yunning Shuang regarded El Feng's departing figure, contemplating whether to continue any association with him. She harbored a deep disdain for those who belittled the 3 young souls of Wutong village. Were it not for her masteress words, she would have no desire to engage with him. Subsequently, Ning Shuang lifted the 3 Earth Escape talismans, her gaze fixating on them as an unprecedented smile graced her features. She murmured, "I never imagined that the little one I once disregarded has grown to this extent, not inferior to the other 2 from Wutong village. I graciously accept your gratitude, and I hope you can break free from your shackles and succeed in foundation building." Chapter 65, The Mandarin Duck Pavilion in the Secret Chamber of the Dong Family. 3 elderly men with white hair sat cross-legged on cushions, their eyes closed, exuding an aura of frailty, as if devoid of life. As the chamber door swung open, a brilliant yellow flame descended into the flame pool, instantly illuminating the previously dim space. Shanair had encountered the 3 ancestors before. Dong Shun entered the chamber, bowing respectfully. As the 3 frail figures began to emanate a formidable presence, reminiscent of resurrection, a harsh, rusty grinding sound echoed ominously. In old age, one loses the desire to move. "I apologize for disturbing your secluded meditation, ancestors." Dongshin knelt before the ground, acknowledging that Wang Fu had departed from the Luoyu sect and required the ancestors' judgment. Having left the sect, it is permissible to dispatch family disciples to eliminate him. Noticing the ancestors' displeasure, Dong Shun hastily spoke, "What you may not know, ancestor, is that Wang Fu has consumed a foundation building pill and has already surpassed the 13th level of qi refining. Moreover, he has undertaken a task to monitor the secular dynasty of the Great Xia, accompanied by another with equal cultivation. Our family possesses only 3 individuals at the 13th level. I feared for the success of the mission, hence I sought your counsel." The elder at the forefront, a master of the 13th level of qi refining, huffed in anger. "It is truly contemptible that the Liu sect would rather bestow a foundation-building pill upon a waste with 5 mixed spirit roots than reward us, their affiliated cultivation families. This matter must remain clandestine. Dong Yu and Dong Chong, who are within the Luoyu sect, must not act recklessly. Dong Xing, you shall take a trip to stretch your legs." As the words fell, the elder clad in a black robe slowly raised his head, nodding as his hoarse voice emerged. "Rest assured, second uncle, merely at the qi refining stage, he cannot escape my grasp. Do not take the matter of our family's rise lightly." The elder at the forefront cautioned. Dong Xing, as he was called, gradually rose from the cushion, stooping as he descended from the high platform. His hawk-like gaze fixed upon Dongshin. "Let us go." "Dong Xing, ancestor, this is the tracking disc sent by Dong Yu, 3rd uncle of the Luoyu sect. Wang Fu possesses the child pearl of this artifact, which allows us to locate him within 100 miles. Dong Shun retrieved a 5-inch stone disc from his storage pouch, respectfully presenting it to Dong Xing. 100-mile tracking range? That should suffice. With a wave of his sleeve, Dong Xing made the artifact vanish, and in the next instant, he transformed into a wraith, leaving behind only traces of his presence. The imperial city of the Great Xia, known as Xiadu, loomed majestically in the northeastern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin navigated their flying apparatus, progressing intermittently, and at last, after a fortnight, they arrived in the capital of summer. Unlike the realms of cultivation, mundane cities necessitate a discretion in the display of magical arts to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, we feigned the guise of martial practitioners. Jiang Yin, seasoned by years of undertaking missions, possessed extensive worldly experience, a quality that Wang Fu could not match. As the use of magic precluded flight, Jiang Yin procured steeds for their transportation within the city. This marked Wang Fu's inaugural experience with horseback riding, rendering him somewhat awkward. However, he quickly acclimated, for a mere mortal horse would heed even the slightest display of his innate aura. Noticing Wang Fu's swift adaptation to the ordinary steed, Jiang Yin felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to witness some humorous misstep. With this expectation dashed, he urged promptness in their purpose, stating, "Let us proceed to the Mandarin Duck Tower. The members of the 10,000 Method sect should be awaiting us." The name Mandarin Duck Tower struck him as rather peculiar. Wang Fu found the name exceedingly fitting. There was nothing particularly surprising about it. As the most prosperous and affluent capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Xiadu boasted an array of establishments, including the renowned Mandarin Duck Tower, alongside the Qingfeng Tower and the Yinxian Tower. However, it was the Mandarin Duck Tower that served as the secular property of the Immortal Gate. Jiang Yin maintained a calm demeanor, utterly unperturbed. Riding atop a magnificent steed, the two swiftly navigated through the bustling streets of the city, soon arriving at an exquisite 5-story pavilion, Mandarin Duck Tower. They entrusted their horse to the tavern's young attendant, and after revealing their identities to the proprietor, they were respectfully guided to the highest level of the establishment. Go and fetch some fine delicacies and wine, Jiang Yin instructed, dismissing the proprietor with a wave of his hand. He then proceeded with Wang Fu to the window of the pavilion, where a man and a woman were savoring spiritual tea. At last, you've arrived. The mission is complete, and we can return to the immortal gate. The man gently nodded towards the woman before rising to greet Wang Fu and Jiang Yin. With a smile, he clasped his hands together and said, "Are you perhaps the brothers who will take over our duties overseeing the imperial family of Great Xia?" Wang Fu and Jiang Yin exchanged glances and greeted one another. Wang Fu of the Falling Feather Sect, Jiang Yin of the Falling Feather Sect. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Ha, my esteemed senior brothers. You have kept my wife and me waiting, said a man who stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor. Beside him stood a woman who, though not breathtakingly beautiful, exuded grace and warmth. I am Wutong Lai, and this is my wife, Yin Yun. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior brothers. Yin Yun offered a gentle smile and a slight bow. Such courtesy is unnecessary. Wang Fu chuckled, as both he and Jiang Yin had not anticipated that the individuals they were to engage with were a married couple. The world of cultivation is unlike the mundane. It is rare for practitioners to find a soulmate. The longevity of a cultivator is intrinsically linked to their level of cultivation. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. No one desires to witness their beloved depart due to the inevitable end of their life, for such a reality can easily give rise to inner demons. Wutong Lai flipped his palm, revealing a jade token inscribed with the characters for inspection. He regarded Wang Fu and Jiang Yin with an apologetic expression. This token pertains to the inspection tasks circulated among the 6 great sects. I kindly request that you, esteemed seniors, show us the identity token of the Liu sect. Upon verification, I shall then present you with the inspection token. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were well aware of the established protocols, which serve to deter ill-intentioned cultivators from impersonating the inspectors, thereby preserving the regulations set forth by the 6 great sects a millennium ago. The two retrieved their respective identity tokens, and after Wutong Lai and Yin Yun conducted the verification, they handed over the inspection tokens to them. Since the transfer is complete, my spouse and I shall return to the immortal sect to report. Farewell. The couple clasped their hands in a gesture of respect. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin exchanged pleasantries. Safe travels to you both. As Wutong Lai and Yin Yun departed, the proprietor of the Yuanyang Tower approached with an array of delectable dishes and fine wine. After setting the table, he quietly retreated, having spoken not a word, clearly aware of the proper decorum. Yuanyang Tower, renowned in the summer capital, lived up to its illustrious reputation with an exquisite array of dishes, each more enticing than the last. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin indulged heartily, particularly savoring the establishment's signature dish, the Yuanyang fish, which soon vanished into their appetites. Once their hunger was sated and their spirits lifted, they gazed out the window at the vibrant world beyond, pausing for a moment of respite. It is often said that the disciples of the 10,000 Method sect are exceedingly haughty. However, the couple, Wutong Lai and Yin Yun, displayed remarkable humility, contradicting such rumors. Wang Fu, while picking his teeth, remarked, "It seems you are mistaken." Jiang Yin shook his head in response. On the contrary, I have encountered many from the 10,000 Method sect. Among the 6 great sects, they are the most arrogant, perpetually exuding an air of superiority. Wutong Lai and his wife are mere exceptions. Wang Fu jested. It appears that you have suffered at the hands of the 10,000 Method sect, old Jiang. Noticing Jiang Yan's nod, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Fear not. I shall ensure you regain your honor next time. Is it not just the 10,000 Method sect? Jiang Yan replied earnestly. Their prowess is unrivaled among the 6 great sections. It is said that the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Method sect is a formidable figure at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, an extraordinarily powerful cultivator, the strongest in the Great Xia Kingdom. Wang Fu was rendered speechless. Chapter 66, The Summer Emperor. Wang Fu did not rush to fulfill the tasks assigned by his master, Li. After all, the Liu family was still present and could not escape. He preferred to wait until the next day to enter the palace and extract a considerable sum from the current emperor of Xia, in order to replenish his meager storage pouch with some spiritual herbs. The proprietor of the Mandarin Duck Tower served as the liaison for the immortal sect in the capital of Xia, a role passed down through generations. The details of the surveillance mission had been thoroughly outlined in prior communications. Thus, Wang Fu directly instructed the proprietor to inform the current emperor of Xia that he and his fellow disciple would be entering the palace the following morning. He requested that arrangements be made for a grand audience, ensuring that all members of the royal court, from the emperor and empress to the concubines, princes, and chief attendants, would be present. In the realm of cultivation, the secular dynasties held no standing before the immortal sects. Even though Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were merely ordinary disciples of the Luyuzong, their surveillance mission granted them the authority to receive a respectful audience from the ruler of the Great Xia, surpassing even the reverence afforded to the former emperors. Aside from the thin spiritual energy prevalent in the secular world, the task of monitoring the royal family could be considered a rather favorable position. The following morning, under the guidance of the steward of the Mandarin Duck Tower, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin entered the imperial palace, traversing its expanse without hindrance. Inside the palace, the exquisite architecture and opulent decorations were indeed magnificent. However, having witnessed the ethereal beauty of the falling feather sect, the two were utterly unmoved by the grandeur before them. No matter how splendid worldly structures may be, they pale in comparison to the beauty of celestial realms. Within one of the palaces, Emperor Xia had already gathered numerous royal family members, awaiting the arrival of their distinguished guest. Although many were still in a state of drowsiness, the emperor paid little heed to their fatigue, fully aware of the significance of the individual they were to meet. This was none other than the inspector representing the celestial sect, a personage not to be underestimated or treated with indifference, thus requiring utmost caution in their dealings. One of the princes, seemingly growing impatient, could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Father, you summoned us before dawn, and we have been waiting for nearly half an hour. What is the purpose of this gathering? Is there truly someone worthy of such a grand assembly?" Clad in his dragon robe, Emperor Xia rebuked sharply, "Silence." His displeasure was palpable, and with a convenient target for his ire, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, his youngest son stepped forward, tempering his wrath considerably, for this son was designated as the next ruler. "Father, please calm your anger. Third brother is merely concerned for the health of our mothers." This strikingly handsome young man gazed at the complaining prince and then at the others, speaking slowly. "The reason for our assembly lies in the fact that today marks the first day of the Celestial Inspector's rotation from the Falling Feather sect. We must pay our respects to the Celestial Master to seek protection from the sect. If we offend the Celestial Master, the coming years may prove arduous. At that point, it will be too late to regret. Whatever the Celestial Master commands, we shall have no choice but to obey, far more distressing than the discomfort of today. I implore all my royal brothers and sisters to endure for a while longer." Listening to his son's words, the emperor's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. A barely perceptible disdain flickered in his eyes. The 6 great celestial sects loomed over him like sharp daggers, casting a shadow of unease over the entire Xia royal family. The new inspector's demand for the entire royal lineage to pay homage left him feeling particularly humiliated. Soon, the Xia dynasty shall rise again. Before long, 3 figures entered the grand hall. Upon seeing them, Emperor Xia quickly lowered his head and beckoned the royal family members to respectfully greet the guests, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, "The King of Xia, Xia Qingyu, alongside the royal family, pays his respects to the esteemed celestial master." Wang Fu experienced the grandeur of the current emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom for the first time. He reminisced about the majestic and noble presence of the monarch during his time in Wutong village. Yet now, he found himself merely a disciple of the Qi refinement stage within the immortal sect, receiving the emperor's attentions and flattery. Although it was highly probable that this was merely a fade, the very essence of such an encounter was sufficient to reassure the monitoring disciples of the immortal sect. How could a ruler as timid as the Xia emperor dare to transgress the taboos of cultivation under the watchful eyes of the sect? Wang Fu was aware that Jiang Yin preferred not to converse with outsiders. Clearing his throat, he clasped his hands behind his back, embodying the dignified demeanor befitting a celestial master. Contemplating some crucial information mentioned in the task, he finally spoke. "Everyone, please rise. There is no need for anxiety. We have come at the behest of the Celestial Gate, merely to conduct routine supervision and to meet you all, thereby preventing any unnecessary troubles in the future." According to the recent reports from the Wanfa sect of the Celestial Gate, the number of wandering cultivators in the summer capital has been steadily increasing over the past few years. Among you, there may be fortunate individuals possessing spiritual roots. However, Let us not forget the lessons of a millennium ago, nor the regulations established by the 6 great celestial sections. I do not wish for any wandering cultivators or cultivation practices to surface within the imperial palace. I urge you all to remain steadfast in your roles as emperor and empress, and to refrain from overstepping boundaries. Should my companion and I discover anyone engaging in cultivation practices, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. Upon concluding his words, Wang Fu unleashed a trace of divine consciousness to sweep over each member of the royal family. Beyond instilling a sense of pressure, he sought to ascertain whether any possessed spiritual energy. Fortunately, none exhibited such power. After Wang Fu finished speaking, the ruler of the great Xia Qingyu, immediately smiled and replied, "Rest assured, esteemed celestial masters. The royal family of Xia has endured through dozens of monarchs over a millennium, consistently adhering to our duties and never crossing boundaries. We will never contravene the will of the 6 great celestial sections. If any among my royal family were to emerge with the reckless ambition to undermine our bloodline, I shall ensure their swift execution without hesitation." Wang Fu, recognizing the keen awareness of the Summer Emperor, nodded in agreement. However, upon recalling the spiritual herbs mentioned by old Jiang, he quickly suppressed the sympathy that had begun to blossom within him and spoke in a grave tone. "Your Majesty, I can certainly perceive your loyalty, yet I fear that your princes and grandsons may harbor differing intentions. Therefore, how about this? I shall expend some effort to assess the spiritual roots of your royal family." This proposal to test the royal family's spiritual roots was the most effective means Wang Fu could devise to put the Summer Emperor in a difficult position. The Summer Emperor was likely unaware of whether his royal kin possessed spiritual roots. If they remained undetected, all would be well, but should Wang Fu reveal them, it would undoubtedly lead to repercussions from the celestial realm. Furthermore, the individual whose spiritual root was discovered would certainly face dire consequences. What if the Summer Emperor himself possessed a spiritual root? Would he be eliminated? Thus, it was clear that the Summer Emperor would be reluctant to allow his family members to be tested if he wished to avoid taking action himself. He would need to present a compelling incentive for Wang Fu to refrain. Reflecting on this, Wang Fu cast a glance at Jiang Yin, silently inquiring whether he could handle the situation. Even Jiang Yin could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. As expected, upon hearing Wang Fu's intention to test the spiritual roots, the Summer Emperor appeared flustered. At that moment, a handsome young man standing beside the Summer Emperor stepped forward. He was the Emperor's youngest son. With utmost respect, he bowed to Wang Fu and Jiang Yin, saying, "I, Xia Ziwei, pay my respects to the 2 esteemed immortals and wish for your everlasting health and longevity. I presume that the 2 immortals have traveled a great distance to reach the summer capital without proper rest. Upon hearing of your arrival, my father has prepared exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Might you join us for breakfast before we discuss further details?" Additionally, not long ago, our subordinates presented some century-old spiritual herbs as tribute, which we mortals are unworthy to enjoy. My father has already made arrangements. I kindly invite the 2 immortals to accompany us. Upon hearing his youngest son's voice, the Summer Emperor, Xia Qingyu, immediately grasped the situation and humbly responded, "Ah, indeed. My son speaks wisely. Please, esteemed immortals, follow us so that I may extend my hospitality." He continued, "Within this palace, there are also 2 500-year-old snow lotuses, treasures that our royal family has collected for nearly a century. Today, with the presence of the esteemed immortals, it is only fitting that we present them as a token of gratitude for your diligent oversight. I implore you to show mercy upon us mortals and bestow upon us some elixirs for longevity and to ward off calamities." The Summer Emperor maintained a lowly posture throughout, bending slightly, which greatly pleased Wang Fu and Jiang Yin. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the delight reflected in each other's eyes. The 500-year-old snow lotuses were incredibly precious, nearly equivalent in value to a top-tier magical artifact. They were astonished to discover such treasures hidden within the palace, an unexpected boon indeed. However, a single herb would not suffice for the 2. They would need to extort at least a dozen more century-old spiritual herbs. Although the Summer Emperor's earlier demeanor had been somewhat sluggish, he was fortunate to have his son prompt him. Otherwise, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin would have had to expend considerable effort to persuade him. Nevertheless, the prince's ability to stabilize the situation was quite unexpected. His intellect and capabilities were clearly remarkable. With this thought in mind, Wang Fu smiled and said, "In that case, please lead the way, Your Majesty. We would also like to savor the culinary delights of the earthly palace. As for the elixirs, we shall discuss them later." having been reminded. Wang Fu naturally refrained from mentioning the testing of spiritual roots again. His true desire was the herbs, not idle chatter. Subsequently, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin, along with the proprietor of the Yuanong Tower, followed the Summer Emperor to another lavish hall for their meal. The palace's delicacies were indeed a feast for the senses, surpassing even the offerings of the Yuanong Tower, save for a singular dish of mandarin fish. Once the Summer Emperor observed that they had nearly finished their meal, he discreetly signaled to the palace steward, who promptly withdrew. Upon returning, he led 8 comely palace maids, each bearing exquisitely crafted jade boxes. Esteemed immortals, these treasures have been collected over several decades in our royal palace, in addition to the 2 500-year-old snow lotuses, all offered to you. The Summer Emperor personally arranged the jade boxes before Wang Fu and Jiang Yin, his submissive demeanor causing Wang Fu to feel a sense of elation. After all, he was a sovereign ruler. As soon as the jade boxes were set down, Jiang Yin waved his hand to gather them, casually placing a few bottles of low-grade elixirs on the table. Since your majesty is so gracious, we shall graciously accept your offerings. Wang Fu found it somewhat amusing that old Jiang only spoke up when there were benefits to be gained. He also casually took the jade box. As for the elixir, Jiang Yin had already provided it, so there was no need for further offerings. The Summer Emperor was overly courteous. After a round of feigned pleasantries, the two of them departed from the imperial palace. Upon returning to the Mandarin Duck building, Wang Fu generously tossed a handful of low-grade elixirs to the manager. After all, having accompanied him on this errand, it was only fair to offer some sustenance to those who assisted him. This would ensure their diligence in future endeavors. The manager, filled with gratitude, promptly arranged the finest rooms for Wang Fu and his companion, then hurried back to consume the elixirs. In their room, Wang Fu waved his hand, causing several talismans to fly out and affix themselves to the corners of the room. He then retrieved the 4 jade boxes he had extorted from the palace. Given the Summer Emperor's sudden generosity, it would be unwise to continue the extortion. It was better to first examine their contents. Opening the most precious jade box, he discovered a snow lotus exuding a faint azure hue, quietly resting within. A subtle, refreshing fragrance gradually wafted into the air, and upon merely inhaling it, Wang Fu felt an immediate sense of tranquility and well-being. Truly, this was a 500-year-old snow lotus. Such a high-grade spiritual herb would surely have effects not only on the foundation establishment stage, but perhaps even on those in the golden core stage. Quickly, he closed the lid to prevent the herb's potency from dissipating. He took out a sealing talisman, activated it, and affixed it to the jade box, allowing the spiritual energy to conceal itself, thereby maximizing the preservation of its effects and preventing others from opening it. The Summer Emperor was indeed affluent. As a ruler of a nation, he effortlessly produced 2 500-year-old snow lotuses, indicating that the imperial treasury likely held many more spiritual herbs. Wang Fu opened 3 more jade boxes, each containing 3 identical spirit herbs. Though they paled in comparison to the rare snow lotus, these herbs, aged 1 or 200 years, represented a considerable fortune in the spirit herb-deprived realm of the Great Xia's cultivation community. Old Jiang, that fellow, was likely after the same treasures, yet he sought the 1,000-year red-hearted snow lotus. Jiang Yin practiced the blood-feeding sword technique. With all his cultivation encapsulated within the black sword on his back, Wang Fu could surmise why he needed the 1,000-year red-hearted snow lotus. He merely wished to forcibly elevate the grade of the black sword, allowing it to transcend its limitations and ascend to the level of a spiritual weapon. If successful, Jiang Yin might even bypass the foundation establishment pill and directly establish his foundation through this means. However, the risks involved were immense. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of the sword and the loss of life, making it far more perilous than the gentle methods of foundation establishment pills or earth-vein foundation techniques. Although Wang Fu felt anxious, he was powerless to change the situation. It was a choice made by Lao Jiang himself. He had his own story and obsessions, and as a friend, all Wang Fu could do was offer a modicum of assistance, avoiding any counsel that might disturb his state of mind and lead to greater peril. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed from outside the door. With a swift motion of his hand, Wang Fu dispelled the talisman affixed to the door, knowing it was Jiang Yin. "Come in," he called. As anticipated, the door swung open to reveal the upright figure of Jiang Yin. He closed the door behind him before speaking. "Wang Fu, since the Summer Emperor can produce 2 500-year-old snow lotuses, the 1,000-year-old Crimson Heart Snow Lotus must surely reside within the imperial treasury. I intend to conduct a nocturnal exploration of the palace." "A nocturnal exploration of the palace?" Wang Fu pondered for a moment. The imperial palace of a mundane dynasty should pose little danger, yet caution was warranted. Despite the fact that the Daxiao royal family had been oppressed by the 6 great sects for a millennium, one could never be certain that there were no hidden dangers lurking within the vast palace. I shall not accompany you. I need to visit the Liu family and fulfill my master's instructions along the way. Here is the mother and child induction talisman I have drawn. Each of us will have one. Should either of us encounter trouble, activating the talisman will elicit a response from the corresponding talisman within a radius of several dozen miles. As he spoke, Wang Fu produced 2 identical talismans, placing one into Jiang Yan's hand. Though our cultivation levels are unmatched in this mundane dynasty, it is always wise to be cautious. While one can easily evade a direct arrow, a concealed one is far more treacherous. That makes sense, Jiang Yan said solemnly as he tucked the talisman away. After a moment of thought, he continued, if I procure the Crimson Heart Snow Lotus, I shall bestow upon you the 500-year-old Snow Lotus. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu could not help but chuckle softly. Since when did you master the art of illusionary promises? Chapter 68, Summer Flame Martial Arts after Jiang Yan's departure. Wang Fu retrieved the jade slip entrusted to him by Li Yi. With a sweep of his consciousness, he absorbed all the information regarding the Liu family and the child contained within the slip. Glancing at the jade slip in his hand, Wang Fu felt a peculiar sense of curiosity, not towards the details it held, but rather about the slip itself. Its design was somewhat unusual, featuring a small bead attached at one end. However, after probing with his consciousness and finding no extraordinary qualities, he dismissed it as unremarkable, deciding that he would simply hand it over to Li Yi upon returning to the sect. It appeared that the Liu family was indeed a prosperous merchant engaged in the herbal trade. This indicated that his master held considerable regard for them. Perhaps the Liu family was involved in supplying the fundamental herbal materials required by the Falling Feathers sect. Wang Fu pondered for a moment and then proceeded to the Liu residence, as indicated in the jade slip. The Liu estate was quite expansive. While it did not rival the imperial palace, it was nonetheless considered prestigious in the capital of Xia. Upon arriving, however, Wang Fu was met with disdainful glares from the guards, who refused him entry. Adhering to his principle of not bullying mortals, he resorted to enveloping the Liu estate with his divine sense, sending a message to the head of the Liu family, which finally granted him access. As for the guard, he was subsequently dragged away and executed by the Liu patriarch, a matter in which Wang Fu had no involvement. The head of the Liu family, a man of integrity, treated Wang Fu with utmost respect, far more genuine than the emperor of Xia. After expressing his intentions, Wang Fu summoned the Liu child. Unfortunately, after testing, it was determined that the child possessed no spiritual roots. Having thus fulfilled the task assigned by his master, Li Yi, Wang Fu chose not to linger and departed from the Liu residence. Wang Fu did not hasten to return to the Yuanong Tower. Instead, he chose to wander through the capital of summer, savoring the earthly splendor he had never experienced before, having attained the perfection of the 13th layer of qi refinement. Even with the assistance of various spirit liquids and pills from the small cauldron, his progress in spiritual cultivation remained sluggish. This was primarily due to the fact that he had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, and unless he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, any further advancements would be minimal. From the information left by Wutong Lai and his spouse in the observation token, it was evident that in recent years, the capital had seen an influx of loose cultivators, providing him with an opportunity to conduct a casual inspection. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan stealthily infiltrated the grand palace of the Great Xia under the cover of night. The palace was vast, and despite his utmost efforts to search, his efficiency remained lamentably low, compelling him to sweep through with his divine sense. Ultimately, he pinpointed 3 locations, 3 treasure vaults within the palace. Indeed, a dynasty that had endured for a millennium, governing the mundane world, had amassed a staggering collection of treasures across the centuries, resulting in 3 complete vaults. Concealed in a corner of the palace, Jiang Yan cast a concealment spell upon himself, rendering his presence undetectable even to the guards passing by. Before making his way to the nearest vault, after a moment of contemplation, he departed silently, like a wisp of wind, leaving no trace behind. The vaults were patrolled by palace guards, stationed at the entrances. However, Jiang Yan dismissed these mortals with ease. A simple concealment spell allowed him to traverse the night without drawing attention. Utilizing a wall-passing technique, he entered the vault. The sight that greeted him was a dazzling array of jewelry in gold and silver, yet these mundane objects barely captured his interest. His singular desire was the Qi Xin Shuelian. After a thorough search, he found not a single specimen of the coveted flower, nor even a single herb, compelling him to leave for the second vault. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment of his departure, a swirl of black mist coalesced, transforming into a towering figure cloaked in black robes. With the technique of feeding the sword with blood, this figure had breached the inner sanctum of the palace, undoubtedly in pursuit of the millennium-old Qi Xin Shuelian. However, the emperor had possessed the Qi Xin Shuelian for over a century. How did this young man acquire such knowledge? Perhaps from the treasure pavilion. Jiang Yin could never have anticipated that the information he painstakingly obtained would be swiftly deduced by this dark-robed giant. Nor did he sense the piercing gaze upon him in the darkness. Before long, two figures appeared beside the dark-robed man, standing respectfully behind him. Were Wang Fu present, he would instantly recognize them as the timid and humble Emperor Xia Qingyu and the Prince Xia Ziwei, who had previously come to his aid. Both father and son clearly possessed formidable cultivation, particularly Emperor Xia Qingyu, whose aura exceeded the boundaries of the Qi refinement stage. The dark-robed man was, in fact, the grandfather of the current Emperor Xia. It was known that the previous monarch, Xia Yinwu, had announced his demise to the world over a century ago. Yet this individual had evaded the scrutiny of the 6 major sects and had already become a formidable cultivator. He's come, declared Xia Yinwu, his voice calm yet brimming with authority, causing Xia Qingyu to shudder. He quickly offered an explanation. This man is Jiang Yin, a disciple sent by the Luoyu sect alongside Wang Fu. To prevent any anomalies from being detected today, I had already dispersed the loose cultivators under my command. Yet I did not anticipate he would venture into the palace at night. It was only when the vault's ghostly prohibitions were triggered that he became aware. Upon hearing his father's words, Xia Ziwei interjected, "Great-grandfather, these two from the Liu sect are truly troublesome. Today, they not only embarrassed the royal family, but also extorted numerous herbs from us. When will we be free from the control of the 6 major sects and truly reclaim our autonomy? This feeling of oppression is unbearable, after enduring for so many years. Why rush?" Xia Yinwu initially intended to reprimand Xia Qingyu, but upon witnessing his beloved great-grandson's outburst, he smiled and remarked, "Wei, you need not shield your father. Am I not aware of your thoughts?" Blushing at being exposed, Xia Ziwei remained silent. Xia Yinwu gazed into the night sky, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a dark aura swirling beneath his robes, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Rest assured, it won't be long. Once I successfully set up the soul-refining grand array and sacrifice 1,000,000 ants from this capital, I will swiftly achieve the golden core stage. And the myriad soul banners will materialize, with 100,000 souls at my command, capable of slaying even those in the nascent soul stage. Great-grandfather is mighty. At that time, the royal family of Great Xia will surpass our ancestors from 1,000 years ago, annihilating the 6 major sects and establishing an immortal dynasty that will endure through the ages." Xia Ziwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned a magnificent celestial dynasty rising in the void, dominating the realms. Ha ha, Wei is indeed ambitious. Xia Yinwu shot a disapproving glance at Xia Qingyu, who could only nod obediently. He then instructed, "Qingyu, go retrieve the Qi Xin Shuelian and place it in the 3rd vault. Since this young man seeks his demise, let him do so. The sword-feeding technique is by no means easy to master, and in the end, he will merely serve as nourishment for the sword, fortifying my myriad soul banners with a powerful sword spirit." His grandson understood. Although Xia Qingyu was reluctant to part with the millennium-old herb, he dared not defy the command. He promptly left to retrieve the Qi Xin Shuelian from the hidden vault. "Wei, you have now reached the perfection of the 13th layer of Qi refinement. Just one step away from foundation establishment. Come with me. I can help you take that step with the remnants of the array's power." Xia Ziwei was overjoyed. "Thank you, great-grandfather." Chapter 69. The untidy old man in the pre-dawn hours. Wang Fu, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Old Jiang has returned. As expected, the door swung open, and a beaming Jiang Yin slipped into the room. "Did you succeed?" Wang Fu inquired tentatively. And upon seeing Jiang Yin nod, he felt a surge of joy for his friend. "It's wonderful, with the Qi Xin Shuelian in hand. You may well establish your foundation before me. It was no easy feat. It was a matter of life and death." Jiang Yin replied with a slight shake of his head. Wang Fu let out a sigh, gently patting Jiang Yin's shoulder, and said, "One must not let their heart become unsettled. The path of cultivation is such that one either progresses or regresses. During this period, focus solely on your preparations, and leave the matter of oversight to me." He refrained from urging Jiang Yin to be patient and would never suggest he abandon his ambitions. As a friend, his unwavering support was the most profound assistance he could offer. Jiang Yin did not refuse. He nodded and produced a 500-year-old snow lotus, offering it to Wang Fu. This snow lotus is of no use to me anymore. You should take it. Do not speak of its uselessness, Wang Fu replied. You never know when it might prove crucial. I shall take this snow lotus as well, whether it serves a purpose or not. For now, it shall remain with you. Wang Fu shook his head in refusal, even insisting on placing his own snow lotus into Jiang Yan's hands. Noticing Jiang Yan's reluctance, Wang Fu half-jokingly remarked, consider it merely a temporary loan. Should you succeed, I, Wang Fu, will gain another foundational friend. Should you fail, when I come to collect your remains, will these items not still belong to me? Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. The following day, an invisible barrier enveloped Jiang Yan's room, with banners arranged in the four corners, forming an array that safeguarded the entire space. Wang Fu cast numerous talismans, encircling Jiang Yan's room to establish the outermost defense, and informed the innkeeper of the Yuanong Tower that no one was permitted to approach. Only then did he exhale in relief. Old Jiang, the rest is up to you, he remarked, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Yan's chamber before retreating to his own quarters to meditate. Though the enhancement of his spiritual energy was gradual, it was better than nothing. As the days passed, Jiang Yan's room remained eerily quiet. Perhaps due to his lingering worries, Wang Fu found it impossible to settle his mind. Therefore, he opted not to cultivate or draw talismans and instead ventured out to leisurely explore the summer capital. As the imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom, the summer capital boasted a plethora of scenic spots and entertainment venues. Wang Fu noted the presence of nearly 20 brothels, each housing remarkably enchanting young women. Yet none could rival the ethereal charm of the pleasure boats on the Wuxian Lake. Wang Fu currently occupies the finest position within the exquisite pleasure boat. With the endless beauty of Wuxian Lake to his left and the captivating courtesans dancing in the center of the boat to his right, he appreciates the allure without overstepping boundaries. Before establishing his foundation, he refrains from breaking the beauty, a principle he steadfastly upholds. Why do you occupy the best spot on the boat, yet indulge in solitude? Suddenly, a scruffy old man plops down opposite Wang Fu, catching him off guard. He distinctly recalls paying the boat owner handsomely for these two seats, ensuring he would not be disturbed. How could a disheveled old man intrude upon his space? Is there still any hope for the boat business? A sweep of his consciousness reveals the man to be a mere ordinary elder, frail and evidently on the brink of death. Wang Fu immediately attempts to dismiss the intruder, stating, "Old sir, is it not rather rude to impose uninvited?" "Rude? I believe it is you who is in the wrong. Who does not know that the seat beneath you is mine, old Zhang S?" The scruffy elder retorts, slamming his hand on the table and glaring at Wang Fu. This unexpected turn of events leaves Wang Fu perplexed. The old man's audacity is quite remarkable, daring to bang the table before him. Adopting an attitude of ignorance, Wang Fu remains unperturbed. "I have indeed paid for this position. Surely, you must be mistaken, old sir?" "Impossible to be mistaken. Every time I arrive, I sit in this very spot. Today, I find it occupied by you, yet you accuse me of rudeness. You, young lad, lack any decorum," old Zhang grumbles, grabbing the wine jug from the table and gulping down its contents, prompting Wang Fu to furrow his brow in disapproval. Just as he prepares to dismiss this impudent elder with a wave of his hand, the steward of the pleasure boat enters, having overheard the commotion. He respectfully bows to Wang Fu, the affluent guest, and speaks, "Young master, please do not be angered. This man is Zhang Shanhai, a senior of our boat owner. 8 years ago, he achieved the status of a scholar, hoping to enter officialdom, but was stripped of his title due to offending someone in the imperial court. Disheartened, he has since fallen into this state. Indeed, this position is traditionally occupied by Elder Zhang when he visits the boat. This unfortunate misunderstanding was due to my oversight regarding the timing, resulting in this awkward situation. I humbly request that you overlook it. And as a token of goodwill from the boat owner, all your future expenditures here will be complimentary. What do you think, young master?" The steward's eloquent explanation leaves Wang Fu speechless, yet he finds himself admiring the steward's deft handling of the situation. Furthermore, he feels it beneath him to quibble with an elderly mortal. Thus, he smiles and replies, I see there is a deeper story. Since he is a senior of the boat owner, I am not one to be petty. If the elder does not mind, I would be honored to share a drink with him. What say you, esteemed elder?" "You are a fine young lad, broad-minded indeed. I, old Zhang, possess a modicum of knowledge, and understand the principles of reciprocity, the scruffy elder, Zhang Shanhai, chuckles heartily, setting down the wine jug. He turns to the steward and commands, Xiao Liang, fetch 2 fine jugs of wine. I am in good spirits today and wish to share a few cups with this young lad. Please wait, Elder Zhang. The steward, relieved, promptly departs to procure the fine wine. In no time, 2 jugs of exquisite wine and a selection of delicacies are presented before them. Please, esteemed elder, indulge. Wang Fu poured 2 cups of wine, gesturing to the disheveled old man. Ah, quite good, quite good. Zhang Shanhai raised his cup and clinked it with Wang Fu's. And the 2 indulged in the fine drink. Perhaps due to the bond formed over their toasts, the elder and the youth began to converse over their meal. Most of the time, it was the disheveled old man, Zhang Shanhai, who regaled tales of his former glories, while Wang Fu occasionally chuckled in agreement. Indeed, there was a unique charm in listening to the stories of another's rise and fall. Young lad, what is it that you do? Which noble family do you hail from? Zhang Shanhai, one hand clutching a greasy chicken leg, the other holding the wine jug, cast a murky gaze towards the dancer in the center of the boat and casually inquired. I cannot claim nobility. I am merely a wandering traveler here for leisure. Wang Fu replied, glancing at the dishes that had been touched by the old man's hands, finding it hard to summon the heart to pick up his chopsticks again, and thus continued sipping from his own jug of fine wine. Ah, so you are not from the imperial city. Well, that is fortunate. Do not let the grandeur of the imperial city deceive you. Beneath its splendid facade lies a darkness that devours without remorse. The disheveled old man surveyed the surroundings with a dismissive expression. Old Zhang is in high spirits today, seeing you as a fellow outsider. I shall make an exception and reveal to you my unique skill. Oh, what skill might that be? Wang Fu jested, after surveying the area once more. The disheveled old man leaned in slightly, a conspiratorial smile creeping across his face as he whispered mysteriously, I can tell fortunes. I possess the art of divination. Chapter 70. Divination. Wang Fu chuckled and nodded, acknowledging that the mundane world is rife with charlatans, and fortune-telling is but one of their many schemes. It is said that not even mortals, let alone those in the foundation establishment or golden core stages, possess the ability to divine the will of heaven, much less an ordinary person. However, intrigued by the notion, Wang Fu did not decline the offer. Does the esteemed elder possess such mysterious powers? Huh. Mysterious is an overstatement. It is merely a small hobby of mine, replied the disheveled old man, who, noticing Wang Fu's character, felt compelled to engage. He set aside the chicken leg and wine jug, wiping his greasy hands on his tattered garments before producing a palm-sized tortoise shell and 6 nearly illegible copper coins. What do you wish to divine, young one? Anything can be foretold. With a playful spirit, Wang Fu found the prospect amusing. Indeed. Aside from the knowledge I have accumulated over the years, my true expertise lies in fortune-telling. Matters of love, fortune, or even life and death can all be discerned. The old man boasted confidently, gesturing grandly. Very well, esteemed elder, could you perhaps predict my fortune? Wang Fu inquired. Certainly, the old man replied, placing the 6 copper coins into the tortoise shell and shaking it vigorously. Oddly enough, the transparent shell produced a series of distinct sounds without any coins spilling out, which Wang Fu attributed to the old man's skill. Soon enough, the old man turned the tortoise shell, causing the 6 coins to tumble onto the table. 5 coins settled quietly, while 1 rolled energetically, traveling 3 feet around the table before coming to a halt. How peculiar. The old man furrowed his brow, fiddling with the coins. Wang Fu inquired calmly, esteemed elder, what troubles lie ahead? How does my fortune fare? The disheveled old man lifted his gaze, fixing a penetrating stare upon Wang Fu, even leaning closer as if to scrutinize him. After a brief moment, he began to speak in a cryptic manner. Young one, it seems you are destined for some calamities of bloodshed in the near future, more than one, I dare say. Fortunately, your fortune is rather favorable, as you have encountered me. Old Zhang, with my guidance, you should be able to navigate through these perils. Calamities of bloodshed? Wang Fu nearly scoffed, dismissing it as mere drivel akin to that of charlatans. Maintaining his composure, he cleared his throat and feigned concern for himself. Might I ask, esteemed elder, the source of this impending calamity and how I might avert it? The old man, in response, began to rub his fingers together thoughtfully. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Fu astutely retrieved 2 ingots of silver acquired from Jiang Yin. No, the scruffy old man, known as Old Zhang, shook his head, asserting, as a fortune teller, I adhere to my own principles. Wealth may be accepted, but not in this manner. 1 silver for 1 copper. I shall give you a copper coin, and you shall offer me 1 ingot of silver." As he spoke, he picked up the copper coin that had rolled 3 feet across the table and handed it to Wang Fu. While he himself accepted an ingot of silver from Wang Fu was momentarily taken aback, finding the old man rather amusing, and thus accepted the copper coin. The disheveled elder, upon witnessing this, nodded with satisfaction, cleared his throat, and cheerfully spoke. "Disasters manifest from specific origins and dissipate from them as well. All you need to do is journey towards the direction where the sun rises. Impurities will naturally vanish in the light of the heavenly sun. The sun's radiance represents extreme warmth, and beneath such intensity, there must exist profound coldness. To break through this profound coldness is to unveil the broad path to prosperity." Wang Fumin felt a dark cloud of frustration overhead. Although he had never intended to believe the old man's absurd claims, the nonsensical ramblings only left him speechless. "Do you understand?" The disheveled elder tucked away his tortoise shell and the remaining 5 copper coins, then raised his head to gaze intently at Wang Fu. "I do not understand." Wang Fu shook his head. "Do you not understand?" "Alas, there is nothing I can do then," the scruffy old man sighed, slightly shaking his head, wearing an expression that suggested the world failed to comprehend him. Yet before he could finish his thought, Wang Fu interjected, "The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged?" The disheveled elder was momentarily taken aback by Wang Fu's interruption, but then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Young lad, you are indeed quite the clever one. However, old Zhang must take his leave now. Take care, and may we meet again if destiny allows." Wang Fu was taken aback by the sudden departure of the disheveled old man, furrowing his brow in inquiry. "Old elder, are you leaving so soon?" The old man replied, "Ah, with age comes decline. My body grows weaker by the day. I must hasten to other places for merriment. Young one, drink on your own." Rising from his seat, the old man stretched and cracked his back, swaying slightly as he exited the compartment. He hummed a tune of uncertain origin. Disheveled, Zhang the disheveled, able to feast, to drink, and to divine, fine wines and exquisite brews, yet impoverished as water, unsteady yet sober, taking not a step amiss, as wine and meat fill my belly. They turn to ink, a royal song soars forth, I come and go, encountering kindred spirits, only then do I know who I am. And where I am destined to traverse, with a half-step, I wade through waters. The old man's voice faded into the distance, soon lost amidst the clamor of the pleasure boat, leaving no trace behind. Truly, he was an eccentric old fellow. Wang Fuyao chuckled softly, unperturbed. As night fell, the most enchanting moment at Wangxian Lake arrived. Lanterns floated gracefully upon the water, and boats glided serenely along. Wang Fuyao quickly forgot the disheveled old man from the day. The bow of the boats glimmered with lights, dancers displayed their artistry, and singers filled the air with melodious tones, creating a scene of earthly delight upon the lake. It was not until the early hours of dawn that the crowds dispersed, leaving only the lantern collectors in small boats, tending to the remnants of a night filled with splendor at Wangxian Lake. There are dead people. Wang Fujing was about to depart when he heard a commotion arising from the nearby Jiao Huafang. Extending his consciousness, he beheld a bloated corpse being retrieved by a lantern bearer. Was it Zhang Shanhai? Wang Fu was taken aback. The figure before him was none other than the disheveled old man who had shared a drink and read his fortune on the pleasure boat just the day before. With a few swift strides, he summoned a gentle breeze that parted the crowd, creating a narrow passage. Wang Fu approached the lifeless body and reached out, only to discover that the soul had long since departed. Wang Fu furrowed his brow, a wave of sorrow washing over him. The span of a mortal life, merely a century marked by birth, aging, illness, and death, can be abruptly extinguished by a moment's misfortune. He never anticipated that within a single night, this erudite yet disheveled scholar, Zhang Shanhai, would meet his untimely end. The onlookers soon recognized Zhang Shanhai, shaking their heads in lamentation. Was this not the esteemed Zhang Shanhai? How had he fallen to such a fate? Just yesterday, he had encountered him, perhaps inebriated, only to find himself submerged in the waters of Wangxian Lake. What a tragic loss. Before long, the steward of the blissful boat arrived, accompanied by a woman draped in a white cloak. Her eyes were swollen with tears, and upon sighting Zhang Shanhai's lifeless body, her sorrowful weeping stirred Wang Fu's own feelings of longing for his hometown and family. After this incident, he resolved to return to Wutong village. Perhaps it was the pangs of nostalgia or the bond forged over drinks the previous day. But Wang Fu did not depart during Zhang Shanhai's burial. Instead, He followed the procession and even exchanged pleasantries with the boat's mistress, the woman in white, surnamed Yang, offering to assist in carrying the coffin. "Dear elder, may we meet again in the next life." Once the burial was complete, Wang Fu offered a stick of incense before quietly taking his leave. Chapter 71. Assassination. As he made his way back to the city, thoughts of the man he had encountered only twice, this elderly figure, solidified Wang Fu's resolve to seek the path of immortality and enlightenment. The journey of life, though seemingly extensive, is but a fleeting moment. Life and death are mere breaths apart. Only by shattering the shackles and gradually transcending limits can one aspire to the celestial path and attain eternal life. Yet, after a day or two, Wang Fu began to feel an illusion of having penetrated the mysteries of mortal existence and death. With a foundation of 200 years, I am certain I can succeed. Soon, the silhouette of the summer capital came into view, prompting Wang Fu to quicken his pace. Perhaps old Jiang had already achieved success. However, just as he was about to step through the city gates, a sinister voice echoed ominously from behind him. "I found you." Wang Fu felt an overwhelming chill as every hair on his body stood on end. An intense sense of impending danger was rapidly approaching him. With no time to turn around, and lacking the courage to underestimate the threat, he immediately activated his exquisite defensive artifact, the Xuanjiao Wuguang Bell. A small, fist-sized black bell materialized above his head in an instant, enveloping him in a grayish, swirling radiance of protective scales. Bang! Hum! Hum! Wang Fu felt an intense jolt from the obsidian-hued armor, propelling him forcefully through the city gates and landing him within the city itself. His entire being was engulfed in tumultuous energy, with his vital essence surging and his spiritual power fluctuating, rendering him quite unwell. The few ordinary townsfolk who had risen early were momentarily bewildered, until a fierce wind, laden with a thick, dark mist, howled in from beyond the city gates, causing them to shriek in alarm and scatter in a frenzy. This sensation was akin to that of a foundational realm. Wang Fu's expression darkened like the depths of water as he turned to see an elderly figure cloaked in black, advancing towards him step by step, bearing a stone plate. Wang Fu was utterly oblivious as to when he had offended this individual, yet the palpable murderous intent directed at him was unmistakable. This man had come to kill him. Overwhelmed and outmatched, he resolved to flee. However, the divine sense of a foundation establishment cultivator far surpassed that of someone in the chi refinement stage. And it was evident that he had already locked onto Wang Fu, making escape a formidable challenge. The only glimmer of hope lay in the magical artifact, the illusionary feather flying dagger. In a fleeting moment, Wang Fu formulated a strategy for confrontation, fervently channeling spiritual energy into the artifact while calmly inquiring, "Might I ask who you are? As a foundation establishment cultivator, do you not find it beneath you to strike at one in the chi refinement stage?" "Old man, I have long since one foot in the grave." "Status? Ha! Taking your life and seizing your treasures renders status utterly meaningless." The figure was none other than Dong Xing, the third elder of the Dong family, who had come to eliminate Wang Fu. Concerned about being discovered by the Falling Feather sect, he had journeyed with utmost caution. Knowing Wang Fu was on a mission for the Daxia royal family, he had refrained from haste, resulting in his late arrival at the imperial capital. With a tracking artifact in hand, he had pinpointed the location of the sub-pearls upon arriving in the capital, which led to the earlier confrontation at the city gates. Dong Xing initially believed he could secure a swift victory through his ambush, but was taken aback by Wang Fu's activation of a top-tier magical artifact. He couldn't help but marvel at the young man's extraordinary resilience, managing to resist even under the assault of a foundation establishment cultivator. Resolving to cast aside any underestimation, he struck with a palm. Die. The dark spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, crashing down solidly upon the premium magical artifact. Wang Fu, of course, would not sit idly by. While urging the enchanted treasure, the illusory feather-flying dagger, he simultaneously summoned the exquisite offensive artifact, the golden meteor ring blade, to strike forth. However, against the formidable spells unleashed by the foundation establishment realm, the supreme artifact lacked any semblance of deterrence, being effortlessly swatted aside. The spiritual radiance of the golden meteor ring blade dimmed significantly. Alarmed, Wang Fu quickly stowed the blade and unleashed a barrage of talismans, retreating fervently. Where did this old fellow come from? Truly, he shows no regard for reason. Flee, flee, flee. Suddenly, a long spear swept towards him, instantly obliterating the power of the 100 talismans. Wang Fu's eyelids twitched in shock as he exclaimed, "A spiritual artifact." Having witnessed the battle between Yunning Shuang and Xiao Yan, Wang Fu had a profound understanding of the terror posed by spiritual artifacts. The supreme artifact paled in comparison before it. Only the talismans could rival its potency. Yet the adaptability of spiritual artifacts left the talismans lagging far behind. This would not do. He had to withstand this strike and then sever the mental lock with the illusory feather-flying dagger. If he simply burrowed underground now, he would remain ensnared by the mental lock and be unable to escape. Observing that the illusory feather-flying dagger was nearly ready, Wang Fu decided to take a gamble. Pushing the Xuanjia Wugong bell to its utmost limit, and carelessly casting a multitude of defensive talismans to envelop himself in layers of robust protective light. The spear of the spiritual artifact surged forth in an instant, piercing through the layers of radiance without hindrance, momentarily halting only upon encountering the yellow dragon talisman. But even that brief pause was insufficient to thwart the spear. It crashed into the Xuanjia Wugong bell with a thunderous boom, sending Wang Fu hurtling back 100 meters. The light of the bell teetering on the brink of shattering. Fortunately, the illusory feather-flying dagger had been successfully activated, with a swift flash of golden light. It did not intercept the advancing spear but instead circled rapidly, darting towards the black-robed elder. Dongxing's formidable foundation establishment consciousness had already enveloped the surrounding area of 100 zhang, and he sensed the killing intent at once. He chuckled coldly. Illusory feather-flying dagger? I've anticipated you. A flash of black light ensued, and a long black ribbon coiled around Dongxing. The illusory feather-flying dagger struck against it, producing a series of metallic chimes, yet it could not penetrate. Another spiritual artifact. Where did this old man procure such things? Wang Fu silently cursed, then recalled how the black-robed elder had named his talisman, causing him to frown. However, now was not the time for contemplation. With a defensive spiritual artifact at his disposal, the illusory feather-flying dagger alone could not harm him in the slightest. Fortunately, the talismans were nearly arranged. What of the foundation establishment realm? If I wish to depart, none shall impede me. Time to make my escape. Wang Fu remained unperturbed as he traversed the bustling streets, seemingly oblivious to the impending assault of the spear-like spiritual weapon. It was only when the weapon unleashed a fierce roar that the illusory feather-flying blade descended from the heavens, colliding violently with the spiritual spear. In that instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, creating a vortex that devoured everything within several feet, obliterating the surrounding structures. Fortunately, Wang Fu managed to mitigate some of the impact with spiritual talismans, sparing the lives of the innocent bystanders. A cascade of talismans ascended from the ground, their flames and golden light pouring forth like a torrential flood towards the advancing Dongxing. The formidable barrage commanded the respect of even a foundational cultivator like Dongxing, compelling him to summon his defensive spiritual artifact. After several breaths had passed and the power of the talismans dissipated, he finally revealed himself. Spiritual talisman masters were indeed formidable adversaries. Combined with their possession of talisman treasures, they posed a genuine threat that could lead to an unexpected counterattack. It was fortunate that he had not dispatched any of his family's chi-refining disciples, for they would have surely perished. Dongxing surveyed the street that had been ravaged by the talismans, feeling no pangs of sympathy. To him, these mortals were but insignificant insects. His sole concern lay with the treasures possessed by Wang Fu, which were vital for the prosperity and endurance of his clan. This young man exhibited a commendable fighting spirit. Had it not been for the mother-child tracking disc, he might have indeed escaped. Dongxing gazed at the luminous dot on the tracking device, now several miles away, and smirked disdainfully before his figure melded into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Chapter 72. Return to the Imperial Palace below. Wang Fu meticulously honed his breath-concealing technique to perfection, supplementing it with several talismans designed to further obscure his spiritual energy and presence, allowing him to finally feel at ease. Where could this old specter have emerged from? And why would he seek my demise? In this moment of relative safety, Wang Fu could not help but ponder the origins of his adversary, his emotions becoming increasingly intricate with each thought. He realized that the assailant was aware of his talismans, even knowing their names, Dongxian, or perhaps the young monk Wuchen. I had only crossed paths with Wuchen once. I was hardly his match. If he were indeed plotting against me, why would he not simply eliminate me then and there? Wang Fu inhaled deeply. Though reluctant to admit it, he was almost certain of the other party's origins, which undoubtedly related to Dongxian. He had never encountered such a formidable spiritual power in this old fellow, and neither the spells nor the martial techniques bore any trace of the fallen feather sect. Could it be connected to the Dong family? Wang Fu could almost ascertain that it was Dong Xin who had divulged everything about Rinjia village upon returning to her family, prompting the Dong clan to dispatch Foundation establishing experts to eliminate him. But what could possibly be of such value to compel the Dong family to risk their annihilation by the Falling Feather sect? The talismans of Rinjia village? A superior-grade magical artifact? Not sufficient. The soul-gathering pearl, and the rebirth talismans, which are not even recorded by the Falling Feather sect. Oh, Dong Xin, you have brought me to ruin this time. With a sigh, Wang Fu reflected on the image of Dong Xin he had encountered at the inner sect's miscellaneous hall before his departure. He realized that she, too, was likely kept in the dark. Dong Xion's journey to the south was probably orchestrated by the Dong family, all to prevent her from accompanying him. Indeed, in the face of familial interests, everything is expendable. Suddenly, as Wang Fu pondered these thoughts, a tremendous rumbling erupted overhead, and he instantly recognized it as the sound of the spirit spear. How could this be? Had he been discovered? Wang Fu hurriedly delved deep underground, descending several dozen meters. As he fled towards the outskirts of the city, his reasons were twofold. First, Jiangyin was within the city, and second, the population of mortals in Shadu numbered in the millions. At this early hour, while many remained in slumber, casualties were minimal. However, once daylight broke and the mortals emerged, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The speed of the spiritual artifact breaking through the earth could not match Wang Fu's, and he swiftly evaded its pursuit. Yet, just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a thunderous roar echoed above him once more. It was inconceivable at such depths. Even the foundational realm's consciousness could not reach him, let alone since he had concealed his presence and breath. No matter how formidable a foundational realm cultivator might be, it was impossible for them to track him down. Wang Fu, unwavering in his defiance against the heavens, changed direction yet again. However, each time he paused, the unmistakable sound of a spiritual weapon, an elongated spear, pierced through the earth above him. A clear indication that the old foundational cultivator from the Dong family possessed means to track his movements. As he traversed the subterranean depths, he pondered his predicament. What could be tracing me when I am accompanied by a spirit beast known for its acute sense of smell? No, being buried several meters underground, it is impossible for any scent to reach them. Nor could it be the spirit insects. Could it be that something on me is the cause? After half an hour, Wang Fu was compelled to surface for air, the sole vulnerability of his earth-escaping technique. As he emerged, a ray of sunlight streamed from the distance, striking his face and momentarily disorienting him, evoking memories of the divination performed by Zhang Shanhai aboard the blissful pleasure barge. Yet, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, another attack from Dong Xing ensued. "Boy, your earth-escaping talisman must have run out," he taunted. "A talisman? Do I truly need such a thing?" Wang Fu let out a cold chuckle, choosing to evade confrontation and once more retreat underground. Observing the deep crater his spiritual weapon had created in the ground, Dong Xing furrowed his brow in confusion. "Another earth-escaping talisman?" He scoffed. I have never encountered such a troublesome chi-refining realm cultivator. How vexing. However, I have ample time to squander with you. Let us see whether your talismans outnumber my patience." With that, Dong Xing retrieved a mother-son tracking disc and continued his pursuit. Meanwhile, deep underground, Wang Fu wore a complex expression. The sunlight he had glimpsed while surfacing originated from the direction of the Great Xia Imperial Palace. He found himself conflicted about whether to heed the divination of the old man Zhang. Alas, there seemed to be no better alternative at present. He resolved to give it a try. Wang Fu found himself utterly powerless against the relentless pursuit of the old man from the Dong family. Were it not for his mastery of earth escape techniques, he might have already met his demise. In the realm of chi refinement, contending with a foundation establishment practitioner, even one at the initial stage, was an arduous challenge, manageable only with the aid of talismans. And the prospect of overcoming such an opponent was daunting, unless one resorted to ambush. Shaking his head, Wang Fu burrowed towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. He was eager to ascertain the accuracy of old Zhang's divination. Before long, he resurfaced beneath the city, intentionally avoiding the location of the Mandarin ducks. He took a lengthy detour before finally arriving underground at the palace. At that moment, he stumbled upon an item in his storage pouch that piqued his suspicion, a bead embedded in a jade slip, the very slip his master, Li Yi, had provided him containing information about the Liu family. This object was the only one that eluded his understanding and had been acquired recently. Could this truly be from Li Yi? Was there collusion with the Dong family, or had they merely tracked him down? The moment I emerged from seclusion, Li Yi summoned me to leave my sect, and it was only by departing from the Liu sect that the Dong family found an opportunity to act. Did he take me as his disciple solely for the sake of this scheme? Might there be an issue with these two second-tier talismans as well? I shall test this theory. If it is indeed true, Li Yi, then I shall see. Wang Fu placed the jade tablet within a bead at a depth of several dozen meters beneath the palace, swiftly retreating to another location. Moments later, the earth trembled, evidently. The old fellow from the Dong family was once again employing a spiritual instrument to bore into the ground. However, this time, it was not directly above Wang Fu, but rather above the jade tablet itself. Wang Fu clenched his fists tightly, finally confirming that Li Yi had indeed colluded with the Dong family. Do not allow me to return, otherwise, I shall surely end your life. Wang Fu gradually emerged from the ground, and indeed, he beheld the old man from the Dong family manipulating a spiritual artifact, incessantly digging deep into the front of a grand hall within the imperial palace. Precisely where the jade slip was located, the palace was already in disarray, with swarms of guards surrounding the hall. Yet they gazed at the old man in the black robe with trepidation, too fearful to approach. It was only when the leader of the imperial guard arrived with his troops that he commanded them to draw their iron bows and shoot arrows at the black-robed elder standing atop the hall. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Concealed in the shadows, Wang Fu took advantage of his earth escape technique to hide within the wall, peering out with a gleeful expression as he watched the elder from the Dong family. The cultivation world had a rule against the wanton slaughter of mortals, and he was eager to see if this old man would retaliate. The reality proved that Dong Xing indeed did not dare to strike back. He allowed a barrage of arrows to rain down upon him. Without summoning any magical instruments, he merely relied on his spiritual barrier, rendering all the arrows utterly ineffective. It wasn't until nearly 10 cultivators sprang forth from a distance that he slightly raised his head. Who are you? And why are you casting spells within the imperial palace of the Great Xia? This is the realm of the Great Xia monarch. Cease your actions at once. These cultivators were scattered practitioners of the Qi refinement stage, with the most formidable among them being a 13th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. After issuing his furious proclamation and witnessing that the adversary showed no signs of retreating, he could only muster the courage to unleash his magical instrument in attack. The other cultivators followed suit, launching their spells without mercy. Dong Xing, however, found the situation amusing. Do you truly believe I am as malleable as clay? What insignificant beings dare to assault me? In an instant, a spiritual spear thrust forth from the earth, sweeping away the barrage of magical instruments aimed at him. With a thunderous roar, he pierced through the chest of 3 cultivators, including that 13th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Observing the fleeing figures of the others, Dong Xing chose not to pursue. Instead, he leaped into the hole created by the spiritual spear. Chapter 73. The underground altar deep within the palace. Emperor Xia Qingyu hurriedly approached a pitch-black hall and pushed the door open. Grandfather, a Foundation establishment cultivator has appeared in the Imperial City and has made a move at the Western City Gate. Calm yourself. What a disarray. It is merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. With me here, can he truly overturn the vast Imperial City? Xia Yanwu opened his eyes, casting a disapproving glance at his grandson before closing them again. Such trifles can be reported by someone else next time. As the ruler of a nation, you need not involve yourself in every matter. His grandson understood. Xia Qingyu respectfully nodded. Xia Yanwu seemed to recall something and opened his eyes to gaze at his grandson once more. After a moment, he spoke. Qingyu, your temperament is ill-suited for ruling a nation. Once Wei establishes his foundation, you should step back. Xia Qingyu was taken aback, feeling somewhat uneasy. But upon remembering that Wei was his beloved son, he nodded. I shall defer to your judgment, grandfather. Xia Yanwu nodded and waved his hand, as if the transition of power in a nation was but a trivial matter in his eyes. After his grandson withdrew, Xia Yanwu's gaze darkened as he looked toward the Western City Gate. A mere early Foundation establishment cultivator dares to act impudently within the Imperial City. Humph. Were it not for Wei's need for my protection while he cultivates at the altar, I would ensure you come and go no more. In the Tianqian Hall of the Imperial Palace, residence of the Great Xia monarch, Xia Qingyu had just returned when a figure descended from the rooftop, respectfully kneeling before him. Reporting to your majesty, the Foundation establishment cultivator has retreated from the Imperial City. Have you ascertained the reason for his appearance in the Imperial City? Xia Qingyu inquired. It is said that we witnessed the Foundation establishment cultivator assaulting the inspector from the Falling Feather sect. Oh, a dog-eat-dog scenario? Xia Qingyu scoffed coldly, then commanded, "Closely monitor the movements within the imperial city. When sending someone to soothe the populace, spread the word that he belongs to one of the 6 great sects. I wish to tarnish the reputation of the 6 great sects. Your Majesty is wise. I shall attend to it at once." The scattered practitioner departed. But just as Emperor Xia Qingyu prepared to review official documents, another of his subordinates arrived to report, and simultaneously, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the imperial city once more. "Your Majesty, that Foundation establishment cultivator has returned, racing toward the palace." Xia Qingyu immediately rose, issuing orders. Command Generals Wu to prepare the scattered practitioners for defense and mobilize the palace guards. Having given his commands, he swiftly made his way to the depths of the palace, the Black Hall, uncertain if the adversary had uncovered something. This matter must be decided by his grandfather. Before long, Xia Qingyu arrived once more at the entrance of the Black Hall. "Grandfather, that Foundation establishment cultivator is heading straight for the palace." The hall doors opened, and Xia Yanwu emerged. "I understand. Let us see what he intends. Have Wu and the others test the waters. If he harbors any ulterior motives, he shall remain in the palace forever." No sooner had Xia Yanwu spoken than his expression suddenly changed, and with a furious roar, he transformed into a surge of dark energy, rising into the air. "You dare! Seeking death!" Xia Qingyu, realizing the gravity of the situation, also changed countenance. "This is a disturbance at the underground altar. Has he discovered the secrets of the imperial family?" He too transformed into a shadow, racing away. Meanwhile, after Dongxing had slain several scattered practitioners, he leaped down into the deep pit carved out by the spiritual artifact. And upon landing, he discovered a pearl left behind by Wang Fu. Instantly, he comprehended that Wang Fu had already uncovered the sub-bead of the tracking orb. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Scanning his consciousness, he attempted to make a final struggle. However, at that moment, his awareness was forcefully repelled by the earth ahead. "You little brat, where do you think you're going?" Dongxing thoughtlessly summoned his spiritual artifact and hurled it forward. With a thunderous explosion, the earth and stone shattered, yet Wang Fu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Instead, an empty space revealed itself. Dongxing immediately activated his defensive spiritual artifact to encircle himself and charged into the pitch-black space. As he focused his gaze, his pupils constricted in shock. What an enormous altar! In this vast space, nearly 100 feet in size, earth and stone intertwined, ghostly flames flickering. In the center stood a 10-foot square altar, densely covered with intricate symbols that glimmered with an eerie light in shades of black and red. 9 stone pillars, intricately carved with dragon motifs, surrounded the altar, 8 of which were ablaze with a massive ghostly fire, adding an air of mystery to the altar. Around the altar, 5 blood pools of unknown depth bubbled ominously, saturating the air with a nauseating stench of blood. Piles of white bones accumulated like mountains, skulls scattered everywhere. This hellish scene sent chills down the spine of Dongxing, who had lived for over 100 years. He turned his gaze to the youth seated cross-legged at the center of the altar, a wave of dread washing over him. Never did he expect that beneath the magnificent Great Xia Palace lay such a nefarious altar, a true manifestation of demonic techniques. Compared to this, the Dong family's methods were indeed insignificant. Observing the aura of the individual, it seemed he was utilizing the altar for cultivation. Is he in the process of establishing his foundation? Dongxing's expression brightened. He momentarily forgot about Wang Fu, realizing that if this altar could aid Qi refinement cultivators in establishing their foundations, then in the hands of the Dong family, their foundation cultivators could multiply exponentially. First capture the youth atop the altar and force him to reveal the secrets of this altar. What resides within one's heart is but a fleeting thought. In an instant, Dongxing soared into the air, resembling a black eagle, extending his hand toward the person upon the altar in an attempt to seize him from afar. A mere cultivator at the Qi refinement stage was no match for him, particularly at such a critical juncture of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, rendering him utterly defenseless. Not everyone possesses the slippery nature of Wang Fu. However, just as Dongxing was on the verge of success, a furious shout suddenly resonated throughout the subterranean space. What audacity! It was none other than the arriving Xia Yanwu, whose overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth. Dongxing gasped in alarm, compelled to withdraw his hand. He gazed at the newcomer with trepidation. Foundation establishment perfected. Who are you? You dare invade my royal domain and still inquire about my identity? Xia Yanwu was nearly incensed to laughter. He had not anticipated that this intruder would come to the palace and head straight for this location, even attempting to capture Wei, an utterly unforgivable act. Glancing at Xia Ziwei, who remained unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief, for the latter was the royal family's treasure, the sole genius with dual spiritual roots. Should any misfortune befall him, all their years of cultivation would be rendered futile. Enraged by this thought, he immediately struck out with a palm. A torrent of black spiritual energy coalesced into a gigantic hand, descending from the heavens and sealing off all of Dongxing's escape routes. Dongxing's pupils constricted sharply, and he could only summon a defensive spiritual artifact to withstand the blow, which sent him crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. Realizing that his artifact remained undamaged, he quickly retreated along the path he had come, hastily fleeing outdoors. As he fled, he pondered, how formidable. Is this what it means to have perfected foundation establishment? A single incantation is beyond my capacity to counter. I must escape. This person proclaims himself as this emperor. Could he be the ruler of the great Xia? No, the ruler is Xia Qingyu. Could it be the former emperor? The great Xia royal family indeed conceals its secrets well. An incomplete altar can aid a cultivator in establishing their foundation. What if it were complete? Would it not assist in condensing the golden Dan? No, I must return to the Dong family. If this is true, then the glory of the Dong family shall soon arrive. Chapter 74. The Nine Fiends' soul refinement array. Dongxing ascended, while Xia Yanwu transformed into a black wind in hot pursuit, causing the great Xia palace to erupt with waves of terrifying spiritual fluctuations. Meanwhile, the altar space fell into silence once more, with only Xia Ziwei on the altar utilizing its power to establish his foundation. In the 5 blood pools, crimson threads connected to Xia Ziwei's limbs and head. Hearing that his ancestor had driven away the foe, he finally felt a sense of relief. Just moments ago, he believed he was destined for calamity. Fortunately, his ancestor arrived. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape, his foundation would surely be damaged, making it impossible to establish himself anew. He could not fathom who had discovered the greatest secret of the great Xia royal family, but with his ancestor present, that person was undoubtedly doomed. The great Xia royal family was on the brink of resurgence, and he must hasten to successfully establish his foundation. Only then could he assist his ancestor. Xia Ziwei focused his mind, continuing his efforts to establish his foundation. The power from the 5 blood pools surged through his limbs and head, ultimately converging in his dantian to condense the blood dan. Once the blood dan was formed, he could harness its power to enter the foundation establishment realm. Almost there. Almost there. Just as Xia Ziwei concentrated his thoughts and labored to condense the blood dan, he felt the light suddenly dim, as if something blocked his path, prompting him to involuntarily open his eyes. A face abruptly appeared before him, startling him so profoundly that the blood dan within his dantian nearly shattered. It's you. It is I. A flash of light passed, and a head with wide open eyes soared into the air, ultimately rolling to the edge of the altar. Wang Fusho stowed away his magical artifacts, gazing with disdain at the unblinking figure of Xia Ziwei. Yet, he could not resist the urge to examine the corpse. Retrieving a purple gold storage pouch from within his robes. Initially, he had been enjoying a performance in the imperial palace, but the sudden surge of formidable spiritual energy emanating from beneath the ground, linked to that old fellow from the Dong family, compelled him to venture underground, leading to his discovery of this space. It was only when the burly man, who proclaimed himself as the rightful emperor, chased after the old man from the Dong family that he stealthily emerged. To his astonishment, the imperial family of the great Xia truly harbored secrets, concealing such a sinister altar beneath the palace, with blood pools that had undoubtedly claimed countless lives. Xia Ziwei, possessing the cultivation of the 13th level of qi refinement, indicated that the Xia emperor must also be a practitioner, and likely even more formidable than Xia Ziwei himself, the man who had just claimed to be the true emperor. While not Xia Qingyu, was certainly a pivotal figure within the imperial family, potentially the previous great Xia emperor, having achieved a complete foundation establishment, skillfully cloaked in secrecy. Wang Fu was engulfed by a wave of trepidation, had this individual chosen to strike while he was extorting Emperor Xia. He and Jiang Yin would have had no hope of survival. A flicker of spiritual flame soared towards the lifeless body of Xia Ziwei. In response, Wang Fu summoned the exquisite artifact, the golden meteor ring blade, channeling his spiritual energy to its utmost limit, and forcefully brought it down upon the altar, intent on obliterating this malevolent structure. With a resounding thud, the golden meteor ring blade struck the altar, producing a cacophony of metal clashing against metal. Yet, apart from leaving a profound gash, it inflicted little damage upon the altar. What material could possibly be this resilient? One strike is insufficient, let it be two. Or even three. I refuse to believe you cannot be destroyed. Wang Fu continued to urge the golden meteor ring blade in an attempt to destroy the altar. However, before he could strike more than a few times, a formidable aura surged into the altar's space. Thief! Halt! It was none other than the late-arriving Emperor Xia Qingyu of the Great Xia. Oh, the legitimate Emperor of Xia has finally made his appearance? Indeed. He has reached the foundation establishment stage. Wang Fu scoffed coldly, realizing the futility of his efforts. He scattered a multitude of talismans and vanished into the ground. Boom. The talismans released a faint magical energy, causing the entire altar space to tremble violently, with numerous fragments raining down from above. Xia Qingyu, preoccupied with protecting the altar, could not afford to pursue Wang Fu. He soared to the altar's summit, stepping onto a powder that had mysteriously appeared, while simultaneously enveloping himself in a powerful spiritual force and launching spells to shatter the falling debris. Yet, even the might of one could only achieve so much. Despite being at the foundation establishment stage, he was not exempt from limitations. In but a few breaths, the altar space had transformed into a scene of ruin. With 2 of the 9 dragon-patterned stone pillars toppled and 1 of the 5 blood pools surrounding the altar destroyed. Boom. The imposing presence of Xia Yinwu burst forth, dragging the barely conscious Dong Xing behind him. Upon witnessing the altar's once pristine state now reduced to such disarray, fury consumed him. Grandfather, Xia Qingyu cried out urgently. That beast from the Luyuzong used talismans to blow up the altar and fled. Useless. Xia Yinwu bellowed, sending his grandson flying with a single slap. Xia Qingyu, however, did not even pause to wipe the blood from his lips. Grandfather, this man can burrow underground. If he escapes back to the Luyuzong, the secrets of our great Xia will be laid bare. Escape? Can he truly escape? Xia Yinwu tossed Dong Xing to the ground and strode toward the altar. A potent spiritual force coalesced into a dense black mist that enveloped the altar, disintegrating the falling debris into dust upon contact. Since his presence had been revealed, he resolved to abandon any pretense of concealment. Despite the altar's compromised state, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Today, I shall activate the altar and commence the soul refinement grand array, using this city of ants as a living sacrifice, to forge 1,000,000 vengeful souls and craft the soul banner of 10,000 souls, culminating in the creation of the golden core. A pitch-black, ominous soul banner materialized from thin air. The temperature of the underground space plummeted instantly, as malevolent spirits howled and twisted faces of evil emerged upon the banner. This ghastly vision filled the barely conscious Dong Xing with despair. He suddenly comprehended the absurdity of his previous thoughts. The altar's malevolence exceeded anything he could have anticipated. It was not just his Dong family that would suffer. Even the Luyuzong could face catastrophic repercussions if they were not cautious. Yet, he would never live to witness that day. Dong family. Luyuzong? Ha! Nonsense. Xia Yinwu scoffed coldly, shattering the barely alive Dong Xing with a single palm strike, sending blood and flesh flying. As the soul banner swept in, a soul was drawn into it, in less than a breath. A ghostly face identical to Dong Xing's appeared upon the banner. The soul of the foundation establishment stage was immediately suppressed by the other malevolent spirits. Rise for me. Xia Yinwu thrust the soul banner into the altar's center, and the entire altar seemed to awaken, unleashing a cacophony of anguished wails. He then produced a storage pouch, from which countless spirit stones poured forth like grains of sand, cascading around the altar and transforming into an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. As mysterious patterns upon the altar began to illuminate, a pillar of black and red light shot skyward, piercing through dozens of meters of earth and reaching the heavens. The clouds churned as if the heavens were weeping, turning a blood-red hue. 9 Fiends' soul refinement grand array. Rise. With each incantation he cast, Xia Yinwu slammed his palm onto the altar, unleashing a torrent of blood light that spread in all directions. Beneath the blood-colored sky, the entire Great Xia Imperial City underwent a transformation. From a high vantage point, one could observe a pillar of black-red light soaring from the palace into the sky, while a blood-red barrier descended from above, enveloping the city like a colossal bowl turned upside down. Just beneath the surface, a similar blood barrier arose, resembling a net that reached upward until it surfaced, thereby sealing the Great Xia Imperial City from all escape, both above and below. Chapter 75, The 10,000 Souls Banner Beneath the Mandarin Duck Tower. Wang Fu gazed at the slowly rising crimson barrier, reluctantly emerging from the ground. He had already tested this barrier. Even the finest magical artifacts proved utterly ineffective against it. Despite expending the power of a talisman, he was still unable to breach it. And thus, Wang Fu had no choice but to momentarily concede defeat. The royal family of the Great Xia refrains from action unless absolutely necessary, yet when they do strike, their efforts are remarkably grandiose. How deeply they have concealed their intentions. On the rooftop of the Mandarin Duck Pavilion, as he beheld the blood-red dome enveloping the entire imperial city like an immense bowl, Wang Fu felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him. Such a formidable barrier could likely only be shattered by someone at the Golden Core stage. Could it truly be for the purpose of capturing me? That seems excessive. This is undoubtedly a formation, at the very least a grand array of Golden Core caliber. A voice suddenly emerged behind Wang Fushan, filling him with delight. Old Jiang. Have you succeeded? As anticipated, Wang Fushan turned to see Jiang Yin approaching, bearing the black sword upon his back. Wang Fushan scrutinized him intently, his consciousness probing without restraint, only to find that Jiang Yin was now as different as night from day. Having lost some years of his life, he felt fortunate. Jiang Yin could not help but smile wryly. Years of life? It was only then that Wang Fushan noticed the numerous strands of white hair in Jiang Yin's mane. Was it really that severe? In comparison to foundation building, this loss of life was negligible. Jiang Yin shook his head, then expressed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, those 2 snow lotuses, each 500 years old, have been consumed. Haha, I thought it was something serious. Compared to your successful foundation establishment, let alone 2 500-year snow lotuses, even 10 or 20 would be worth it, Wang Fushan chuckled, patting Jiang Yin on the shoulder. You agree, don't you, Uncle Jiang? Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a serious demeanor. What Wang Shiji says holds merit. Get lost. Do you truly wish to be my master? Unless you surpass me by 2 major realms, that's impossible. Just joking. Even if I were to ascend to immortality right now, you would still remain my friend, Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin forced a smile, gazing earnestly at Wang Fushan. Upon hearing this, Wang Fushan was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. That is splendid. However, his expression abruptly shifted, and Jiang Yin's did as well. Both of them turned their gazes skyward, witnessing drops of blood rain descending from above, swiftly saturating the entire imperial city of the Great Xia. As the blood rain fell, the commoners standing in the streets, who had been discussing the sky, were suddenly drenched, shrieking in horror. Ah, what is this? Red rain. Blood rain. Everyone, flee. This rain is poisonous. The blood rain immediately corroded flesh upon contact, and in mere moments, numerous individuals lay sprawled across the streets, wailing as their bodies slowly decayed in the blood rain until they breathed their last. Those fortunate enough to seek refuge indoors endured the searing pain of the corrosive rain. Physicians quickly instructed everyone to remove the flesh tainted by the blood rain to temporarily avert the threat to their lives. Observing all this, Wang Fushan and Jiang Yin understood that unless they shattered this crimson barrier, the imperial capital of the Great Xia would inevitably be reduced to a ghost city amidst the decay wrought by the blood rain. What a vicious scheme. What on earth has transpired during my seclusion? Jiang Yin inquired. Wang Fu sighed deeply and recounted the harrowing events of his ambush and the subsequent occurrences. As Jiang Yin listened, his heart grew increasingly alarmed, particularly when the topic of the formidable figure who had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment arose. A shiver ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread for Wang Fu. It was indeed miraculous that he had managed to survive. Now, the crimson barrier enveloped the entire city, rendering escape utterly impossible. Upon finishing his tale, Wang Fu could only manage a bitter smile, acutely aware that a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Wang Fu turned to Jiang Yin and said, Old Jiang, with your recent breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm, your ability to wield talismans must far surpass mine. If I were to lend you the illusory feather blade, do you think you could cleave through the crimson barrier? Jiang Yin shook his head. That's not feasible. Such a powerful formation, I have only encountered in texts. It blankets an entire city and can only be breached by someone at the Golden Core stage. Golden Core stage. Wang Fu felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Their sect was tens of thousands of miles away, and not only was communication impossible, but even if it were, the time consumed in back and forth would likely mean they wouldn't survive long enough. Indeed, a formation of such magnitude cannot be simplistic. The royal family of the Great Xia may have strayed into sinister paths, practicing dark arts that require the sacrifice of millions from the capital. Before Jiang Yin could finish speaking, the blood-red pillar of light ascending from the palace underwent a transformation. As the earth trembled violently, an altar erupted from the ground, soaring to a height of 9 zhang. Atop the altar stood Xia Yanwu, wielding a black banner. With a flourish of the banner, a cacophony of anguished wails echoed throughout the capital as malevolent spirits emerged from the banner, clawing and thrashing toward the streets where the blood rain had claimed lives. Souls were snatched away by these malevolent spirits, which then tore them apart and devoured them. The aura of the fiends grew exponentially stronger. As the number of these demons multiplied, they dispersed from the palace, spreading in all directions, consuming souls and becoming increasingly powerful, even beginning to slaughter the living. Wang Fu and his companion concealed their presence, hiding in the shadows. From a distance, Jiang Yin gazed at the ominous black banner, exclaiming in astonishment, "The banner of 10,000 souls." Wang Fu furrowed his brow at the mention of the name. He had heard of the banner of 10,000 souls, a malevolent artifact of the demonic path, known for its insidious nature. However, the specifics of its effects remained unknown to him. Jiang Yin, with a grave expression, fixed his intense gaze on the black banner atop the altar, gritting his teeth as he spoke in a low, somber tone. The banner of 10,000 souls is an extraordinarily formidable artifact. Its core is the soul-gathering pearl, which binds spirits for its own use. With 100 souls, it can summon vengeful spirits. With 1,000, it can conjure ghostly generals. And with 10,000, it can give rise to a ghostly king. To wield such a banner is akin to commanding a legion of malevolent spirits. The royal family of the Great Xia must have harbored sinister intentions for a long time. Having acquired the formation diagrams to construct this altar and activate the Grand Array, aiming to transform 1,000,000 souls from the imperial city into vengeful spirits ensnared by the banner of 10,000 souls. Should they succeed, the banner would reach an unprecedented pinnacle, birthing a ghostly emperor, and the 6 major sects would face an unparalleled crisis. The notion of sacrificing 1,000,000 lives to forge the banner of 10,000 souls struck Wang Fu as absurd. Yet, the grim reality lay before him. He could not help but touch his storage pouch, where a soul-gathering pearl resided. Indeed, the fully realized cultivator from the Great Xia royal family might attempt to break through to the golden core stage at the moment the banner truly became an artifact, coinciding with the birth of the Ghost King. However, the altar seemed incomplete. It was ill-timed to activate now, appearing rather hasty. Jiang Yin's deductions left Wang Fu at a loss for words. What had begun as a straightforward sect mission, overseeing the royal family and idling for 3 months, had spiraled into an overwhelming series of unforeseen events. Sighing, Wang Fu remarked, "How could it not be hasty? The royal family of the Great Xia has concealed itself beneath the noses of the 6 major sects for countless years. We went to humiliate the Xia royal family, and they did not retaliate. Yet, simply because that old man from the Dong family sought to eliminate me, we inadvertently stumbled into the subterranean space of the imperial palace, prompting the Great Xia royal family to act prematurely." Wang Fu was on the verge of tears, lamenting his misguided faith in omens. Why, in the midst of being pursued outside the city, did he inexplicably head towards the imperial palace? While there was a chance he could have been slain by that old wretch from the Dong family outside the city, it remained merely a possibility. Yet now, he was undoubtedly facing certain death. Chapter 76, Dan Hunzi. Wang Fu once again felt his insignificance. Since mastering the art of earth escape, he believed he could evade any peril. However, now he found himself ensnared within a formidable array that sealed both heaven and earth, rendering his skills futile. Indeed, it was evident that one must possess formidable power. The might of the imperial family of the Great Xia left Wang Fu feeling powerless. Yet, the words of Jiang Yin ignited a flicker of hope within him. We are not entirely bereft of hope for survival. The altar is incomplete. Unforeseen events may yet transpire. The Myriad Souls banner does not contain the Ghost King, thus it cannot be deemed a true treasure. The evil spirits devouring souls are merely preparing for the birth of the Ghost King. The golden core of that individual may not necessarily succeed. So do not succumb to despair. Await the opportunity. Wang Fu nodded in agreement. Indeed, to give up would mean losing all chances. At least they were still alive. And until the final moment, surrender was not an option. He fervently wished for the presence of a passing golden core cultivator. With their abilities, they could easily conceal themselves within the vast imperial city, rendering the malevolent spirits incapable of locating them. As time passed, an increasing number of innocents met a gruesome fate, transforming into malevolent spirits enslaved by the myriad souls banner. The aura of the banner grew ever stronger. With the demise of thousands in the rain of blood, the myriad souls banner finally underwent a transformation. A colossal ghostly visage surged forth from the banner, twisting and contorting, its aura intensifying to the peak of a ghost general. The Ghost King shall emerge, and my golden core is within reach, boomed Xia Yinwu, his laughter echoing with unrestrained glee. He unleashed a series of hand seals, summoning countless malevolent spirits to converge upon him. The ghost general seized the spirits and consumed them, and instead of resisting, the spirits fervently offered themselves. They seemed to understand that their king was on the verge of being born. After devouring hundreds of malevolent and fierce spirits, the ghost general's aura surged dramatically, its form expanding until it reached a height of 3 zhang, sporting twin horns and blood-red eyes. The Ghost King was born. The myriad spirits bowed in subservience. Xia Yinwu gazed at his creation with exhilaration, madness dancing in his eyes. For over a century, I have awaited this moment, and it has finally arrived. Aha! The Ghost King. He commanded, hand over the Ghost Dan to me. Assist me in forming my core. The 3 zhang tall Ghost King looked down at Xia Yinwu with its blood-red eyes. Xia Yinwu bellowed once more, bring it here. Beside him, Xia Qingyu's heart raced. He understood that the altar was incomplete, and the Ghost King's binding power was not absolute. A moment's negligence could lead to a backlash from the Ghost King, and the entire city would become sustenance for the Ghost King's ascension to the Ghost Emperor. He and his grandfather would not escape calamity. Bring it here. Hand it over to me. Xia Yinwu shouted thrice, and the Ghost King finally lowered its head, opening its mouth to release a Ghost Dan exuding a potent ghostly aura. As the Ghost Dan emerged, the Ghost King's aura plummeted, rendering it exceedingly weak, yet it remained at the Ghost King level. Xia Yinwu, in a frenzy of elation, reached for the Ghost Dan, but in the next instant, it vanished into thin air. A chilling, mocking voice echoed from the other side of the altar. Indeed, I did not expect you to cultivate it successfully. I am quite pleased, but there shall be no reward. A man clad in black, with blood-red hair, stood atop the altar, pinching the Ghost Dan between his thumb and forefinger. Xia Yinwu stared at this figure, clenching his fists in fury and confusion. It's you. I thought you were dead. Dead? Haha. I merely employed a trivial trick. I never anticipated my dear disciple would actually believe it. How rather dim-witted of you. The strange man chuckled, covering his mouth. Return the Ghost Dan to me. Xia Yinwu's brows furrowed deeply. My dear disciple, addressing your master as your majesty is rather impolite. The strange man feigned displeasure. I bestowed upon you the methods of cultivation a century ago, yet this is how you repay me? I am quite heartbroken. Not a man. Not a woman. Xia Yinwu snorted coldly, but made no move to strike. He could not fathom how this individual, who should have perished, had returned. Could it be true, as he claimed, that his death was merely a ruse? A century ago, this self-proclaimed Dan Hunzi had suddenly appeared in the imperial palace of the great Xia, gravely injured. Having cast a spell to prevent the guards from acting rashly, ultimately being saved by Xia Yinwu himself. Xia Yinwu remembered the first words spoken by Dan Hunzi upon awakening. Do you wish to recreate the might of the ancient Xia Emperor from a millennium ago? Initially, no matter what Dan Hunzi said, Xia Yinwu believed he was merely a probe sent by the great Xia immortal sect to test the imperial family. It was only later, when Dan Hunzi was gravely wounded and on the verge of transcendence, that Xia Yinwu accepted the cultivation methods gifted by him. The Myriad Souls banner and the 9 Fiends Soul Refinement Array were both left behind by Dan Hunzi. Now, it appeared that everything had been a deception. As Xia Yinwu pondered deeply and gazed at the Ghost Dan clutched in Dan Hunzi's hand, he realized he had unwittingly woven a wedding dress for another. The Myriad Souls banner. Xia Yinwu suddenly recalled the location of the core of the 9 Fiends Soul Refinement Array. Gripping the Myriad Souls banner tightly, he thought that as long as he held the core of the array, even Dan Hunzi would not be his match, and he could indeed retrieve the Ghost Dan. Observing the myriad expressions on Xia Yinwu's face, Dan Hunzi could not help but taunt, My dear disciple, have you finally understood? A century ago, I appeared in your imperial palace for the sake of the million mortals in the city. To use your identity as the Xia Emperor to construct the 9 Fiends Soul Refinement Array and personally sacrifice these million souls. Thus, I could remain untouched by karma. A million resentful souls. I eagerly anticipate how far the myriad souls banner can grow. Of course, you shall not be able to see it. With a flick of his hand, Dan Hunzi caused the myriad souls banner, which Xia Yinwu gripped tightly, to tremble uncontrollably. How dare you? Xia Yinwu bellowed, exerting all his spiritual power. Yet, in but 2 breaths, he found himself powerless, and the myriad souls banner slipped from his grasp, poised to fall into Dan Hunzi's hands. Xia Yinwu's eyes widened in fury. He understood that the myriad souls banner was his final means of defense. He immediately summoned his spiritual artifact to strike at Dan Hunzi, simultaneously executing spells, creating numerous illusions to seize the myriad souls banner. My dear disciple, why is your cultivation so lacking, yet you speak so domineeringly? One might think you are a great ascension cultivator. Dan Hunzi's light-hearted words fell into Xia Yinwu's ears, sending chills down his spine. In an instant, Dan Hunzi's figure appeared before him like a specter, and despite the seemingly slow motion of his hand reaching out, there was no evasion possible. The hand slowly pressed against Xia Yinwu's chest. His heart halted, and his organs ruptured. Xia Yinwu gazed down in shock at his concave chest, blood and internal clots spilling from his mouth. What realm are you truly in? My dear disciple, you only now think to inquire about your master's realm? Dan Hunzi replied with a grin, retracting his hand and effortlessly beckoning the myriad souls banner into his possession. The Ghost King curled up beside him like a well-trained pet. Out of consideration for our master-disciple bond, I shall allow you to die with clarity. I am 193 years old this year, a century ago. I was already a golden core cultivator. Chapter 77, the snow-colored cloak in an inconspicuous corner shrouded by a blood rain. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin exchanged glances. Barely daring to breathe, they refrained from revealing their spiritual energy, even hesitating to utilize the minuscule consumption of sound transmission spells. Each had affixed talismans to enhance their hearing and sight, as well as to conceal their presence, communicating solely through their eyes. They were astonished that someone as formidable as the perfected foundation cultivator from the Xia royal family could be vanquished in a single blow by the suddenly appearing eerie man, without any chance to retaliate. This individual had been at the golden core stage a century ago. He could only have grown stronger or remained hidden. It was evident that this newly emerged, strange man was not of good character either. Wang Fu sought only to avoid detection, even if it led to a certain demise. He was determined to be the last to fall. Who knows? There might still be a glimmer of hope for survival before the end. As for charging out in a reckless assault, Wang Fu would never entertain such suicidal folly. On the altar, Dan Hunzi wielded the 10,000 souls banner, extracting the soul of Xia Yinwu. With a casual wave, the banner acquired a perfected foundation ghost general. After all, they had shared a master-disciple bond. The master was not devoid of sentiment, thus granting him the title of Ghost King. As the 10,000 souls banner stirred, a relentless stream of malevolent spirits came forth to offer themselves as sacrifices, feeding the ghost general that was once Xia Yinwu, now devoid of consciousness. He was driven solely by the instincts of a ghost, incessantly consuming his kind, and his aura grew increasingly potent. Ultimately, he surged dramatically, becoming as formidable as the first Ghost King. Excellent. Thus the second Ghost Dan was formed. Dan Hunzi beckoned, and the Ghost King that had emerged from Xia Yinwu promptly reverently expelled the Ghost Dan, holding the 2 Ghost Dan that radiated a dense aura. Dan Hunzi grinned. Well done, this makes 2. With 7 more, my grand achievement will be complete. My dear disciple, I owe you much. The nation's efforts in constructing the 9 fiends' soul-refining array for me, and now you have perished, such anguish weighs upon my heart. But fear not. Once I attain the nascent soul stage, I shall assist you in becoming a ghost emperor, commanding the myriad spirits of the 10,000 souls banner. Our master-disciple bond shall not be in vain. As for now, Dan Hunzi stored away the 2 Ghost Dawn, grasping the 10,000 souls banner. The terrifying spiritual energy of a perfected golden core surged within it, causing the banner to flutter without wind, exuding a formidable presence. The overwhelming ghostly aura spread out like a vortex, enveloping an area of 30 yards. Devour freely. With his command, the spirits, from the minor ghosts to the Ghost Kings, roared with excitement as they surged forth, clawing and gnashing towards the citizens of the Xia royal city. Particularly, the 2 Ghost Kings, despite having lost their Ghost Dawn and reduced to mere 20 or 30% of their former strength, were still far superior to other fierce ghost generals. They charged, carrying their overwhelming auras, towards the hiding populace within the city. Suddenly, 2 swirling vortices of spiritual energy materialized from the skies above, followed by a sweeping crimson flame. Two spears, forged from the blazing fire, appeared out of thin air and descended instantaneously, leaving the two ghost kings with no means of escape, impaling them into the earth. With ghostly energy swirling around them, they struggled incessantly but could not break free from the fiery spears. Boom! At the sound of a delicate voice echoing from above, the fiery spears erupted, silencing the wails of the ghost kings, obliterating them from the mortal realm. A graceful figure draped in a snow-colored cloak slowly emerged from the sky. Clad in white robes, with a tall and slender figure, she hovered in the air, her simple attire failing to conceal an elegance that seemed to beckon divinity. Her perfect curves flowed like a masterpiece sculpted by the heavens, a harmonious blend of fullness and slenderness that evoked admiration for her flawless form. The only imperfection lay in the fact that the owner of such an exquisite figure had an unremarkable appearance. Yet, upon seeing that silhouette in the sky, Wang Fu was left astounded. Isn't that the mistress of the blissful painting boat? That Yang surname woman is actually a formidable figure, at least at the Golden Core stage. Wang Fu vividly recalls the moment when Zhang Lada was discovered drowned, tears streaming down his face. However, such details pale in significance when considering the actions of Yang Fangzhu, who decisively vanquished the Ghost King, clearly indicating a discord with that sinister figure. This presented an opportunity for him and Jiang Yan to escape with their lives. With this thought, Wang Fu and Jiang Yan exchanged glances, each recognizing the glimmer of hope in the other's eyes. Yet, for the time being, they must conceal their elation. On the altar, Dan Hunzi observed the demise of two ghost kings without displaying any anger. After all, could a city of 100,000 souls not produce two ghost kings? Moreover, the ghost elixir was already in his possession. He regarded the woman hovering in the air with a hint of familiarity and could not help but inquire, "Have we met before?" Dan Hunzi had a remarkable memory. Yet even in a century, one could forget. The woman let out a cold laugh, her eyes glinting with hatred. Though it remained uncertain whether she still remembered the Xuanxu sect or her nurturing mentor, Master Yan. As the final two words fell from the lips of the woman in white, Dan Hunzi's countenance darkened, becoming exceedingly grim. He brandished the wand of 10,000 souls and pointed it at her from a distance. "I remember now. You are that little girl who was by the side of the old man, Yang Xiaoyi. I never expected you to grow up so disfigured. Yet your physique is quite commendable. Among all the women I have encountered, none can compare, though I wonder how you taste." Dan Hunzi squinted his eyes, extending his tongue to lick his lips. The woman remained unfazed, fully aware that Dan Hunzi was attempting to disturb her mental composure. Yet, such insults could never equate to the anguish of losing her master. She recalled the day her mentor brought her to the Xuanxu sect, a time filled with warmth and familial love, which she cherished deeply. However, fate took a cruel turn when her long-lost senior brother, Dan Hunzi, returned after decades apart. Her master rejoiced, engaging in secluded discussions on formations, only to be ambushed, resulting in the shattering of his nascent soul and his untimely demise. In that moment, she vowed to eradicate Dan Hunzi to appease her master's spirit. To come and go without reciprocity is not righteous. You seek to disturb my tranquility? Huh. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, for triangular flags of varying colors slowly manifested. She fixed her gaze upon Dan Hunzi, her voice icy and deliberate. "Dan Hunzi, rather than engage in verbal sparring, why not ponder what formation lies within my grasp?" For the first time, Dan Hunzi furrowed his brow, fixating intently on the four flags, blue, red, white, and black. The four symbols spirit-slaying formation. Impossible, utterly impossible. How could that old fool's most potent formation be in your possession? I personally destroyed it a century ago. Yet, he soon broke into laughter. "Ah, indeed, only the flags remain without the disc. Such a pity, such a pity. However, your talent for formations is commendable. To restore what I had personally obliterated, even if only the flags, is truly impressive." Upon hearing this, the woman smirked, delicately touching each of the four flags. In an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the four cardinal points. Having completed this, she slowly spoke, "Only flags? Dan Hunzi, do you think I have idly awaited your arrival in this mundane imperial city for 20 years, accomplishing nothing? The formation disc has long been buried, merely awaiting your appearance. For symbols spirit-slaying formation, rise." As Yang Xiaoyi's voice echoed, the great Xiao imperial city trembled violently. Subsequently, four beams of light shot up from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The blue, red, white, and black lights piercing the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. The blood-red barrier enveloping the great Xia imperial city shattered in response. The blood rain dissipated, and the world regained its clarity. An eerie silence fell over the entire great Xia imperial city until a scream pierced the air, "Run!" Instantly, everyone awakened from their stupor, rushing towards the city gates. Beyond the mortals, numerous scattered cultivators, previously coerced into serving the imperial family by Xia Yinwu, regained their freedom following his demise. With the blood barrier breached, they hastened to flee the city. It was evident to all that a battle of golden core caliber was imminent, and none dared to linger. For who could predict whether the blood-red barrier would rise again in the next moment? Flee! 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 Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were also among the fleeing throngs, where no one dared to pilot flying artifacts. Instead, they resorted to wind manipulation techniques and other spells to enhance their speed, leaping and gliding across the rooftops of the city. Amidst their escape, Wang Fu occasionally glanced back at the Yang family bowmaster, who stood suspended in mid-air aboard the luxurious bliss vessel, engaged in a fierce confrontation with Dan Hunzi. "Yang Xiaowei, you are truly despicable," Dan Hunzi exclaimed, his eyes filled with fury as he witnessed the crimson barrier shatter. He was acutely aware that the million souls he had schemed to collect over a century were on the verge of dissipating into nothingness. With urgency, he formed incantations with his hands, directing a flurry of magical seals toward the altar, desperate to restore the blood-red barrier. However, the white-clad woman, Yang Xiaowei, would not allow his wishes to come to fruition. With a mere gesture, a towering column of red light erupted from the south, and a fireball the size of several zhang descended from the heavens, crashing toward the altar like a meteor. Dan Hunzi's expression twisted in despair. He was well aware of the formidable power of the four symbols slaughtering spirit formation, a potent array capable of severing even nascent souls. He dared not underestimate it. Relinquishing his attempt to activate the crimson barrier, he instead grasped the 10,000 souls banner, pointing it into the distance. In an instant, countless spirits converged, and the two demon kings, previously vanquished by the flame spear, re-emerged with even greater ferocity. Under the leadership of the demon kings, tens of thousands of souls filled the sky, reminiscent of a realm of ghosts resurrected. Outside the city, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin observed the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy behind them, their hearts filled with trepidation. Whether it was the multitude of ghostly apparitions that could obscure the sun or the four extraordinary pillars of divine light that occasionally sliced through the air, these were powers far beyond their reach. To even brush against them would spell certain death. What a formidable woman! Is this the power wielded by array masters? Jiang Yin mused, gazing at the intense battleground within the city. Unable to contain his admiration, he turned to Wang Fu, nodding earnestly as he remarked, "Stronger than talisman masters." Upon hearing this, Wang Fu felt a slight tremor and quickly retorted, "Nonsense. If I possessed their level of mastery, I could inscribe third and fourth tier spirit talismans to unleash a barrage that would obliterate that Dan Hunzi." "Perhaps," Jiang Yin calmly interjected, "the array captures the immense power of heaven and earth. If arranged properly in advance, it is entirely feasible to slay those beyond one's level. As for spirit talismans, they merely siphon the minor energies of the universe." "Wang Yin, you are remarkable. Ever since your foundation establishment, I have noticed a transformation in you. Do not forget that your life was saved by my spirit talisman," Wang Fu retorted. "That was your voluntary offering, which has nothing to do with me. Besides, I am now your Shirshu. Mind your language." "Curse you," Wang Fu exclaimed. "You speak arrogantly. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." With that, Jiang Yin drew the black sword from his back, pointing it at Wang Fu, and commanded sternly, "Kneel and beg for mercy, or I shall render you powerless today." "Very well. I am eager to see just how formidable you have become since your breakthrough in foundation establishment," Wang Fu replied defiantly, conjuring several top-tier, first-level offensive spirit talismans. The spirit flame talismans before him. In the next moment, the talismans erupted, their fiery brilliance surging forth like a stampede of wild horses, charging towards Jiang Yin. The black sword in Jiang Yin's hand flew from his grasp, soaring upward and transforming into a streak of black light aimed at the cypress tree behind him. The spirit flames cleaved through the air, deftly evading Jiang Yin while colliding with the cypress tree. Indeed, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were merely performing a ruse. Prompted by Jiang Yan's whispered warning to Wang Fu about the hidden presence of someone behind the cypress trees, none other than the elusive Emperor Xia Qingyu of the Great Xia dynasty. Jiang Yan, who mastered the blood sword technique that nourishes the sword with blood, possessed an acute awareness of murderous intent. Having previously encountered Emperor Xia, he recognized the distinct aura of the man, and upon sensing the unique killing intent that belonged solely to Xia Qingyu, he immediately relayed this information to Wang Fu, leading to the unfolding scene. Their intention was to catch their opponent off guard. True to their strategy, as the black sword pierced the cypress tree, igniting with spiritual flames, Xia Qingyu's figure emerged, clutching his wounded arm and glaring at Wang Fu and Jiang Yan with a fierce intensity. "How did you discover this, king?" he snarled, his patience waning. Wang Fu, uninterested in banter, summoned his exquisite magical artifact, the golden meteor ring blade, and struck with precision. Concurrently, he hastened the activation of the symbolic treasure, the illusory feathered flying dagger. Aware that Xia Qingyu was at the foundation establishment stage, Wang Fu had quietly begun to mobilize the symbolic treasure at the first opportunity, knowing that only it could pose a genuine threat to his foe. If it were solely up to him, he would have long since fled underground. However, with Jiang Yan, who was also at the early foundation establishment stage by his side, there remained a glimmer of hope. Despite Jiang Yan's recent breakthrough, his formidable cultivation method, combined with Wang Fu's symbolic treasures, could potentially restrain the emperor. Jiang Yan's black sword, shimmering with a sanguine glow, sped towards Xia Qingyu with lethal intent. With a furious shout, Xia Qingyu, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, summoned two spirit artifacts, a black axe and a long nail, each to counter the black sword and Wang Fu's golden meteor ring blade. In his mind, as long as he could fend off the black sword with one artifact, he would swiftly dispatch the one who dared to insult him, a mere chi refinement cultivator. Yet, his optimistic assumptions were dashed as the black axe faltered under pressure, forcing him to call forth the long nail in a desperate attempt to confront the blood-hued black sword. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Fu could not suppress a cold smile. The black sword wielded by Jiang Yan was nourished by his own blood, rendering it not only immensely powerful but also remarkably agile and swift. This was further amplified by Jiang Yan's recent breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Had he waited a while longer for the black sword to be sustained by the blood of foundation establishment, even a simultaneous assault from 2 or 3 spirit artifacts might not withstand its might. "Wang Fu, I will hold off his spirit artifacts. You must strike him down." As the master of the black sword, he understood the gravity of the situation and spoke decisively. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu nodded in agreement and promptly urged the golden meteor ring blade to attack Xia Qingyu. However, Xia Qingyu scoffed. "A mere chi refining stage cultivator dares to confront me? You are courting death. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation of that day." He gathered a formidable amount of spiritual power and sent the golden meteor ring blade flying with a single slap. Subsequently, he unleashed a spell, and a deluge of pitch-black flames descended upon them like rain. This was a mid-level spell, the Rain of Fire. Wang Fu swiftly cast a wind control technique upon himself, affixing a speed enhancement talisman, as he deftly maneuvered beneath the gaps of the fiery rain while bearing the weight of the black armor and the mysterious bell. Simultaneously, he directed the golden meteor ring blade to persist in its relentless assault. Xia Qingyu, vexed by the incessant disturbances from the golden meteor ring blade, concentrated his spiritual energy to unleash powerful strikes, causing the blade's spiritual radiance to wane perilously. It appeared on the verge of collapse. At last, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Wang Fu's eyes as he successfully activated the talisman treasure, the illusionary feather-flying knife, directing it towards Xia Qingyu alongside the golden meteor ring blade. Observing the diminishing luminescence of the exceptional artifact aimed at him, Xia Qingyu resolved to eradicate it. Immediately unleashing a formidable spell, a dark flame collided with the golden meteor ring blade, further dimming its spiritual light, leaving it teetering and devoid of power. Just then, the illusionary feather-flying knife transformed into a radiant golden light, appearing before Xia Qingyu. How absurd! Xia Qingyu sneered coldly, his thoughts racing to activate his defensive artifact. Yet, a ringing sound of a bell echoed in his ears. Ding-ling-ling. His consciousness faltered, and his vision spun wildly, revealing a headless corpse standing in the desolate wilderness. Whose body is this? Chapter 79, The Choice. Thus, the once mighty Summer Emperor met his tragic end. Wang Fu gazed at the severed head of Xia Qingyu rolling on the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief, while gently caressing the now dimmed, exquisite artifact, pondering how long it would require nurturing with spiritual energy to restore its former brilliance. The combat awareness of the Emperor of the Great Xia was indeed lacking, squandering the potential of his foundational cultivation. Wang Fu released a breath of discontent, extending his palm as a sphere of spiritual fire, the size of a bowl, materialized and delicately descended upon Xia Qingyu's lifeless body, igniting it in an instant. In mere moments, it was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a violet golden storage pouch that lay quietly on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Fu summoned it into his possession using his telekinetic skills. As they bore the weight of the 6 great sects' cultivation, engaging in clandestine activities, their infrequent combat experience rendered their lack of martial awareness unsurprising. Jiang Yin shook his head slightly, then turned to Wang Fu with a grin, for today, against all odds, he had indeed slain a foundational cultivator. Wang Fu paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. Although Jiang Yin has restrained much of Xia Qingyu's strength, I have genuinely severed the head of a foundation establishment cultivator. In the realm of qi refinement, this is truly remarkable." However, Jiang Yin surveyed the surrounding forest, his icy gaze reflecting a chill as he pondered, "I wonder if those nearby will retreat in the face of difficulty. Gentlemen, why do you not reveal yourselves?" Upon hearing this, Wang Fu was taken aback, his consciousness sweeping outward, only to discover the surrounding mountains and forests held an unusual presence, subtly concealing several cultivators. A brief contemplation led him to realize that these were all rogue cultivators from the Great Xia Imperial City. As expected, one by one, the rogue cultivators slowly revealed themselves from the woods. Among them, a rogue cultivator at the 13th level of qi refinement gazed at Wang Fu and Jiang Yin, particularly fixating on Jiang Yin, and slightly bowed, saying, "Esteemed senior, please remain calm. We harbor no ill intentions. However, having been oppressed by the Great Xia royal family for many years, resentment is brewed within us. Upon encountering that dog emperor, Xia Qingyu, we intended to surround and eliminate him. Fortunately, with your esteemed assistance, we can ensure that this dog emperor meets his end, for which we are profoundly grateful." The other rogue cultivators similarly clasped their fists in salute. Jiang Yin nodded slightly. "No need for concern. We are disciples of the Lanyu sect, tasked with overseeing the royal family. The Great Xia royal family has transgressed the rules of the immortal sect and deserves death. Yet, I wonder if there are any other practitioners within the royal family?" The cultivator replied respectfully, "Esteemed senior, there are 3 individuals from the Great Xia royal family who have ventured into cultivation. The previous king, Xia Yanwu, the current king, Xia Qingyu, and the prince, Xia Ziwei. The remaining consorts, queens, princes, and grandsons possessed no aptitude for cultivation." Jiang Yin and Wang Fu exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the perfected foundation establishment cultivator was indeed the Great Xia King, seemingly feigning death to evade the scrutiny of the 6 major immortal sects. Surveying the dozens of rogue cultivators around him, Jiang Yin declared, "These 3 have perished. You are now free. Whether you choose to remain as rogue cultivators or participate in the Ascension Conference of the 6 major immortal sects to become disciples of a sect is entirely up to you." Faced with Jiang Yan's unyielding dismissal, the 13th level qi refinement cultivator and the others exchanged brief glances before bowing in retreat. "We take our leave." Watching them depart, Wang Fu finally exhaled in relief. It would be naive to believe that these dozens of rogue cultivators had no ulterior motives towards them, especially after just acquiring Xia Qingyu's storage bag. The wealth contained within a royal storage bag was unfathomable, with even the 3 spiritual artifacts alone holding immeasurable value for those at the qi refinement stage. However, should a confrontation arise, Wang Fu held no fear, even if surrounded. He and Jiang Yin would navigate through with ease, and if forced to flee, could leave behind a dozen or more. As for capturing them, that was laughable. Jiang Yan's consciousness scanned a radius of 100 feet, and upon confirming the rogue cultivators had truly departed, he turned to Wang Fu and said, "Among them, there are 2 perfected qi refinement cultivators, one of whom is concealed in the shadows. Although he is well hidden, his murderous intent cannot escape my perception." 2 perfected qi refinement cultivators? No wonder they dared to entertain thoughts against us, yet they seemed to value their lives. Wang Fu chuckled. Jiang Yin nodded slightly. The 2 tidied the battlefield and glanced in the direction of the Great Xia Imperial Palace, where the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy continued to clash. For beams of light emitted a fierce radiance. Even from such a distance, Wang Fu felt a shiver down his spine. He could not deny the formidable strength of the formation. In comparison, the spiritual talismans appeared rather weak. "Let us depart," that battlefield is beyond our reach. We can only hope that the deranged Dan Hunzi meets his demise within the four symbols slaying spirit formation. Wang Fu sighed, reflecting on how this mission had broadened his horizons and deepened his understanding. Beyond the formidable Xia Yinwu, who had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, he had encountered the formidable Dan Hunzi and Yang Xiawei, both powerful beings in the Golden Core realm. Most importantly, he had witnessed the immense power of grand formations for the first time. Both the Nine Fiends Soul Refining Array and the Four Symbols Spirit Severing Array were beyond the reach of someone of his current cultivation level. Of course, if given the chance to choose again, he would unequivocally avoid this treacherous path. Jiang Yin wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging that sinister practitioners like Dan Hunzi, who readily sacrificed mortals, deserved to be eradicated. He turned to Wang Fu and suddenly recalled the assassination Wang Fu had mentioned, prompting him to inquire, "Where are we heading?" "Back to the sect," Wang Fu declared, his gaze resolute as he looked towards the direction of the Falling Feather sect. Jiang Yin furrowed his brow. "Are you certain? The Dong family clearly seeks your life, and your master is no saint either. Returning poses grave dangers. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. The Dong family openly has two individuals at the foundation establishment level within the Falling Feather sect. One is secluded in cultivation, while the other holds a position in the law enforcement hall. Coupled with your master, even if they dare not act against you within the sect, they could easily fabricate an excuse to expel you, leaving you vulnerable to their schemes. This time, they underestimated your strength, sending only a lowly initial stage foundation establishment cultivator. Future encounters may not be so fortunate. The foundation establishment realm is formidable. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. My assistance is limited." Wang Fu stared blankly at Jiang Yin, astonished that his old friend could utter such words. Even in the face of this predicament, his willingness to offer assistance, if only verbally, stirred a sense of gratitude within Wang Fu. He smiled faintly and replied, "Where else could I go if not back to the sect? Am I to flee from the Great Xia?" The 6 great sects are remarkably united in their treatment of rebellious disciples. As long as I remain in the cultivation world of Great Xia, I will face the relentless pursuit of the enforcement hall of the Falling Feather sect, rendering any hope for tranquil cultivation utterly futile. Moreover, the foundation establishment pills are entirely in the hands of the 6 great sects. I possess no special techniques. My only recourse to establish my foundation lies in relying on these pills. This is the foremost reason compelling me to return to the Falling Feather sect, the foundation establishment pills. My spiritual root quality is exceedingly poor, and without the aid of these pills to cleanse my marrow and strengthen my foundation, I would prefer to avoid taking risks. Rest assured, I am not without my own strategies. The Earth Escape Talisman holds significant value for the Falling Feather sect. If I can successfully draw the Gathering Spirit Talisman, one of the 3 supreme talismans, I can negotiate with Master Mo to relieve me from mundane sect duties. She should be amenable to such an arrangement." As he spoke, Wang Fu retrieved 2 talismans from his storage pouch, 2 second-tier talismans gifted by Li Yi for protection. He had already tested these talismans, only to discover they were devoid of any power, mere empty shells. Additionally, I must inquire with my master as to why these second-tier talismans are utterly ineffective. Seeing this, Jiang Yin ceased his persuasion, yet resolved in his heart to ensure Wang Fu's safety at all costs. The 2 summoned their flying artifacts, leaping into the air, and steered their vessel towards the direction of the Falling Feather sect. Chapter 80. The Art of Concealing Spirits. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin navigated their vessel with purpose, pausing intermittently to fully absorb the treasures acquired from the grand capital of the Great Xia. Their fortunes soared dramatically. The Great Xia monarch, Xia Qingyu, is of no lesser note. Within his storage pouch lay over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, accompanied by several exceedingly rare mid-grade spirit stones, culminating in a total worth of 30,000 spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, there were 31 spirit herbs, 3 of which exceeded the remarkable age of 500 years, astonishing Wang Fu. The collective value of various magical artifacts and elixirs reached upwards of 10,000 spirit stones, not to mention the 3 spirit instruments. A low-grade spirit instrument is valued at roughly 3 times that of a supreme-grade artifact, primarily due to the scarcity of skilled artisans capable of forging them. Besides the 6 revered sects, only a few powerful immortal families possess the knowledge to craft spirit instruments, and even they can only produce low-grade ones at best. However, the Treasure Pavilion occasionally releases spirit instruments, which are invariably snatched up frantically by the immortal families. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin each acquired 15,000 spirit stones, with their shares of magical artifacts and medicinal pills evenly divided. However, there was a discrepancy in the allocation of spiritual herbs and spiritual instruments. Jiang Yin, having successfully transcended to the foundation establishment stage, selected 2 spiritual instruments, the black axe named the Black Blade Mountain Shaking Axe and the defensive spiritual instrument known as the Dragon Scale Shield, which had yet to be wielded by Xia Qingyu. The spiritual instrument resembling a long nail, the ghost-slaying nail, was claimed by Wang Fu. Among the 31 spiritual herbs, Jiang Yin only took one beneficial to his cultivation, the 500-year-old blood crystal grass, while the remainder was bestowed upon Wang Fu. In addition to these items, there were several tomes of cultivation methods and an abundance of mundane wealth in the form of gold and silver. The cultivation methods were all of the sinister variety, which both Wang Fu and Jiang Yin had no intention of pursuing, yet they did not overlook a few useful spells among them. As for the gold and silver treasures, although of little use to them, they were divided equally, with Wang Fu planning to return to Wutong village to present his share to his parents. The purple gold storage bag was given to Jiang Yin, as Wang Fu possessed another. The storage bag of the great Xia Prince, Xia Ziwei, was indeed a trophy for Wang Fu. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for not being able to seize the storage bag of that old dog from the Dong family while in the underground altar space. The contents of Xia Ziwei's storage bag were significantly fewer, estimated to be worth only 1/10 of that in Xia Qingyu's bag. However, it contained several spells of considerable utility, particularly one named the Conceal Spirit Technique, which brought immense delight to Wang Fu. The Conceal Spirit Technique is a unique spell devoid of rank, capable of perfectly concealing one's spiritual energy. It surpasses the breath-holding technique by 100-fold. Once cast, it can mask all fluctuations of one's spiritual energy, obliterating any trace of cultivation realm or the aura of a cultivator, rendering the practitioner indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Upon mastering this technique, unless the opponent's divine sense exceeds yours by 2 major realms or possesses an even more sophisticated spell, such as the Spiritual Eye technique, it becomes virtually impossible to detect. Wang Fu effortlessly mastered the art of concealment, a perfect technique for evading pursuit while feigning innocence. And he was sure to share this skill with Jiang Yin. The two sought a secluded spot, dedicating an entire day to perfecting the elusive technique. However, while Jiang Yin spent the whole day in practice, Wang Fu astonishingly achieved mastery in just 1 hour. This remarkable feat left Jiang Yin in awe, as he had never witnessed anyone attain such proficiency in a spell within a mere day. Wang Fu refrained from elaborating too much, for he himself was uncertain of the reasons behind it. He formed a hand seal, invoking the concealment technique, causing his spiritual energy and realm to vanish entirely, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. He joyfully remarked, "The concealment technique is precisely the spell that allowed us to be misled by Xia Qingyu into believing they were merely compliant commoners. Now that we have acquired it, our ability to safeguard our lives has been significantly enhanced, making any attempts at stealthy ambushes far more effective." Wang Fu silently added to his thoughts that with his earth-escaping technique, unless he were ensnared by a formation or locked onto by a tracking object, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to discover his presence. Jiang Yin, equally astonished, remarked on the efficacy of such a spell. With it, one could both advance and retreat, rendering the royal family of the Great Xia's pretense of being mundane utterly wasteful. The two exchanged glances, their spirits lifted, and once again took to the skies on their flying artifacts, their pace quickening naturally. Along their journey, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin diligently practiced the several useful spells contained within the storage bags of Xia Ziwei and Xia Qingyu, such as the soul-searching technique, the ghost control technique, and the soul gu technique. Although these were not orthodox spells, they could prove exceedingly useful at times. Moreover, it was known that even the core disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Falling Feather sect practiced the soul-searching technique. Besides this technique, both the ghost control and soul gu techniques held tremendous utility. The former exhibited a powerful restraining effect on ghostly entities, capable of directly enslaving them, while the latter employed a substance known as soul gu to dominate flesh and blood beings with souls. Wang Fu speculated that those loose cultivators enslaved by Xia Yanwu were likely victims of this very art. Jiang Yan's pace in mastering spells was not rapid. In Wang Fu's eyes, it was rather sluggish, as he spent nearly 10 days merely grasping the fundamentals. By the time they set foot within the territory of the Falling Feather sect, over half a month had elapsed. The falling Feather Mountain range loomed in a hazy silhouette. Gazing at the mountains he had inhabited for a decade, Wang Fu suddenly halted, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his eyes. Old Jiang, why do I feel that the falling Feather Mountain range appears somewhat different? He inquired. In the past, we could not discern the outline of the mountains from this distance. Jiang Yin understood that Wang Fu was not one to jest at such a moment. He focused intently and, frowning, replied, the protective formation of the sect is gone. The three main peaks of the falling Feather Mountain range towered into the clouds, visible even from afar. However, due to the presence of the sect's protective formation, one typically only beheld a veil of mist, with outlines becoming discernible only upon nearing. Yet today, they could see the mountain's contours clearly from such a distance. The outlines of the three main peaks unmistakable. Suddenly, as Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were engulfed in their doubts, two artifacts soared from the forest below, slicing toward their necks. Wang Fujing was poised to intervene when he noticed Jiang Yin's dark sword had already been unsheathed, with two resounding clashes. The approaching magical artifact was promptly struck down, dimmed and marred by emerging fissures. Two muffled groans echoed through the forest, and with a sweep of his consciousness, Jiang Yin leapt from the flying vessel. By the time Wang Fu guided the craft to descend amidst the trees, the two assailants had already been subdued, and their spiritual powers sealed by Jiang Yin. What is this? Both adversaries possessed a cultivation level of the 12th stage of qi refinement. Wang Fujing was about to commend Jiang Yin when he noticed their distinctive robes adorned with the insignia of the 10,000 Methods sect, prompting a frown of concern. The people of the 10,000 Methods sect? Jiang Yin nodded. He had previously encountered individuals from that sect, recognizing that both adversaries practiced its techniques. Wang Fu stroked his chin in contemplation, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. Spies. An inquiry would reveal the truth. Jiang Yin. His expression icy as he regarded the two individuals rendered powerless and vulnerable, intoned gravely. Speak. Why have you appeared within the domain of the Falling Feather sect? The two members of the 10,000 Methods sect exchanged glances and suddenly erupted into laughter. Their expressions rife with schadenfreude as they cast derisive looks at Wang Fu and his companion, their eyes gleaming with mockery. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin both furrowed their brows, subsequently placing their hands atop each other's heads. Since they were unwilling to speak, it was the perfect opportunity to test the soul-searching technique. Their formidable spiritual power surged unceremoniously into the minds of the two, and they obtained the answers they sought. Chapter 81. The Fall of the Immortal Sect. After eliminating two disciples of the 10,000 Methods sect, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin's expressions turned exceedingly grave. The results of their soul search were unexpectedly shocking. The illustrious Liuzong, which had stood for thousands of years in the Daxia cultivation world, had been utterly annihilated. In the brief span of a month, this once mighty sect had become a mere fragment of history. A month prior, the Yuaning elder Mo Jingkong, who had been absent for nearly a decade, finally returned. However, from that moment, the entire Liuzong plunged into a state of despair, with its members gripped by fear. Even Du Ran, the master of Qinyu Peak, who had secluded himself for decades in pursuit of the Yuaning realm, was compelled to emerge from his retreat. The reason was dire. Upon Mo Jingkong's return, he appeared gravely injured, as if he had plummeted from the heavens. According to whispers within the sect, Mo Jingkong had returned with severe wounds, his Yuaning shattered, and he had lapsed into a coma. The heavens had fallen upon Liuzong. Everyone understood that a shattered Yuaning equated to certain death. Though in a coma, the likelihood of him awakening was exceedingly slim. Rumor had it that a decade ago, Mo Jingkong had received intelligence regarding the transformative realm of Huashan. Thus, he had ventured forth alone to seek its mysteries. After 10 years, he returned. Having acquired knowledge of the secrets, yet he fell victim to the poisonous entities of that strange land, resulting in his Yuan Ying's destruction. The struggle to return to the sect had already pushed him to his limits. In just a few days, news of the Huashan secrets possessed by Liuzong spread like wildfire, inciting the interest of the other 5 great sects of the Daxia cultivation world. After numerous tests, the 5 great sects could no longer restrain themselves and launched an assault on Liuzong. The 10,000 Methods sect, Spirit Beast Manor, Flame sect, Nine Suns sect, and Sanyang Valley, comprising a total of 6 Yuaning elders and 1 4th-level Spirit Beast, overwhelmed Liuzong's protective formation, which fell within half a day. Subsequently, the numerous disciples and elders of the 5 sects swarmed in, and within mere days, Liuzong was obliterated. Among the 7 known golden core cultivators of Liuzong, 5 had perished. The most tragic fate befell Sun Qian, the master of Jinshan Peak, who, while attempting to cover for Elder He Hongqiu during their escape, single-handedly held off 5 golden core cultivators from another sect. Ultimately, he perished in a self-explosion, taking down a golden core cultivator from Spirit Beast Manor with him. The other 4 fallen golden core elders also fought valiantly until their last breath. Du Ruan, the master of Qinyu Peak, faced 3 opponents alone, battling for an entire day and night before ultimately being defeated by the personal intervention of a Yuaning elder from the 10,000 Methods sect. As for the only 2 surviving golden core cultivators of Luyuzong, aside from the severely injured Yi Hongqiu, there remained one named Tong Jin. However, this elder had not been seen since his initial appearance in battle. The remaining Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples suffered grievously under the combined assault of the 5 great sects, with nearly half perishing and the rest largely enslaved, leaving only a scant few who managed to escape. As for the so-called Huashan secrets, their whereabouts were unknown. Whether they had fallen into the hands of one of the Yuaning elders from the 5 great sects or were lost entirely remained a mystery. The leaders of the 5 great sects made no mention of it. Now, Luyuzong lay in ruins, stripped of all its cultivation resources, with even its spiritual veins plundered by the Yuaning elders of other sections. Elders and disciples had either been slain or enslaved. Even the affiliated cultivation families of Luyuzong faced extermination. Either they submitted or were obliterated. All external enterprises of Luyuzong had been divided among the 5 great sections. The once mighty titan of the Daxia cultivation world had drawn its curtain. Though both men were reluctant to accept the reality, the soul-searching technique could not deceive, especially since Luyuzong's protective formation had indeed not been activated. Was this true? Wang Fu found it hard to believe. Although he held no particular affection for Luyuzong, having even harbored enemies within, it had been his home for a decade, a place where he had cultivated and cherished relationships. The thought of its destruction weighed heavily on his heart. Is Sister Yin still alive? Noticing Wang Fu's despondent demeanor, Jiang Yin patted his shoulder and gazed toward the direction of Luyuzong through the forest. Shall we go take a look? Based on their memories, the Golden Core elders and Yuaning masters of the 5 great sects had long departed, with the 10,000 Methods sect leaving only 2 Foundation establishment disciples to manage the aftermath. The other 4 sects were likely in a similar state. With the concealing ability of the Conceal Spirit technique, the chances of discovery were minimal. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu glanced at the lifeless bodies of 2 disciples from the Wanfa sect lying on the ground. He nodded, realizing that to depart without investigating further would leave him with an insatiable heartache, potentially giving rise to inner demons. It would be more prudent to take a closer look. He affirmed, very well. The 2 donned the robes of the Wanfa sect disciples and employed a concealment technique to mask their spiritual energy, ensuring that no one could discern the origin of their powers. They set ablaze the bodies of the Wanfa sect disciples using 2 flickering flames until nothing remained. Before heading in the direction of the Luoyu sect, they refrained from using a flying vessel, deeming it too conspicuous. Instead, they employed a wind manipulation technique, allowing them to travel at a commendable speed. Along their journey, they encountered other disciples of the Wanfa sect and handled the interactions with poise, revealing no signs of their true identities. After a quarter of an hour, the signs of devastation wrought by spells became increasingly evident, with the land marred and trees displaying clear burn marks. Various claw marks from beasts and scars from magical artifacts were also apparent. However, they did not come across any bodies of Luoyu sect disciples until they witnessed 2 Wanfa sect disciples gleefully incinerating a corpse of a Luoyu sect disciple and looting its storage pouch. It then became clear that the absence of Luoyu sect bodies was not due to their non-existence, but rather because any discovered corpses had been swiftly burned and looted. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were preparing to proceed, but were halted by 2 disciples of the Wanfa sect. One of them, with a broad smile, tucked away a storage bag while waving at the 2. Elder brothers, please wait. What is it? Jiang Yin replied in a low voice, a slight frown revealing his displeasure at being interrupted. Having dealt with disciples of the Wanfa sect before, he understood the prevailing atmosphere among them. Those with greater strength tended to be more arrogant. Thus, he felt no need to be courteous in the presence of these 2 disciples, who were merely at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Wang Fu stood silently beside him, his own frown hinting at a restrained displeasure that caused the 2 Wanfa disciples to lower their postures, unable to discern the realms of Wang Fu and Jiang Yin, and thus resorted to nervous laughter. The Wanfa disciple bowed respectfully and spoke, Elder brothers, please forgive us. We were instructed by Master Su to find 2 powerful brothers to escort the slaves of the Liu sect to the spiritual mine to extract spirit stones. It seems we have fortuitously encountered you both. Truly, only esteemed brothers such as yourselves could undertake such a task. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's mind immediately recalled information about Master Su, and he discreetly communicated with Wang Fu. Wang Fu, shall we go? Yes. Wang Fu was eager to see if there were any acquaintances among the slaves. Perhaps he could rescue one or two, if Yun Ningxuang were among them. Wang Fu was certain of his decision. Jiang Yan casually produced a spirit stone and tossed it to the two Wanfa disciples, nodding. Speak plainly. Where is Master Su? The two disciples accepted the spirit stone, their smiles growing increasingly genuine as they eagerly pointed in the direction indicated. Wang Fu and his companion strode purposefully toward their destination. Not once glancing back, the two disciples of the 10,000 Methods sect exchanged knowing smiles, and one remarked, I never anticipated we would acquire a dozen spirit stones. This senior brother is quite generous. However, I cannot recall ever encountering them within the sect. With so many disciples in the 10,000 Methods sect, it is hardly surprising that you have not seen them before, especially considering the recent assault on the Falling Feather sect. Numerous elder disciples, who had been sequestered in meditation-seeking breakthroughs, have emerged from their seclusion. The cultivation levels of these two seniors are beyond our comprehension. They are at least at the 12th level of chi refinement, and they may very well be among the elite. The other disciple, thoroughly pleased, stored the spirit stones away and patted his increasingly bulging storage bag, brimming with joy. That makes sense, he chuckled, and the two of them, no longer preoccupied, resumed their search of the battlefield, aiming to uncover the bodies of any yet undiscovered cultivators. In the aftermath of such a great conflict, the profession of scavenging for corpses bore little risk. The sole requirement was patience. With sufficient patience, one could see their worth multiply severalfold with little difficulty. Chapter 82. Mo Fu Wang Fu and his companion strolled leisurely towards the direction indicated by the 10,000 Law Gate. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples from the 5 great immortal sects. Regardless of who they were, the duo passed by with an air of arrogance, showing no respect whatsoever. Should anyone attempt to engage them in conversation, Wang Fu would promptly reveal his cultivation level at the 13th stage of chi refinement, prompting most to retreat in deference. The 10,000 Law Gate was indeed the most formidable sect in the great Xia cultivation world, boasting the support of 2 nascent soul ancestors, which instilled a sense of pride in its disciples wherever they roamed. Only the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa could barely rival such prestige. Before the dilapidated gates of the Falling Feather sect, dozens of disciples, shackled by iron chains, awaited their fate with expressions of utter despair. Their spiritual power had been sealed, rendering them powerless, akin to fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. Upon arriving at this grim scene, Wang Fu and Jiang Yan felt a fleeting flash of murderous intent in their eyes, but more prominently, a sense of sympathy. Had they not ventured to the imperial city of Great Xia, they might very well have found themselves among these captives, with the possibility of facing a grim demise. Of the 20 or so Falling Feather sect disciples, most were unfamiliar to Wang Fu, though a few faces were vaguely recognizable, yet he could not recall their names. One figure, however, stood out vividly in his memory, Mo Fu, the nephew of sect leader Mo Ziyuan. Yet, this was not the time for rescue nearby. 8 or 9 disciples from another sect were patrolling, including 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, one of whom was the esteemed Su Shirshu, mentioned by the disciples of the 10,000 Law Gate. The other, a woman riding a black panther, clearly belonged to the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa. The strength of the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa was formidable, with each disciple typically accompanied by a spirit beast, allowing them to engage in battles that were effectively 2 against 1. Their myriad secret techniques enabled cultivators to synergize with their spirit beasts, resulting in combat prowess that exceeded the simplistic addition of their strengths. Indeed, the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa's status as the second most powerful sect in the Great Xia cultivation world was largely attributed to their possession of a 4th-level Spirit Beast ancestor. Although it was merely a lower-tier 4th-level beast, its capabilities were comparable to those of mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Had the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa possessed a greater number of golden core cultivators, the title of the foremost sect in Great Xia might not have fallen to the 10,000 Law Gate. Wang Fu and Jiang Yan merely cast a fleeting glance at the despondent disciples of the Luzong, confined and listless, before retracting their gaze and making their way directly towards Elder Su of the Wanfamen. Utilizing the concealment technique, they masked their presence, harboring no fears of detection. To mitigate any unforeseen complications, Wang Fu chose to reveal his cultivation level of the 13th layer of qi refinement, while Jiang Yin merely needed to cooperate with the concealment technique to keep his aura within the qi refinement realm. Wang Fu felt little concern regarding whether the Wanfamin's foundation-building disciples might harbor suspicions due to their unfamiliarity. For the number of qi refinement disciples at Wanfamin surpassed that of Luyuzong, many of whom were reclusive and seldom seen. Who could assure that every individual had encountered or could accurately recall their faces? Composed and unruffled, the two stepped forward and respectfully saluted, introducing themselves as disciples Wang Yin and Jiang Fu before Elder Su and Senior Yin. The soul-searching memories provided scant information about the woman riding the Black Panther from the Spirit Beast Manor, only that she possessed a mid-foundation cultivation level, while her mount was a Tier 2 low-level Spirit Beast, the iron-tailed Black Cloud Panther. Elder Su nodded, expressing admiration for the efficiency of the messenger disciples, and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, your arrival is timely. In that case, you two shall escort this batch of Luyuzong slaves to the mining area of the Luyushan Mountains alongside Shou He and Wu Hua from the Spirit Beast Manor. You can hand over the slaves to your uncle Zhao, who oversees the mining operations. Rest assured, we shall fulfill the task." Wang Fu and Jiang Yin replied with utmost respect. The two disciples from Spirit Beast Manor, one at the 12th layer and the other at the 13th layer of qi refinement, were seasoned individuals. After exchanging a few words to establish rapport, they began the journey, escorting 23 Luyuzong disciples towards the spirit mine. Along the way, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin deliberately lagged behind, wary of being recognized by Luyuzong members. Should the two from the Spirit Beast Manor detect any anomaly, it could lead to complications. Old Jiang, that lad is Mo Fu, the nephew of Master Mo. He must be privy to the detailed information regarding the troubles at Luyuzong. Others may be left behind, but we must ensure his escape. Wang Fu communicated discreetly to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin nodded in understanding. The disciples of Luyuzong were bound by specially crafted iron chains, moving at a speed comparable to that of ordinary mortals. After traveling for most of the day, the two from Spirit Beast Manor, perhaps feeling a tinge of boredom, initiated a conversation with Wang Fu and Jiang Yin. Wang Fu naturally felt a twinge of caution, responding with care. It was not until Zhou He, with a seemingly amused expression, pointed at the imprisoned members of the Liu sect and inquired, "Brother Wang, do you believe there are any significant figures among this group? Might there be remnants of the Luoyu sect attempting a rescue?" Wang Fuxin became vigilant, yet maintained an impassive demeanor, letting out a light laugh and adopting a scornful expression. "We, the 5 great sects, are united in our pursuit to eradicate the Falling Feathers sect. Who has the time to concern themselves with significant figures? We kill on sight. And any important personage has likely perished by now. If they truly existed, the Falling Feather sect would be but a relic of history, insignificant in comparison. Should any unwise remnants dare to intervene, they would be swiftly obliterated. However, I surmise that those who fled are merely cowards. Why would they return to rescue anyone?" Joey laughed heartily, yet soon narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Wang. "Brother Wang, you speak with merit. However, such individuals do indeed exist. Perhaps it is due to emotions, or perhaps some other vested interest, but the remnants of the Falling Feather sect have truly arrived." "Arrived? Where?" Wang Fuxin looked around, searching. Zhou He, with a smile, replied, "Far away in the heavens, yet close at hand." "Humph." Wang furrowed his brow, snorting in anger. "Zhou He, are you insinuating something about me? I am a disciple of the inner sect of the 10,000 Dharma Gate. You must be accountable for your words." Zhou He chuckled, patting the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A flash of light revealed a large, pitch-black dog. He patted the black canine, speaking as if to himself. "My spirit beast is known as the heart-communicating hound. Though it may not be a top-tier spirit beast and lacks exceptional combat prowess, it possesses an unparalleled ability that surpasses all others. It can detect even the faintest sense and discern the source of hostility. Regrettably, Brother Wang and Brother Zhang's scents bear a striking resemblance to those of the slaves." Upon finishing his words, Zhou He lifted his gaze to Wang Fuxin. "I cannot help but harbor doubts." "Doubts? What do you mean? Are you intending to take action solely based on suspicion? My master from the 10,000 Dharma Gate has never doubted either of us, yet you, a disciple of the Spirit Beast Mountain, dare to question? Let us not forget the words of the elders of the 5 great sects. This operation is led by the 10,000 Dharma Gate. I shall see whether you dare to act." With a firm step, Wang unleashed his aura, the might of the 13th level of qi refinement erupting forth. He stared unflinchingly at Zhou He. Jiang Yin stood behind Wang, while the 12th level qi refiner, Wu Hua positioned himself behind Zhou He, both poised for an imminent confrontation. This drew the attention of the 23 members of the Falling Feather sect, some even secretly wishing for an altercation, hoping it would lead to a fatal outcome. Yet one individual, upon witnessing Wang's demeanor, felt a rush of excitement, though he quickly concealed it. Wang Fu and Zhou He faced each other for an extended period, ultimately leading to Zhou He's defeat. He laughed heartily and, with a tone of sincere apology, spoke. A misunderstanding. My dear brothers Wang and Jiang, please do not take offense. My keen sense of smell, akin to that of a hound, has indeed detected a hint of an unusual sin upon you both, albeit merely a trace. Yet, for the sake of our safety on this journey, I took it upon myself to probe your intentions. It appears, after all, that you, dear brothers Wang and Jiang, have inadvertently acquired the essence of the Fallen Feather sect. Please forgive me for my presumption. Wang Fu's eyes flickered imperceptibly, and he let out a soft huff, seemingly still dissatisfied. Brother Zhou, you ought to keep a tighter rein on your spirit beast. One cannot allow just anyone to poke their nose around. Today, we are magnanimous and will overlook this incident, but should you offend a Foundation establishment master, it will not be so simple. At the very least, you might find a limb removed. Chapter 83, The Stone Egg. Though he forced a smile, awkward yet grateful for Wang's reminder. Though he felt a twinge of indignation at the insult directed towards his spirit beast, he found some solace in Wang's words. He realized that the Foundation establishment cultivators of the 10,000 Methods sect had not detected any anomalies, indicating that perhaps he had been overly cautious. While the keen sense of smell of his communication dog was noteworthy, having been embroiled in a month-long siege against the Falling Feather sect, it was only natural for it to bear traces of their disciple's scent. Humph, there won't be a next time, Wang Fu interjected coldly. Zhou He felt a sense of relief. Was this not the typical demeanor of those arrogant practitioners from the 10,000 Methods sect? They were so full of themselves, looking down upon others. Yet, these individuals truly were quite insufferable. Suddenly, as Zhou He harbored such thoughts, his breath was abruptly stifled. A sharp pain piercing through his chest as a long blade erupted from his body. Feeling the life force drain away rapidly, Zhou He's eyes widened in horror as he opened his mouth to warn Wu Hua to be cautious, but no sound emerged. His throat was filled with blood, rendering him powerless to grasp anything in his fading vision. In the increasingly blurred sight before him, he saw Wu Hua's head severed by a descending black sword, even before he had the chance to unleash his spirit beast. In the final fleeting moment of his consciousness, regret flooded through him, and he cast one last lingering glance at his spirit beast, the communication dog, before succumbing entirely to darkness. The assailants were, of course, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin. The instant Zhou He had relaxed, Wang Fu thrust a superior-grade long knife into his back, and simultaneously, Wu Hua's head was severed from his body. As Wang Fu unsheathed his long blade, he observed the heart-connecting hound retreating in a frenzy. He swiftly summoned the Earth Dragon Spike to pursue it, as the exquisite artifact, the golden meteor ring blade, had yet to fully recuperate. However, the speed of the heart-connecting hound was astonishing, and the superior-grade Earth Dragon Spike struggled to keep pace, nearing the point of escaping his mental reach. Old Jiang, that black dog is about to flee. Focus on it, Wang Fu shouted urgently, as Jiang Yan's words resonated. A dark sword descended from the heavens, impaling the heart-connecting hound into the ground. With the creature now lifeless, Wang Fu let out a sigh of relief. But before he could retract the Earth Dragon Spike, a sudden commotion erupted from Wu Hua's spirit beast pouch, unleashing a swarm of fist-sized wasps, hundreds of them. This was perilous. Wang Fu unleashed a barrage of talismans, yet it proved to be a mere drop in the bucket. As soon as the swarm of insects emerged, they scattered from the spirit beast pouch. Despite Wang Fu's relentless assault with the talismans, he could only cover a mere few dozen. The sheer number was overwhelming, and their dispersion left him with little time to react. Wang Fu sighed, realizing that these bees would undoubtedly fly towards the Foundation establishment woman riding the Black Panther spirit beast at the Spirit Beast Manor. When that time came, they would be faced with the relentless pursuit of two Foundation establishment cultivators. Without a moment to spare, Wang Fu tossed 2 pieces of spirit fire onto the corpse and made a resolute decision. He swiftly moved before Imofu and declared, "Imofu, come with me." "All right." Imofu understood the urgency of the situation and stepped forward without hesitation. Nearby, an unfamiliar person tugged at Imofu's sleeve and warned, "Senior brother Imo, this man wears the robe of the 10,000 Methods sect. Be cautious of deception." "Fool." Wang Fu let out a cold snort, then turned to the others, saying, If you do not wish to perish, do not flee. With that, he seized Mo Fu's shoulder and immediately soared into the distance, with Jiang Yin closely following behind. The man who had been scolded as a fool by Wang Fu felt his face flush crimson as he complained to those nearby. Did I say anything wrong? Our identities are unclear, yet we are following blindly. What if it is merely a ruse by the 10,000 Law sect? Good heavens! If it truly is a ruse, the price seems rather steep, remarked a disciple of the Falling Feather sect. Gesturing towards the charred corpse of a disciple from the Spirit Beast Mountain Manor still engulfed in spiritual flames. Humph! Even if it is not a ruse. Why should they not rescue us all? They tell us not to flee. I doubt they are benevolent souls. Flee? Why don't you give it a try? Flee? Can we even escape? Not to mention our spiritual energy is currently sealed. Even at our peak, the chances of escape would be exceedingly slim. Conversely, remaining here may lead to being sent to mine, but at least we would still be alive. Wang Fuzi could never have anticipated that among the members of the Luoyu sect, there existed individuals of such astonishing foolishness. However, he had no time to ponder these matters. His sole desire at present was to escape for his life. The two Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wanfa sect and the Spirit Beast Manor would undoubtedly be in hot pursuit shortly. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Wanfa sect was genuinely a peak stage practitioner, possessing formidable strength. The only possible means of escape would be through earth evasion. Yet Mo Fu's spiritual power had been sealed, rendering him incapable of utilizing the earth evasion talisman. Thus, he must find a way to break the seal. Wang Fu sprinted furiously, his gaze fixed on the Jiang Yin he held tightly in his grip. However, after a few breaths, Jiang Yin shook his head. Wang Fu, the seal on him is too intricate. It cannot be undone in a short while. Cannot be undone? Wang Fu's brow furrowed deeply. This rendered their escape plan futile. He promptly withdrew the black-patterned hidden cloud boat, intending to flee swiftly with the vessel. Mo Fu, gazing at the boat that had once belonged to him, suddenly burst into laughter, joy radiating from him. How can you still find the heart to laugh? With the seal unbroken, you are as powerless as a mortal. Unable to utilize my escape talisman, Wang Fu remarked, a frown etched on his face. Yet, Mo Fu shook his head slowly, his expression turning sincere as he looked at Wang Fu, revealing a stark contrast to his previous carefree demeanor. He spoke earnestly, Brother Wang Fu, I am already content that you came to rescue me. Seeing this boat brings back fond memories. However, we cannot escape. The seals on all of us were set by a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the 10,000 Dharma sect. I never anticipated an escape. My ancestral line has perished. Only I remain of the Mo family in the entire Falling Feather sect. With that, Mo Fu forced a smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Had it not been for the item my Aunt Ziyuan entrusted to me, I would have long followed them into the afterlife. Why should I cling to life now? Fortunately, Brother Wang Fu, you have arrived. Wang Fu, his expression fraught with complexity, understood Mo Fu's pain but felt at a loss for words of comfort. He could see that Mo Fu had resigned himself to death, a perilous mindset during their flight. Brother Wang Fu, there is no need to say more. You cannot flee with me. The seal on me may have been tampered with, and that Foundation establishment cultivator from the 10,000 Dharma sect will surely discern my location. With that, Mo Fu fixed his gaze intently on Wang Fu, glanced at Jiang Yin, and then spoke with renewed gravity. Brother Wang Fu, do you know of Blackwood Cliff? Blackwood Cliff. Yes, I know. Wang Fu nodded affirmatively. He had spent considerable time there. The spiritual energy at Blackwood Cliff was exceedingly sparse, making it a peculiar place. It was there that he had learned the meticulous application of spiritual energy, greatly aiding him in his talisman crafting. Mo Fu exhaled a sigh of relief. This simplified matters. He leaned closer to Wang Fu, whispering, When we first met, I mentioned that I possessed a treasure capable of concealing one's aura. The item my Aunt Ziyuan entrusted to me is located there, wrapped in that treasure. The precise location is. Upon revealing this secret, Mo Fu's spirit seemed to deflate, as if he had cast off a tremendous burden. My aunt urged me to escape, to cultivate diligently, and to seek vengeance in the future. But how can I take revenge against the 5 great sects of the Great Xia? Such a colossal force. How can I avenge them? Brother Wang Fu, I now entrust this to you. I do not ask you to annihilate the 5 great sects. I only hope you can slay a few more of their cultivators for me. Wang Fu nodded slightly, as if to acquiesce. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Is that object related to the mysteries of transformation? No. Mo Fu shook his head. The mystery of transformation is a token that has long been lost amidst chaos. What my Aunt Ziyuan bestowed upon me is a stone egg. A stone egg? Both Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were taken aback. Chapter 84. Bang. Do not underestimate this stone egg. It is an artifact that the esteemed ancestor Mo Jingkong brought back at the cost of his life, though it appears devoid of vitality. What could possibly be of ordinary nature when it has been in the presence of the profound mysteries of transformation? Mo Fu felt a swell of pride. His ancestor Mo Jingkong had ventured to distant lands a decade ago and returned with the secret of transformation, even at the cost of his own nascent soul's dissolution and his demise. In the grand panorama of the Great Xia's cultivation realm, among the 6 great sects, who could compare? The other 5 sects were merely a band of petty rogues. As this thought crossed his mind, Mo Fu suddenly recalled something, and his expression darkened ominously. Brother Wang Fu, the reason our Lanyu sect was obliterated in less than a month is that the secret of Mo Jingkong bringing back the transformation mystery was leaked due to a traitor within our ranks. A traitor? Who is it? Wang Fu's demeanor turned icy. Traitors are universally despised, regardless of the setting. I am uncertain, Mo Fu replied, shaking his head, then added. That individual must be at least at the Golden Core stage, for only a Golden Core elder would have had the opportunity to access such confidential matters. Ultimately, whoever survives will be the traitor. Wang Fu recalled a fragment of memory obtained through soul-searching, revealing that the Luoyu sect had indeed survived with a Golden Core cultivator. He stated, the information I have gathered indicates that Elder He Hongqiu has sustained severe injuries and fled, while Elder Tongjin's whereabouts remain unknown. The other 5 elders have perished in battle. The gravity of his final 4 words weighed heavily upon him. It is lamentable and sorrowful that a prestigious sect such as Luoyu, one of the 6 great sects, has met with such a tragic fate. Elder He and Elder Tong furrowed their brows and, after a moment, Elder He remarked, during such times, injuries may serve to obscure one's true condition. Regardless, Wang Shixiang, you must exercise caution in the future, particularly with regard to that individual, LV Feng. Wang Fu solemnly nodded. He was aware of L. Feng, who had ventured with Yu Ningxuang to the only ley line in the Great Xia immortal realm, successfully establishing a foundation in the Tao. Mo Fu, do you have any news regarding Yu Ningxuang, my esteemed master uncle? Mo Fu nodded and then shook his head. Master uncle should be with Elder He. Yet my senior brother mentioned that Elder He has sustained severe injuries. It is likely he could not continue. Given Elder He's cultivation at the late stage of the Golden Core, the odds of Master Uncle surviving are exceedingly slim. Sighing, he added, ultimately, it is the consequence of the news obtained by our ancestor Mo a decade ago through spiritual herbs from an old man. Otherwise, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits. Old man? A decade ago? Upon hearing Wang Fu's words, he couldn't help but recall the old man he encountered a decade ago on the stone steps of Qianya. It was precisely this individual who had bestowed upon him the initial volume of the Tianfu Sutra. What an extraordinary coincidence. But surely such a serendipity would not repeat itself after 10 years. It could not be. Suddenly, Jiang Yin turned to glance behind him, where 2 small black figures were rapidly approaching, one trailing closely behind the other. His brow furrowed as he solemnly declared, they are in pursuit. Remarkable speed. They must be at the later stage of foundation establishment. Mo Fu turned back with a casual smile, saying, my time has come, Brother Wang Fu. Grant me a swift end. If you rescue me, they will undoubtedly suspect my extraordinary identity and will surely probe my soul. What nonsense are you spouting? Who says we cannot escape? Wang Fu rebuked Mo Fu for his lack of resolve, pointing at Jiang Yin. Look at him, Jiang Yin. He is also at the foundation establishment stage. Once your senior brother, now your uncle. We are all at the same level. Why should we not be able to flee? Jiang Yin, take control of the black patterned hidden cloud vessel. Shake them off. Wang Fu nearly shouted in desperation, it's too late. Yet Jiang Yin shook his head, asserting, in the late stage of foundation establishment, the range of one's divine sense extends at least 600 zhang, tripled in a single direction to 1,800 zhang. Currently, we are within that distance from the foundation establishment cultivator of the 10,000 Dharma sect. There's no escape. No sooner had Jiang Yan's words left his lips than a voice, filled with urgency, resonated in the ears of the 3, akin to a thunderous bell, causing their eardrums to thrum painfully. Mo Fu, in particular, felt warm blood trickling from his ears. Shortly thereafter, a flying sword pierced through the air at an alarming speed. The sword, a brilliant azure, emitted a sword aura that seemed to transcend its very essence. Wang Fu's heart raced in trepidation. He knew that even the finest defensive artifact, the Xuanjia Wuwang bell, would be insufficient to withstand its strike. Just as he was about to activate his talisman, the illusory feather blade, Jiang Yin interjected. I will hold it off. You two must flee. Before Wang Fu could respond, Jiang Yin had already summoned his flying boat and leaped aboard, unsheathing his black sword and charging towards the azure blade. However, Jiang Yin, being only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, was at a significant disadvantage. Upon contact, he found himself overwhelmed, and the black sword was effortlessly sent flying. Blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Yin's mouth. Though he could feed his sword with his own lifeblood, the bond between sword and wielder was undeniable. If the sword was destroyed, so too would its master perish. Jiang Yin, Wang Fu cried out in deep concern. Jiang Yin turned back with a smile, seemingly at ease. No worries, at this distance, over 600 zhang. The opponent cannot exert their full power with their spirit tool. As Jiang Yin fought while retreating, he soon found himself increasingly beleaguered. The foundation establishment cultivator from the 10,000 Dharma sect was drawing ever closer, and the potency of the flying sword grew stronger with each passing moment. Blood flowed more freely from his lips. Senior brother Wang Fu, kill me. Mo Fu cried, prostrating on the flying boat, his face twisted in anguish. He could not bear to see anyone else perish because of him. During the siege by the 5 great sects, too many had sacrificed themselves to protect him. That pain was seared into his soul. Silence. Wang Fu barked, fiercely focused on the 2 clashing flying swords behind him, his eyes unwavering. He had no time to attend to Mo Fu. His sole thought was on how to escape. He poured his spiritual energy into the illusory feather blade, hoping to assist Jiang Yin. Mo Fu gazed at Wang Fu's back and then at Jiang Yin, whom he had just met, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Yet, he understood that as long as he remained, escape was nearly impossible. In my final moments, to encounter such a brother and such a master, I, Mo Fu, have no regrets. He smiled serenely, whispering to their retreating figures, Senior brother Wang Fu, Master Jiang Yin, live well. With that, he suddenly leaped from the flying boat. The wind howled past his ears, and the experiences of his life unfolded before him in that moment. He saw the astonished expression of Senior brother Wang Fu and the shocked visage of Master Jiang Yin. He felt a profound sense of fulfillment. He slowly waved his hand, signaling Wang Fu not to attempt a rescue. Feeling the control of the telekinetic technique grip his body, Mo Fu abruptly flipped over, desperately struggling to break free, his back to the sky and face to the ground. As the earth loomed closer, he closed his eyes and began to count in his heart. 1, 2, 3. Bang. Mo Fu. In midair, Wang Fu bellowed in rage, utterly unprepared for Mo Fu's audacious leap off the flying boat. The sudden turn of events left him no time to react, and by the time he realized what had happened, it was too late to save him. The resounding crash echoed in his ears, akin to a resounding slap to his face. Was this truly a rescue? Had he acted, Mo Fu would not have leaped from the flying boat, nor would he have met his demise. Run. Jiang Yin croaked, his voice hoarse. A surge of spiritual energy slammed into Wang Fu, snapping him back to reality. Without a backward glance, he steered the flying boat into the distance. Yet, deep inside, he vowed to remember this debt of vengeance. Chapter 85. Beneath the blackwood cliff with Mo Fu dead, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were unshackled. Under Jiang Yin's guidance, their escape accelerated, even as they defended against the relentless assaults of the Azure Sword. However, as time wore on, the distance between them and their pursuer dwindled. They were on the verge of crossing the 600 zhang threshold. Once within that range, the foundation establishment cultivator of the Su family could lock onto them with his divine sense, making escape an insurmountable challenge. Split up and flee. Wang Fu and his companions swiftly resolved to part ways, each steering their flying vessel through the dense forest. As they separated, the Su surname cultivator from the 10,000 Law sect and a woman from the Spirit Beast Mountain Manor also pursued the two. The mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator possessed a spiritual sense that extended 300 yards, and it was the woman from the Spirit Beast Mountain Manor who was hunting Wang Fu. Boy, stop right there. Hearing the voice, brimming with murderous intent, Wang Fu glanced back, just as he was about to be locked onto by her spiritual sense. He swiftly retracted the black-patterned concealed cloud vessel, cloaked himself with the concealment technique, and activated the earth escape technique, instantly vanishing from sight. A few moments later, the woman from the Spirit Beast Mountain Manor descended rapidly, landing at the spot where Wang Fu had disappeared. Her brows furrowed in contemplation, and she promptly patted the Spirit Beast pouch at her waist, causing an iron-tailed black cloud leopard to spring forth. Can you track that boy's whereabouts? The iron-tailed black cloud leopard raised its head and let out a roar, sending sound waves rippling outward. After a brief moment, it shook its head and snorted, appearing quite aggrieved. Seeing this, the woman tenderly stroked the leopard's head and chuckled affectionately. If you can't find him, so be it. It's not our fault anyway. That old fool Su can't even discern his own sect's disciples. She laughed aloud at her own jest. Come, let us investigate if that boy has left any clues behind after his fall. By the way, there are still some spirited individuals among the disciples of the Falling Feather sect. Beneath the earth, Wang Fu traversed several large circles, ensuring that the woman from the Spirit Beast Villa had not followed him, before heading towards the direction of Haimo Cliff. As for Jiang Yin, Wang Fu harbored little concern. He had given all his earth-escaping talismans to the other party. With his foundational cultivation, once he reached the surface, protected by the talismans and employing the concealment technique, it would be nearly impossible for anyone in the late foundational stage to pursue him. The spiritual energy on Haimo Cliff was sparse. Wang Fu entered the Haimo forest, making his way directly to the location indicated by Mo Fu. He proceeded with utmost caution, utilizing the concealment technique to mask all traces of his presence. Wary of the potential presence of disciples from the 5 great sects. Passing by Liningha, the abode of the old forest, he found it long desolate, with numerous signs of battle scattered throughout, evoking a sense of sorrow within him. The sect had suffered, and Haimo Cliff would not be spared either. However, given the old forest's meticulous nature, it was highly probable that he had managed to escape. Perhaps the area was too devoid of spiritual energy for anyone to wish to linger, as Wang Fu encountered no disciples from the 5 great sects along his journey. The place Mo Fu mentioned required traversing the entire expanse of the Haimo forest, and beyond it lay the perilous abyss of Haimo Cliff, a sheer drop of several hundred zhang. The stone egg rested 50 zhang below the cliff's edge. Wang Fu approached the precipice, poised to summon the black-patterned hidden cloud vessel. Yet, he was suddenly assailed by a fierce gust of wind rising from the depths of the cliff, which considerably impeded the flow of spiritual energy within him. Resolutely, he decided against utilizing the flying vessel. Instead, he invoked the techniques of lightness and wind manipulation, descending along the vines clinging to the cliffside. This was prudent, for should there be unforeseen developments below the Blackwood Cliff, he would not be left at a disadvantage while relying on the vines for support. As Wang Fu descended further, he felt the flow of his spiritual energy slow even more, and it finally dawned on him why that malevolent wind had affected him so. It was evidently ascending from below the cliff. Fortunately, he had refrained from using the black-patterned hidden cloud vessel. Given the current sluggishness of his energy flow, it was scarcely equivalent to the 10th level of qi refinement, and any further descent would surely diminish it further, risking the potential of the vessel plummeting into the abyss. Wang Fu, filled with mixed emotions, felt a sense of relief regarding his decision, becoming increasingly cautious. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow upon noticing a nearby broken vine, a clear indication of human interference. He quickly pressed himself against the cliff wall. Could it be that someone else had come to this precipice? Was it possible that the stone egg, mentioned by Mo Fu, had already been discovered? Wang Fu's arrival was not motivated by a desire for the lifeless stone egg. After all, it was merely a dormant object. However, having promised Mo Fu, he felt compelled to keep his word. As he ventured further, Wang Fu discovered numerous traces. It seemed that only one individual had traversed this area, where the suppression of spiritual energy was notably intense. He resolved to make some preparations. Wang Fu descended, meticulously laying numerous seismic and explosive talismans. On such steep cliffs, these 2 types of talismans proved most effective. Once triggered, they would shatter the mountainside, with falling debris potentially crushing the adversary. Even if the opponent possessed defensive artifacts, they would still plummet to the base of the cliff. The Blackwood Cliff rose several hundred feet high. A fall from such a height would surely be fatal, regardless of any protective measures. At a distance of 50 feet from the edge, a pit came into view, precisely the location Wang Fu sought, with traces indicating its direction. The edge of the pit bore the marks of a formation, evidently a warning array set by the individual within. Had someone truly arrived there before him? Wang Fu furrowed his brow in contemplation. He promptly employed the technique of earth escape, gradually merging into the cliff face. Eager to investigate the identity of the occupant within the pit, the locale impeded the flow of spiritual energy, rendering the execution of the earth escape less fluid than before. However, he successfully manifested the technique. Within the cliff, the abundance of rocky formations, coupled with the sluggish flow of spiritual energy, caused Wang Fu to traverse the subterranean realm at a sluggish pace. After several breaths, he finally entered the depths of the pit. Peering out, he beheld a chamber extending over 3 zhang in depth and 2 zhang in both length and width. A figure sat cross-legged, their complexion ashen and devoid of color. Surrounding them were numerous spiritual stones and several small porcelain vials containing medicinal elixirs, the rich aroma of which indicated they were engaged in the process of healing. Wang Fu squinted his eyes as he gazed at the figure. Li Yi, I never anticipated it would be you here, my esteemed master. Wang Fu never anticipated that he would encounter Li Yi at the bottom of the 50 zhang pit in the Blackwood Cliff. Upon seeing his master, a glimmer of hatred ignited in Wang Fu's eyes. It appeared that Li Yi was gravely injured, thus it was the perfect opportunity to bring an end to him. Wang Fu harbored a deeper animosity towards Li Yi than he did towards the Dong family. Had it not been for Li Yi placing the tracking artifact upon himself, he would not have been so ruthlessly cornered by the old wretch of the Dong family. He had faced numerous perilous situations. Had it not been for his mastery of the earth escape technique, he might very well have been reduced to ashes scattered across the heavens. During his journey back from the imperial city of the Great Xia, Wang Fu engaged in profound contemplation, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that Li Yi's intention in taking him as a disciple was to provide a legitimate pretext for arranging his departure from the sect, thus facilitating the Dong family's machinations. Redirecting his gaze, Wang Fu pondered how to entomb Li Yi in this very place while surveying the surroundings of the cave. His eyes finally settled upon a stone slab, roughly 3 feet in size. According to Mo Fu, the stone egg, enveloped in his precious artifact, lay hidden beside this 3-foot stone within the cave. It seemed, at least for the moment, that it had gone unnoticed. A surge of joy coursed through Wang Fu's heart, and he swiftly and silently vanished into the earth. He dared not approach Li Yi too closely. Despite the latter's injuries, he remained a formidable cultivator of the mid-foundation stage. Wang Fu knew he needed to prepare meticulously. For a full half an hour, he meticulously arranged all the tremor talismans and explosion talismans around the pit, laying down over 1,000 of them. Such an immense quantity of spiritual talismans, when activated, could easily collapse a small mountain. The Blackwood Cliff would likely be obliterated, and the fall of the Lanyu sect would render the Blackwood Cliff inconsequential, as long as he could eliminate Li Yi. When Wang Fu stealthily re-entered the pit, he found Li Yi still seated in a meditative posture, healing his injuries. First, he needed to locate the stone egg. Wang Fuduan made his way to the 3-foot stone block, gradually revealing his form. He began to explore around the stone and soon discovered an imperceptible yet tangible object. With a gentle tug, a stone egg, roughly the size of an adult's fist, came into view. The stone egg, unadorned and ancient, felt icy to the touch, adorned with concentric patterns resembling scales. However, as Mo Fu had remarked, the stone egg bore no signs of life and possessed no extraordinary attributes. Instead, Wang Fuduan perceived the true treasure to be the object that enveloped the stone egg. It was a cloak, capable of rendering the stone egg entirely concealed, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Whether it could evade the scrutiny of divine consciousness remained uncertain. I recall that when I first encountered Mo Fu, he mentioned that his treasure could obscure divine perception. If this cloak indeed possessed such a capability, its power would be nothing short of extraordinary. Wang Fu suppressed the impulse to attempt an escape, promptly stowing the stone egg and cloak into his storage pouch. However, even such subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy stirred Li Yi, who had been healing in the depths of the pit, to abruptly open his eyes. With a thunderous voice, he demanded, "Who goes there?" A fireball spell hurtled towards Wang Fu's location. With a resounding explosion, a 3-foot stone fragment detonated, revealing Wang Fu, enveloped in a radiant golden light. "Wang Fu!" Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment, his expression swiftly darkening as he narrowed his eyes at Wang Fu. "What brings you here? How did you evade my warning formation?" Realizing he could no longer conceal himself, Wang Fu decided to be forthright. He was less than a yard from the cave's entrance and could escape in an instant. With a mere invocation of the talismans he had strategically placed around, he could easily bury Li Yi. With this thought in mind, Wang Fu felt a surge of confidence. He let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Li Yi, is my presence here truly so surprising? Or perhaps my continued existence baffles you?" Li Yi's expression remained composed as he shook his head slightly. "Indeed, it is quite surprising. I never anticipated that the Dong family could not even eliminate a mere chi refinement level brat. It is rather pathetic. You must have entered using an earth escape talisman," Li observed, scrutinizing Wang Fu. "This talisman is indeed remarkable. It is a pity I have never succeeded in crafting one, yet you, a mere boy with a mixed elemental root, have managed to create it. You must have benefited from the spiritual talisman inheritance you acquired. Such a treasure, which the entire Luyu sect has failed to possess, has fallen into your hands. What a waste." Were I to obtain such an inheritance, my power would surely increase significantly. A smile graced Li Yi's face, and even his pallid complexion seemed to regain some color. Wang Fu furrowed his brow. His suspicions were indeed confirmed. The reason Li Yi allied himself with the Dong family was precisely due to the so-called inheritance of spiritual talismans that resided within him. It is true that those who have cultivated to the foundation establishment stage are never fools. Merely upon hearing of a talisman of reincarnation could one deduce the possession of such an inheritance. When you speak of spiritual talisman inheritance, you refer to the talisman of reincarnation, correct? Indeed. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Such exquisite spiritual talismans could not appear without cause. Surely they must be accompanied by an inheritance of spiritual talismans. The 3 exquisite spiritual talismans of the Falling Feather sect were indeed obtained from a specific spiritual talisman inheritance. And it was for this reason that Ling Miao Pavilion came into existence. After all, we share a master-disciple bond. If you were to bestow upon me your inheritance of spiritual talismans, I would show you great mercy and spare your life. With these words, Li Yi rose, extending his hand, causing several talismans to hover before him. Wang Fu sensed them briefly and discerned they were second-tier talismans. He chuckled, if you possess the ability, come and take them yourself. Wang Fu let out a cold sneer and instantly retreated, simultaneously channeling his consciousness. The entire Blackwood cliff trembled violently, and soon after, the ground quaked as fissures emerged like a spider's web, sprawling throughout the pit. It seemed on the verge of collapse. Li Yi's pupils contracted as he roared. You actually intend to blow up Blackwood Cliff? Are you seeking to perish together? Perish together? Only you shall remain unscathed. Wang Fu waved his hand, and a multitude of spiritual talismans surged forth, transforming into spikes, ice arrows, and fireballs that hurtled towards Li Yi, who was rushing outward. Having executed this, Wang Fu immediately took flight, attempting to escape the cave. However, just as he brushed against the warning array at the cave's entrance, he suddenly felt his body come to a halt. In the next moment, a flash of light enveloped him, and when he reappeared, he found himself within the pit, while Li Yi remained at the very spot where he had just stood at the cave's entrance. This was a second-tier spiritual talisman of displacement. Wang Fu exclaimed in dismay. At the cave's entrance, Li Yi burst into hearty laughter. My dear disciple, do you believe I would venture into this perilous cave without possessing some means of self-preservation? This cavern shall now serve as your tomb. Fear not, for when you are buried alive, I shall unearth you, as the legacy of my spiritual talismans still resides within you. His laughter was punctuated by a cough, perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement, as he inadvertently aggravated his injuries, causing a surge of blood to rise. Yet, this could not obscure the delight and exhilaration gleaming in his eyes. Thunderous echoes reverberated through the cavern. At this moment, although Wang